The Eastern Black Cat, imbued with mysterious powers, wanders into Hogwarts. With so many ghosts within the school, one could easily fancy a taste of one Dementors are rather delectable, and Voldemort is indeed a feast not to be missed. Centaur, the demise of the bear, the destroyer of herbs, the nemesis of the eight-eyed giant spider, the ominous darkness. Tonight's Mars has blinded my eyes. Draco, he is the true aristocrat. What unparalleled elegance. Seamus, the shepherd of lost lambs, the ferryman of the sea of souls, a mentor in life, a pioneer of art. Macon, I am but an ordinary little black cat. Voldemort, marvelous. I am gradually comprehending everything. Harry Potter, Chapter 1, Crossing Over and Being Sheltered. In the tranquil night of the Scottish Highlands, Hogwarts, shrouded in moonlight, appears particularly hazy. The greatest white wizard of our time, Albus Dumbledore, is penning the enrollment letters to be dispatched. Suddenly, a potent surge of magic descends from the heavens, landing within one of the towers of the school. Dumbledore swiftly sets down his quill, his form blurring instantaneously, and reappears at the tower's entrance. Upon entering, he finds a black-covered parchment book levitating in midair, automatically opening itself. A feather quill from a silver inkwell stirs twice and flies out, landing upon the parchment to commence writing. Albus, the recent magical fluctuation. Professor McGonagall hurries in, but before she can finish her sentence, she is transfixed before the book. The quill glides rapidly. Species, Easter Black Cat. Traits, protection against evil, communication with spirits, financial attraction. Located at the main entrance of Hogwarts, admission granted. Once the writing concludes, the book of admission and the accepting quill gently descend. Dumbledore, observing the Eastern mysticism-like descriptions, does not linger in thought. Accompanied by McGonagall, he apparates to the castle entrance. In the moonlight, a completely black cat stands upright, its mismatched yellow-green eyes fixated on a small puddle by the roadside. The cat's heart is overwhelmed with astonishment. I've actually crossed over, and am not even human. I'm a cat. Why? I've only pulled 2 all-nighters. Gradually, the cat sits down, glancing at itself, and relieved to find a little bell. Regaining composure, the black cat starts to observe its surroundings. Upon turning and spotting Dumbledore and McGonagall at the entrance, its beautiful pupils instantly narrow to pinpricks. This white beard, this crooked nose, is that not old Bumblebee? And the one beside must surely be the elder cat lady. The sounds it emits are a series of meows. Greetings, I'm Albus Dumbledore. I'm uncertain whether you can comprehend me, but perhaps this small enchantment may assist you. Please do not be alarmed, we mean you no harm. Dumbledore, upon finishing his words, raises his ancient wand, and a beam of white light slowly shoots towards the black cat's head. Instantly, the black cat feels a clarity wash over its mind. Its tension gradually dissipates. Looking around, it finds a dry twig and, with both paws, scribbles upon the ground. Hello. As you can see, I am but an ordinary little black cat. Homeless, please take me in. After writing, it stares with its adorably large eyes, attempting to charm them. Dumbledore and McGonagall exchange glances, both recognizing that this cat was no ordinary feline. It was a creature inscribed in the Book of Admission. What is the Book of Admission? It is a tome that the 4 founders placed in the tower at the inception of the castle, untouched by human hands, not even by the headmaster. All young witches and wizards are sensed by the quill of acceptance during their first surge of magical power, inscribed in the Book of Admission once they possess sufficient magical ability. For centuries, no non-human has ever been admitted, let alone a mere cat. Albus, let's accept it. Just look at how adorable this little creature is. Professor McGonagall broke the silence, her heart brimming with joy. The black cat internally applauded her. Indeed, you are remarkable, my dear cat lady. Dumbledore squinted, tugging thoughtfully at his beard. This was a cat. No, a magical cat, possessing human-like qualities, a breed unknown to the wizarding world. Upon their initial meeting, he had subtly employed magic to assess it, discovering a soul that was pure and intact, free from any traces of dark magic. Recalling the descriptions within the Book of Admission, warding off evil, communicating with spirits, attracting wealth, Dumbledore nodded that I am Albus Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. We shall accept you as a student, but you must not leave Hogwarts without my permission. Thank you, headmaster, I shall abide by the rules. The black cat resolutely continued to write. This white wizard was also known as the White Lord, and the little feline was fully aware of this. From this moment forth, your name shall be Mykin. Professor McGonagall will escort you to your quarters. I hope you will thrive in your studies at Hogwarts. Dumbledore gazed deeply at the black cat before vanishing with a flicker of apparition. Professor McGonagall cradled the black cat, stroking its silky fur. Little Mykin, are you famished? Let's first find you some dinner. Now named Mykin, the black cat gradually settled in McGonagall's embrace, feeling the formidable aura of the White Lord. Did she not inquire about her origins due to her own perceived frailty? After all, it was quite extraordinary for a cat to possess such intelligence, even within the context of the Harry Potter universe. Allowing McGonagall to carry her, they ventured into the kitchens of Hogwarts. Given that it was the holiday season and evening, few house elves were present. Upon seeing McGonagall enter with a black cat, a neatly attired house elf approached with a greeting. "Good evening, esteemed Professor McGonagall. I shall prepare food for you at once. Cookie, this is Mykin, our new student. Please prepare a serving of fried fish with minimal salt." McGonagall placed Mykin on a dining table. "Oh dear, Cookie should have recognized the esteemed wizard. I shall prepare a delightful meal for you immediately." Cookie exclaimed, nearly colliding with a nearby pillar, but was swiftly halted by the foresight McGonagall, urging him to prepare the food quickly. "Little Mykin, as you are rather special, you may encounter various challenges within the academy that I hope you do not mind. And should you face any difficulties, feel free to seek my assistance," McGonagall said, gazing into Macon's striking heterochromatic eyes. Macon nodded. He found it far easier to be in the presence of Professor McGonagall than when facing Dumbledore. Shortly, a plate of golden, fragrant fried fish was placed before him, accompanied by a glass of milk with a straw. Perhaps due to his transformation into a cat, the fish piqued Macon's appetite, and he eagerly seized a piece with his paws, relishing the meal. However, he caught a glimpse of Professor McGonagall's hand being raised and lowered, reminding himself that he did not require feeding. After a delightful meal, Professor McGonagall escorted Macon to his accommodations. Providing him with a tour of the castle along the way, he was assigned to a small turret situated between the Ravenclaw and Gryffindor towers. The castle, in its grandeur, was indeed vast. The top level of the round turret was spacious, adorned with windows that offered a splendid view of the nightscape, enhanced by a cat's remarkable vision. He even noticed a window in the opposite tower opening, where Dumbledore was waving at him. "That old bee. He is quite wary of me." The room was equipped with a bed, a bookshelf, and all manner of living necessities, presumably meant for accommodating guests. Once Professor McGonagall departed, Macon exhaled deeply, relieved to have passed this initial hurdle. What happened next? I am merely a little cat. In his previous life, he was an enthusiast of the mysterious, spending sleepless nights delving into ancient tomes. He had unearthed an unusual book from an antique market. It was a black tome made from an unknown animal's hide, inscribed only with the title "The 7 Secret Teachings of the Earth" on its cover. Yet it refused to open. The vendor had claimed that it had adhered together over time. This book was also known as the 7 Secrets of Xianjun, renowned within the realm of the esoteric. From the side, it appeared to contain only 7 pages. After enduring 2 sleepless nights and employing various methods, he was on the brink of resorting to drastic measures when, in a moment of misfortune, he accidentally cut his finger. As his blood seeped onto the pages, he felt an overwhelming darkness engulf him, and he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he discovered he had transformed into a cat. A fleeting moment later, he found himself gazing at the old bee. Just as he pondered the tome, The 7 Secret Teachings of the Earth, a sudden, excruciating pain pierced his mind, akin to 1,000 needles. An overwhelming black mist surged from his body, enveloping him entirely, and his consciousness began to fade. Chapter 2. The Golden Finger and the Tail Ring. Meekin felt himself sinking into the frigid waters, the salty liquid invading his nostrils and mouth. Yet he experienced no sensation of suffocation. Struggling to open his eyes, he found himself surrounded by an array of bizarre creatures, incomprehensible and otherworldly. Among them, a small fish glided past, its form seemingly ordinary. However, as it began to hunt, an alarming number of brown tentacles erupted from its tiny mouth, stretching out to ensnare a small shrimp, which it swiftly drew into its maw, sending a shiver down Meekin's spine. He desperately attempted to swim upwards, flailing his limbs, yet found no ascent. Looking up, he beheld a colossal moon casting a strange crimson glow upon the surface, a blood moon, accompanied by the tentacles of the creatures surrounding him, reminiscent of the 7 secrets of the earth. In that moment, his past life as an aficionado of the arcane left him no room for self-deception. This was clearly an element of the Cthulhu mythos. That ancient tome must indeed be authentic. It seemed his transference into the Harry Potter universe was a consequence of that very book. Meekin endeavored to maintain his composure. Closing his eyes, drawing upon his esoteric knowledge from his previous life, he surmised that he was currently a spiritual entity, adrift in the sea of spirituality. To escape this realm, he needed to remain calm and rational. Time lost its meaning, and suddenly, a black tome exuding a dark mist manifested in his mind. The book opened slowly, its pages obscured by swirling shadows, with abstract and distorted writing beneath. Unconsciously, he extended his paw to dispel the mist, only for it to writhe and ensnare his paw, surging into his being, followed by an onslaught of excruciating pain. In the sea of spirituality, The form of the black cat disintegrated into a fine crimson mist, only to be pulled back together by the dark fog. Throughout this tumultuous process, the black cat began to descend further, the blood moon visibly shrinking above, while the surrounding crimson light gradually contracted. When he finally opened his eyes again, the number of monstrous beings had diminished, but those that remained were even more formidable and peculiar. Some bore humanoid forms with tentacles sprouting from their heads, while others, resembling fish yet possessing indistinct human features, swam about in search of sustenance. Whispers echoed incessantly in Meekin's ears, and he recognized with clarity that he could not linger in this place. He concentrated on retracting his spiritual essence, and the sea of spirituality began to recede, returning him to reality. As the sun rose, its golden rays scattered light upon the earth, filling the air with the fragrant aroma of blooming flowers and grasses. Meekin stretched forward, raising his hindquarters and lifting his long tail, indulging in a luxurious yawn that resonated through the air. He turned to sniff himself, relieved to find no foul odor lingering, unlike the descriptions often found in novels of profound transformation. Clearly, this descent into the sea of spirituality had bestowed upon him considerable benefits. At the very least, his physical form had been enhanced. He lifted his paw, applying a gentle pressure, and 5 adorable little pads emerged, revealing glossy black claws that shimmered with a metallic sheen. Meekin leaped onto the windowsill, gazing into the distance at the slowly rising sun, its light reflecting in his beautiful feline eyes, yet still failing to dispel the lingering sense of confusion within. In his previous life, he led a mundane existence, but in this life, he is imbued with an air of enigma and no longer exists as a mere human. Yet, he is now presented with the opportunity to pursue power. Meekin does not let this inflate his ego. The real-world Dumbledore, the greatest white wizard of the age, harbors deep doubts about him. However, the tome he possesses, The 7 Secrets of the Earth, is far more terrifying than any white wizard. Wizards, at the very least, indulge in clever schemes, while the arcane side crushes you with as little thought as one would give to squashing an ant. Regaining his composure, Meekin prepares to head to the dining hall. He is determined to live a vibrant life in this incarnation. Following Professor McGonagall's introduction from the previous night, he arrives at the hall, where only professors are dining during the holiday, while the remaining young wizards are still in slumber. Dumbledore greets Meekin as he enters with feline grace, beckoning him over. Upon glancing at Dumbledore, Meekin realizes there is no seat beside him. But remembering that he is no longer human, the cat gracefully leaps onto the dining table. Dumbledore places a plate of cream cake in front of him. Meekin, allow me to introduce you. These are the heads of our Hogwarts houses. Professor McGonagall, head of Gryffindor, whom you met last night. Professor Flitwick, head of Ravenclaw. Professor Snape, head of Slytherin. And Professor Sprout, head of Hufflepuff. The other professors do not reside here during the holidays, but after breakfast, Professor McGonagall will accompany you to Diagon Alley for the supplies you will need this term. With a playful wink, Dumbledore concludes his introduction. Listening to the introductions, Meekin can only respond with a series of meows to the peculiar gazes of the professors, wishing he could speak. Nevertheless, the prospect of visiting Diagon Alley fills him with joy. Glancing down at the cake on his plate, he swiftly swipes at it with his paws, dividing it into several small portions, and begins to feast like a true gluttonous cat. Snape observes the neatly sliced cake with an involuntary twitch at the corner of his mouth, then turns to Dumbledore, who merely winks back without uttering a word. After devouring the cake, Meekin's gaze shifts to a fish on the table, significantly larger than himself. His body, transformed by dark mist, clearly requires more sustenance than just a slice of cake. Perhaps due to his feline nature, he finds it irresistible to resist the allure of the delectable fish, and his modesty dissipates as he races toward his target, bowing his head and devouring with fervor. The enormous fish is swiftly reduced to mere bones, yet his belly shows no sign of fullness, leaving the professors astonished. Post-meal, Professor McGonagall cradles Meekin and transports him from the Hogwarts fireplace to Diagon Alley, where the Victorian architecture dazzles the Oriental cat's eyes. After purchasing the necessary books, cauldrons, telescopes, and brass scales for the term, she encounters a dilemma. Firstly, it is certain that the cat does not require clothing, nor does he need a pet. With a firm resolve, he embraced Meekin and stepped into Ollivander's wand shop, a venerable establishment with a history of wand-making spanning 13 centuries. "Good morning, Professor McGonagall. Does your wand require maintenance?" Ollivander approached, his untamed white hair complementing his silver eyes, exuding an aura of mystique. "Mr. Ollivander, this Hogwarts freshman is in need of a wand." Professor McGonagall gently placed Meekin on the counter. Ollivander gazed intently at Meekin for quite some time before declaring, "No, I do not possess a wand suitable for him. What he requires is not a wand." With that, Ollivander swiftly retreated to the back of the shop, the sound of rummaging echoing through the air. Professor McGonagall and Meekin exchanged glances. Meekin felt a surge of apprehension. acutely aware that the enigmatic energy coursing through him was distinctly incompatible with the magical framework of the Harry Potter universe. Whether Dumbledore was aware of this, he could not ascertain, but the intensity of Ollivander's gaze made him feel as though he were being scrutinized to the very core of his being. Upon returning, Ollivander held a small square box with utmost care. He delicately wiped away the dust before opening it, revealing a silver ring-like ornament, reminiscent of an enlarged signet ring, intricately designed with elaborate patterns. From the moment Ollivander unveiled the box, Mackin could sense the sentience embedded within the ring. It was undoubtedly a forbidden artifact. This item had been passed down through generations, its origins shrouded in mystery, devoid of any traces of magic or alchemy. Yet, it possessed a unique energy, and through the studies of his ancestors, it had been concluded that it bore a resemblance to a wand, although no wizard had ever received its acknowledgement, until today. When I beheld you, immediately, this object sprang to mind. Do give it a try, Ollivander urged. After examining Mackin closely, Ollivander scratched his head and slipped the ring onto his tail. The ring then instinctively contracted, and Mackin, having flicked his long tail, felt no discomfort whatsoever. Oh, a perfect match. A mere 13 galleons, Ollivander proclaimed with satisfaction. Chapter 3, The Gift of the White Dark Lord. Upon returning with Professor McGonagall, Mackin confined himself to his room, eagerly clutching the newly acquired book, Basic Spells for Beginners, and leaped onto the plush bed. He turned to the page on the levitation charm and began to read attentively. Although his feline form granted him agility and grace, it lacked the convenience afforded by his human self. Mastering the levitation charm would undoubtedly enhance his capabilities. As he meticulously flipped through the pages, committing the incantation to memory and reinforcing it in his mind, Mackin felt ready. He stood upright, paws clutching his tail, aiming for a feather quill on the table, and loudly recited, meow 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 meow. However, the feather quill remained unmoved, devoid of any inclination to respond. With his paws stiff, Mackin lowered his tail, pondering the possibility that his inability to speak was the cause of his failure to cast the spell. Unfazed, Mackin grasped his tail once more and tirelessly mewed at the feather quill. After an hour of relentless effort, he finally collapsed onto the bed, utterly exhausted. Mackin rolled restlessly on the soft bed, expressing his discontent. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the cat-tail ring at the tip of his tail, and recalling Ollivander's words, a spark of inspiration struck him. He recited the incantation for the levitation charm, Wingardium Leviosa, and directed his essence towards the tail ring, envisioning the quill rising into the air. Almost immediately, a warmth emanated from the ring, and the quill began to float as he had envisioned. This thrilled the little feline immensely. Mackin deftly maneuvered the quill through the air, his striking heterochromatic eyes fixated upon it. As he became engrossed, he instinctively crouched, raising his hindquarters and twisting side to side. His tail arched in a playful pounce. However, his thoughts remained tethered to the quill, and sensing its master's fervent desire to grasp it, the quill shot towards him with unexpected speed. Realizing it was about to collide with his head, Mackin tried to dodge, but it was too late. A resounding meow echoed through Hogwarts. Mackin's abode was a small spire within a grand castle, directly opposite a towering edifice where the headmaster's office resided at the pinnacle. At that moment, Dumbledore stood behind the window, observing Mackin's inaugural spellcasting. When he witnessed the quill strike the cat on the head, causing him to perform a full 360 flip before landing in a heap, Dumbledore erupted into hearty laughter. Truly, a remarkable display of magical talent. He turned to his old companion, the Phoenix Fox, who understood the cue and vanished in a swirl of flames. In seclusion, Mackin dedicated himself to mastering other spells from the beginner's guide to standard charms, such as the softening charm, cutting charm, unlocking charm, locking charm, and repairing charm. Time flew by during his studies, and soon it was time for dinner. Despite the fatigue that weighed upon him, even after his transformation by the dark mist, Mackin prioritized filling his belly and dashed toward the dining hall. The food at Hogwarts was always sumptuous. Upon entering the hall, he found Dumbledore and several professors already dining. Instantly captivated by a gargantuan roasted turkey on the table, Mackin recalled that turkeys had always been dry and tasteless in his experience, yet this one appeared different. Glancing at the indifferent expressions of the professors, he resolutely claimed the turkey as his own, biting into its neck with a satisfying crunch and quickly devouring it. As his eating became increasingly barbaric, Professor Snape's expression grew progressively more rigid. What was Dumbledore thinking, allowing such a perilous creature into Hogwarts? With the school year approaching, Harry and Lily were soon to arrive. After finishing the turkey, Mackin enjoyed a glass of milk, channeling the levitation charm into his tail ring. The napkin on the table, under the influence of his magic, deftly wiped the corners of his mouth clean. Oh, Merlin's floral trousers. This black cat was casting spells silently and wandlessly. Professor Flitwick was so astonished that he inadvertently yanked out a handful of his own white beard without feeling a thing. Do not be startled, Phileas. It is likely the ring upon his tail that assists him, akin to a wand. Albus, Dumbledore elucidated, though the final remark seemed to drift into soliloquy. Albus, even so. This cat. No, it is Macon. Macon is a genius. He ought to be placed in Ravenclaw. Professor Flitwick fixed a fervent gaze upon Macon. Listen, Macon. If you find yourself with leisure, do visit me often. Though you are but a cat, I am eager to instruct you in the art of dueling with humans. Enough. Flitwick. As for which house Macon shall join, the Sorting Hat shall determine that. By the way, Macon, I have prepared a gift for you. I hope you shall find it delightful. Upon finishing, Dumbledore waved his hand, and a meticulously crafted, diminutive brown leather satchel materialized in his grasp. The satchel featured straps on either side, resembling a small backpack, with a contoured inner surface designed to fit snugly against the back, clearly tailored specially for Macon. Macon approached and inserted his paws into the leather loops of the satchel, which seamlessly adjusted to fit him, twisting from side to side as if affixed to his back. The feline regarded Dumbledore with a puzzled expression. This is an alchemical artifact that I had an old friend create for you last night. Fox has just returned with it. The bag has been enchanted with a seamless expansion charm, providing ample space for your textbooks or perhaps a generous supply of cockroach clusters or fizzing whizbees, Dumbledore quipped. Winking playfully, Macon emitted a series of excited meows. This was indeed a spatial accessory. Dumbledore's friend must be none other than Nicholas Flamel, the renowned creator of the Philosopher's Stone, a masterpiece crafted by a master surely. Macon felt a reluctant forgiveness for Dumbledore's previous doubts about him. With his new satchel secured, Macon joyfully scampered back to his abode, eager to experiment with this spatial backpack. Upon channeling his thoughts into the bag, he was astounded once more. He had anticipated a mere standard backpack's capacity, yet the interior was as expansive as a room. Utilizing the levitation charm, he transported the books, cauldron, scales, and telescope purchased from Diagon Alley into the bag, retrieving each item one by one with the charm. No need for the cat to exert his claws. Kudos to Nicholas Flamel. He truly deserves his reputation as the father of European alchemy. It is crucial to note that ordinarily, items subjected to the seamless expansion charm do not permit the levitation charm to access their interiors, let alone reverse the process of extraction. Additionally, the brass zipper pull bore an inscription in English, Nicholas Flamel, which delighted the cat immensely. Chapter 4, The Sorting Ceremony. After a week's passage, Macon had grown disinterested in perusing the book's standard spells. Beginner. During this week, he sought the assistance of Professor Flitwick multiple times, requesting help in developing a small spell. This particular incantation would allow words to manifest from thin air, enabling him to communicate and express his wishes at any moment. Fortunately, it was a simple task for Professor Flitwick, who developed a new spell capable of releasing a white mist that would automatically coalesce into words within mere hours. After mastering the spell, the cat, with a flick of its tail, released a voluminous cloud of white mist into the air, effortlessly crafting an array of words and images, truly a remarkable convenience. As for concerns regarding magical energy consumption, there was no need for anxiety. Ever since the transformation by the dark mist, Macon could distinctly sense the myriad of minute magical elements surrounding him. The dark mist coalesced into countless menacing black claws, forcefully seizing the magical elements and drawing them back into his being. This method was exponentially faster than the time-consuming practices required by the wizards of this world to accumulate magical power. Thankfully, the denizens of this realm remained oblivious to these occurrences. They could merely sense the presence of magic. Macon joyfully roamed the halls of Hogwarts Castle, encountering numerous ghosts along the way. Upon sighting Macon, the specters hastily fled, as if confronted by a harbinger of doom. The cat, perplexed by this reaction, felt an inexplicable urge to devour them, and as he watched them scurry away in panic, tears of frustration welled at the corners of his mouth. With the holidays coming to an end, new young wizards would be arriving at Hogwarts that very evening. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Macon positioned himself by the window, propping it open and perching on the balcony to admire the sunset, patiently awaiting the arrival of the newcomers. The surface of the Black Lake gradually illuminated with glimmers of light, as boats carrying the young wizards glided slowly toward the castle, accompanied by the sounds of chatter. Macon even spotted the half-giant gamekeeper, Rubeus Hagrid, seated in one of the boats, gripping its sides tightly to prevent it from capsizing. During his days at Hogwarts, Macon had observed Hagrid residing near the Forbidden Forest, and seeing that imposing figure now was somewhat startling. It was impressive how enchantments had been applied to the boats, ensuring their sturdiness. As the throngs of young wizards began to surge into the castle, crossing the stone bridge in preparation for the feast, the cat stretched lazily before leaping toward the Great Hall. Activating the levitation charm, he increased his magical output, propelling himself forward with a sudden burst of speed before landing and following the young wizards inside. The dimming twilight, combined with his small stature, ensured he went unnoticed by the newcomers. Ascending the steps, Professor McGonagall, adorned in an exquisite emerald green robe, stood at the entrance. Welcome to Hogwarts. Upon crossing this threshold, you shall commence the sorting ceremony. The school is divided into 4 houses: Gryffindor, Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, and Slytherin. During your time here, your house will be your home. Exceptional performances will earn your house points, while any infractions will result in deductions. At the end of the year, the house with the highest score will be awarded the House Cup, Professor McGonagall announced. As she spoke, Mayken, feeling rather bored, noticed a toad hopping up the steps. It must belong to Neville. Utilizing the levitation charm, he gently guided the toad into Neville's pocket to spare him any undue fright. Reflecting on Neville's parents, who had been driven to madness by Death Eaters, the cat shook his head with a sigh. The sorting ceremony was about to begin. With her speech concluded, Professor McGonagall turned and departed. Meghan nestled into a corner, preparing to observe the unfolding drama. Indeed, she soon heard Draco attempting to charm Harry Potter while disparaging Ron. Professor McGonagall returned, leading the young wizards into the Great Hall. Meghan strolled leisurely behind, confident that as long as she remained silent, no one would notice her presence. Stand here, please. Professor Dumbledore has something to say, McGonagall announced. Dumbledore rose and proclaimed, I must announce several new guidelines. First-year students, take heed. The Forbidden Forest is off limits. And if you wish to avoid a most dreadful fate, do not venture into the corridor to the right on the 3rd floor. Thank you. This declaration sent a shiver through the group of young wizards, who were alarmed at the prospect of facing such dire consequences in their first year. Meghan, however, paid little attention to Dumbledore's speech. Her gaze was fixed intently on Professor Quirrell, who stood beside Professor Snape. More specifically, she was observing the back of Quirrell's head. Since Harry had entered the hall, Quirrell had been facing away from her. Was Voldemort watching Harry? But little did he know that she was also observing him. The 7 secrets of the earth that had lain dormant since her last encounter in the Sea of Spirits began to stir within her mind. Dark mists swirling and whispering from the tome, and she could hear it clearly. It was hungry. The sorting ceremony commenced. When I call your name, please come forward to don the sorting hat. McGonagall held the student list in one hand and the hat in the other. Hannah Abbott. One by one, she called out names, each young wizard growing increasingly anxious, especially Ron, whose expression resembled that of a condemned prisoner awaiting execution. His hat appearing less like a sorting hat and more like an executioner's device. Meghan had to stifle her laughter, pressing her paws against her mouth in an effort to contain herself. Meghan. As her name was called, the young wizards looked around, puzzled as to who this Meghan might be, given that everyone had a name. As Meghan sauntered toward the sorting hat, gasps erupted from the assembled students. Wow, look, it's a black cat. Oh, Merlin S. Bloomers. A black cat is about to be sorted. What, my roommate could be a cat? Should I prepare a litter box and catnip? When the black cat leapt onto the stool, just as McGonagall was about to place the sorting hat on her, the hat began to evade her, exclaiming, Gryffindor, Gryffindor, get away from me. Do not touch me with your claws. Embarrassed, Meghan retracted her paw, scratching her dairy before heading straight to the staff table. She opted to leap onto Dumbledore's dining table, knowing the old wizard preferred desserts. After all, the feasts of fish and meat would eventually find their way into her mouth. As the sorting continued, Dumbledore noticed Meghan approaching and inquired, Meghan, why do you not sit with Gryffindor? I hope you will make many friends and enjoy your time at Hogwarts. Professor Dumbledore, she replied, I sense many ghosts are preparing to enter, and I do not wish to frighten them, so it is better for me to remain here. Indeed, I have received some feedback from the spirits, who expressed a profound and instinctual fear in your presence, sensing the multitude of secrets that shroud you. Rest assured, I shall not delve into these matters. I have grown weary and merely wish to spend my twilight years in tranquility. Please be assured, Hogwarts is also my home, and I hold it dear. As for Mayken, if one were to believe such words, it would be better to meet a swift end than to indulge in such folly. The Elder Bee refrains from taking matters into its own hands, merely because it currently finds itself in a position of weakness, still within the realm of control. Moreover, this period of deliberately showcasing magical prowess serves as a means of fortifying one's own bargaining chips. This feline possesses boundless potential and shall become a formidable ally in the future. What nonsense the foxes speak of. The little cat is indeed feeble. But what can it do? It is best to first satisfy its hunger. The desserts belong to the Elder Bee, while the meat is for the cat. Look at that adorable black cat with its beautiful eyes. Hermione exclaimed excitedly to Harry and Ron. Harry and Ron watched as Mayken devoured the turkey head with a crunch, reluctantly agreeing that it was rather charming. After the young wizards finished their meal, the sorting hat led the way in singing the off-key school song, after which the house prefects escorted everyone back to their respective dormitories. Mayken, residing in the small tower, did not join the procession. The return journey was considerably quieter. Upon closing the door and preparing a warm bath, Mayken luxuriated in the tub, reflecting on the hall's atmosphere and the headmaster's yearning for Voldemort. The thought of the headmaster consuming Voldemort excited the cat, Perhaps, if that were to happen, it might once again experience the dark mist's baptism. Shaking its head, the cat leaped onto the windowsill, shedding water from its fur before settling down, allowing the evening breeze to dry its coat. Chapter 5. The cat attends class. On the first day of the new term, Macon awoke early. Glancing at the clock, it was precisely 8 o'clock. Gathering its books and tools for class, it recited the levitation charm and soared from the window directly into the dining hall, for the cat could not afford to go hungry. As for why it did not simply use the door, ever since Macon learned the levitation charm and applied it to itself, it found the prospect of climbing stairs rather tedious. The dining hall, sparsely populated with upperclassmen, welcomed Macon, who sauntered in with feline grace and received numerous greetings. As the sight of a cat attending school undeniably astonished many. "Hey, Macon, I didn't expect to see you here. Come over." Macon looked up to find the charming Miss Beaver, while Hermione, an avid cat enthusiast herself, was known in the original tale to have a cat with the bloodline of a cat-like creature. With a gentle leap onto the dining table, Hermione pushed a hefty portion of chicken leg towards Macon, gesturing for it to partake. "Hello, Macon. I am Hermione Granger, delighted to meet you. You are simply adorable. May I pet you? Just once." Macon observed the mountain of chicken leg before it, and then glanced at Hermione, whose hopeful expression and restless hands compelled it to nod in agreement. Surely, this girl had not been lingering in the dining hall since dawn solely for the sake of a cat? Hermione, noticing Macon with its little backpack, cautiously placed her hand atop the cat's head, gently stroking its fur. The cat's tail flicked, and a wisp of smoke emerged, forming words in the air. "Use some force." "Wow." Hermione let out a loud exclamation as she scooped up the cat, cradling it in her arms with fervor. The animal's alertness caused Macon's muscles to tense momentarily before relaxing, allowing the girl to move about freely. Since transforming into a cat, this was the first time experiencing such affection, and it felt utterly delightful. Macon finally understood why felines so cherished being held. After breakfast, Macon gazed at the plethora of books laid out on the dining table, marveling at Miss Beaver's intelligence and eagerness to learn. With a flick of the levitation charm, the books soared into her backpack before she gracefully leapt into Hermione's embrace, settling into a comfortable position. Macon's message was clear. There was no need to carry the books. She could manage. "Macon, how did you cast that spell? Why didn't you need to utter an incantation? And you didn't even use a wand. Is it possible you performed nonverbal, wandless magic? That is simply incredible." Macon waved her tail in front of Hermione, who was instantly captivated by the exquisite ring adorning it. "Are you suggesting that your ability to cast spells is due to that ring? Is it akin to your wand? How marvelous." Macon nodded in affirmation, and Hermione's joy intensified with this newfound understanding, for sharing secrets is the hallmark of true friendship. The two made their way to the Transfiguration classroom, with Hermione animatedly recounting everything she had gleaned from her readings. Macon bore no disdain for the child's exuberance. After all, this little kitty was far superior to Hermione's two ineffectual male companions. Upon entering the classroom, they greeted Professor McGonagall, who had already taken her seat, and settled into a spot near the front. Macon leapt onto the desk, producing the textbooks they would require for class, then lay down, patiently awaiting the lesson. Professor McGonagall observed the duo's entrance with a smile, remarking, "Little Macon, you found a friend so quickly." The cat responded with a couple of cheerful meows. Hermione noticed their evident camaraderie but felt too shy to inquire further, so she opened her textbook and began to study independently. Bored, the cat dozed on the desk while the young witches and wizards scribbled notes with their quills, the scratch of the pens resembling a soothing lullaby. Just as Macon was on the verge of slumber, the sound of hurried footsteps broke the tranquility. Upon looking up, she saw that it was Harry and Ron, clearly late. Harry and Ron entered the classroom, scanning the room until they spotted the tabby cat on the desk, mistakenly believing the professor was absent. "Thank goodness we made it." "Can you imagine the expression on old McGonagall's face when she discovers we are late?" Ron exclaimed, but before he could finish, the tabby cat leapt down and, in the blink of an eye, transformed into Professor McGonagall. "I might consider turning you two into pocket watches, so you would never be late again," Professor McGonagall said, her expression stern. "Apologies, Professor, we got lost," Ron stammered. "Perhaps I should transform you into a map, and then you would know how to find the classroom. Now, quickly, take your seats." Once they were settled, Professor McGonagall casually transfigured a desk into a pig and back again before launching into her lecture. Transfiguration is the most complex and perilous magic you will encounter at Hogwarts. Anyone who misbehaves in my classroom will be asked to leave and shall never return. I have warned you. Transfiguration possesses the remarkable ability to alter the shape and appearance of an object. However, it is not without its limitations. It is essential to remember the fundamental principles of Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration. After imparting a wealth of knowledge, Professor McGonagall distributed a matchstick to each student, instructing the young wizards to transfigure it into a needle. For Macon, who had previously practiced transfiguration, this task posed no challenge whatsoever. In layman's terms, basic transfiguration involves the conversion of the material into the immaterial. Yet, mastering the art of transfiguration is an entirely different endeavor. With a flick of his tail, Macon pointed at the matchstick, which gradually elongated and thinned until it transformed into a silver needle. Macon was the first to successfully complete the transfiguration. Gryffindor earned 5 points. Professor McGonagall beamed with delight as she patted Macon on the head. Hermione stared wide-eyed at the exquisite silver needle before Macon, then glanced at her own half-transfigured matchstick, which remained stubbornly half a matchstick and half a needle, shaking her head as she continued her attempts. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, and upon seeing each other's work, their expressions darkened. Their matchsticks remained unchanged. It was not until the end of the class that Hermione, with Macon's assistance, managed to transform her matchstick into a needle, granting Gryffindor another 5 points. The curriculum for first-year students at Hogwarts is rather relaxed. Today consisted of merely one transfiguration lesson in the morning and a potions class in the afternoon, marking the swift passage of the day. After tidying up their books, Macon was preparing to head to the library with Hermione, as there were still over 3 hours until lunchtime. Hermione, cradling Macon, approached Harry and Ron, inviting them to join her in studying at the library, but it was evident that their interests lay elsewhere. Frustrated, Hermione dismissed the two seemingly unhelpful boys and briskly walked toward the library. Why does she always insist on dragging us to study? Does she think it makes her superior to us? Ron remarked to Harry, his displeasure evident. Ron, perhaps she simply wishes for us to acquire more knowledge. Harry consoled his friend. Oh, enough about her, Harry. Let us play wizard's chess instead. Macon and Hermione arrived at the library, only to be met with the obstruction of Madame Pants, the librarian, who made her disapproval clear. Pets were not permitted within the library. Macon flicked his tail, conjuring a mist that revealed the words, "Greetings, Madame Pants. I am a first-year student at Hogwarts." Madame Pants scrutinized the black cat, and then Hermione, ultimately allowing them entry. For the presence of first-year students eager to read so soon after the term's commencement indicated a genuine love for literature, likely ensuring the preservation of the books. After searching for a spell, both selected a volume entitled Standard Spells, Level 2. The pair settled at a table near the window to delve into their studies. Before long, Macon dashed out, returning with 4 floating books trailing behind him. Placing them on the table, the feline promptly opened one and began to read, while Hermione gazed at the titles in astonishment. All were part of the Standard Spells series, which consisted of 6 textbooks corresponding to the 6 years at Hogwarts. Hermione believed she was making rapid progress in her studies of the second-year spellbook. Little did she know that Macon intended to complete all 6 years' worth of spellbooks. These 6 volumes contained over 20 spells, ranging from the most elementary color change charm to the most intricate memory charm. Among the many enchantments that piqued Macon's interest were the dance charm, which compels the victim to dance, and the tickling charm, which induces uncontrollable laughter. One should not underestimate these seemingly harmless spells. Macon pondered whether making someone dance could elicit remarkable movements, perhaps even a self-inflicted contortion. Similarly, if the tickling charm could provoke incessant laughter, could it not lead to a state of uncontrollable mirth? Indeed, Kat was particularly intrigued by these possibilities. Nearby, Hermione involuntarily shivered as she read. Chapter 6. This matter concerns Kat not. Before long, it was noon, and both human and feline stretched lazily before setting aside their books to head to the dining hall. Upon entering, they spotted Harry and Ron already engaged in their meal. Truly, they excelled at dining above all else. Hey, Hermione, Macon, come sit over here. Harry beckoned them to join. Kat leapt onto the table in search of a beloved dish, a plate of braised fish. I heard that in our afternoon potions class, we'll be with Slytherin, which means we'll encounter Draco Malfoy, Harry said with evident displeasure. This is truly dreadful news. I cannot stand that Draco. Miss Beaver recalled vividly how Draco had insulted her on the train, referring to her as a mudblood. Indeed, these purebloods are utterly revolting, Ron remarked, his mouth full of chicken leg, recalling his own encounter with Draco's vitriol at the entrance to the Great Hall. The long-standing feud between the Weasley and Malfoy families was not lost on him. As Macon savored his fish, he nearly chuckled at Draco's antics. The lad certainly had a knack for stirring trouble, blissfully unaware of the day he might face consequences. Hermione, when did you and Macon become such close companions? I saw you holding him this morning. May I pet him too? Harry inquired, eyeing the fish-eating Macon. Well, you could try. I'm not sure if he'll allow you to touch him, Hermione replied, shifting her gaze toward Macon. Macon continued to munch on his fish, seemingly indifferent to their conversation. As Harry reached out to stroke the feline, just as his fingers were about to brush against Kat, Macon turned his head sharply to fix Harry with an unwavering stare. Harry awkwardly withdrew his hand. This little fellow still desires to be treated as a precious being. As the 7th Horcrux, he possesses no self-awareness. Kat endured much daily. After finishing their lunch, Macon remained cradled in Hermione's arms as they made their way to the potions classroom. Upon entering, Macon requested to sit near the window, to which Hermione, perplexed, was drawn over by the floating spell cast by Cat. Brewing potions resembled conducting a chemistry experiment, often leading to unexpected explosions, at which point they would open the windows for fresh air. After surreptitiously scribbling notes on the table, Cat swiftly retracted the mist into his tail. Macon, you even know about chemistry? Hermione was utterly astonished. For a century, she had believed that Macon was a magical creature, akin to the fantastic beasts of the wizarding world. Little did she know that Macon possessed knowledge from the scientific realm as well. Of course, this feline had previously mingled among humans. Macon gently patted Hermione, signaling her to quell her astonishment. Before long, the grand doors swung open, and Severus Snape, clad in an inky black wizarding robe, strode into the room with urgency. With a flourish of his hands, his robe billowed out behind him like a great bat swooping into the classroom. During my lesson, stow away your wands and refrain from uttering any incantations. I do not expect you to grasp the intricacies and marvels of potion making. But for the select few who possess the requisite talent and insight, I can impart the art of beguiling the mind and ensnaring the senses. I can teach you how to attain renown, garner accolades, and even achieve immortality. At this juncture, Professor Snape approached Harry Potter with swift steps. Our illustrious savior, do you feel so self-assured that you no longer need to pay attention? Snape's gaze bore into Harry's eyes. Macon and Hermione exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. Hermione whispered to Macon that this was the second time today. The feline nodded in agreement. Harry Potter, what shall be the result of combining powdered daffodil root and mugwort infusion? Hermione immediately raised her hand in response, fully aware of the answer from her pre-class studies. Apologies, Professor, I do not know, Harry replied, shaking his head. Where might one procure Dunkstone? Hermione raised her hand even higher, confident in her knowledge from her studies aboard the Hogwarts Express. Apologies, Professor, I do not know, Harry repeated. What distinguishes wolfsbane from aconite? Hermione was practically on her feet, certain of the answer from her recent revision. Apologies, Professor, I do not know, Harry responded once more. Oh, it appears our savior is entirely uninformed. Is that correct, Mr. Potter? Professor Snape declared loudly, pointing a finger. Macon, you shall answer these 3 questions. The sudden request startled Macon, who had merely been dozing and had no intention of involving herself in this matter. Macon, what is the result of combining powdered daffodil root and mugwort infusion? Snape pressed, his gaze fixed on the feline. Meow, meow, meow. Elixir of life, Macon replied. Macon, where can one obtain Dunkstone? Meow, 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 meow. From the stomach of a sheep. She answered. Macon, what is the difference between the 2 types of aconite? Meow, meow, meow. They are the same, she stated. Excellent. All answers correct. Slytherin gains 5 points. As for you, Mr. Potter, Gryffindor loses 5 points. Why are you not recording this? Snape concluded, turning to ascend the podium. Gryffindor fell into silence, as did Slytherin. What was unfolding here? What were they to record? Was it the meowing? Could Professor Snape actually speak cat language? Wasn't this black cat a Gryffindor? Even if the answers were correct, why was Slytherin awarded points? The little lions felt an immediate sense of imbalance in their hearts. Hermione, with a dazed expression, retracted her hand and gazed at the black cat, who wore a look of utter confusion. Though I may not be human, you, Severus Snape, are indeed a cur. Now, let us embark on the journey of concocting a simple potion to cure scabies. After Professor Snape elucidated the necessary ingredients and the steps for preparing the scabies potion, he instructed the young wizards to commence their brewing, moving about the classroom like a nocturnal bat in search of prey. As the potions class progressed, nearly every young wizard had faced Snape's criticism, save for Macon, Hermione, and Draco. Macon and Hermione, seated at the same table, were grouped together, with the diligent Miss Granger hardly requiring the assistance of the cat. Draco, on the other hand, was favored by Snape. Observing Draco's cauldron still simmering with potion, it was at this moment that Neville prepared to toss in a hedgehog's spine. Macon swiftly employed the levitation charm to seize the spine from Neville's grasp and deposited it into Draco's cauldron. In no time, the cauldron began to emit a copious amount of green smoke, filling the classroom with a pungent and acrid odor. Macon hurried to crack open a window for ventilation and, utilizing transfiguration, transformed a chair into a glass dome to shield the 2 of them. The potion within the cauldron gradually swelled, the bubbling concoction resembling a series of erupting volcanoes spewing forth toxic fumes, the noxious scent inducing nausea. Draco, you imbecile, how can you be so hopeless? You previously added the powdered hedgehog spine, why would you add another spine? Snape's furious wand movements drew the thick smoke back into the cauldron, which he then expelled through the window, turning to glare at the 1 human and 1 cat who were watching the spectacle unfold within the glass dome, his eye twitching in irritation. Chapter 7, The Room of Requirement. After the potions class concluded, Macon declined Miss Beaverton's invitation to linger in the library and ventured alone to the 8th floor of the castle. Seeking the tapestry depicting the ogre being foolishly beaten by a bat, thereby accessing the room of requirement. After a brief search, the cat discovered a grand tapestry depicting a man dressed in Victorian attire teaching an ogre to ballet dance. With his back to the tapestry, Macon silently intoned, "I require a room to practice spells." After pacing back and forth 3 times, a grand door manifested upon the wall. The cat leapt, grasping the doorknob, and with a satisfying click, the door swung open. Upon entering the room, he found it spacious, illuminated only by a few braziers, with a row of mannequins standing in the center. The mannequins resembled plastic models in a clothing store, with joints that were not ball-shaped, precisely what Macon desired. His objective for the day was to practice the dance spell, classified as a dark curse within the wizarding world, capable of making an opponent's legs move uncontrollably in a manner reminiscent of a lively jig, the incantation being tarantella. Focusing his intention, Macon directed the spell through his tail ring at one of the mannequins, and it promptly began to dance. He continued to adjust the output of his magical energy. Yet no matter how much he infused, the mannequin remained in its rhythmic motion. Upon ceasing his magical endeavors, Macon began to ponder how he might compel a mannequin to perform a myriad of actions at his behest. Currently, his magic could only be unleashed through the tail ring, which served as his wand. Given his limited knowledge of spells, the notion of emulating the Harry Potter magical framework was evidently impractical. Since he could not draw upon magic or incantations, he decided to adopt the method of spellcasting itself. The innate magic within the cat continuously transformed into sustenance for its spirit. Thus, if magic could be wielded, why not channel the spirit instead? If one were to liken magic to a wired connection, then spirit could be compared to wireless transmission. Both convey information at comparable speeds, but through distinct means. With this thought, Macon attempted to envelop the mannequin in his spirit, and it trembled slightly before rising to its feet. An ingenious plan. After successfully orchestrating the mannequin to execute various movements within the space, he began to experiment with the potential for inflicting harm upon himself. He commanded the mannequin to raise an arm, envisioning it bending backward at the joint. The forearm and upper arm strained to fold in the opposite direction, producing a series of cracking sounds, yet the force was evidently insufficient. At that moment, he recalled the tail ring, responding to Macon's intent. The ring shimmered with a dark light, instantly amplifying his spirit. With a sharp crack, the mannequin's arm twisted grotesquely, and the elbow joint shattered. The cat, overjoyed, rolled on the ground, clutching the tail ring as if it were a precious treasure, akin to the Monkey King encountering his golden staff. Next, he decided to test group control. His spirit, resembling an expansive net, swiftly enveloped a dozen mannequins. Following his commands, they began to dance to New Treasure Island and subsequently engaged in mock combat, much to the delight of the cat. Macon had discerned the primary function of the ring. When wielding magic, it acted as a wand, while in the realm of spirit, it served as an amplifier. When his own spirit was lacking, he could consume vast amounts of magic to replenish it. Conversely, when magic was in short supply, the menacing black claws extending from the sea of spirit were ever ready to ensnare magical elements. Macon sensed that, according to the 7 secrets of the earth, his prowess would undoubtedly surge after consuming Voldemort. Suddenly, the cat froze, realizing he was currently in the room of requirement, where a soul artifact awaited. Excited, Macon rushed out of the room of requirement and stood before the tapestry, murmuring, "I need a room to store miscellaneous items." Upon entering the room, he immediately sneezed several times. The air was thick with dust, indicating that it had been ages since anyone had ventured inside. Forgotten relics lay scattered throughout. And after a prolonged search, the cat finally halted beside a discarded suit of armor. It was a coronet in the shape of an eagle with outstretched wings, adorned with white diamonds on either side, and a large blue gem nestled at its center. Inscribed at the base of the coronet was the phrase, "The wisdom of the exceptional is humanity's greatest treasure." However, Macon was not captivated by the gem. To him, the entire coronet exuded a dense, dark mist. The menacing black claws, extending from the sea of spirit, lunged towards the coronet, twisting and writhing upon it until a vague shadow was forcibly extracted. "Ah, let me go? I am the great Dark Lord, cursed be this." "What is this?" Voldemort cried out in anguish, his grotesque black claws ensnaring not only his soul, but also embedding their sharp talons deep within it. Macon, controlling the dark claws, exhibited no haste in dragging him into the sea of spirituality. Instead, he sat down with an air of interest, a human-like smile adorning his feline visage. Voldemort, trembling with fear at the sight of this black cat, pondered incessantly on how to extricate himself. Escape was clearly impossible. The dark claws held him firmly, and his internal magic resembled a stagnant pool, utterly unresponsive to his commands. Were he facing a human, he might have had a chance to persuade them, for he was adept at manipulation, but this was unmistakably a cat. Moreover, it was not one transformed by an animagus. His profound knowledge of dark magic allowed him to discern that with ease. observing that his adversary did not immediately end his existence. Voldemort resolved to try his most proficient method. Release me. I am the great Dark Lord. I can fulfill all your desires. But as soon as he uttered these words, the grim black claws began to constrict further. The pain. It was not merely a physical agony, but one that pierced through the very soul. Ah, let go. Ugh. Please release me. The storage room echoed with his desperate cries. It was evident that the cat would not entertain such conditions. I can transform you into a human. A living, breathing human. Please, set me free. Macon gazed at Voldemort's wretched state with incredulity. You are in such a ghastly condition yourself. How can you possibly assist a cat in becoming human? What nonsense are you spouting? The menacing black claws began to tug back relentlessly, prompting Voldemort to thrash wildly. I can grant you power. Allow you to dominate the wizarding world. Please, release me. I can also offer you an endless supply of fish treats. Upon hearing this last enticement, Mycon's expression darkened significantly. In an instant, the desire to play dissipated. Let us end this swiftly. The black claws eagerly yanked Voldemort into the depths of the feline's being, traversing the sea of spirituality, ultimately drawing him into the tome of the 7 secrets of the earth. The tome opened slowly, and this time, Macon finally glimpsed the contents of the first page. As he observed the peculiar descriptions inscribed upon the pages, he found himself equally perplexed. While Macon scratched his head in confusion, the pages detached from the tome and merged with the spiritual essence. It dawned upon him that this was indeed a secret contained within the tome of the 7 secrets of the earth, known as the Soul Revival Talisman, which served to resurrect the deceased. Chapter 8. Pledging Loyalty to the Old Bee. The resurrection technique, of course, does not strictly equate to true revival. The being returned to existence lacks the attributes of a living person and can only be termed a living corpse. Though the corpse retains memories from its former life, its body has indeed perished, necessitating a substantial influx of spiritual energy for sustenance. Should it remain deprived of such energy for an extended period, it would rapidly decay and decompose. Having grasped these concepts, Macon turned his attention to the second page of the tome, where a dark mist resided. With a paw, he touched the black fog, and lo, a familiar sensation surged forth. The ever-shattering and reconstituting black cat began to descend into the sea of spirituality. If the previous domain was akin to a shallow light layer, he had now ventured into an abyssal realm, where visibility was utterly obscured, entering the layer of darkness. Whispers of various kinds surged in intensity around Mycon's ears. Though he could not see their source, he was acutely aware of their existence. The maddening, distorted murmurs incessantly tormented him, gradually eroding his sanity. Just as he teetered on the brink of madness, his body, baptized by the dark mist, ceased to disintegrate. A grotesque black claw emerged from his spiritual form, enveloping the black cat, and the whispers abruptly ceased. Upon awakening, Macon gazed upwards. The blood moon had vanished, leaving an abyss of darkness surrounding him. It appeared that each baptism led to a descent into the void, and the grotesque black claw was his only means of self-preservation in this realm of spirituality. As he exited the spiritual sea, Macon stretched his body and discovered a mirror in the cluttered room. Through the reflection, he beheld his once exquisite yellow-green heterochromatic eyes transformed into something even more enchanting, amber like a precious stone, emerald like a tourmaline. His coat of black fur was devoid of any blemish, glistening like silk. The fearsome black claws, extending like those of an octopus, seemed to trace streaks of afterimages as they captured the errant magical elements. An unsightly glutton, Macon glared disdainfully at the grotesque black claws that served as mere background, and approached the Ravenclaw diadem. What was he to do with this object? In the original tale, it was consumed by a vicious fire, yet now, after he had devoured Voldemort, the diadem had returned to its former state. Should it not rightfully belong to him, the black cat? However, the question loomed. How could such a grand diadem be worn by a creature of his size? If he sought assistance from Old B, he pondered. Would the Old One act with treachery and claim it for himself? With a paw, he prodded the diadem, but ultimately decided to seek out Old B. For it was said that the Ravenclaw diadem could enhance the wisdom of its wearer. Yet, did this not imply that whoever donned it was lacking in intellect? If it were lost, it would be lost. Whoever wore it would be deemed foolish. Disdainfully, Macon levitated the diadem into his backpack with a floating spell and exited the room of requirement, making his way directly to the headmaster's office. Upon arrival, he was confronted with a stone statue of a sphinx, barring entry without a password. Meow, 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 let me in. Ah, a little black cat. This is not a place for you unless you utter the password. What a predicament for the cat. After a moment's contemplation, Macon flicked his tail and released a cloud of white mist, which formed letters in the air. Honeycomb fudge. The statue shook its head at the misty words. Lemon sorbet, raspberry jam, sour soda, toffee fingers, chilled lemonade, butterbeer mead. The statue regarded the black cat with curiosity, wondering how it knew so many passwords. These were frequently used by Dumbledore. Lemon Snowdrop? Undeterred, Macon pinned his final trump card, Old Bee's favorite, Lemon Snowdrop. Access granted, the statue replied, its expression unchanged. With a haughty lift of his head and chest, Macon strode into the headmaster's office. Macon, what brings you here? How did you manage to enter? How did you come to know today's password? Dumbledore regarded the pompous Macon with a face full of questions. Macon leaped onto the table, gently wagging his tail as a mist emanated from him. Greetings, headmaster. I recited all your favorite desserts at the entrance, and naturally, I was permitted to enter. It seems my fondness for such delicacies is no longer a secret. Would you care for a heap of cockroaches? I've recently developed quite the taste for them. They are remarkably sweet and suit my palate. Dumbledore sat in his chair, his back turned as he fiddled with a small black cat figurine on his desk. Headmaster, while exploring the castle today, I inadvertently stumbled upon a cluttered room, and within it, I discovered this. The black cat retrieved the Ravenclaw diadem from his backpack and tossed it to Dumbledore. What is this? The diadem of Ravenclaw. How did you come across this? Dumbledore inquired, examining the diadem with a puzzled expression. Headmaster, I know not what this diadem is. When I found it, a bald, noseless creature emerged, shrouded in black mist, incessantly proclaiming himself as the Dark Lord. The cat innocently perched on the table. Voldemort! Dumbledore exclaimed, suddenly rising and fixing his gaze upon the black cat. Is he still within this diadem? Not at all. I was rather hungry, so I consumed him. I am here to confess my misdeed. The cat lowered its head, appearing quite dejected. What? You ate him? My child! Dumbledore exclaimed, astonished and momentarily at a loss for words. Yes, I did. I can eat the ghosts at school, but they tend to flee too quickly. Macon, you must understand that a soul cannot be consumed. Well, it should not be consumed indiscriminately. Are you feeling unwell? Dumbledore recalled the description of the black cat in the Book of Admission, warding off evil, communicating with spirits, and attracting wealth. Could it be that due to its warding properties, this black cat inherently possesses the ability to dispel malevolence and vanquish wicked spirits? And what does communicating with spirits entail? As for attracting wealth, he glanced at the diadem in his hand. Indeed, it seems to attract wealth. Rest assured, headmaster. After eating, I no longer feel hungry. Macon asserted truthfully, as the whispers of hunger from the 7 secrets of the earth ceased. Macon, you may not be aware of who Voldemort is. If you don't mind my old ramblings, I shall share a tale with you, Dumbledore said slowly, settling back into his chair, while the cat comfortably nestled down to listen. Voldemort, originally named Tom Marvolo Riddle, is considered the most powerful and dangerous dark wizard in history, the instigator of the Second Wizarding War, and so forth. As Dumbledore spoke, he noticed that the black cat had already sprawled out on the table, sound asleep, purring softly. He shook his head, raising his elder wand to cast a beam of white light toward Macon for a thorough examination. After confirming that the cat, aside from possessing an extraordinarily vast reservoir of magical power and robust physicality, exhibited no other issues, he finally sighed in relief. With a wave of his hand, he levitated Macon onto a soft cushion, and as he pondered over the Ravenclaw diadem, he fell into deep contemplation. This diadem was evidently a Horcrux, a dark artifact crafted by Voldemort himself. What then is the matter with Quirrell, possessed by Voldemort? Has Voldemort indeed split his soul? This revelation elucidates much. Yet the pressing concern remains to ascertain into how many fragments Voldemort has divided his essence. Alas, Dumbledore sighed heavily, appearing to age a few years in that moment. Chapter 9. The Reward for Macon. Macon was abruptly awakened, his eyes fluttering open to behold a magnificent crimson bird tugging at his ear, twisting it playfully. It was Fawkes, and with a swift swipe of his paw, he dismissed the bird's beak, stretching languidly, still harboring morning grumpiness. Indeed, how adorable he was. How I wish a small feline could grace my portrait. Why did I not think to incorporate some animals into the images? The portraits on the wall began to murmur amongst themselves, all former headmasters of Hogwarts. Apologies, Macon, but we shall be hosting a banquet this evening. I had to enlist Fawkes to rouse you, as I believe you, having missed lunch, would not wish to forfeit dinner once more. Dumbledore was now clad in splendid robes, meticulously selecting a hat. Headmaster, why is there a banquet tonight? The still drowsy cat inquired. Macon, you have reclaimed the diadem of Ravenclaw, a significant achievement. This banquet is in your honor. We have prepared a grand feast for you, hoping you will find delight in it. Macon twitched his eyes, wondering if this was truly all. Beyond the allure of the fish, the banquet seemed rather mundane. Of course, you are the most important, whatever you say goes. In the great hall of Hogwarts, although the young wizards were oblivious to the reason behind the gathering, they reveled in the merriment of feasting and playing. The most boisterous were the Weasley twins, George and Fred, who were chasing a gaggle of young wizards with a dung bomb, inciting Professor McGonagall's ire, as she transformed a chair into ropes to suspend them upside down. Hey, George, this is my first time seeing the hall from this perspective. Shut up, you are George. I am Fred. No, you simply wish to be the elder. Do not forget we are twins. Harry observed the two dangling in midair and turned to Ron. Do not worry. This is quite common for them. I have long grown weary of their pranks. Ron replied with resignation. I have lived amidst their mischief since childhood. In the Weasley household, there were 3 older brothers than the twins, and only Ron and Ginny as the younger siblings. Ginny, their cherished little sister, made Ron's predicament all too evident, and both Harry and Hermione regarded him with sympathetic expressions. Look, it is Headmaster Dumbledore and Macon. Ron's eyes widened in astonishment at the sight of Dumbledore materializing alongside the black cat in his arms. Silence. Everyone, please be quiet. I have a few words to impart. This banquet is in honor of Macon. He has found the lost treasure of Ravenclaw. Yes, indeed, the very diadem of Ravenclaw. For this, I, on behalf of the school, present Macon with the Hogwarts Special Contribution Award, and I shall award Gryffindor an additional 200 house points. Now, let us all enjoy the feast. Dumbledore presented a golden medal in the shape of a cat to the young wizards, and with a flick of his wand, a feast appeared upon the dining table. The Gryffindor students erupted in applause, chanting Macon, utterly enamored with the feline. The 200 points awarded propelled them far ahead of the other houses, suggesting that this year's House Cup could very well belong to Gryffindor. The Ravenclaws were equally ecstatic, especially Professor Flitwick, who burst into a dance, for the long-lost treasure would finally return to Ravenclaw. Hufflepuff was also quite thrilled, anticipating another delightful meal. Only Slytherin appeared despondent. Their hopes for a 7th consecutive House Cup seemingly dashed. Macon, however, paid little heed to the festivities. The moment Dumbledore summoned the feast, the cat's gaze was fixated on a colossal fish upon the table, an impressive 4-meter-long bluefin tuna, with a peculiar yowl. Macon transformed into a streak of black and pounced upon the tuna, devouring it with fervor, issuing warning growls to anyone who dared approach. Look at that, Albus, McGonagall chuckled. Macon is quite protective of his meal. Dumbledore, observing Macon's voracious appetite, smiled and shook his head, indulging in the evening's desserts. The most discontented individual in the room was Professor Snape, but the most distressed was Professor Quirrell, who dared not reveal his feelings. The Dark Lord residing at the back of his head had informed him that the Ravenclaw diadem was indeed a Horcrux he had crafted. Now, in Dumbledore's possession, the Horcrux was as good as lost. He had hidden the diadem in the Room of Requirement, believing it to be a place known only to him, thus neglecting to cast potent dark enchantments for its protection. Little did he anticipate its swift discovery. The feast continued until 10 o'clock, at which point Professor McGonagall escorted Macon's Hogwarts Special Contribution Medal to the trophy room. Although the medal belonged to the cat, who had barely touched it, it was forgivable in light of the grand fish. The reluctant young wizards were organized by their heads of house and returned in groups to their respective dormitories. Macon did not return to his little tower. After a 2-hour bout of feasting, only the fish's skeleton remained, his fur smeared with grease and the potent scent of fish lingering. Hermione decided to take him back, promising to help clean him up, to which Macon readily agreed. Later, as he luxuriated in the bathtub, he let out a contented burp. Oh, Macon, that smell is simply atrocious. You must brush your teeth after your bath, Hermione admonished, applying shower gel to the cat with a frown. Macon nodded, relishing the pampering. After their ablutions, Hermione tossed Macon onto the bed, scrutinizing him closely. The cat, feeling her intense gaze, grew uneasy. Macon, thank you, she exclaimed. Meow. Today in potions class, Draco was splattered with potion, and I knew it was your doing. I saw the hedgehog quills levitate. Hermione looked at the black cat earnestly, and moreover, Harry and Ron had promised to duel Draco tonight. You successfully thwarted this confrontation. I do not believe Harry would prevail, as they are hardly capable of casting even the simplest of spells. Thank you, Macon. It is truly a pleasure to know you. The little witch nestled the black cat in her arms, closed her eyes, and soon drifted into slumber. Macon glanced at Hermione, opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately sighed. The 11-year-old girl, born into a Muggle family, was fortunate yet unfortunate to attend Hogwarts. Especially being friends with Harry Potter without knowing the underlying tensions was a misfortune indeed. The conflicts between purebloods and half-bloods, the mortal struggles between white wizards and dark wizards, or the machinations of the Death Eaters should not fall upon the young sorceress. Such a peculiar worldview, such an odd wizarding realm. The cat shook her head, shifted into a more comfortable position, and slowly succumbed to sleep. Chapter 10, Flying Lessons. Time passed swiftly, and life at Hogwarts was leisurely without the interference of Voldemort. Macon's days were filled with purpose. After breakfast, she would peruse the library with Hermione, and after dinner, she would delve into magical studies in the Room of Requirement, returning to her little tower before curfew. Today, Macon felt particularly exhilarated, for in the afternoon, she would attend the first flying lesson for first-year students. This meant that if she performed well, she might have the opportunity to partake in Quidditch, much like Mr. Potter. Flying with the levitation charm and riding a broomstick were undoubtedly distinct experiences, akin to the difference between driving and racing. What? You inquire how the cat rides a broom. Are not 4 legs any less capable than 2 legs clamped tightly? Image. What is that? Quickly stowing her Transfiguration textbook and notes, she hurried to the dining hall with her trio of friends. After several days together, they had already forged a playful bond. Lunch remained sumptuous, but Harry, after a few bites, began to daydream, perpetually burdened by unspoken thoughts. Ron, still preoccupied with his chicken leg, stared at Macon, who was being fed by Hermione, and suddenly found his chicken leg rather unappetizing. After lunch, the little witches and wizards awaited the house elves to tidy up the dishes, pulling out their notes to study. Scarcely anyone would choose to leave at this time, for today an owl would deliver letters, and each young sorcerer eagerly anticipated what their families might send. Well fed, Macon rested her chin upon Hermione's stack of hefty tomes, her curious gaze fixated on the front where Seamus Finnegan was sitting, bright-eyed like a rabbit. With a harp's gentle tune, "Turn this clear water into fine wine," Seamus repeated, waving his wand in vain as he attempted to transform the clear water before him into wine. Neville sat across from him, utterly exasperated, having barely managed to remember anything, only to forget it all over again. The cat scratched her behind, pondering what nonsense this was. A flash of lightning was followed by a dull thud, and Seamus was once again left with a face of charred charcoal. Macon extended her 2 cat paws and clapped slowly, remarking, "Truly, you are Hogwarts demolition expert." "Oh, the mail has arrived," Ron exclaimed with a voice filled with reverence, as if he had glimpsed Merlin himself. Macon curled his lip. Only a shopping fanatic would eagerly tear into packages like that. The little cat leaped into Hermione's embrace, nestled comfortably. It seemed that not only mail fell from the sky, but also feathers. If an owl happened to catch a chill while delivering messages, one could only wonder what else might plummet from the heavens. Ron received a copy of the Daily Prophet along with a letter, while Neville was gifted a memory orb from his grandmother. The goblins at Gringotts acknowledged the presence of an unidentified wizard who had unlawfully pilfered from Vault 713. Harry read aloud the headline from the newspaper, remarking on its peculiarity. After all, he and Hagrid had visited that very vault just days prior. The trio exchanged glances, but unlike Harry and Ron, astute Hermione sensed that something was amiss. She looked again at Macon, who scribbled beneath the table in mist, "Rest assured, with me around, nothing will go awry." Comforted by the cat's assurance, Hermione exhaled a sigh of relief. A little feline could indeed bring solace. The afternoon flying lesson commenced, with each student presented with a broomstick. Oh, but not just any broomstick. Even Macon had one before him. "Good afternoon, class. I am your flying instructor, Rolanda Hooch, but you may call me Madam Hooch," she declared as she approached briskly. "Good afternoon, Madam Hooch," the young wizards responded obediently, gazing at the spirited professor. "Welcome to your first flying lesson. Please line up next to your broomstick on the left. Place your right hand directly above the broom and say up." Yet, only Harry and Draco's broomsticks obediently soared into their grasp. Meow. Macon's broom, akin to a mouse bereft of will to survive before a cat, tumbled erratically. After an unsuccessful attempt, the young wizards began to chant the incantation rapidly, and soon, most broomsticks flew into their hands. However, Ron's broom struck him squarely on the forehead, while Hermione's performed a solitary hop. As for Macon's broom, it continued to roll helplessly on the ground, and a distinct hashtag began to form on the cat's head. Was he intentionally being obstinate? Macon extended a paw, poised to make one final attempt on the defiant broom. But Madam Hooch swiftly intervened, retrieving the broom from him. Without a broom, the little cat wore a disgruntled expression and leapt back into Hermione's arms. They were kindred spirits, sharing in their misfortune. Madam Hooch began instructing the young wizards on how to control their brooms for takeoff and landing, but before she could finish her explanation, Neville had already wobbled upward. "Longbottom, get down immediately," Madam Hooch cried anxiously, yet Neville soared high above, oblivious to her distress. As he rode the broom, he collided wildly with the castle walls, ultimately snagging his wizarding robe on a statue, and as his clothing ripped, he appeared destined to plummet. Macon dashed forward, his tail swishing, casting a levitation charm that caught Neville just in time. "Oh my goodness, thank you, Macon. Had it not been for you, Mr. Longbottom would surely have suffered a broken bone," she praised. 10 points to Gryffindor. Madam Hooch hastily arrived and lifted Neville into her arms. "During my endeavor to escort him to the infirmary, you all are to remain obediently on the ground. Do not let me witness any brooms in the air, or I shall expel you on the spot." After Madam Hooch departed, Draco stumbled upon Neville's memory ball. "If I conceal this, will Longbottom never discover it again? Surely, he would forget he ever possessed a memory ball." Draco, tossing the memory ball in the air, spoke with pride. "Hand it over, Malfoy," Harry insisted, unwilling to see his friend mocked or have his belongings taken. "No, I intend to hide it on the rooftop." Draco mounted his broom and soared into the air. "Can't reach it, Potter? If you can snatch it from me, I shall hand it over." Harry climbed onto his broom, recalling the techniques Professor Hooch had just imparted. With a powerful push of his feet, he ascended into the sky. Hermione attempted to stop him, but was restrained by Macon. Contemplating Macon's levitation charm, she chose to remain silent. Naturally, a fierce dispute ensued between Harry and Draco in the air, ultimately culminating in Harry's extraordinary talent, allowing him to seize Neville's memory ball. Professor McGonagall recognized his flying skills and granted him an extraordinary position on the Quidditch team. After dinner, the trio, accompanied by the cat, was drawn by Hermione to the trophy room. Within, Harry beheld his father James Potter's Seeker medal. The cat, fixated on its Hogwarts Special Contribution Award, drooled, pondering when it might earn another, thus ensuring a feast. They wandered the castle until they realized the surroundings were devoid of life, only then recognizing that curfew had arrived. The three hastily dashed towards Gryffindor Tower, fearing an encounter with Filch that would lead to detention. Upon reaching the spiral staircase, it inexplicably turned to the third floor. This way, lest the staircase shifts again, Harry guided the way. Macon rolled his eyes, certain that this was the work of old Peeves. Chapter 11. Macon's Sudden Inspiration. As the trio entered the third floor, they instinctively slowed their pace. A glance around revealed an environment starkly different from the castle's decor. The dim corridor was replete with cobwebs, and every pillar was flanked by a gargoyle statue. Just as the trio contemplated turning back, a gaunt, gray-furred tabby cat darted into view. "Mrs. Norris, it's Filch's cat," Ron exclaimed, urging the others to run ahead with urgency. Poor cat was in distress. Macon wished to convey that he had a plan, but was tightly clasped by Hermione, who continued to run. He dared not exert force, silently enduring the jostling. Fortunately, the distance was not great, and soon they reached the corridor's end, where a wooden door barred their path. "Blast it, the door is locked." Harry approached to open it in vain, growing increasingly frustrated. "Step aside, let me handle it." Hermione raised her wand at the door lock. "Alohomora." With a click, the lock released, and the trio entered in single file. "Alohomora?" Ron asked, puzzled. "Standard spell," came the reply. Chapter 7. Meghan and I are indeed capable. "Though I suspect you have not taken your studies seriously," Hermione replied with a hint of annoyance, frustrated with the two who squandered their time. Ron clenched his fists but remained silent. Hermione and Ron sighed in relief upon seeing Filch leave with his lantern through the crack of the door. However, their respite was short-lived as Harry declared, "I know why the door is locked." As they looked up, a colossal three-headed dog was stirring awake. The middle head of the Cerberus yawned, curiously regarding the trio and the cat. "Meow," Meghan greeted boldly. In response, the three screamed and turned to flee. By the time the three-headed beast regained its composure, it remembered its purpose and pretended to give chase, nudging the door with its head while allowing the trio to securely close the wooden barrier. Having narrowly escaped, they returned to the Gryffindor common room. "How could such a creature exist in our school?" Ron complained. "It certainly did not appear there by mere coincidence. Did you not notice what lay beneath it?" "That was a trapdoor," Hermione replied, casting a disapproving glance at the two. "It is guarding something." "Guarding what?" Harry and Ron exchanged bewildered looks. "If you don't mind, Meghan and I shall retire for the night," Hermione stated, departing without waiting for them to respond. "Wait, Hermione, you're leaving with Meghan?" Ron's sentence trailed off as the door to the girls' dormitory closed behind her. "Ron, what are you worried about?" "Meghan is merely a cat," Harry observed, exasperated. "You don't have a crush on Hermione, do you? What nonsense is this? With her temper, how could I ever like her?" Ron shouted, retreating to their dormitory, with Harry following in resignation. The following morning, after breakfast, Meghan returned to her little tower, as there were no classes for the next 2 days. She wished to test her hypothesis regarding the ability to speak. Both humans and cats possess 2 vocal cords. While humans can mimic a cat's meow, cats cannot learn to speak like humans do. This discrepancy is attributed to differing thought processes and anatomical structures. In the novels of my previous life, they spoke of refining certain bones, yet cats do not possess such components. Throughout that week, Meghan diligently studied her new body, which, having been infused with dark mist, exhibited strength far surpassing that of a human. The inability to speak was linked to the vocal cords, and today's objective was to enhance the vibrational capacity of those cords through spiritual reinforcement. Meow, ah, cough, cough. The cat swallowed nervously. "Old Woo, no. Oh, I'm hungry." Excitement surged within the cat as it realized it was making progress. Early that morning, Dumbledore was awakened by the peculiar sounds of a cat's call. He donned his pajamas and opened the window, discovering the source of the noise emanating from Meghan's small tower. "This is strange. It is only early September, and autumn has arrived. Why is it still calling for spring? That sound is rather unpleasant." Dumbledore mused, having never encountered such a feline cry, growing concerned for Meghan, fearing she might struggle to find a suitable female cat. Hogwarts paths are indeed winding and perplexing. Here, the intricate patterns of the 9 linked rings, the rows of rice buckets, and the interwoven secret passages abound. The twists and turns, the 9 linked rings, echo in the air as Dumbledore listens to the peculiar melody emanating from the small spire across the way. With a resigned shake of his head, He acknowledges that this morning, even the thought of indulging in dessert has eluded him. At that moment, Macon can finally speak. Not only can he sing now, but he can dance as well, all without the fear of receiving a lawyer's letter. The feline is utterly elated, gradually tempering his emotions. He continues to adjust his vocal cords. Although he can now articulate words, his voice resembles that of a quacking duck, far from pleasant. As day transitions to dusk, by the time dinner arrives, Macon has successfully fine-tuned his vocal cords. With a jubilant gait, he struts towards the dining hall. Upon arrival, he finds Harry, Hermione, and Ron already indulging in their meal. Macon leaps onto the dining table, gazing at them intently. The trio halts their eating, puzzled, as they regard Macon. "Greetings. I am Macon." His melodious voice resonates as he speaks. Hermione's eyes widen in astonishment. Ron drops his chicken leg in shock, and Harry, stroking the scar on his forehead, mutters, "Am I experiencing auditory hallucinations again? Macon, you can actually speak. This is magnificent." Hermione exclaims, enveloping Macon in a warm embrace, joyously exclaiming, "Oh, that black cat not only possesses magic, but can now converse as well. Goodness, the black cat Macon can talk." The Gryffindor students buzz with excitement, their chatter swirling like a whirlwind. Macon has become the darling of the young lions, a sensation that has captured their hearts. It isn't just Gryffindor. Even Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff are enamored with this extraordinary black cat, who is not only striking in appearance, but also possesses remarkable abilities. "Hello, Macon. We are Fred and George, Ron's brothers. Would you consider being our spokesperson?" The Weasley twins approach Macon, hoping to leverage his newfound fame to boost their sales. Although they have yet to open a shop, their prank props have already gained notoriety within Hogwarts, particularly the dung bomb and stink bomb, much to Filch's chagrin. Truly, the Weasley twins are the most astute entrepreneurs in their family. Macon glances at Ron, letting out a quiet sigh. After contemplating, he decides that serving merely as a spokesperson is acceptable, yet he insists on receiving his due share of the profits. "I can agree to be the spokesperson for your prank props, but I require 10% of your profits," Macon states, turning his gaze toward the twins. "That is absolutely agreeable. Thank you, Macon. You have secured our friendship." The Weasley twins exclaim joyfully, embracing one another. Observing their elation, Macon ponders whether he might be missing out, yet the prospect of a satisfying meal remains paramount. Chapter 12. Macon's aversion to pumpkins. As October wanes at Hogwarts, the air turns crisp, and early in the morning, Macon can detect the scent of pumpkins wafting through the atmosphere. Halloween has arrived, marking the first festive occasion he will experience in this world. Indescribably neither joyous nor exhilarated, Macon had consumed merely a slice of cake that morning. Gazing upon the table adorned with an array of pies and confections, the feline exhibited no appetite whatsoever. The morning's lesson was a charms class, where Professor Philowilly elucidated the levitation charm. Upon hearing the incantation, Macon reclined across his desk, for no one understood the levitation charm better than he did, save for our explosive expert, young wizard Simon. After the familiar crackle and muffled explosion, Simon stared blankly at the completely charred feather before him, his expression darkening. Macon, ever the adept accomplice, began to clap his paws. Such occurrences were a daily routine. Simon possessed the uncanny ability to transform any spell into an explosion. Macon eagerly anticipated the day Simon would unleash a thunderous blast. If the diminutive Peter could obliterate a street, Simon would undoubtedly be capable of demolishing an entire city. Hermione and Ron were embroiled in yet another dispute, as she merely sought to enlighten her friend. In Miss Beaver's heart, her forte lay in academia, and aiding her companions was tantamount to teaching them the art of learning. Evidently, this was perceived as boasting by the boys of her age. Ron, wide-eyed and slumped over his book, glared at Hermione as she successfully cast the levitation charm, his face a portrait of envy. Macon had no intention of intervening. Instead, he decided to stoke the flames, allowing Ron to experience the harsh realities of social dynamics. The black cat lowered its forebody, stretched languidly, and its long tail swayed slightly, transforming all the books on the desk into feathers in an instant. Wingardium Leviosa, echoed the melodious incantation from the black cat's mouth, and a flurry of feathers soared into the air, weaving into various avian forms before diving down, reverting to books that floated gently to the ground. This seamless integration of transfiguration and the levitation charm astounded all the young wizards present. They had all come to learn magic, yet how could one be so exceptional? Merlin's foul socks, Macon, you are indeed a genius. What a splendid performance. 10 points to Gryffindor. Professor Philowilly, nearly tumbling from the stack of books, was taken aback. The lectern was somewhat too high for a professor of fairy blood. Following the class, the young wizards made their way to the dining hall, where their beloved pumpkin pie and assorted sweets were served throughout the day. Hermione and Macon tidied up, preparing to visit the library, when they fortuitously encountered Harry and Ron on their way to the dining hall. As Hermione prepared to greet them, Ron's voice reached her ears. "Who does she think she is? She's nothing but a nightmare. Who would wish to befriend her? She even wants me to become just like her. It's utterly preposterous. Ron complained to Harry and Simon. Macon observed as Hermione's complexion shifted from crimson to pale, her eyes reddening. She abandoned Macon and hastily covered her mouth, sprinting past. I believe she heard every word. Ron, Harry remarked, watching Hermione's sorrowful departure. Feeling that Ron had gone too far, Macon regarded the two as if they were fools, proceeding alone toward the dining hall without any intention of chasing after Hermione. She needed solitude to gather her thoughts. As Macon gazed at the table laden with pumpkin delicacies, his anticipation swiftly morphed into disappointment. He despondently exited the dining hall, feeling little joy in this festive season, while the feline resolved to hunt for sustenance on his own. Winding his way out of the castle, Macon made a beeline for the Forbidden Forest. Upon reaching the outskirts of the forest, Macon soon spotted his quarry, a colossal brown bear. This marked Macon's inaugural encounter in battle, and he had resolved not to employ magic. With his ears perked back, he crouched low, his tail bristling, poised for the perfect moment. The bear let out a furious roar, enraged at the audacity of the small cat that dared to provoke it. With the ground trembling beneath it, the bear charged at Macon, rising on its hind legs, massive paws poised to strike the ebony feline before it. In that fleeting instant, as the bear lifted its paw, Macon leapt into action, his lithe form spinning gracefully in midair. His sharp, dark claws swiftly grazed the bear's throat, landing soundlessly on the ground. The bear, clutching the deep gash that severed its neck, collapsed in terror. Relishing the thrill of the hunt, Macon contentedly licked his paws, ready to seek out Hagrid for assistance. The cat yearned for meat but preferred not to exert himself. When Macon, employing a levitation charm, brought the bear to Hagrid, the gamekeeper gazed incredulously at the massive black bear and the diminutive black cat. Macon, how on earth did you manage to catch this bear? I mean, it's so large, and you're so small. How did you conquer it? Hagrid exclaimed, gently placing the bear on the ground to inspect its wound. Oh, look at this neck. What sort of magic caused this? Hagrid, it was my claws that inflicted this. Hurry and prepare it into a feast. I've had my fill of pumpkin, Macon urged. Macon, I believe we shall become good friends. I, too, have no fondness for pumpkin. Despite the enormous pumpkins I cultivate in the backyard, I have no desire to consume them. How about a bit of rock cake to start? Hagrid cheerfully offered a piece of rock cake to Macon before dragging the massive bear away to skin and clean it. Macon gazed at the sizable cake, opened his mouth to take a bite, only to discover that his sharp canine teeth failed to penetrate the rock cake. Can this be consumed? He mused, swatting at the cake with his paw. Suddenly, he recognized the texture. His claws instinctively emerged as he scratched at the cake, realizing it was akin to a scratching post. 3 hours later, Hagrid and Macon reclined leisurely beside a crackling fire, with only half of the enormous bear remaining. Macon realized he truly enjoyed Hagrid's company, to the point of contemplating moving from the castle to reside in Hagrid's quaint wooden hut. Macon, this bear hide is splendid. Once I tan it, shall I craft you a grand coat? Oh, you surely wouldn't fit. So perhaps a bedsheet instead? I imagine you would find it quite comfortable. Thank you, Hagrid. I am very happy to be with you. No need to thank me. I should be the one expressing gratitude. It has been years since I savored bear meat. You see, Dumbledore forbids me from indiscriminately hunting creatures. When I crave something, I can only seek out animals that have recently met their demise in the Forbidden Forest. That is indeed a pity, Hagrid. Your grilling skills are quite remarkable. Do not commend me, Hagrid, she said, for despite my considerable stature, I bear the blood of giants only in part. My prowess in barbecuing may indeed be a vestige of my lineage. As Hagrid spoke, a hint of discomfort clouded his expression. Observing Hagrid's melancholic demeanor, Macon felt at a loss for words to offer solace. Hagrid, look at me. I may not possess your immense size, nor do I conform to human form, yet I embody humanity. In contrast to you, I am the true outlier. We must not concern ourselves with the judgments of others. Rather, we should revel in our existence and strive for happiness. Listening to Macon's words, the half-giant downed a generous gulp of whiskey, then erupted into tears, prompting Macon to comfort him by gently patting his large hand. Chapter 13. The protective Macon. After spending an afternoon in Hagrid's cozy abode, Macon prepared to depart, requesting Hagrid to neatly package the remaining bear paw for her backpack as she set off towards the castle. According to the unfolding narrative, Hermione had secluded herself in the girls' lavatory, weeping throughout the afternoon, ultimately encountering the troll. Macon held no expectations for those ineffectual men and, with this thought, quickened her pace towards the lavatory. In the Great Hall, where the Halloween feast was in full swing, Neville informed Harry and Ron of Hermione's distress, which stirred feelings of guilt in Harry. In contrast, Ron, whose emotional intelligence and intellect were both below average, merely expressed surprise. A troll. In the basement. Professor Quirrell rushed into the hall, theatrically collapsing onto the floor. The hall fell into a hush, and after a moment of stunned silence, the young witches and wizards screamed and scattered, only to be calmed by Dumbledore, who instructed the prefects to escort the students back to their dormitories while the professors descended to the basement to confront the troll. Harry and Ron, however, resolved to seek out Hermione in the lavatory. Within the confines of the lavatory, Mackin discovered Hermione, curled up and with swollen eyes. A sigh of relief escaped her. Is it truly worth weeping so for those two fools? Mackin crouched beside her. Hermione replied, I spent the entire afternoon crying only to realize that I am even more foolish than they are. But we are friends. I merely wish to assist them. Her words elicited a soft chuckle from her as well. Mackin retrieved a towel from her backpack, using a levitation charm to present it to Hermione, encouraging her to wipe her face. Suddenly, a foul stench permeated the air, accompanied by a tremor beneath their feet as a troll, its skin a sickly gray and towering nearly 4 meters, lumbered into the room, its coconut-sized head bobbing as it huffed and puffed. Look at you, a weeping little kitten, and yet you still wish to help them? Mackin turned her body towards the entrance. Hermione, cover your eyes and do not look. Obediently, Hermione shielded her eyes. Pinching her nose as well, the odor was unbearable. Mackin approached the troll with a graceful, feline stride. The troll's feeble mind could not comprehend why this diminutive creature exhibited no fear. Nevertheless, this did not impede its instinctive, impulsive reaction as it raised a hefty wooden club and swung it menacingly towards Mackin. As the stick came to an abrupt halt mere centimeters from the cat, it was not the stick that ceased its motion, but rather the arm of its wielder. At that moment, Harry and Ron arrived, witnessing an unforgettable scene. The ogre's right hand uncontrollably bent backward, and in its agony, it desperately attempted to correct its right hand with its left, yet all efforts proved futile. With a sharp crack, its joint shattered, and the ogre emitted a series of anguished cries, followed by its left hand. Hermione, upon hearing the ogre's wails, felt an overwhelming urge to remove the towel and uncover the truth of the situation, yet she chose to trust Mackin instead. The incapacitated ogre gazed fearfully at the small cat before it, incessantly shaking its head and whimpering. However, Mackin had no intention of allowing the creature an easy escape. Its expression mirrored that of a cat toying with a mouse, relishing the moment before delivering the final blow. With a resounding crack, the ogre's robust thighs buckled backward, and as it sat on the ground, about to let out a scream, it realized its head was twisting uncontrollably to one side. With another sharp sound, its head finally broke free from the constraints of its skeleton, turning to face Harry and Ron at the door. The two boys felt a rush of warmth on the insides of their thighs and trembled as they sank to the ground, forever haunted by the image of that ogre and the expression on the black cat's face. The once beautiful, mismatched yellow-green eyes had transformed, the pupils now mere vertical slits. The cat's mouth was slightly agape, its corners curled upward in a sinister grin, as if poised to devour. The black cat exuded an aura of malevolence and wildness. Having dealt with the ogre, Mackin instructed Hermione to hold on to his tail as they exited the restroom, subsequently using a levitation charm to close the door behind them. What transpired tonight shall remain a secret, or you shall find yourselves as part of my own. Mackin regarded Harry and Ron with a mischievous glint in his eye. The two boys nodded fervently, fearful of sharing the ogre's fate. Professor McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell had made their rounds in the basement, but found no trace of the ogre, ultimately following the scent to this very location. Can someone explain what has transpired here? McGonagall inquired as she noticed the trickling blood seeping from the door's crack and prepared to open it. Professor McGonagall, Hermione was feeling unwell today, and I was keeping her company. Who would have thought a rampaging ogre was wandering the castle? Harry and Ron, concerned for us, arrived here, and we collectively subdued the creature, so there is no need for alarm. Mackin quickly recounted the events. Professor McGonagall, it would be best not to open that door. The stench is unbearable. The ogre seemed to have lost control of itself during its final struggles. It would be prudent for Professor Quirrell to handle the cleanup of such a creature. Upon hearing Mackin's words, McGonagall withdrew her hand instantly, unable to fathom such a gruesome sight. You all should return and rest. Professor Snape, accompany me to report to Albus. Professor Quirrell, the matter of the ogre is now yours. I trust such an incident will not recur. Professor McGonagall finished speaking and swiftly departed with Professor Snape. With keen eyes, Harry suddenly noticed that Snape's leg was bleeding, marked with several claw marks. Oh, you should leave now. Go rest. I will handle things here. Professor Quirrell urged the young wizards before pushing open the grand door. Upon witnessing this, one could hardly suppress a gasp. For anyone encountering a creature with its head grotesquely twisted to gaze directly at them would surely react in terror. On their way back, the trio reconciled. Though Harry and Ron's glances towards Mackin were still tinged with trepidation, they sighed in relief after observing Hermione carry Mackin back to the dormitory, grateful that such a fearsome presence was not their enemy. Hermione's dormitory was a single room, as she fortuitously happened to be the extra person during the room assignments. Mackin, look what I brought you. Mackin leaped onto the table, unveiling a bare paw from the backpack. What is this? Is it edible? It smells delightful, Hermione exclaimed, her anticipation palpable as she unwrapped the parcel. Within lay a bounty of roasted meat, resembling the paw of a large creature, glistening with a translucent sheen and exuding an enticing aroma. As she bit into it, her beautiful eyes curved into crescent moons. This is bear paw. I hunted a bear in the Forbidden Forest today, and Hagrid and I prepared it as a meal. I saved this paw specifically to bring you as a midnight snack. My goodness, this is truly bear paw? The English bear has long been extinct. One cannot find this outside. Hermione eagerly stuffed her mouth with the roasted meat, clearly famished from missing 2 meals. Macon, you are so kind to me. Come here so I can express my gratitude. No, your hands are all greasy. I do not wish to bathe again. Just once. No chance. Chapter 14, Quidditch. Macon, wake up. We must go to the dining hall for breakfast. Hermione shook the sprawled Macon, urging him to rise and freshen up, for there was a Quidditch match today, and Harry was to compete. Macon struggled to roll over in bed, forcing himself to wake up. The pair, one human and one cat, brushed their teeth and washed their faces, bleary-eyed before the mirror. Once ready, they made their way to the dining hall, joining Harry and Ron at the table. As the 3 friends and the cat enjoyed their meal, Professor Snape glided over like a ghost, uttering a series of cryptic remarks before limping away. Did you notice Snape's foot? He limps. I discovered this last night. He has claw marks and blood on his leg, Harry whispered. Moreover, I now suspect that the troll unleashed last night was set free by Snape. He aimed to create chaos and then infiltrate the trapdoor on the 3rd floor. The injuries on Snape's leg must have been inflicted by that 3-headed dog. Why would he want to access the trapdoor? Hermione inquired, puzzled. Listen, before enrolling, I accompanied Hagrid to Gringotts to retrieve something. He mentioned it was a highly confidential matter concerning Hogwarts. I suspect that the object lies beneath the trapdoor, and Snape intends to steal it. Harry continued to confide in his 2 companions. At that moment, an owl fortuitously swooped down and delivered a broomstick to Harry, a Nimbus 2000 gifted by Professor McGonagall. Hermione, her expression a canvas of confusion, questioned the notion of Hogwarts' so-called top-secret information. Was it truly confidential if Hagrid was sent to retrieve it, and Harry was informed? This hardly constituted a secret. The more Hermione pondered, the more unsettled she became, casting an anxious glance at Macon. After a moment's reflection, Macon leaned close to Hermione's ear and whispered, "This is merely Dumbledore training Harry. There is no need to be anxious. With the headmaster present, everything will be fine. They are merely fishing. Act as if you know nothing and just enjoy their company." Hermione regarded the cat, still diligently gnawing on roasted chicken, with a peculiar expression. Intelligent as she was, Macon would divulge no further information. With a sigh, Hermione lamented the trials of this semester. Harry, exuberantly caressing the Nimbus 2000, lifted his gaze and fortuitously caught Professor McGonagall's approving smile, which fortified his resolve to triumph in the upcoming Quidditch match. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the inaugural Quidditch match of this semester at Hogwarts, featuring Slytherin against Gryffindor. I am your commentator, Lee Jordan. Perched in the tower, Lee Jordan, the little wizard known for his enthusiasm, gripped the microphone tightly with excitement. Below, our referee, Professor Hooch, entered the arena, a seasoned official known for her strict yet fair demeanor. Now that the referee has elucidated the rules of Quidditch to both teams, she opened the box, releasing the quaffle and the golden snitch into the air. With a toss of the bludger, the match officially commenced. Who among them will capture the golden snitch? Let us await the outcome. Gryffindor's Angelina Johnson seized the quaffle first, while Slytherin's chasers quickly closed in. Oh, Angelina is remarkably swift, effortlessly evading them and scoring. Gryffindor has earned the first points of the match, adding 10 to their score. Slytherin's captain, Marcus Flint, caught the quaffle. Oh. He brazenly kicked aside Gryffindor's chaser as he prepared to shoot. What a moment. The quaffle was intercepted by Gryffindor's captain, Oliver Wood. Professor McGonagall nudged the oblivious Lee Jordan, reminding him to maintain his focus, even as she herself reveled in the excitement. Macon, with ears drooping, found the cacophony unbearable. It was sheer torment for a cat with such acute hearing. Hermione noticed Macon's discomfort and unwound her scarf, wrapping it around the cat's head twice before tying it into a large bow. Meow. The cat turned its head awkwardly, gazing stiffly at Professor Quirrell in the distance, who seemed to share a moment of understanding with Macon. When Professor Quirrell noticed the oversized bow atop the cat's head, the corners of his mouth twitched involuntarily. Stop staring at that foolish cat and cast a spell on Harry. He is about to spot the golden snitch. I want him to face some challenges. The dark mark behind Quirrell persistently urged him on. As you command, my master, Quirrell replied, fixating his gaze on Harry as he began to chant a spell. As Slytherin resorted to increasingly underhanded tactics, the members of Gryffindor fell one after another, injured. Harry anxiously searched for the golden snitch. And just as he spotted it and gave chase, Quirrell's incantations followed swiftly. Harry struggled to control his rogue broom, which swung wildly in the air. At that moment, Hermione, observing the match through binoculars, noticed Snape also casting a spell. Snape was bewitching Harry's broom. Hermione relayed this revelation to Ron. Is that true? What should we do? Ron responded in shock. Hermione then glanced at McGonagall, unsure if this was part of Dumbledore's plan. The cat, rigid, turned its head towards her, its tail emitting wisps of white mist that formed the words, "Do what you must." The young witch hastily left the stands, locating Snape's position below, and aimed her wand at his robes, igniting them in flames. Upon realizing his robes were ablaze, Snape stumbled and collided with Professor Quirrell, allowing Harry to finally regain control of his broom. Clinging to his Nimbus 2000, Harry ascended towards the Golden Snitch. While the Slytherin Seeker was on the verge of capturing it, the two Seekers collided repeatedly in midair. Suddenly, the Golden Snitch plummeted straight towards the ground, and they pursued relentlessly. Just as they were about to touch the earth, the Slytherin Seeker relinquished the chase. With his innate talent and unwavering belief in victory, Harry ultimately stood on his broom and swallowed the Golden Snitch whole. "Oh, he seems about to regurgitate it," Hagrid exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, Harry had proven to be an exceptional Seeker, just like his father. Harry Potter had secured 150 points for his team. In this Quidditch match, Gryffindor emerged victorious. Professor McGonagall, observing the snitch that had been spat out, announced the results of the match. Grasping the Golden Snitch tightly, Harry gazed at the professors and young witches and wizards in the stands who cheered for him. In that moment, he truly found a sense of belonging within the school. After the Quidditch match concluded, the trio and the cat sought out Hagrid, inquiring whether the object concealed beneath the trapdoor on the third floor was the same as that which had been retrieved from Gringotts. They shared their speculations with Hagrid, who inadvertently revealed that the three-headed dog was named Fluffy, along with a crucial name, Nicholas Flamel. Upon hearing this name, Hermione immediately turned to look at the cat, which was shaking its bow tie. She was all too familiar with the enchanted backpack belonging to the cat, as its label bore the name of Nicholas Flamel. Chapter 15, The Wool is Pulled. Hoo-hoo. Snore, snore. The warm sunlight streamed onto the desks in the History of Magic classroom, where young witches and wizards were sprawled asleep, while Professor Binns continued to cast hypnotic spells from the lectern. In the depths of an English winter, few young witches and wizards could withstand the enchantment of his lullabies in the cozy classroom. The esteemed professor of the History of Magic, who had been employed since the founding of Hogwarts, diligently devoted himself to his teaching until one fateful day during class, he forgot to bring his physical form. Nevertheless, he did not cease his educational endeavors. Over the passage of many years, Professor Binns' teaching methods became increasingly rigid, leading the young wizards to perceive the History of Magic class as rather tedious. Perhaps due to Professor Binns' unwavering focus on education, he was oblivious to the identities of his students. Thus, he harbored no fear of the feline named Macon. Basking in the warmth of the sun, Macon lazily rolled over, emitting a contented purring sound. Hermione observed the cat sprawled out on the table and gently nudged it back, casting an irritated glance in its direction, while others diligently studied. Macon seemed to excel solely at the art of sleeping. Even Hermione, renowned for her encyclopedic knowledge, was astonished by the cat's remarkable memory. What does it mean to read at a glance? Macon perpetually read one page at a time, yet retained every detail. Over the course of 3 months since the beginning of term, aside from the books bound in iron chains, there remained nothing in the library to captivate Macon's interest. Furthermore, with the endorsement fees earned from promoting prank products, Macon had acquired all the textbooks from 2nd to 7th year. In short, Macon had independently mastered all the courses offered at Hogwarts. With nothing to occupy his time, Macon resorted to sleeping through the lessons. After History of Magic concluded, Ron accompanied Harry to practice Quidditch, while Hermione ventured alone to the library, and Macon swiftly departed the castle. It was indeed an opportune season for hunting, as both large carnivores and small herbivores were scouring the land for sustenance to survive the winter. However, Macon dared not return to the Forbidden Forest, as he had recently been reported by the centaurs for his frequent hunting excursions there. The report stated that this black cat persistently pursued bears, causing the centaurs to worry about the potential overhunting of the brown bears, leading them to alert the authorities. Naturally, Macon could not escape a reprimand from the old bee. Today, however, Macon's destination was the Black Lake. After days of observation and exploration, he had successfully befriended the giant squid dwelling beneath the lake's surface, a friendship that had begun during his aimless strolls by the water. Ever since he was strictly forbidden from entering the Forbidden Forest, Macon pondered the possibility of foraging in the lake instead. It is worth noting that the Black Lake was not a freshwater body, but rather a source of seafood. One day, he noticed a massive tentacle extending from the depths of the lake. In Macon's mind, large equated to delicious. With eyes aglow, Macon attempted to pounce, only for the tentacle to swiftly retract into the water. Curious, Macon released his magical essence to discern the nature of this creature, only to discover a connection with the giant squid residing in the lake. Over time, they became friends, and Macon affectionately named it Little Woo. Little Woo, please bring me a large fish, Macon called out exuberantly from the lake's edge. Before long, a massive tuna was drawn up by a tentacle adorned with numerous suckers. It was only after meeting the little owl that Maykin realized the tuna from the previous banquet was likely acquired from this very spot. How obedient the little owl is. Maykin utilized a levitation charm to transport the tuna and, with a flick of his tail, released a small orb of ethereal energy as a token of gratitude. The giant squid joyfully swam a circle in the lake before returning to its depths. With the tuna in hand, Maykin made his way to Hagrid's cottage, where a large barbecue grill now stood outside, evidence of many past culinary endeavors. Surrounding the cottage hung numerous bear skins, expertly tanned by Hagrid, their glossy surfaces indicating their premium quality. Truly, Hagrid, the gamekeeper of Hogwarts, was underappreciated. Maykin intended to present these as gifts to familiar faces on Christmas Eve. Haha. Maykin, this one is quite splendid, Hagrid exclaimed as he skillfully prepared the tuna. It's about the same size as the last one. Shall we experiment with different flavors today? Maykin's mouth watered at the sight of the tuna. Oh, indeed, Maykin. You often mentioned 5-spice powder, cumin, and chili. I managed to procure some from a friend in Diagon Alley. I've heard these spices are quite popular in the distant East. Have you ever traveled there? Hagrid. I was born in the East, but that East is far more remote. I may never return. Maykin replied with a tinge of regret. I apologize. I shouldn't have brought this up. Not at all, Hagrid. Just hurry and prepare it. I have a fondness for fruit wine. Not a problem. There is plenty of fruit wine. I've brewed a large batch. With their bellies full, the man and the cat collapsed beside the fire, each lost in their own thoughts and worries, yet sharing an unspoken understanding as the tranquil passage of time enveloped them. After acquiring the bear skins from Hagrid, Maykin returned to the small tower, using the levitation charm to neatly stack and package the skins, while also composing greeting cards. The house elves of Hogwarts would collect these parcels in the morning and place them beneath the Christmas tree on Christmas Eve. Once the gifts were arranged, Maykin headed to the Gryffindor common room, where the young wizards were animatedly discussing their plans for the holiday. Maykin, will you come home with me for the Christmas break? Hermione asked, her face alight with anticipation. I'm afraid, Hermione, I cannot leave Hogwarts, Maykin replied with a resigned flick of his tail. But fret not. We can still keep in touch through letters. Harry and Ron exchanged glances. Harry was reluctant to return to his home, while Ron found himself abandoned at Hogwarts as his parents had unexpectedly gone to Romania to visit his beloved brother Charlie. This meant that during the long Christmas holiday, they would have the pleasure of Maykin's company, as the haunting memory of the last troll incident still lingered vividly in their minds. The Christmas break at Hogwarts was notably lengthy this year, extending a full 4 weeks, with professors assigning minimal homework. This holiday is the most cherished one for the little wizards, while the Easter break is undoubtedly the least favored, being neither too long nor too short, and laden with an abundance of assignments. Will both of you be spending the Christmas holiday at school? Hermione inquired, glancing at Harry and Ron. I know Harry wanted to return home, and Ron, you seem rather reluctant to head back. Yes, that's right. None of us will be going back, Ron explained. My parents have traveled to Romania to visit Charlie, who is conducting research on dragons there. Perfect. You can search for clues about Nicholas Flamel in the library, Hermione said as she scooped up Meowkin and headed back to the dormitory. Oh, and please take good care of Meowkin for me. As they watched Hermione and Meowkin depart, Ron turned to Harry with a bemused expression. Do you think Hermione is somehow under Meowkin's spell? She is so intelligent, yet she seems oblivious to Meowkin's peculiarities, treating him like a pet all the time. Ron, I believe Meowkin is indeed somewhat frightening, but he harbors no ill intentions towards us, does he? Perhaps you are right. Chapter 16. Gatling Meow. Early in the morning, Meowkin and Hermione were roused from slumber by a cacophony of noise. Outside, the snow fell in thick, feathery flakes, blanketing the ground in a deep layer. Filch was shoveling snow from the path, while occasionally, small wizards hurled snowballs at the freshly cleared walkway, inciting Filch's furious yells. Inside the dormitory, one human and one cat had awakened. The fire lizard in the fireplace intermittently spewed flames. Meowkin and Hermione huddled under the blankets, reluctant to rise from the warmth of Hagrid's bear-skinned duvet. Gore, gore, Meowkin's stomach protested, and the drowsy cat emerged from the covers. Hermione, get up. I just heard you making those puffing sounds under the blankets. Ah, Meowkin. It was clearly your stomach growling. I did not make such sounds. Oh, was it merely silent? Meowkin. After breakfast, the little wizards from each house seemed to have made a collective decision, hastily making their way to the Quidditch pitch. Why is everyone heading out together? Hermione asked in confusion, looking at Harry and Ron. I heard from the older students that they're planning a snowball fight at the Quidditch pitch. Ron exclaimed, eagerly tugging at Harry. Come on, let us go. With a resigned sigh, Hermione followed, cradling Meowkin, and by the time they arrived at the pitch, a heated battle was already underway. The boys were continuously conjuring snowballs with transfiguration spells, tossing them back and forth using the levitation charm. Fred and George were particularly outrageous, encasing stink bombs within the snowballs and relentlessly launching them at Slytherin, causing the snakes to nearly retch on their breakfast. The girls gathered together to build a snowman, and Hermione joined them, holding Meowkin. Before long, a massive moose-shaped snowman had taken form. Bored, Meowkin perched on the moose's head, basking in the sun and pondering what delightful food awaited at noon, when suddenly, he was struck by a large snowball. With a startled yowl, Meowkin found himself nose first in the snow, and Hermione hurried to pull him out. Once fully awake, an inexhaustible fury surged within Meowkin, directed at those little rascals. The feline refrained from showcasing its prowess, yet one might mistake it for a mere fat tiger. The snow-laden reindeer, with its tail swaying in the frosty air, underwent a remarkable transformation as its antlers elongated and morphed, ultimately resembling two elongated chains suspended above the ground. 12 rotund barrels of snow gradually rotated, while the cat leaped valiantly onto the reindeer's head, gripping a snow-laden Gatling gun with its paw. The transformed snow reindeer sped towards the battlefield, with the accumulated snow on the ground continuously morphing into snowballs for ammunition. "Come forth, embrace despair," the cat exclaimed as it pressed the trigger, unleashing a barrage of fist-sized snowballs from the 12 barrels, relentlessly targeting the young wizards. "George, look! What on earth is that? It's absolutely magnificent." Fred was the first to notice the spectacle. "No, I am Fred. We are on the same side. Do not shoot me." Yet, the cat, blinded by fervor, cared not for allegiances. Those who did not wish to become snowmen were advised to stay clear. The Quidditch pitch echoed with the cries of the young wizards, as mounds of snow steadily accumulated. "Oh, what a splendid display of transfiguration," Professor McGonagall remarked, peering through her telescope from the transfiguration classroom. "Well done, Macen. Truly exceptional levitation charm," Professor Flitwick exclaimed from the charms office, also gazing through a telescope. Such a terrifying reservoir of magical energy. "The students during Christmas possess remarkable vitality," commented Professor Dumbledore from his office, his own telescope in hand. In the potions classroom, Snape raised his cauldron, though his office resided in the dungeons. After lunch, the young wizards gradually boarded the Hogwarts Express to depart, leaving the once vibrant campus eerily quiet. After bidding farewell to Hermione at the station, Macen returned to the Great Hall to assist Professor Flitwick in decorating. "Hey, Macen, with the holidays upon us, why not come stay with me? I believe we would have a delightful time," Hagrid exclaimed, dragging a fir tree into the dining hall. "All right, Hagrid. I won't come over tonight. I shall visit you in the morning," Macen replied, securing the fir tree with a levitation charm. "I know, you will receive many gifts tonight. Hagrid, I have prepared a gift for you as well." "Oh, Macen, you truly are my dear friend. I still need 2 more fir trees. I must be off." Macen gifted Hagrid a bottle of mead, procured by the Weasley twins from Hogsmeade. As night fell, the Great Hall was adorned with various Christmas decorations, and Macen leapt onto Dumbledore's table to extend festive greetings. "Happy Christmas, Professor. Happy Christmas. My apologies, Macen. Perhaps I should not have allowed you to remain at Hogwarts during the holidays." "Not at all, Professor. I enjoy my time here. I will visit Hagrid's hut tomorrow." "Indeed. Hagrid is a large fellow but surprisingly kind-hearted. He is an excellent friend. I doubt he would mind showing you around Diagon Alley or Hogsmeade." Dumbledore raised a glass of juice, placing it before Macen. "Macen, come keep this old man company tonight. You should indulge in the delights of the feast." After dinner, Dumbledore cradled Macen as they returned to the headmaster's office. Upon entering, the feline made a beeline for Fawkes, who always radiated a warmth akin to sunlight. "Macen, you certainly know how to find the coziest spots. I must attend to some matters now, but wait a moment longer, and I shall take you to a remarkable place," Dumbledore remarked before beginning to write at his desk. Macen nestled in the bird's nest, repeatedly retrieving various herbs from his backpack to feed Fawkes. These herbs were foraged during his hunting expeditions in the Forbidden Forest. The little cat pondered why the forest was so abundant with herbs. For instance, he had just pulled out a ginseng root, the size of a large radish, which must have been thriving for over a millennium. Dumbledore, catching a glimpse of the ginseng from the corner of his eye, twitched slightly. He could ascertain that this root had indeed been excavated deep within the forest, where the centaur tribe resided. The absence of any reports from them indicated that this black cat had not yet been discovered. Fawkes widened his eyes at the sight of the large radish in Mycon's paw, eager to snatch it away. In a swift motion, his talons reached out and retracted, and in an instant, the radish vanished from Mycon's grasp. Observing Fawkes devouring the morsel with fervor, Macen turned to Dumbledore, puzzled. "Sir, how long has it been since your bird was fed?" The headmaster, with a bemused expression, continued his writing, seemingly uninterested in the black cat's query. After swiftly consuming the radish, Fawkes let out a resonant cry before transforming into flames. The orange-red fire did not consume anything around it, and Macen watched in astonishment from the nest, realizing that Fawkes was undergoing a rebirth. Once the flames subsided, a rather endearing yet awkward chick emerged. Macen curiously prodded the fledgling, waiting for it to stand up in indignation. "Enough, dear child, do not disturb Fawkes any longer. He requires rest now, Dumbledore said, lifting Maykin in his arms. Come, I shall take you to a splendid place. Chapter 17, Maykin and Dumbledore. Upon returning to their dormitory, Harry and Ron received their Christmas gifts. Upon unwrapping the invisibility cloak Dumbledore had given him, Harry resolved to seek clues about Nicholas Flamel in the restricted section of the library. However, after being discovered by the patrolling Filch, he hastily fled and eventually found the mirror of Ariste. Gazing into the mirror, Harry beheld the image of his parents and rushed back to fetch Ron, who, upon looking into the mirror, envisioned himself as a prefect and victorious in a Quidditch match. Dumbledore, with Maykin in his embrace, cast the disillusionment charm, rendering them invisible as they lingered nearby. Once Harry and Ron departed, Maykin turned to Dumbledore and inquired, Sir, are you sacrificing your sleep just to witness this? Maykin, it is only natural for a headmaster to care for his students, Dumbledore replied. Sir, while I sympathize with what Harry is experiencing, have you sought the consent of his parents regarding your actions? Perhaps they simply wish for Harry to lead an ordinary life. Maykin leapt onto a table, her striking yellow-green heterochromatic eyes fixed intently on Dumbledore, challenging the greatest white wizard of the contemporary era. Maykin, how could you say that? Dumbledore inquired, astonished at her words. Headmaster, I am uncertain when you began your machinations, yet ever since I noticed the myriad coincidences surrounding Harry, my suspicions have been aroused. No, you do not comprehend the intricacies at play here. Headmaster, everyone has their own path to tread. You may choose to lend a hand when they stumble, or even help them sidestep obstacles, but you cannot dictate their direction. Maykin, I have grown old. My time is fleeting, and Harry is my last obsession. Everything is within my grasp now. Oh, esteemed headmaster, shall I share some truths that lie beyond your control? For instance, Harry. Before Maykin could finish her thought, Dumbledore's temper flared, a potent aura emanating from him, transforming into fierce winds. Indeed, Harry was the sole sensitive spot for the old wizard. Maykin felt an immediate threat. Her animal instincts ignited, as every hair on her dark coat stood on end. Her menacing black claws abandoning their pursuit of the surrounding magical elements, manifesting instead in full display. Dumbledore, witnessing the sudden emergence of claws behind the black cat, felt his pupils constrict. What he beheld was something he had never encountered, volatile and sinister, avaricious and eerie. After casting protective spells on the surrounding structures, he proceeded to shield himself with an array of defensive enchantments, ultimate armor charm, ultimate elemental shield. Numerous defensive spells flowed forth as if they were free, with Maykin recognizing only 4 or 5 among them. An idea struck Dumbledore, and he aimed his Elder Wand at his head, casting a brain closure charm. The cat exclaimed, Goodness, this old wizard is losing his mind. Maykin dared not underestimate him. Lacking in quantity, she would rely on quality instead. Her tail flicked rapidly as she layered the armor charms upon herself. At this moment, Dumbledore was enveloped in a dazzling array of magical protections, with an intricate tapestry of spells etched across his form and magical circles swirling above and below him, radiating brilliant light. In stark contrast, Maykin appeared almost pitiful. No matter how many armor charms she layered, they lacked any spectacular effects. The White Lord wielded his Elder Wand, transforming the surrounding tables and chairs into sharp spikes that shot towards the black cat with ferocity. Maykin, refusing to be outdone, extended her fearsome black claws, shattering the oncoming spikes as she pressed forward against the White Lord. The spikes that erupted in the air reverted to shattered furniture, only to be transfigured once more into spikes by both parties, relentlessly bombarding one another. Maykin reached out with her black claws from the sea of instinct to deflect the spikes, while the White Lord allowed the spikes to collide with his protective magic. As they could not breach his defenses, Dumbledore gazed solemnly at the approaching black claws, unable to decipher what they truly were. At last, the menacing black claws violently struck against the shield, shattering the white wizard's defensive magic layer by layer. As the black claws swung incessantly, Maykin was forced to halt his transformation spell, expending his magical energy to enhance his essence. The ring on his tail had become intensely hot. Dumbledore raised his ancient wand. Speaking slowly, Calm yourself, headmaster. Maykin hurriedly retracted the black claws, acknowledging defeat with determination. The fierce flames were no trivial matter, especially with him standing on the left. Dumbledore sheathed his wand, his eyes seemingly capable of penetrating all mysteries. He fixed his gaze upon Maykin, as countless magical runes flowed from his murky eyes. Yet the black cat remained shrouded in a veil of darkness. He had never managed to truly discern the nature of this feline. What exactly are you? Dumbledore pondered, wary of the retracting black claws. Headmaster, I am merely an ordinary black cat. Although you may not believe me, allow me to clarify. I am a student of Hogwarts and harbor no ill intent towards you. I shall now share my findings regarding Harry. What have you discovered? Within Harry resides the soul of the very same individual associated with the Ravenclaw diadem. Though that soul is quite feeble. Are you familiar with Horcruxes? Dumbledore narrowed his eyes. It is an exceedingly malevolent magic, achieved through murder, allowing one to store parts of their soul within objects. Voldemort has likely created multiple Horcruxes. While I am unaware of what constitutes a Horcrux, the fragment of Voldemort's soul within Harry is distinctly different from the soul I encountered in the Ravenclaw diadem. It is far too weak. Such a diminutive soul affixed to a person would wield little influence without external means, aside from mere manipulation. Out of goodwill, I have refrained from acting against it. Are you implying that this soul was not deliberately left by Voldemort? Perhaps he himself remains oblivious? Headmaster, I believe that to be the case. Macon approached the mirror of Eriste with graceful steps. The mirror rippled, revealing several doctors clad in white coats seated at a dining table, their faces weary yet animated with laughter. Macon crouched before the mirror, gazing at the familiar scene. A gathering after a high-risk surgery. Headmaster, I fear I may never return. Macon's voice became somber. Dumbledore stared in astonishment at the image reflected in the mirror and the crouching black cat before him. He realized that Macon was indeed a person from their initial encounter. Dumbledore had examined him and confirmed that his soul was that of a cat. This invoked memories of the scene in the mirror, which seemed to belong to another world. Was it a rebirth? Dumbledore pondered thoughtfully. Chapter 18, Macon's Cottage. Exhausted in body and spirit, Macon returned to his quaint tower, and upon opening the door, he was inundated by an array of gift boxes. Meow? Macon, peering out from the mountain of presents, gazed in bewilderment at the house elves who continued to appear and disappear around him. How many gifts have I truly received? Why are there still more gifts arriving? Will there be enough space for the cat to sleep tonight? Esteemed Sir Macon, you truly are a popular figure. It is an immense honor for the house elf, Cookie, to serve you. Upon seeing Macon's return, Cookie expressed immense excitement and inquired about his well-being. Over the years at Hogwarts, he had never encountered a wizard who received gifts in such abundance, enough to fill an entire room, and not just a small dormitory meant for young wizards. Macon gazed at the pile of gifts with a headache, instructing Cookie to unwrap them all and gather the various presents and cards. Among the gifts were so many names he had never even heard of. He could understand the small lions and eagles sending gifts, and he could accept those from the badgers. But what was with all these gifts from the snakes? Am I to become the school pet? Hermione gifted Macon a set of black wizard cloaks that she had modified herself. The cat tried it on and found it quite fitting. The charming pointed hat, perched atop the cat's head, had two small holes on each side, perfectly accommodating its ears. The cloak fastened with a pair of clasps, automatically adhering together, and it was short enough that it wouldn't trail on the ground when the cat stood. Harry and Ron presented a collection of small toys, which the cat promptly discarded aside. The professors contributed their notes, valuable treasures among the gifts, which the cat carefully stowed away in its backpack. The remaining items incited great frustration in the cat: litter, cat wands, catnip, and even 2 cat trees. But why was there also a cat cage in the corner? Instructing Cookie to discreetly keep the catnip, the cat coughed lightly, asserting, "I am a respectable cat," and then decided to give away the rest to the house elves. The elves left, showering him with gratitude, and the cat sighed in relief, finally able to rest. The following morning, Macon sought out Hagrid, spotting him from afar, wielding a large axe while chopping wood. "Good morning, Hagrid. What are you up to?" "Good morning, Macon. I'm preparing to build you a small wooden house." Why? I could stay in your little hut." "Sorry, Macon, but you probably can't live there." I'm allergic to cats. I hope this won't affect our friendship." Hagrid appeared somewhat anxious, fearing Macon might hold it against him. "Hagrid, your worries are clearly unfounded." "I don't mind at all. You mean to say you want to help me construct a small wooden house?" "I would absolutely love that." Macon looked at the big fellow with a hint of exasperation. "Really? Macon, listen. I will definitely help you build a lovely little house." "Thank you, Hagrid. You start chopping wood, and I'll prepare to design my own little dwelling." Macon retrieved paper and a pen from his backpack, beginning to sketch a blueprint for a traditional Chinese wooden house. The man and the cat busied themselves all morning, finally erecting the framework. After lunch, Hagrid began digging a hole in front of the house, while Macon returned to the small tower, where various plant seeds from the previous night's badger gifts awaited him. With the pit meticulously excavated, Hagrid continued to process the timber, while Macon cast spells to solidify the pit, preparing to house a few ornamental fish within. Hagrid was responsible for crafting the wood according to the blueprints, while Macon utilized the levitation charm to begin assembling the structure, with Hagrid subsequently securing each piece. As the last rays of the setting sun faded, a beautiful and exquisite Chinese wooden house was finally completed. The entire structure was adorned in a deep, serene color palette, complemented by the warm hues of the raw wood. Its roof and eaves featured an abundance of intricate carvings, and a wooden screen stood at the entrance, crafted from carved wood. The pit dug by Hagrid had been filled with clear water thanks to Mecon's magic, and a wooden bridge spanned across it. Surrounding the area, seeds delivered by the badgers had been sown, and these special seeds sprouted into vibrant flowers almost instantaneously. "I have never seen such a beautiful little house," exclaimed Megan. It's truly stunning. Indeed, Hagrid, this is a product of our joint efforts, Megan replied. The pond is still empty, but tomorrow, I shall take you to Diagon Alley. We need to procure some exquisite ornamental fish, and your little house requires some essentials as well. Our spices are running low too. Megan, not one to be shy, was quite impoverished at the moment, unlike Hagrid, who had the luxury of using unicorn hair for bandages, a commodity that was sold at a premium outside. As they strolled through Diagon Alley, Megan donned the wizarding cloak gifted by Hermione, walking alongside Hagrid, who was frequently approached by passers-by inquiring if the cat was for sale. Hagrid, annoyed, repeatedly declined their offers. Megan, you are quite the popular figure wherever you go, especially among the witches, Hagrid remarked. Well, if you didn't say that, we would still be good friends. The two hastened their pace, darting in and out of shops, eager to return to Hogwarts, as they were not keen on lingering there. Upon their return, Megan placed several beautiful ornamental fish into the pond and tossed in some magical water lilies, while Hagrid hung lanterns around the room and fence. After 2 days of diligent labor, the duo finally found respite. Today marked the official move-in day for the cat into Megan's little house, and he was busy preparing ingredients. Earlier that morning, he had extended invitations to Dumbledore and the 4 house heads, as well as Harry and Ron. Megan caught a sizable fish by the Black Lake and stealthily snatched a bear from the Forbidden Forest while the centaurs were distracted, hastily returning to the cottage to hand over the catch to Hagrid for grilling. He then used a transfiguration spell to transform 2 large stones into grinding wheels to prepare soy milk, as he intended to make tofu. As night fell, a table and chairs were set up by the pond, and a feast of grilled fish, bear paws, sweet and sour bear tenderloin, kung pao chicken, mapo tofu, and spring rolls was laid out. For the dessert-loving English, there were sweet osmanthus rice balls, pea cake, dragon beard candy, flour cakes, pineapple pastries, and rolled bean flour pastries. As the dishes were arranged, guests began to arrive. Sweet osmanthus rice balls and rolled bean flour pastries? I haven't had these in ages, Dumbledore remarked, gazing at the 2 desserts once seated. Has the esteemed headmaster ventured to the east as well? Megan inquired, perched on a high stool specially crafted by Hagrid for the cat. Ah, that era seems so distant. In my youth, I had the privilege of visiting that enchanting land. Now, let us gather for a meal. Professor McGonagall has a fondness for grilled fish, and she was pleasantly surprised by Hagrid's exceptional barbecuing skills, especially with the addition of 5-spice powder and cumin, which infused the fish with an exotic flavor. Professor Sprout sang praises for the floral pastries, never anticipating that incorporating blossoms into a flaky pastry could yield such a naturally sweet delight. Professor Flitwick and Snape were embroiled in a spirited contest over a plate of mapo tofu, while Harry and Ron each clutched a bear paw, gnawing contentedly. Chapter 19, Slumber. After bidding farewell to the professors, Megan settled in, feeling an overwhelming fatigue after completing all his tasks. Ever since he ingested Voldemort's soul from the Ravenclaw diadem, Megan had become increasingly lethargic and drowsy, initially attributing it to the nature of a cat. However, as the condition worsened, he found it necessary to suppress it with magic. Now, during the Christmas holiday, Megan prepared for a long, luxurious slumber, curling up on a soft bearskin rug, drifting into a deep sleep. The following morning, Hagrid visited Megan and, upon finding him still asleep, chose not to awaken him. When Hagrid returned that evening and discovered Megan still in slumber, he sensed something amiss and rushed to the headmaster's office to seek Dumbledore's assistance. After magically examining Megan, Dumbledore cast protective spells around the cottage and reassured Hagrid that there was no cause for alarm. Megan was merely hibernating, much like a bear, and would awaken in due time. I have never encountered a cat capable of hibernation, Hagrid murmured softly as he bid Dumbledore farewell. From that moment on, Hagrid made it a point to check on Megan daily. As time passed, the little wizards soon concluded their holiday and joyfully returned to Hogwarts. Upon her return, Hermione searched diligently for Megan. After inquiring with Harry and Ron, she learned that Megan had built a charming little cottage outside the castle. The trio made their way to Megan's abode and encountered Hagrid. Oh, you've arrived. Megan is still sleeping. He has been in slumber for the entire holiday. Dumbledore assured me he is merely hibernating, so I need not worry. He even cast protective charms on the cottage. Hermione hurried inside, finding the black cat still curled up on the bearskin rug, rising and falling gently with each breath. Rest assured, I have been taking good care of him. A few days ago, I worried he might get dirty and disrupt his slumber, so I gave him a thorough bath, Hagrid explained. Hermione shot a disapproving glare at Hagrid. What kind of logic is that? You thought tossing a sleeping creature into water would ensure a comfortable slumber? Thankfully, nothing went awry. Concerned for Megan's well-being and uneasy about leaving him in Hagrid's care, Hermione resolved to stay nearby. She sought out Professor McGonagall, who directed her to consult Dumbledore. After much persuasion, the headmaster ultimately acquiesced to Hermione's request, cautioning her not to leave the cottage after dark and instructing Hagrid to have Fong guard Megan's residence. Hermione, clutching the backpack belonging to Megan, returned to her dormitory, and promptly stowed away all the essential items for her upcoming stay, preparing to visit him that very night. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron were tirelessly searching for clues regarding Nicholas Flamel and Hermione, astonished to see them, who typically shunned their studies, dedicating so much time in the library, decided to delay her own discoveries for as long as possible. Before she knew it, April arrived, and the castle was adorned with Easter eggs. Macon had been in slumber for a full 4 months, which only heightened Hermione's anxiety for him. After attending the Easter celebration, a weary Hermione trudged back to Macon's cottage. Holding her black cat close, she drifted into slumber, whispering nightly prayers in her heart, wishing for her feline companion to awaken soon. As the sun rose, steadfastly radiating its warm glow, sounds of crackling could be heard within Macon's cottage, where golden, crispy churros were artfully arranged on a plate. In a pot on the stove, a creamy broth bubbled merrily, releasing a rich aroma of beans. Awaking in a daze, Hermione inhaled the delightful scent of food and, perplexed to find her arms empty, rushed out of her bedroom. There, by the pondside table, sat her dearly beloved black cat. "Good morning, Hermione. Hurry and wash up. Breakfast is ready." Macon greeted her with a warm, human-like smile. The young witch, filled with excitement, rushed forward to embrace Macon tightly, her words tumbling out as if she were eager to express 4 months' worth of pent-up thoughts all at once. All right, I'm fine. Please stop crying. Your eyes are puffy like walnuts. I hardly recognized such an unsightly little witch. How can you say that, when you slept soundly for over 4 months? From Christmas to Easter? Are you a silly bear? I was simply too exhausted. I promise it won't happen again. Seated at the table, Hermione munched on churros and sipped soy milk, her cheeks stuffed with food as she glared at Macon. Hagrid, drawn by the commotion, rushed in, nearly embracing Macon before awkwardly retracting his arms, as he was allergic to cats. "Hagrid, it's wonderful to see you. Come and eat. I've prepared a grand breakfast." Macon gestured for Hagrid to join them. The soy milk and churros quickly won over their hearts, with Hagrid stuffing a large handful of churros into his bowl, resembling a noodle-eating contest. After breakfast, the awakened Macon reported his well-being to Dumbledore, returning to his cottage by afternoon. With a 2-week Easter holiday ahead, Hermione chose to remain and keep Macon company rather than return home. The two of them leisurely read by the pond, enjoying the fruits that Hagrid had brought. "Where are Harry and Ron? I haven't seen them today. They're in the library studying." Macon gazed curiously at the young witch, pondering what had transpired during his prolonged slumber. Had the entire narrative shifted in his absence? Indeed, they are truly engrossed in their reading. However, I doubt it pertains to the kind of knowledge that embeds itself in the mind. They appear to be searching for that illustrious name, that great alchemist. Truly, Miss Know-it-all. Since you are aware, why not enlighten them? Ah, now I comprehend. This is indeed characteristic of you. Hermione, with a glimmer of pride, regards the cat, while Harry and Ron, lacking in academic enthusiasm, remain oblivious. Ron, in particular, is always seeking shortcuts. Although the wizarding world is filled with wonders, the competition is fierce, and she cannot fathom what future prospects lie ahead for the two of them. Of course, Harry and Ron do not contemplate such long-term outcomes. Among the trio, Harry stands in the shadow of the Dark Lord. Hermione, as the narrative unfolds, is destined to be among the elite in the wizarding realm, whereas Ron, regrettably, seems to be heading towards mediocrity, ultimately inheriting the magical joke shop of the Weasley twins. After their idle chatter, Macon retrieved the professor's notes he received for Christmas, and the two eagerly delved into their study. Following his recent slumber, Macon has thoroughly absorbed a fragment of Voldemort's soul and has formed a tentative hypothesis regarding the Dark Lord's decision to divide his soul into 7 parts. With the consumption of just one more soul, this theory would be solidly affirmed, and the anticipation within the cat grows ever stronger. Chapter 20, A Heartbroken Hagrid. The 2-week Easter break flew by, much to the dismay of the young wizards, as the weight of their assignments constantly reminded them of the impending final examinations. The once joyous atmosphere of learning had transformed into one of tension, with students fervently studying in the Great Hall, while Ron casually played cards. "Ron, what on earth are you doing playing cards at a time like this?" Hermione exclaimed, exasperated. "The exams are approaching, and you still have the luxury to indulge in such frivolity? Do you not feel a sense of despair?" "I can just copy your answers," Ron replied nonchalantly. "That would be unfortunate, as all quills will be enchanted against cheating," she retorted. In frustration, Ron flung his Dumbledore card onto the table before Harry, just as Neville bounced into the hall, quickly capturing the attention of the young wizards. "That a leglocker curse. It must be Draco's doing," Ron declared in indignation. "Fear not, my friend. I shall assist you in breaking the curse," Seamus exclaimed, excitedly rolling up his sleeves and brandishing his wand. "No, you'll blow my legs off," Neville exclaimed in terror, frantically waving his hands, his usual stutter momentarily forgotten. The surrounding young wizards chuckled at Seamus Finnegan, the notorious demolitions expert. "Do not mock me. Has no one noticed? My previously singed eyebrows have finally grown back. Seamus snapped before turning on his heel to leave. Macon observed as Seamus walked away, revealing a notably bald patch on the back of his head, and covered his mouth with his paws, desperately trying to suppress his laughter to spare the young wizard's dignity. Hey, look, I found it, Harry exclaimed excitedly, holding up the Dumbledore card. It turns out Nicholas Flamel and Dumbledore were friends. After examining the card, Ron joyfully embraced Harry, tears of joy welling up in his eyes, as their shared sentiment echoed. They would no longer be confined to the library. You are somewhat premature in your excitement. Follow me. Hermione lifted Macon and proceeded towards the library. Spell stop. As Macon departed, he did not forget to assist Neville in unbinding the leg-locking curse. Within the library, Hermione cast a hefty tome before Harry and Ron, unveiling the page that detailed Nicholas Flamel's creation of the Philosopher's Stone. Are you suggesting that the object concealed beneath the trapdoor is likely the Philosopher's Stone? Harry gazed at Hermione in astonishment. Hermione slowly nodded, equally taken aback. The stone, reputed to possess boundless magical abilities, capable of turning stone to gold and granting immortality, had been unearthed by Dumbledore for a purpose. She felt an overwhelming urge to whisk Macon away from Hogwarts immediately. Harry and Ron resolved to seek confirmation from Hagrid, while also escorting Hermione and Macon back. The trio hurried to Hagrid's hut and knocked on the door. Hagrid, we have discovered the truth about the Philosopher's Stone. Reluctantly, Hagrid ushered them into his abode. Macon observed the thick dragon-hide gloves adorning Hagrid's hands, and, upon spotting the cauldron over the fireplace, became transfixed. Hagrid, we know that Snape intends to steal the Philosopher's Stone, hidden beneath the trapdoor guarded by Fluffy. Listen, children, I do not know where you have heard this, but Snape is one of the teachers assigned to protect the Philosopher's Stone. Hermione regarded Hagrid, incredulous. Was he truly abandoning pretense? At that moment, a crackling sound emanated from the cauldron as Hagrid hurriedly lifted a giant egg from it and placed it upon the table. Macon, what is this? Hermione inquired, puzzled as she noticed Macon fixated on the cauldron, specifically on the egg. It's something delectable, indeed, extraordinarily delicious. Macon's mouth watered at the thought. Oh, no, Macon, this is not food. Hagrid attempted to convey what it was, yet faltered in his explanation. Aha, I believe I have discerned its nature. It is a dragon egg. Ron, frequently influenced by his brother Charlie, who studies dragons, readily provided the correct answer. But Hagrid, where did you acquire this? Oh, I won it in a wager with a stranger at the pub, Hagrid boasted with a sense of pride. The dragon egg began to crack ominously, signaling a hatching. Macon, filled with curiosity, leaped onto the table, and amidst Hagrid's terrified shouts, shattered the egg with a swipe of his paw. A small, Norwegian ridgeback dragon, covered in egg goo, blinked curiously at its surroundings. Goodness, you are truly magnificent, Norbert. Come to Mama, Hagrid exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he reached out to caress the hatchling, only to witness it clumsily making its way towards Macon. Disdainfully, Macon nudged the sticky little dragon away with his paws. The hatchling appeared to be choked by the egg residue, a flame brewing within, ready to erupt at any moment. In a panic, Macon's long tail swiftly coiled around the hatchling's neck. Gah! The hatchling's sneeze, accompanied by a burst of flame, was abruptly stifled. Oh no, Macon, you must treat Norbert with gentleness. After all, it is but a child. Hagrid's heart ached profoundly. Hagrid, you cannot call her Norbert. She is a female. I implore you to take her away. Macon was covered in the slime left by the baby dragon's affectionate nudges. Woe is me, Norbert, my child. Why will you not come close to your mother? Hagrid wept sorrowfully as he beheld the baby dragon entwined around Macon. The cat, with evident disdain, repeatedly flicked its tail, knocking the baby dragon over. Whenever it prepared to exhale dragon fire, the tail would press against its neck. Ron, is this truly a dragon? Harry asked, struggling to comprehend Ron's astonishment. The sharp-eyed Hermione spotted Draco outside the window and promptly warned, Draco, he is peering in from outside. We must not allow him to return and inform on us. The trio dashed out swiftly. Macon restrained the baby dragon and, glancing at the departing trio and the still-crying Hagrid, sighed. The plight of the cat was indeed burdensome. Hagrid, do not be disheartened, since this dragon does not recognize you. I shall take her to Professor Dumbledore. Macon, radiating a mystical aura, ensnared the snarling baby dragon with her formidable black claws. The once wild creature quickly collapsed onto the table, succumbing to slumber. All hail Voldemort. This was a newfound ability bestowed upon Macon after absorbing a fragment of Voldemort's soul. Placing the baby dragon into her backpack, Macon gazed at the still sobbing Hagrid, unsure of what to say, and decided to seek out Dumbledore first. After a brief exchange at the door to the headmaster's office, she successfully entered the chamber. Without hesitation, Macon leaped onto the desk, unceremoniously depositing the slumbering dragon onto the surface. Professor, behold, I have brought you a midnight snack. Dumbledore twitched at the corner of his eye, snapping his quill in half. momentarily rendered speechless. Chapter 21. The Resurrection of the Dead. The trio, who had hastily pursued into the castle, found themselves intercepted by Professor McGonagall, with Draco Malfoy standing beside her. Clearly, Draco had discovered their breach of curfew and reported them, then volunteered to investigate the situation. "Good evening, gentlemen, and Miss Granger. Follow me." Professor McGonagall led the four to her office, stating, "No matter how I rephrase it, you still left your dormitory after curfew. So each of you shall lose 50 points. Draco looked on triumphantly, as the three wore expressions of dismay. "And you, Mr. Malfoy, although your report was accurate, you too left your dormitory at midnight." Professor McGonagall continued, regarding Draco's rigid countenance. "To prevent such occurrences in the future, all four of you must serve detention. The previous punishments have changed, otherwise you would find yourselves hanging in the dungeons." Filch, with excitement, lit his lantern and led the four in search of Hagrid. I truly missed the sound of those anguished cries. The four swallowed hard as they followed behind. "Tonight, you shall accompany Hagrid for detention. He has matters to attend to in the Forbidden Forest." After handing them over to Hagrid, Filch returned to the castle to continue his nightly patrol, reveling in the capture of four mischievous young wizards. Hagrid gazed at the four of them with swollen eyes. "Hagrid, are you feeling any better?" Hermione, observing his condition, decided to offer him some comfort. "Hermione, Mecken entrusted Norbert to Dumbledore. I fear he will struggle to adapt once he leaves my side," Hagrid said, his eyes brimming with tears once more. The four young wizards exchanged exasperated glances. Meanwhile, in the Forbidden Forest, Dumbledore and Mecken were searching for something. "Dear Headmaster, could you possibly untie this damned rope?" Mecken grumbled, tugging at a rope that was enchanted. One end secured to the cat's harness and the other tethered high above to the young dragon's neck. Whenever the dragon soared, it lifted the cat off the ground. "Who is leading whom here?" "Mecken, the provisions you brought should be your responsibility. As for that rope, do not concern yourself. It merely serves as a means for you to manage," Dumbledore remarked, observing the black cat floating up and down. "You old rascal. Do not be deceived by your white exterior. Your heart is as dark as night." As the dragon and cat danced in the sky, a glimmering silver light on the dark ground caught the cat's attention. "Headmaster, there is something over there." The cat pointed in the direction. It was a unicorn, pure white and adorned with a single horn, lying in a pool of silvery blood. Dumbledore bent down to examine the wounds on the unicorn. "Mecken, this is the work of Voldemort. Quirrell is draining the unicorn's blood to regain his strength. What will happen to the unicorn? It has already perished. The centaurs will bury it. Headmaster, I wish to have this unicorn." Mecken, gazing into the unicorn's eyes filled with despair and fury, felt a surge of excitement. Do you intend to consume it?" Dumbledore looked at Mecken with confusion. "The blood of a unicorn curses those who partake of it, with Voldemort being the exception. It is Quirrell who suffers the curse. Rest assured, Headmaster, I do not intend to eat it. I am merely assisting it." Mecken glared at the young dragon above, gesturing for it to descend lower. Once on the ground, Mecken crouched before the unicorn, slowly raising a paw. Dense black energy coalesced before the paw, and a rectangular piece of pure black paper, gleaming with a metallic sheen, materialized. As the cat channeled its magical power into the paper, it transformed into a spiritual essence, blood surging forth to form mysterious and eerie symbols. Dumbledore squinted at the paper before the black cat, raising his elder wand to cast layer upon layer of protective enchantments upon himself. As the blood-red symbols multiplied, a cacophony of frenzied whispers filled the air, accompanied by a scent of rust. Noticing the odor, Dumbledore furrowed his brow and cast another enchantment to seal off the air. When the last blood-red symbol twisted into formation, a resurrection talisman was completed, precisely as described in the first page of the Secrets of the Seven Mysteries of the Earth. Mecken wielded the talisman, affixing it to the unicorn's forehead. A flash of crimson light surged forth as the talisman merged with the unicorn's essence. Suddenly, a slender fissure materialized in the ground, and dark claws erupted violently from within the feline's being. Countless obsidian claws clung to the fissure, producing sounds reminiscent of shattering glass, as the gap was relentlessly tugged and expanded by the menacing claws. From this rift, the ethereal soul of a pristine white unicorn burst forth, racing toward its lifeless form. Dumbledore gazed in astonishment at the unfolding scene, and at the very moment the unicorn's soul returned to its corporeal body, a wave of terrifying pressure emanated from the fissure, a delicate arm, imbued with the stench of decay and rot. Mecken's primal instincts surged anew, her striking heterochromatic eyes constricted, and her fur bristled in alarm. There was no doubt that the invocation of the resurrection talisman had summoned something formidable. Dumbledore, trembling, beheld the arm before him, though he could not identify its origin. As the sole individual in existence possessing multiple deathly hallows, he was acutely aware of the aura it exuded. Raising his elder wand with trepidation, he repeatedly chanted the incantation for fiend fire. Countless flames erupted from the wand, yet each time they made contact with the arm, They were extinguished in an instant, not merely dissipated by the counteracting magic, but utterly obliterated by the force of decay. As the arm reached through the fissure, extending its fingers, the ravenous dark claws relinquished their grip, resembling famished wolves encountering a delectable white rabbit. Scores of claws ensnared the fingers, gnawing with frenzied zeal. The assaulted fingers retaliated, swiftly grasping a handful of the black claws and crushing them, yet the severed appendages did not vanish. Instead, they were devoured by the surging tide of additional dark claws, transforming into energy that continued to assail the fingers. "Begone, heretic! And you thief!" A hoarse, furious voice echoed from the fissure. As the decaying arm strained to retract, it tore through numerous black claws, swiftly causing the fissure to close. Within the feline, dark claws continued to surge forth, attempting to rend the fissure anew. But to no avail. They could only consume the severed claws before retreating. Dumbledore swallowed hard, contemplating the ferocity of the situation. "What do you think you are gnawing upon? That is no mere chicken leg. It is the arm of death." He then observed the resurrected unicorn, now obediently bowing its head to nuzzle the feline. Alongside the young dragon, which had fainted in fright, shaking his head in resignation. Suddenly struck by an idea, Dumbledore focused on the resurrected unicorn, now transformed into a dark shade, and invoked the Eye of Analysis. Countless intricate magical runes appeared within his gaze. After a prolonged examination, he sighed once more. This was not a true resurrection. Although it possessed its own soul, its corporeal form was irrevocably deceased. The feline leaped atop the unicorn's head, grasping its horn, while the oblivious young dragon was tethered to the feline's back, forced to fly in circles through the air. Observing the peculiar assembly of a cat, a dragon, and a unicorn, the esteemed white wizard, Albus Dumbledore, appeared to age a few more years. Chapter 22, A Striking Encounter from Mars. After leading 4 young wizards into the Forbidden Forest, Hagrid divided them into 2 groups, Harry, Draco, and Yaya in one, and Hagrid, Ron, and Hermione in the other. With a magical lantern in hand, Draco marched forward, Harry trailing behind, while Yaya took the lead. "I must tell my father. I can hardly believe they have tasked us with patrolling the Forbidden Forest. This is work meant for servants, and there are werewolves lurking within," Draco lamented as they walked. "Draco, why do you incessantly mention your father? I have heard it dozens of times in just half an hour." "Harry, my father is one of the governors. Our Malfoy family." Harry, exasperated by this incessant display of privilege, soon found his attention drawn ahead, where a figure cloaked in black was hunched over the lifeless body of a unicorn, gnawing relentlessly. "Ah, woof, woof, woof." Draco's piercing scream echoed through the forest, and Yaya, whether frightened by the cloaked figure or Draco's shriek, also let out a cry. The 2, man and dog, quickly fled. Harry, clutching his scar, watched as the figure in black began to rise and approach him. In his retreat, he stumbled over a gnarled root and fell to the ground. In his despair, he couldn't help but think of his parents, whom he had never seen in the mirror of Ariste. Just then, a black unicorn charged towards him, its horn emanating an aura of death. Its once pure and gentle eyes now blazed with a vengeful light. Quirrell, having just consumed the unicorn's blood, was suffering from the curse it inflicted, unable to react swiftly as the sharp horn pierced through his side. Following that was the impact of the unicorn's head. After a spine-chilling scream, the injured Quirrell arced through the air, transforming into a shadowy figure that swiftly retreated into the darkness. At that moment, a centaur leapt beside Harry, shielding him protectively while casting a wary glance at the sorrowful black unicorn beside its fallen companion. "Harry Potter, you must leave this place at once. This is no domain for a child. The creature that slaughters unicorns is a monster, seeking to prolong its own life, yet it shall be cursed." Who could that cloaked figure be? The Mars tonight shone exceptionally bright. Hagrid hurriedly approached with Draco, Hermione, Ron, and Yaya. "Thank you, Firenze." "Oh, Merlin's trousers." Hagrid greeted the centaur, only to suddenly notice the black unicorn. "I have never seen a black unicorn. Firenze, what is happening here?" The Mars tonight shone exceptionally bright. The centaur gazed at the starry sky, murmuring to himself. "What is wrong with him?" Harry inquired, bewildered. "Do not concern yourself with Firenze. Centaurs are always like this. No one knows the Forbidden Forest better than I do, aside from the centaurs and their Mars," Hagrid replied with a hint of resignation. Young Dragon floated down with Mayken. Or rather, it was Mayken who carried the young dragon, ultimately landing beside the unicorn. "It's you, the end of the bear, the destroyer of herbs. The ominous dark Balabala." "Meow?" Mayken looked quizzically at the furious centaur. "The end of the bear? The destroyer of herbs? What on earth is that?" "Hagrid, take them back. I shall handle this. It is the headmaster's command." "Oh, my dear Norbert, why must you be tethered?" Hagrid gazed at the young dragon secured to the cat's shoulder armor, feeling tears welling up again. However, considering Dumbledore's orders and the safety of the young wizards, he resolved to depart. "Mayken, please be safe. I will await your return at the hut." Hermione observed Mycon's peculiar appearance but refrained from questioning him at that moment, prioritizing the safety of the cat. Hagrid led the young wizards away from the Forbidden Forest. Mycon squatted beside another deceased unicorn, as the black unicorn knelt on the ground, gazing at the black cat with hope, wishing that this master could revive its daughter. Mycon glanced at it, recalling that terrifying arm. Perhaps it could be gnawed upon again. A scene that had previously astonished Dumbledore reemerged, but this time, the astonished party was the centaur Firenze. Moreover, the anticipated arm did not materialize. It was only after Mycon departed with the two centaurs and the dragon that Firenze's scream echoed. The Martian has blinded my eyes. After Hagrid escorted Harry and Ron back to the castle, he awaited the cat's return at Mycon's hut with Hermione. When he saw the cat returning with two black unicorns and the young dragon, Hagrid was beside himself with excitement. Norbert is back, accompanied by two extraordinary black unicorns. Mycon tied the rope securing the young dragon to a large stone at the entrance of the hut, allowing the two unicorns to find their own resting place. Hagrid, if you wish to see this dragon often, it must remain by my side, or else the headmaster will send it away. And do not speak of these two black unicorns to anyone. Mycon, thank you. I will be content to see Norbert frequently. Rest assured, I shall not speak of this to anyone. I promise. This dragon will henceforth be known as Nobita. She is a female dragon. After bidding farewell to Hagrid, who kept turning back, Mycon finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having cast the incense of resurrection twice tonight, he felt his spiritual energy nearly deplete. Unicorns are not ordinary creatures. Though they are not classified among magical beings, it is due to their avoidance of human contact. Their extraordinary sensitivity allows them to flee before humans can approach. The two resurrected unicorns, mother and daughter, now leisurely rested by the pond, grooming each other as fur. Although their coats had changed color, their bond remained unaltered. As for Hagrid, while Mycon advised him against spreading the word, it was merely a precaution, as he would not speak of it indiscriminately. The only source of distress for the feline creature is Nobita, an aggressive female Norwegian ridgeback dragon. Known for its insatiable appetite and rapid growth, Mycon's cottage rests by the shores of the Black Lake, with the presence of the little owl. It suffices to have it deliver fish daily, alleviating any concerns Mycon might have regarding its sustenance. The remaining task is to engage in continual training with the dragon. Mycon, may I touch them? Hermione gazes at the unicorns by the pond, her eyes sparkling with delight. Of course, Hermione. Rest assured, they will not harm you. Tomorrow, you may ride them freely along the shores of the Black Lake. As Hermione joyfully dashed towards the unicorns, Mycon approached Nobita, who was gnawing at a rope. Nobita regarded Mycon with a menacing glare, instinctively retracting its slender neck. Though still youthful, it had been frightened into unconsciousness in the Forbidden Forest the previous night. And now it cowered before the black cat, struggling to suppress its inherent ferocity. As the dragon prepared to bare its teeth, Mycon swiftly delivered a resounding slap to its head. After a moment of stunned silence, Nobita readied itself to retaliate against the black cat, only to receive another, more forceful slap, which sent its head crashing to the ground. Shaking its head vigorously, the enraged young dragon puffed its belly, ready to unleash its fiery breath. However, the cat's tail was quicker, coiling around its neck and rendering it utterly mute with a dull thud. Reviving the dazed dragon, Mycon tossed a fresh fish onto the ground. Upon noticing the food, Nobita lunged for it, emitting muffled sounds of delight. Oh, still guarding your meal? Mycon delivered yet another slap, determined to instill both lessons of nourishment and discipline. Meanwhile, Professor Quirrell returned, lamenting and clutching his kidneys, recounting his sorrows to his esteemed master. Since partaking of unicorn blood, he had been trapped in a state between life and death, with a shattered body that struggled to heal, exuding a foul odor. Chapter 23, The Closure of a Scheme. Nobita, if you dare to breathe fire again, I shall toss you into the fireplace to keep company with the fire lizards. Mycon's reprimand echoed from the cottage. Nobita shrank its elongated neck, fearfully eyeing the leisurely black cat basking in the sun by the pond. After more than a month of affectionate training, Nobita's childhood had finally reached completion, albeit with the occasional minor mischief. Now, its physique had surpassed that of Mycon's cottage, its streamlined body adorned with black scales, a prominent dorsal ridge spanning its back, and a diamond-shaped tail hanging gracefully from its slender form. Its triangular head crowned with fiery orange eyes. Sharp fangs now possessed a hint of venom. Although Nobita is a Norwegian ridgeback dragon, it stands shoulder to shoulder with the fiercest of fire dragon species, the Hungarian horntail, among the fifth-tier magical creatures, establishing itself as an undeniable pinnacle. However, the current Nobita is only slightly larger than the Mycon's paw, a fact greatly attributed to the notebook gifted by Professor Felivi, which contains the incantation for enlargement and reduction that has proven immensely beneficial to the feline. This spell is not a sophisticated magic. Coercively shrinking a dragon is fundamentally impossible, regardless of whether it is a juvenile or an adult dragon. Their robust physiques inherently possess remarkable resistance to magic. Thus, the cat can only compel Nobita to willingly shrink during the casting. From the depths of the Black Lake, a colossal tentacle emerged, casting 3 goldfish exceeding 4 meters in length at the doorstep of the cottage. Initially languishing on the ground, Nobita sprang to life as if revived from a deathly slumber, regaining its immense form and leaping forward in an instant. Just as its sharp fangs were poised to seize the large fish, it suddenly froze, casting a glance at the black cat and emitting a couple of appeasing hisses. Only when the feline bestowed a look of satisfaction did Nobita commence its meal. Emerging from the cottage, Hermione surveyed the scene before her and shook her head in resignation. No one understood how this fire dragon had been tamed better than she, which deepened her comprehension of the sheer terror that level 5 magical creatures embody. Hermione, let's go. We need to prepare for the exam after breakfast, Mackenzie said, casting a shrinking spell on himself before perching atop Miss Beaver's head, playfully arranging her thick, fluffy hair to make himself more comfortable. Mackenzie, my hair is already a source of frustration. You are doing this on purpose. Hermione retorted angrily at the cat. You are mistaken. I am quite particular, and I genuinely adore your hair, Mackenzie replied. Really? My hair is always this voluminous, and I spend a considerable amount of time each day untangling it. More genuine than pearls. I find it quite comfortable, akin to lounging on a bare skin in winter. Ah, you infuriate me. I shall pluck your whiskers, and you shall not evade me. With Macken's spell having shrunk Nobita, it watched as the pair, a person and a cat, frolicked away, lethargically fluttering to the notice board at the entrance. It expertly looped the rope from the sign around its neck, the action eliciting a bittersweet pang from onlookers, marking yet another day of overseeing the entrance. Should anyone stumble upon the contents of the notice, they would surely be astonished. Warning: Fire Dragon Nobita, exclusively for Albus Dumbledore's research on the various uses of dragon blood, supervised by Mackenzie. Any unauthorized individuals are advised to keep their distance. All consequences are at their own risk. Ministry of Magic, England. After 2 months of intense revision, the little wizards emerged from the examination hall, their faces radiating relief. They congregated in small clusters, animatedly discussing their results and the exam questions. Mackenzie lay sprawled on Hermione's head, allowing her to lead him to reunite with Harry and Ron. I never expected the final exams to be this easy. I had always thought they would be quite difficult, he mused. That's you, Miss Know-It-All. We are not the same, Ron replied, turning back to Harry. Are you all right? You seemed off as soon as you left the examination room. Harry pressed his hand against the scar on his forehead and said, My scar has been burning. I sense danger approaching. He stepped out of the castle and beheld Hagrid, who was playing Hedwig's theme, as if a sudden understanding dawned upon him. Do you not find it peculiar? Hagrid's dragon egg, indeed, a dragon egg. Who would wager with such a precious artifact? The trio hastened their steps to confront Hagrid. Hagrid, how did you come by that dragon egg? Harry inquired with urgency. Oh, the stranger in the pub wanted to make a bet. Yes. He was curious about the dangerous creatures I have raised. He was quite fortunate to ask the right person. I told him about my 3-headed dog, Fluffy, whom you all have seen, Hagrid recounted with a hint of pride. Was he particularly interested in Fluffy? Of course. I explained how to keep a 3-headed dog obedient. With just a touch of music, it can drift off into a deep slumber. Hagrid boasted, only to realize, with a pang of regret, that he had divulged too much. The 3 instantly connected the dots. That individual must have been Snape in disguise, cunningly extracting Fluffy's weakness from Hagrid. The guardian of the trapdoor, Fluffy, was now virtually defenseless. They had to relay this information to Dumbledore. Professor McGonagall, engrossed in grading papers, observed the trio rushing in with urgency. Upon learning they wished to see Dumbledore, she informed them that the headmaster had left for London due to a pressing matter with the Ministry of Magic. Professor, something has happened regarding the Philosopher's Stone. Someone is attempting to steal it, Harry exclaimed anxiously. How do you know about the Philosopher's Stone? Rest assured, it is quite safe at present, Professor McGonagall reassured them, gesturing for them to leave as she resumed her grading. Upon exiting, they unexpectedly encountered Snape, who warned them against lurking about. The lazy feline, Crookshanks, perched atop Hermione's head, lazily raised a paw in greeting. Snape shot a menacing glare at the cat before turning away. Hermione, with a swift motion, removed Crookshanks from her head. Meow? Crookshanks, you are our only hope now. Dumbledore has gone to London, and Voldemort is approaching. Can you ride Buckbeak to find Dumbledore? Hermione implored the cat with hope. Crookshanks looked between Hermione, Harry, and Ron, perplexed by the situation. After departing from the trio, the feline hastened towards the headmaster's office. Crookshanks, what brings you here? Dumbledore asked, puzzled, as he enjoyed his dessert. With a haughty flick of his eyes, Crookshanks retorted, Where else would I go? Should I run to London after you? They are making their move tonight. Did you not advise me against involving myself in this matter? I shall merely oversee the conclusion. Having spoken, Crookshanks found a cushion, delicately placed it on the windowsill, and comfortably sprawled out to bask in the sun. My dear child, I apologize. I merely wish to allow them some training. After my departure, I hope they can stand on their own. With my presence, you need not worry about untimely demise. Why fret so much? No, Crookshanks. If the day comes when I meet my end, please do not resort to that. I have erred far too often in my life. In death, I seek only peace. Whenever you feel regret, do let me know. Thank you. Dear child, I have a gift for you. Upon hearing the word gift, Macon perked up, and Dumbledore presented him with a notebook. Observing the title of the notebook, the cat looked at Dumbledore in confusion. You may give it a try. If you interpret it in reverse, I believe it will prove beneficial to you. Of course, if you succeed. This may be the very first of its kind in the wizarding world. You cannot evade confrontation forever. Think of Hermione Granger. Oldby, you truly are on the dark side. What does Oldby mean? Dumbledore cast a disapproving glance at the cat. The cat, covering its mouth with both paws, gazed fearfully at the white wizard. Meow. Chapter 24. Voldemort. As night fell, in the Gryffindor common room, Harry and his companions readied themselves. They were about to enter the trapdoor to safeguard the Philosopher's Stone and thwart Voldemort's sinister plot. The trio, brimming with determination, was about to leave the common room when they encountered an unexpected individual. What are you doing? Planning to sneak out again? I won't let you go. Neville raised his hands, striking a boxing stance. You will definitely lose points. Sorry, Neville. Hermione raised her wand. Petrificus totalis. Ron, astonished, looked at Hermione and said, You can be quite terrifying at times. Let's hurry, Harry urged the two. After the trio departed, in the now silent common room, Dumbledore lifted the disillusionment charm, revealing a black cat in his left hand. At that moment, Macon had a large bump on his head, his limbs drooping in despair, held by the fate at the nape of his neck by the white wizard. Dumbledore raised the Elder Wand and dispelled Neville's petrification, placing the unconscious Neville on the sofa and covering him with a blanket. Subsequently, the white wizard continued to follow Harry and his friends, carrying the reluctant black cat. When the trio arrived at the room where Fluffy guarded the trapdoor, they discovered a harp playing by itself nearby. Snape must have gone down. We must hurry, they said in unison. Together, they moved Fluffy's paw aside and opened the trapdoor. As they peered into the dark abyss, they hesitated, but Fluffy had already awakened, prompting the trio to leap down decisively. Their second challenge awaited them, the Devil's Snare, which they successfully navigated with the assistance of the clever Miss Know-It-All. In the third challenge, Harry mounted a broomstick and, amidst a flurry of swiftly darting keys, located the genuine key. The fourth challenge involved a giant wizard's chess set, where Ron, seated on a knight, chose to sacrifice himself, ultimately being knocked unconscious by a pawn. In the fifth challenge, gazing at the 7 potions on the pedestal, Miss Know-It-All deciphered the clues and, after solving the riddle, held 2 vials before Harry. Ultimately, Hermione was persuaded to return for the professor's assistance, leaving Harry to confront Voldemort alone. Upon reaching the final challenge, Harry encountered the Mirror of Erist once more, along with Professor Quirrell. How could it be you? Where is Snape? Snape? He certainly does not seem like a good person. However, during the Quidditch match, he indeed cast a spell beneath my broomstick. You should count yourself fortunate. Had he not recited the counter curse, I would have long since ended your life. Quirrell grimaced, clutching his side, tormented by the memory that if Harry had perished sooner, he would not have endured the agony of his injury, which still emitted a foul stench. He had been compelled to cover the entire wound with garlic paste. Half alive, he could no longer feel pain. In the past, simply wearing garlic had sufficed to mask the odor emanating from the back of his head, though he was often met with ridicule. Now, enveloped in a potent garlic scent, he was not merely avoided by people, but even shunned by dogs. It was you who slaughtered the unicorns in the Forbidden Forest, Harry declared, noting Quirrell's hand clutching his side with certainty. Do not mention unicorns again, Harry, Quirrell bellowed furiously. On Halloween night, had that foolish cat not dealt with the troll, my plan would have succeeded. You released the troll as well? Harry trembled as he recalled the scene of McGonagall vanquishing the troll that night. All right, Harry, quickly tell me what is the story behind this mirror. I saw in the mirror that I possessed the Philosopher's Stone. I offered it to my master, the greatest Dark Lord, Voldemort. Quirrell grasped the Mirror of Erist, yearning to penetrate its depths. Use it, quickly you fool, Voldemort roared. For nothing is more exasperating than the sight of something unattainable. Harry approached the mirror, his heart racing as ripples danced across its surface, revealing an image of himself placing the Philosopher's Stone into his pocket. Speak quickly, what did you see? I saw Dumbledore. He shook my hand. And I won the house cup. He lies. Let me. As you wish, my master, Quirrell replied, loosening the scarf around his head. The moment Harry glimpsed the face on the back of Quirrell's head, recognition struck him. It was Voldemort. Ah, we meet again, Harry. Look at my current state, lingering on life. All thanks to you. Hand over the Philosopher's Stone, and you shall heal me. Hearing this, Harry turned to flee, but Quirrell conjured a wall of fire, blocking his escape. Why run? Instead, surrender the Philosopher's Stone to me, and we shall share eternal life. Gazing at the foe who had slain his parents, Harry pulled out the Philosopher's Stone and shouted, You shall not have it. Oh, do you long for your parents? Join forces with me, and I shall resurrect them. Together, we can soar beyond death. You lie? Kill him. Voldemort had lost interest in further persuasion. This lowly half-blood was not worthy of his words. Following his master's command, Quirrell seized Harry, pinning him to the ground, causing the Philosopher's Stone to fall. A powerful sensation of suffocation compelled Harry to instinctively grasp the hand that clutched his neck. What kind of magic is this? Quirrell gasped, his eyes wide with horror as he beheld his hand shattering into dust. Harry realized that encountering Quirrell would result in harm, and promptly pressed his hands against his face. Cracks swiftly expanded across Quirrell's visage, and ultimately, his entire being disintegrated into fragments. Immediately thereafter, a blurred soul surged forth from the remnants, rushing towards him. Just as Voldemort intended to charge at Harry with his final strength, he abruptly halted, his eyes wide with terror as they fixated on the black cat. It was a cat with its head lowered, entirely shrouded in darkness. He recognized this feline, yet his perception of it had been thoroughly upended. As the black cat's head slowly lifted, a multitude of sinister claws shot forth, instantaneously blocking all his escape routes. Macon? Harry gazed in astonishment at the black cat before collapsing, succumbing to slumber. Voldemort's ears were inundated with various frenzied murmurs, and he trembled as he beheld those black claws. As a soul entity, he could sense the terror that those claws embodied. Whether it was the maddening whispers or the eerie power that lulled his magic and even his soul into slumber, it was a force he had never comprehended. No, Dumbledore. What is this? How dare you leave such a thing at Hogwarts? Uninterested in his ramblings, Macon directed the black claws to entwine Voldemort's soul, swiftly dragging it towards the Sea of Spirituality. Within the sea, the 7 secrets of the earth gradually opened its second page after absorbing Voldemort's second soul, revealing a dense black mist. The cat remained unhurried in its consumption. Macon, your manner of eating is quite unsightly. Dumbledore, having lifted the disillusionment charm, appeared beside Harry, gently cradling him as he made his way out of the basement. Professor, am I truly so detestable to you? Will I be able to leave Hogwarts after the holidays? Macon cheerfully followed behind. No, Macon. If luck permits, it will still take a month. Neither the man nor the cat cast a glance at the magical stone lying on the ground. Chapter 25. The evolution of the black claws. By the time Macon and Hermione returned to the cottage, it was already the following morning. A night of toil had left Hermione unable to keep her eyes open. Hermione, hurry and freshen up. I will prepare breakfast first, and after we eat, you can rest. Thank you, Macon, Hermione replied weakly before heading off to wash up. Once she had finished her meal and taken a moment to rest, Macon instructed Nobita to keep a watchful eye before departing the cottage and heading straight for the 8th floor's room of requirement. Upon entering the charms training room, Macon immersed himself in the Sea of Spirituality, gazing at the black mist on the second page of the 7 secrets of the earth. Gritting his teeth, he pressed against it, and the familiar sensation of sinking enveloped him. However, this time, his body did not shatter and reassemble. Instead, the black mist enveloped him, nurturing him continuously. The black claws surrounded him, and the previously imperceptible entities began to reveal their monstrous, distorted forms, with the cacophony of whispers becoming distinctly audible. He cannot see us. He cannot see us. But he can see him. The self-reflective murmurs abruptly ceased as numerous bizarre, twisted creatures lunged towards the sinking Macon. The fearsome black claws wove a vast net within the Sea of Spirituality, ensnaring the grotesque entities that lunged forth, followed by merciless strangulation. Whenever a maimed creature managed to escape through the mesh, several smaller black claws would extend from the main ones to reclaim it. As Macon continued to descend, the number of pursuing aberrations gradually diminished, and tranquility enveloped the surroundings once more. The black claws guarding him incessantly sprouted additional appendages, which would grow and then retract, exhibiting a palpable satisfaction after their feast. Upon awakening to the peculiar sight of the fearsome black claws, Macon was engulfed in confusion. Had a qualitative transformation arisen from a quantitative change? If the previous black claws were merely derivative, had they now acquired the trait of proliferation? After the second page of the 7 secret scriptures of the earth merged into his consciousness, he acquired a second skill, the Flesh Mushroom Longevity Talisman. However, this seemed to be a passive ability. After extensive contemplation, the only discernible phenomenon was a faint gathering of belief energy from the ether, with no other apparent utility. The reason he could ascertain it was belief energy was due to his ability to sense the essence of sincerity emanating from the subtle energies. Unbeknownst to him, as the second page of the 7 secret scriptures of the earth integrated into his mind, countless ghouls and sewers across the globe were frantically tearing their own limbs and organs, devoutly arranging them upon the ground, stained with rancid blood to form ritualistic diagrams, while they prostrated themselves in fervent prayer, observing the malevolent gazes directed at him from the entities surrounding the Sea of Spirituality. Macon scratched his rear and exited the mystical waters. After experiencing the transformative effects of the third black mist baptism, he found himself not only stronger, but also entwined with a burgeoning sense of arrogance. He perceived this emotion expanding within him with gravity. It appeared that the black mist produced upon the extraction of Voldemort's essence from the scriptures manifested diverse emotional energies. At that moment, the faint belief energy within the spirituality sensed the encroachment of these emotions and began to radiate a gentle light, gradually purifying the taint. With the lethargy and arrogance of Voldemort present, Machin licked his lips, tears of joy involuntarily spilling from the corners of his mouth. A week later, a healthy Harry and Ron arrived at Machin's cottage. "Thank you for saving me, Machin. I mean that day in the basement," Harry expressed sincerely. "It was nothing. I didn't truly save you. Even if I hadn't been there, you would have faced no peril," Machin replied languidly, reclining on a sun-warmed stone by the pond, reluctant to rise. Noticing the puzzled expression on his friends' faces, he continued, "Do not overthink it. The path will naturally unfold for you. You must learn to relish life. Machin, look, the results are out." Hermione exclaimed joyously as she rushed in with the report cards. Upon spotting Harry and Ron, she added, "Oh, you're all here. I've brought your report cards as well." She handed the 2 cards to Harry and Ron, discreetly slipping the other 2 into Machin's backpack. "Oh, this is simply marvelous, Harry. I have 5 as well," Ron exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement as he gazed at Harry. "I possess 5 too, yet my potions class results are." Harry replied, a hint of shyness in his voice. Ron's gaze fell upon the unsatisfactory grades in potions, and his mood soured once again. Megan looked on in surprise at the results of the 2. Despite the relentless challenges posed by Professor Snape, they still managed commendable scores. Perhaps she had underestimated them. In the Wizarding World, grades are categorized into 6 distinct levels: outstanding, exceeds expectations, acceptable, poor, dreadful, and troll. Ron, puzzled, turned to Hermione and Megan. "What about your report cards? I distinctly saw you holding 4 earlier. As for Megan and me, perhaps it would be best if you didn't take a look," Hermione said, feeling a bit embarrassed. Ron seemed to discover a new realm of possibilities, pondering whether Hermione might have faltered in her studies while spending time with that cat. "No way. We are friends who share both joys and tribulations. Surely we can share our grades too?" Ron persisted. Harry regarded Ron with a bemused expression, finding it difficult to comprehend his friend's fervor. Left with no other choice, Hermione reluctantly produced their report cards and handed them to Ron. With uncontainable excitement, Ron accepted the report cards, his expression oscillating from crimson to pallid, ultimately settling into a shade of deep distress. Harry glanced over curiously, exclaiming, "Wow, both of yours are trolls." He already knew their results without needing to look, stretching languidly as noon approached. "Harry, would you mind calling Hagrid next door and asking him to bring some vegetables? To celebrate your healthy return and your commendable performance in the end-of-term exams. We shall feast on a barbecue at noon," Megan declared, then proceeded to prepare the meat. With practiced ease, Hermione levitated 2 enormous barbecue grills and arranged the plates on the dining table. Hagrid joyously arrived, laden with an abundance of ingredients, including not only fresh vegetables, but also a variety of mushrooms. With many hands making light work, the table was soon brimming with an array of barbecued delights. Cheers! The 4 friends and the cat toasted with mugs of butterbeer. Nobita, already entranced by the delectable aromas, drooled copiously, while Megan prepared a bucket of butterbeer along with 4 grilled fish for her. Laughter and merriment echoed from Megan's cozy abode. The barbecue feast lasted for over 2 hours, and once they had satisfied their appetites, the 4 friends and the cat lounged on the grass, basking in the sun. "Megan, do you know why Professor Snape always seems to target me?" Harry confided, voicing his concerns. "Snape is not specifically against you. You could always ask Hagrid. He was a close friend of your mother, albeit with a rather peculiar temperament. Indeed, what Megan said is true. Snape was once inseparable from your mother during their school days, and they shared a deep bond. But I still don't comprehend. Snape merely holds a grudge against your father. If you were to change your name to Harry Evans, perhaps Snape would treat you with more affection than his own son." Chapter 26. The cat goes on a hunger strike. Clink, clink, clink. Professor McGonagall tapped her goblet, drawing the attention of the chattering young wizards in the Great Hall. Another year has passed, and it is time to award the House Cup. 4th place goes to Hufflepuff with 352 points. 3rd place, Gryffindor with 370 points. 2nd place, Ravenclaw with 426 points. And 1st place, Slytherin with 472 points. After announcing the scores, Dumbledore was met with exuberant cheers from the Slytherins, their admiration for one another palpable. Professor Snape's hands moved with such speed that they seemed to leave an afterimage, marking Slytherin's 7th consecutive victory of the House Cup. Meanwhile, the Gryffindors hung their heads in despair, and even Macon expressed a sense of helplessness, acknowledging that no amount of points could offset the mischief caused by that raucous group. Indeed, the Slytherins demonstrated a remarkable ability to capitalize on their surroundings. They were not only cunning but also astute, complemented by an abundance of energy. As for the eagles, their intelligence shone through as they amassed points in every subject, their only shortcoming being in sports, particularly Quidditch. The badgers, content to remain apolitical, simply expressed their indifference, stating that as long as others were happy, they preferred to be left alone. While Slytherin's performance was commendable, recent events also warranted consideration. Dumbledore, ignoring Snape's suddenly pale visage, turned to Miss Hermione Granger. In the face of danger, your vast knowledge enabled you to solve several formidable puzzles. Gryffindor earns an additional 50 points. Mr. Ron Weasley, for your exceptional victory in a game of chess against Hogwarts' finest, Gryffindor receives another 50 points. Harry Potter, for your fearless bravery and extraordinary courage, Gryffindor is awarded 60 points. Neville Longbottom, your steadfastness in front of your friends required immense courage. Thus Gryffindor is granted an additional 10 points. And Macon, puzzled. Macon lifted his head from the roast chicken, wondering what concern involved him. Because you disregarded advice and continued to hunt the brown bears, leading to their near extinction in the Forbidden Forest, I have received a second complaint from the Centaur tribe. Gryffindor loses 60 points. The Black Cat's expression darkened further. This old bee seemed intent on targeting him, entirely unrelated to the bears. Huzzah! The Gryffindors were ecstatic to learn that they had only lost 60 points. Counting on their fingers and toes, they found themselves 8 points ahead of the Slytherins and erupted into cheers. Dumbledore raised his hands to signal for calm among the young wizards. It appears it is time to refresh the decorations. With a swift clap of his hands, the banners of Slytherin in the Great Hall were replaced with those of Gryffindor. The Gryffindors, Eagles, and Badgers joyfully tossed their hats into the air, while the Slytherins wilted like frostbitten eggplants. The following morning, Hagrid and Macon escorted the trio to the station. Reluctantly, Harry boarded the train with the album Hagrid had gifted him, while Hermione gazed at Macon, wishing she could take him home. Is there truly no way for you to leave this place? She asked. Hermione, in just over a month, I should be able to come find you. That is wonderful. I'll be waiting for you at home. If you don't reply to my letters during the holiday, I shall simply ignore you. Hagrid and Macon gazed at the train gradually receding into the distance before making their way back to Macon's cottage. Like thieves, they furtively glanced around to ensure no one was watching before stealthily returning to the yard. Macon extracted a brown bear from his backpack and handed it to Hagrid. After indulging in a hearty feast, Hagrid, inebriated, stumbled back, while Macon rummaged through his backpack with the dexterity of a feline, eventually producing a large green leaf. The cat stood upright, clutching the oversized leaf with its paws, and after a prolonged struggle, managed to swallow it whole, only to angrily toss the leaf onto the ground. The cat's oral cavity differs from that of humans, and the sheer size of the leaf caused it considerable distress, leading to an inevitable swallowing reflex. Ultimately, with no other recourse, Macon resorted to a spell to enlarge himself, wary of casting magic directly on the leaf or folding it. As the process of becoming an animagus was fraught with uncertainty, Macon felt that this was not merely transfiguration, but rather some sort of ritual. The cat's trial soon followed. The cat refused to eat. Indeed, the cat's tongue lacked the sensitivity of a human's. Anything consumed was either crushed and swallowed or directly ingested, and if it proved too much to handle, it resulted in regurgitation, leaving no remnants in the mouth. Thus, it was all too easy for the mandrake to be swallowed or expelled. Transformed into an oversized cat, Macon lay sprawled on the grass, as if bereft of dreams. Albus, would he truly succeed? Professor McGonagall had not returned during the holiday. She too was eager to know whether Macon would achieve his animagus form. Yet her greater concern lay with the cat. Dumbledore observed the cat lying on the grass and shook his head. Days turned into weeks, and Macon remained motionless on the ground, opting for sleep to stave off hunger. Albus, Macon has gone a week without food. I am genuinely worried for him. As he must endure another fortnight of hunger, McGonagall said with concern for the cat. You must trust him. This is his choice, Dumbledore replied softly, gazing at the prone Macon. In the second week, hunger roused Macon from his slumber. He sniffed the air, filled with a lang of scents, his instincts urging him to rise and hunt. Yet reason incessantly reminded him to remain still, not daring to take even a step. By the third week, the landscape had transformed. The grassy expanse had become a deep pit, where Macon had transfigured the earth beneath him into iron chains, binding himself to the pit's bottom. By the fourth week, the iron chains had all snapped and dissolved into soil, leaving Macon weakly lying there, awaiting the culmination of his endeavor, at which point he could no longer feel hunger. 3 days later, after nightfall, Professor McGonagall, her eyes swollen, rushed towards Macon. Good child, it's all right now. The time has come. You've persevered. Open your mouth quickly. Macon weakly opened his mouth, allowing Professor McGonagall to place a leaf of mandrake into a crystal vial. She then transformed a stone on the ground into a chicken leg, setting it before Macon. Although he could not smell the aroma of the leg, saliva flowed profusely from his mouth. Professor McGonagall collected the drool with the crystal vial containing the leaf, hastily removed a cat hair, and added it to the mixture before departing. She needed to return to add a teaspoon of dew and a cocoon of a demiguise moth, placing the vial in a quiet, dark location to await a thunderstorm. The house elves of Hogwarts presented food to Macon, from needing to be fed to actively eating, and then rushing to the dining hall. The elves were in a flurry. Dumbledore observed this scene and sighed with relief. The most challenging phase had finally passed. He descended from the astronomy tower, knowing that if the nights of the past few days were any indication, a storm would arrive in a week. Chapter 27. Transform. Little Cat. After a hearty meal, Macon lay lazily, feeling fortunate that the most arduous stage was behind him, thanks to the assistance of Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall, both adept practitioners of transfiguration. In the days that followed, Macon indulged in sleep and nourishment, replenishing his energy for the most extraordinary enigmatic transformation the Wizarding World had ever witnessed. On the evening of the following week, a flash of lightning startled Macon awake. He swiftly made his way to the location Professor McGonagall had prepared for him, the Quidditch pitch. By the time Macon arrived, Dumbledore and McGonagall were already waiting for him. Macon, after you drink the potion, try to clear your mind. When you hear the second heartbeat within you, the image of your intended transformation will naturally appear in your mind. McGonagall lifted Macon into her arms. My dear, I know you are clever. Even if you cannot transform, do not overthink it. She kissed Macon gently on the forehead, handing him the crystal vial. Rest assured, Professor McGonagall, I will succeed, Macon replied, his eyes glistening with tears as he gazed at her concerned expression. He looked at the crimson potion inside the vial, stood upright, and with sharp claws, pierced the bottle's mouth. Cradling the vial, he took a decisive gulp, for it was a single mouthful. The vial slipped from his claws and fell to the ground as he desperately pressed against his throat, turning in place while emitting muffled sounds, as if to express his final attachment to the world. With a soft thud, Macon collapsed to the ground. The White Lord, with a frown, brandished his elder wand and delivered a swift strike to Macon's head, questioning the need for such theatrics over a mere potion. Professor McGonagall, observing the playful tussle between the man and the cat, felt her worries dissipate. With her hands clasped tightly, she silently prayed for Macon. With a bump on his head, Macon scratched his backside, his long tail pointing toward his heart, and recited, Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus. The sky remained tumultuous with flashes of lightning and booming thunder, while torrential rain wove a dense curtain of water. Macon, standing tall, gradually extended his limbs. A powerful heartbeat resonated, the most familiar rhythm to him from his past life as a doctor. With his body relaxed, images of his impending transformation began to materialize in his mind. As the scene crystallized, Macon opened his eyes in astonishment, only to be met with a surge of intense pain. Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall gazed in disbelief at the transformed Macon, whose tousled black hair framed striking heterochromatic eyes of yellow and green, complemented by a delicately sculpted triangular face and skin as smooth as cream. A truly exquisite and charming young boy. Just as they thought the transformation had concluded, a pair of furry black triangular ears perked up from his head, and a sleek, glossy cat tail emerged, swaying leisurely. Macon took a tentative step, a wave of familiarity washing over him, the coordination he had possessed in his human form. As he progressed from walking to running, exhilaration surged within him, and he leapt into Professor McGonagall's embrace. Oh, Macon, congratulations. You have succeeded, and you look remarkably handsome, she exclaimed, draping a blanket around him. Tomorrow, let Professor McGonagall accompany you to the Ministry of Magic to register as an animagus. As for the cat ears and tail, simply state that they are a result of an unforeseen incident during the transformation. Dumbledore, ever the cunning strategist, observed Macon's immediate calculations. Upon hearing Dumbledore's words, Macon gazed at him in astonishment. In the Wizarding World, individuals who failed to transform into their animagus forms were periodically sent to St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, often resulting in a half-human, half-beast condition. Dumbledore's implication was clear. He should register his animagus form as a cat. But due to the transformation mishap, he had developed cat ears and a tail. Henceforth, he would be regarded as human, and no one could question his non-human status. Moreover, since he would consistently appear as a cat at Hogwarts, this mishap could serve as a plausible excuse to silence any ill-intentioned individuals. It was a masterstroke, resolving identity issues and eliminating potential hazards in one fell swoop. Truly, you are remarkable, old bee. The following morning, Professor McGonagall arrived at Macon's cottage, only to be confronted by Noberta, who had grown large and blocked the entrance upon seeing a stranger. Professor McGonagall shook her head at Noberta and, brandishing her wand, cast a transformation spell on a nearby small tree. Instantly, the tree expanded, its branches ensnaring Noberta securely. Infuriated, Noberta was about to puff up and breathe fire when the branches covered her mouth. As Professor McGonagall entered the bedroom, she found Macon sprawled across the bed, sound asleep. Observing the pristine condition of Macon, She turned her gaze towards the clothes left behind by Hermione. In Diagon Alley, Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions was eerily quiet. The stout Madame Malkin lounged lazily in her chair, lamenting the dismal business during the holiday season. Her shop primarily catered to middle and lower-class clients, while the affluent and aristocratic patrons opted for bespoke attire. Frustrated by her lack of inspiration for new wizarding robe designs, she sighed, experiencing yet another day devoid of creativity. As Madame Malkin prepared to indulge in a brief slumber, she was suddenly greeted by the entrance of Professor McGonagall and Maykin. Praise Merlin. Professor McGonagall, look what you have brought me. This young lady is truly a treasure bestowed upon us by the goddess of beauty, Madame Malkin exclaimed, her gaze fixated on Maykin, who donned a delicate white floral dress. Maykin, resigned, let his ears droop and his tail hang low, stripped of his own attire. He could only comply with Professor McGonagall's insistence to wear Hermione's dress. The most daunting aspect was not the transformation itself, but the necessity of adorning female garments thereafter. Just look at those ears, those eyes, and that tail, simply perfect. How could I have overlooked this? Madame Malkin's eyes sparkled with excitement. Madame Malkin, this is my student, Maykin. He requires 3 plain wizarding robes, a winter cloak, and a tailored wizarding robe, Professor McGonagall informed her. Wait, Professor McGonagall, is this a boy? Madame Malkin inquired, glancing at the bashful Maykin, who nervously tugged at his dress. Oh, my apologies. Maykin, you are simply too adorable. Fear not. Today, Madame Malkin's robe shop will certainly satisfy you. With that, Madame Malkin commenced measuring him. After an exhausting morning, Maykin finally shed the female attire and donned a specially tailored wizarding robe designed by Madame Malkin. Due to his tail, she ultimately abandoned the traditional robe design in favor of a trench coat style, accentuated with a high collar and cuffs embroidered with cat motifs in golden thread. This entirely black ensemble exuded an air of understated elegance. Upon their departure, Madame Malkin gifted Maykin a small hat to conceal his feline ears. Professor McGonagall escorted Maykin to the Leaky Cauldron, where they utilized the pub's flu network to travel to the Ministry of Magic. Chapter 28, The Unhappy Mr. Granger. Within the enigmatic registration office of the Ministry of Magic in England, Professor McGonagall and Maykin sat side by side, their eyes locked in mutual bewilderment. They had waited from noon until afternoon, a full 3 hours, yet the office head had yet to make an appearance. However, upon reflection, this was hardly surprising. Throughout the 20th century, a mere 7 animagi had registered at the ministry. This did not indicate a scarcity of animagi, but rather a reluctance to register, as transforming into another creature effectively granted one a wholly new identity, and no one would suspect that the encountered animal was, in fact, a human. Just as Maykin was on the verge of dozing off from sheer boredom, there came a knock at the office door. Minister, what a surprise to see you in person, Professor McGonagall remarked, her brow furrowed as Cornelius Fudge entered. Professor McGonagall, greetings, and to this charming young gentleman as well, Fudge acknowledged, I would prefer not to be here. I have far too many pressing matters to attend to. However, there is no one else to handle the enigmatic registration office, as the number of applicants has dwindled to such an extent that this position has been deemed redundant. Maykin gazed at Fudge in disbelief. So, due to the lack of registrants, you have abolished this position? Shouldn't we increase our efforts to encourage more registrations for better oversight, considering the low number of registrants? The registration process is quite simple. One merely needs to transform into a cat and back again, followed by filling out a form, all of which takes no more than 10 minutes. The older cat girl, fuming, led Maykin away from the Ministry of Magic. Unable to contain her frustration over the lack of appreciation for animagi, the most challenging transformation in Transfiguration. How on earth did Professor McGonagall become the Minister of Magic? Maykin, pay no heed to that fool. He is merely a bureaucrat at the ministry. If he were at Hogwarts, I would undoubtedly assign him to patrol with Filch. That is all he is capable of. Having come to London on rare occasion, after completing their business, Maykin used the disillusionment charm to conceal his ears and tail, leading Professor McGonagall to a restaurant of some renown. This establishment, steeped in history, exuded quintessential British charm upon their entrance, much to McGonagall's delight. Maykin ordered a dozen specialty dishes, having previously exchanged a significant sum with Hagrid at Gringotts. Maykin, you shouldn't have gone to such expense, Professor McGonagall remarked, affectionately stroking the cat's head. I ought to thank you, Professor. Your care and kindness towards me have been immeasurable. Of all the professors at the school, none had been as considerate as McGonagall. After their meal, the two returned directly to Hogwarts. Upon arriving at his cozy quarters, Maykin penned a letter to Hermione, informing her of his intention to visit her home the day after tomorrow, before hastily seeking out Hagrid for assistance. In a quaint Muggle neighborhood in London, an owl alighted outside a small villa. Hermione, an owl has delivered a letter, and it is addressed to someone named Maykin. Mr. Granger called out as he sipped his coffee. Ah, Maykin has written to me, Hermione exclaimed joyfully, rushing down the stairs to retrieve the letter before hastily returning to her room. Mr. Granger, puzzled, wondered who this person was and why his daughter was so animated. Just as he was about to inquire further, Hermione dashed back down. Dad, my friend is coming to visit, and he will stay here until the holidays conclude. Hermione, is this friend of yours someone you met at Hogwarts? Is it appropriate for him to stay here? I mean, if he wishes to spend time with you. Perhaps he could find a hotel nearby. No need, Dad. Macon and I have shared accommodations at school. Mr. Granger's coffee cup slipped from his grasp, and his face turned ashen. What do you mean, shared accommodations? Have you just begun cohabitating after a mere year at school? Is this wizarding school arranging marriages? Dear, please do not overreact, Mrs. Granger interjected, having heard the commotion. My daughter, who is this friend of yours named Macon? Is he a classmate? What are you all thinking? Macon is a black cat, and also my classmate. Realizing her parents' misunderstanding, a blushing Hermione fled back to her bedroom. Mr. Granger hastily patted his chest, relieved to discover it was merely a pet. Yet, something felt amiss. Was it not peculiar that even pets at Hogwarts possessed such enchantment? Noticing her husband's bewilderment, Mrs. Granger abandoned her musings and ascended the staircase to seek out her daughter for clarification. Hermione, do tell your mother the truth. What on earth is happening? Mother, Macon is indeed a black cat, but he possesses magic and can speak, Hermione replied, gazing at her concerned mother, ultimately deciding to reveal the truth about Macon. The following evening, Hermione sat in the living room, fuming as she observed her father, one hand grasping a litter box while the other held cat litter, pacing restlessly. Father, there is no need to prepare those things, she protested. Mrs. Granger, busy in the kitchen, turned to her husband and remarked, if you truly cannot find a place for them, you may put them in the bathroom. Ding dong. The crisp sound of the doorbell echoed, prompting the three of them to exchange glances. Hermione dashed to the door, followed closely by her parents, eager to discover what kind of cat Macon truly was. Upon opening the door, they were greeted by a luxurious four-wheeled carriage, adorned with 4 magical lanterns glowing brightly, drawn by 2 pure black unicorns. As the carriage door swung open, a peculiar young boy descended from the step, his mismatched eyes, cat ears, and tail on display. With a charming smile, he approached the door elegantly. I am Macon, and I humbly seek your pardon for my unexpected visit. His melodious voice stunned the Granger family into silence. Mr. Granger numbly dropped the litter and box, while Mrs. Granger gasped, covering her mouth in astonishment. Hermione stared wide-eyed at the boy's gaze and the ring on his tail. This was indeed Macon. Macon, how have you transformed into a human? Hermione exclaimed, suddenly recalling something that flushed her cheeks a deep crimson as she raced upstairs, slamming her door behind her. The awkward feline shook his tail in embarrassment. Macon, do come in and sit. Do not linger here. Dear, please tidy up the living room. Mrs. Granger warmly ushered Macon inside, determined not to let this handsome young man escape. Just look at those beautiful eyes. Not to mention the ears and tail. What bliss it would be to see that every day. Once Macon was seated at the dining table, Mrs. Granger went upstairs to fetch her daughter. Meanwhile, Mr. Granger scrutinized Macon, causing the latter's fur to bristle. The table held 4 individuals. Mr. Granger wore a grim expression. Hermione's cheeks were aflame, and Mrs. Granger shook her head in resignation at the scene before her. Macon, I have heard from Hermione that you were once a cat. Is that correct? Yes, Mrs. Granger. I was transformed into a cat due to a failure in my enigmatic transformation. I remained in that form until recently when the headmaster helped me revert to human form. However, due to lingering side effects, I still retain my cat ears and tail. I sincerely apologize for any distress this has caused you. And where is your home, Macon? How many family members do you have, and what do they do? Meow? This line of questioning seems rather familiar, doesn't it? Chapter 29. What he has that you do not, Mrs. Granger. I reside at Hogwarts under the guardianship of Professor Albus Dumbledore. He takes great care of me and permits me to dwell within the castle. As there is no one else at home, replied Macon with a smile. What a resilient child. Come, let us dine and sample my culinary skills. Hermione often claims my cooking pales in comparison to that of the house elves at school. I confess, I am unfamiliar with what they are, Mrs. Granger remarked, disregarding her husband's gloomy countenance as she gazed compassionately at the handsome boy, orphaned and alone. After an awkward dinner, Hermione whisked Macon back to her bedroom. Darling, you simply watched them return to the bedroom? You didn't even arrange a separate room for that cat. Mr. Granger glared at his wife in indignation. What are you getting upset about? Such a wonderful child. Hermione must seize this opportunity. If you possessed Macon's delightful ears and tail, I wouldn't have made you pursue me for 3 years before agreeing to go out with you. How superficial of you. They are still children. The priority now is their education. Granger, you dare to call me superficial? Who was it that climbed through my window when I was Hermione's age, and nearly had his leg broken by my father? Moreover, did you not notice? A unicorn carriage. Had you come to visit me in a carriage when you were young, I would not have kept you waiting for so long. That would have been utterly romantic. Mr. Granger, rendered speechless, sulked back to his room. In Hermione's bedroom, the two sat on the carpet, exchanging glances. Macon, I do not believe everything you told my parents. Hermione broke the silence. After the holidays, I began preparing to become an enigmagus, and with the assistance of the headmaster and Professor McGonagall, I succeeded. Succeeded? Wait, your enigmagus form is human? The astute Hermione quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Macon, feeling uncomfortable under Hermione's scrutiny, reverted to his transformed state, the familiar black cat reappearing before her. Hermione picked up the cat and playfully squeezed it. After all, this cat was the best. As dawn broke, Macon awoke, leapt from the bed, transformed back into human form, and neatly covered the blanket that Hermione had kicked off before descending to prepare breakfast. The kitchen was familiar to Macon, and by the time Mrs. Granger arose to prepare breakfast, the table was already laid out with soy milk, fried dough sticks, and 4 small dishes. My apologies, madam, if I may have disturbed you. Macon, you are quite the gentleman. Is this breakfast from Hogwarts? Not at all. This is Chinese cuisine, a favorite of Hermione's. I wonder if you will enjoy it. Mrs. Granger, satisfied, dragged her husband out and went upstairs to rouse Hermione for her morning routine, in stark contrast to the awkward dinner from the previous night. Today's breakfast was remarkably harmonious, though Mr. Granger still wore a sullen expression. After breakfast, the Granger couple tidied up to prepare for work, while Hermione remained at home to complete her assignments, and Macon took charge of the meals throughout the day. In recent days, Mrs. Granger has grown increasingly fond of Macon. Not only is he handsome, but his demeanor is also refined, and his culinary skills are beyond reproach. Mr. Granger's attitude towards Macon has softened as well, particularly since he has been commuting to work in a unicorn-drawn carriage, a magical creature rendered undetectable by any passers-by, which has only enhanced his stature among friends. Macon and Hermione nestled together on the sofa, engrossed in their books, yet Hermione's fingers absent-mindedly toyed with the tail of the cat, revealing an underlying discontent. You seem troubled, Macon observed. Is it about Harry? Since the holidays began, I've written to Harry, but I have yet to receive a response. I also inquired with Ron, and he is in the same predicament. I fear something may have happened to Harry. Do not fret, he has encountered some difficulties. Tonight, I shall take you to see him, but we must remain mere spectators. Macon, I have noticed that you seem to know everything, Hermione remarked, her expression one of peculiar curiosity. If you do not tell me, I will remain intrigued. Macon regarded her inquisitive demeanor and decided it best not to divulge everything. Harry's parents perished at the hands of Voldemort. That is the nature of their connection. You are likely familiar with the Death Eaters, a faction devoted to Voldemort. Dumbledore serves as a formidable ally to Harry, and there exists a group known as the Order of the Phoenix. They are engaged in a relentless struggle, with Harry being a critical pawn in their game. Pausing, Macon turned to Hermione, who was nervously clutching the cat's tail, which had transformed into a wavy shape as it slipped from her grasp. Thus, Harry will invariably find himself in trouble. However, you can rest assured he is not in danger. Indeed, he is safer than you and Ron. Originally, you were the most at risk among the 3 of you. But despite Ron's shortcomings, he is still a member of the Weasley family, whose several brothers are quite remarkable, though the Weasley family has fallen on hard times. A skeleton of a camel is still larger than a horse. Why was I considered the most dangerous before? And what of now? Are you foolish? Am I not here now? Are you truly formidable? Hermione regarded Macon with skepticism. Of course, a mere flick of my wrist could dismantle the entire wizarding world. Haha, you are quite the braggart. Show me. After dinner, Macon suggested taking Hermione to visit some classmates, and the Grangers did not object, only insisting that they return before midnight. They climbed into the carriage, and the unicorn took flight, soaring towards Surrey. Darling, can this carriage truly fly? Granger, cease your thoughts. You are but an ordinary person. In Surrey, at 4, Privet Drive, Macon cast a disillusionment charm upon the carriage, while Hermione peered out the window at the sealed house. The Dursleys are utterly mad. Harry's bedroom is secured with 4 locks. Would you care for a cup of coffee? Are we not going to rescue him? Hermione withdrew her gaze from the window, only to find 2 cups of coffee had materialized on the small table within the carriage, with a coffee pot still brewing beside them. Very well, Macon. Are you merely here to watch a show? Why not? This is indeed the finest seasoning for a monotonous existence. After sipping a mouthful of coffee, Macon pointed out of the window. Look, the one who will save him has arrived. A car soared through the night sky, swaying as it drifted toward Harry's window. Ron produced a grappling hook and secured it to the railing outside the window. With a resounding crash, the railing was torn away by the vehicle, and the Dursley household erupted in chaos. Uncle Vernon incessantly shouted Potter, his voice imbued with a frenzied intensity that sent a shiver down the spine of the young witch. In a fit of rage, Vernon Dursley bellowed from the front of the bedroom, swiftly unlocking the door secured by 4 locks. As he barreled into the room, Harry had already climbed most of his body onto the car, and with a frantic cry, Vernon lunged forward to grasp one of Harry's legs. Ultimately, the car took flight, carrying Vernon out of the window and into the shrubbery below. Watching his uncle's house recede into the distance, Harry felt an extraordinary sense of relief. Chapter 30. I admire your gaze. Hurry, Granger, we are heading to Diagon Alley today. Aren't you quite fascinated by the Wizarding World? Let us not keep the children waiting too long. It's all right, Mother. If we don't need to purchase Lockhart's book today, we wouldn't even need to go to Diagon Alley. I can simply use Mycon's textbooks from 2nd to 7th grade. He has already completed them all independently. Hermione proudly cradled the black cat, Mycon, as she spoke. Mycon, you truly are a little genius. Come, let your mother hold you. Mrs. Granger joyfully scooped up the black cat, beaming with delight. Since Mycon transformed into a black cat and Mrs. Granger discovered him, she had become utterly enamored, spending hours each day with him. The status of the cat within the Granger household surged dramatically, while Mr. Granger's role as a mere figurehead was completely cast aside. They're here. I think this tie looks splendid. Let us hurry into the carriage. I can only imagine how delightful it would be to soar through the skies in a carriage. Mr. Granger, rushing in, eagerly clambered into the carriage. Hermione glowered at her mother, who fussed over Mycon as if he were a beloved son, and at her disappointing father. Once the family was settled in the carriage, the cat flicked its tail and cast a disillusionment charm, aiming for Diagon Alley. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Leaky Cauldron, Mycon stored the carriage in a spatial backpack and they entered the pub one by one. My dear, this is our second visit to Diagon Alley, and the medieval style continues to refresh my senses, Mr. Granger exclaimed upon their arrival. Indeed, I too appreciate the aesthetic here. Mr. Granger, if you don't mind, we could visit Hogwarts this afternoon. I would be delighted to show you around the castle. Really? Thank you, Mycon. We have long wished to see the place where Hermione studies. Then what are we waiting for? Children, let us quickly purchase our books. As the family approached the entrance of Flourish and Blots, they spotted Hagrid and Harry. Harry, what happened to you? Your glasses are broken again. Hermione swiftly drew her wand and cast a restoration spell, causing the shattered glasses to revert to their pristine condition. All right, Harry, now that you've found your companions, I must take my leave, Hagrid said before turning to depart. Hello, Harry, I've heard so much about you from Hermione. The Grangers greeted warmly. Greetings to you all, and to you as well, Mycon. After exchanging pleasantries, we enter the esteemed Leaky Cauldron. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Gilderoy Lockhart. Inside the bookstore, the women erupted in fervent cheers, their voices echoing with enthusiasm, while the men exhibited indifference. My mother is absolutely enamored with him. No sooner had Ron spoken than he received a playful reprimand from his mother. A middle-aged wizard emerged under the flash of cameras, his face beaming with a grin as he occasionally cast flirtatious glances toward the women. Why is he so ostentatious? Hermione inquired, her brow furrowed as she turned to Mycon. Gilderoy Lockhart, a master of the Obliviate spell, should he refrain from using it, one could easily mock him. The protagonists of his tales have all fallen victim to his memory charm, Mycon whispered softly from her embrace. I often wonder why you never read his books. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Although the protagonists may not be him, some truths lie within the narratives. One simply needs to sift through the pompous rhetoric to find them worthwhile. Naturally, Harry was not spared from Lockhart's quest for fame, and as a few of them lost interest in him, they prepared to depart the bookstore. You must be eager for the front page, Harry, Draco interjected, blocking their path with a provocative gaze. Apologize to him, Malfoy. Ginny Weasley glared at Draco. Oh, our savior has a girlfriend? Look at that hair color. It must be Weasley. Draco taunted Harry. Draco, you ought to learn to be more amiable. Step aside. A tall, silver-haired wizard entered, introducing himself as Lucius Malfoy. Potter, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Observe your forehead. You should be grateful that the legend did not take your life. Lucius squinted at the scar upon Harry's brow. Voldemort is merely a murderer, not a legend, Harry retorted. I must admit, our savior possesses remarkable courage. Only one who fears a name would refrain from uttering it, Hermione added sharply from behind. Lucius regarded Hermione with disdain, raising his chin as he spoke. I have heard of you from Draco, as well as your parents, Miss Granger. They are muggles, are they not? Hermione glared furiously at Lucius Malfoy. Oh, I admire that look in your eyes, but it would be wise not to direct it at me, or at that foolish cat in your arms. Ah, as Lucius's words fell, a scream followed. Draco stood by, witnessing clearly as the black cat cradled in Hermione's arms. Named Mycon leapt forth, executing a spinning slap that sent his father flying out of the bookstore. Upon landing, Mycon cast a growth charm upon herself, rising upright and striding purposefully toward the airborne Lucius. At that moment, Lucius had regained his composure, yet as he reached for his wand, his hand was crushed beneath the paw of the black cat. Dear Lucius Malfoy, have you ever heard your precious son speak of me? The enlarged feline visage of Mycon mockingly gazed at Lucius, who lay on the ground, wailing in agony. What are you? Lucius gritted his teeth against the pain. Having never witnessed a cat wielding magic and articulating human speech, you wish to avenge your master, Voldemort, without even ascertaining my identity? Mycon pressed down forcefully, continuing to crush Lucius's arm. Stop. Please, I beg you, let me go. Lucius regarded Macon with trepidation, noting the creature's sinister expression. "Oh, dear Mr. Malfoy, why do you not display your esteemed noble qualities?" Macon positioned himself on all fours, his fearsome feline face inching closer to Lucius. The cat's massive claws gripped the shattered remnants of Lucius's arm, lifting it to his mouth, with a sharp claw poised threateningly against his throat. "I have heard that your Death Eaters are ruthless and unfeeling. Why not taste your own flesh and tell me how it fares? I wouldn't mind indulging in a Death Eater." Macon whispered close to Lucius's ear. This creature was nothing short of a demon, feeling the claw piercing into his flesh. Lucius clenched his teeth and began to gnaw at his own hand. "Haha, do not focus solely on feasting. Do speak. How does it taste?" The voice, akin to a hellish fiend, echoed in Lucius's ears. The excruciating pain blurred his vision, and the morsels lodged in his mouth rendered him mute. He could only shake his head in frantic denial. "Make way. Clear the area." The Auror team, alerted by the commotion, began to push through the crowd. "The Aurors have arrived. You ought to know how to respond," Macon remarked, rubbing the blood on his clothing while fixing his gaze upon Lucius. "Mr. Malfoy, I admire your expression." Having returned to his diminutive form, Macon leaped back into Hermione's embrace as a contingent of Aurors hurried to the scene. "Who is causing this disturbance? Oh, is that not Mr. Malfoy? How did you come to be injured?" The Auror captain taunted, observing Lucius, who was retching violently. "I am fine, merely suffered a fall." "Draco, let us depart," Lucius called to the trembling Draco standing nearby, hastily exiting Diagon Alley. "Step aside. Clear out. Do not linger here." The Aurors commenced dispersing the gathered wizards. Chapter 31. Am I not my biological parent's child? The unicorn-drawn carriage sped through the sky, yet inside there was not a hint of turbulence. The Granger family and Macon were enjoying afternoon tea. "That Lucius Malfoy is truly despicable," Mr. Granger expressed indignantly. "It is fortunate to have Macon here. Otherwise, Hermione would surely face bullying." Mrs. Granger consoled her husband. "Rest assured, as long as I am present, no one can impose upon Hermione." Macon elegantly poured more tea for the Granger couple. "Macon, after your encounter with him today, are you truly unscathed?" "I have heard he is a board member," Hermione inquired with concern. "Indeed, Lucius Malfoy is a member of the Hogwarts board, but he is not the sole authority. The board consists of 12 members and does not operate under his singular command. Moreover, Dumbledore is beyond the reach of the board's influence." Upon hearing Macon's explanation, the three individuals experienced a sudden enlightenment, realizing that Malfoy was merely a charlatan, draping himself in a guise he fancied as regal. Upon returning to Hogwarts, Macon requested Hermione to guide her parents on a tour of the castle as he sought out Dumbledore. At the entrance to the headmaster's office, he adeptly recited a series of incantations, causing the door to swing open effortlessly. "Macon, you have returned so swiftly. Surely you have not been expelled?" Dumbledore regarded him with a knowing gaze. "Thank you for your concern, but I fear I have disappointed you," Macon replied, his expression darkening as he met the old wizard's eyes. "I had a confrontation with Lucius Malfoy today in Diagon Alley." "Oh, do sit down and elucidate." "I believe you could use a glass of lemonade," Dumbledore offered, well aware that matters were rarely as straightforward as they appeared. "The second Horcrux has surfaced," Macon stated, licking his lips. "In Malfoy's possession?" Dumbledore pondered. "No, that cannot be. The Ministry has been rigorously investigating dark artifacts. He must have transferred the Horcrux to a new student at Hogwarts?" Dumbledore surmised astutely. "Indeed, he considered such a move. But I had already dealt him a blow before he could act," Macon replied. Dumbledore rubbed his temples, recognizing that this year would be fraught with challenges. From his backpack, Macon retrieved a notebook and tossed it onto the desk. Dumbledore scrutinized the Horcrux with his analytical eye before inquiring, "Do you have any thoughts on this?" "What thoughts could I possess? I merely intended to store the food temporarily here. Otherwise, I might indulge in it now," Macon remarked, saliva pooling at the sight of the diary. Dumbledore swiftly seized the notebook, determined to prevent any mischief. "This year's defense against the dark arts professor is rumored to have a plethora of heroic tales. I believe he will appreciate this." Macon rolled his eyes, lamenting the ever-revolving door of defense against the dark arts instructors at Hogwarts, akin to Dumbledore utilizing Voldemort's curse to rid himself of incompetence, while Snape relentlessly sought to position himself within. Having exited the headmaster's office, Macon made his way directly to the Forbidden Forest, gathering an assortment of mushrooms. Seizing an opportunity when the centaurs were distracted, he hastily collected a bear and departed, noting that the bears within the forest had largely been corralled by the centaurs, with 2 patrols on duty at the very spot where he found the bear. Upon returning to his modest abode, he discovered Hermione's family engaged in jovial conversation with Hagrid. Macon presented the ingredients to Hagrid and began preparing dinner. "The cuisine at Hogwarts is truly splendid. This bear paw is delectable, something I have never tasted before, Mr. Granger exclaimed, gnawing at the morsel. "Father, this is not Hogwarts fare. This is from a creature in the Forbidden Forest," Hermione remarked, her eyes twitching slightly. "Macon, Please refrain from collecting bears in the future. Very well, I shall heed your advice, Macon conceded, contemplating the implications of his recent actions. Observing the centaur's demeanor, he felt a reluctance to venture back into the forest. The Granger family spent the night at Macon's cottage, departing the following day to attend to their dental practice. Naturally, Macon accompanied them on their return journey. After over a month of companionship, Macon had completely integrated into the Granger family. The couple frequently bought him clothes or slipped him pocket money, leaving Hermione with a lingering sense of being an outsider. On the first day of school, the family shared a heartfelt lunch, reluctant to part ways. Macon packed Hermione's belongings into her backpack, and the two climbed aboard the carriage. Macon, take care of yourself at Hogwarts. Macon, be cautious on the way. Don't forget to write to us once you arrive at school. The unicorn-drawn carriage soared into the sky, and Hermione, visibly upset, glared at Macon. Why are you looking at me like that? Macon teased her. How can you say that? Mom and Dad haven't mentioned me at all. Am I really not their biological child? I think it's possible. Perhaps you were a freebie with phone credits? Macon. This isn't over. Enraged, Hermione lunged at Macon like a little lion, and their playful banter continued, momentarily overshadowing their surroundings. At King's Cross Station, in front of Platform 9, Harry and Ron lay on the ground amidst scattered luggage. Why can't we get through? Harry asked as he got up to look at Ron. The passage seems to be blocked. We can't get through, and the others can't come out either. Ron glanced at the clock on the platform, panic setting in. Oh no, it's already 11 o'clock. The Hogwarts Express must have departed. Ron, we're doomed. We can only wait here for the professors to come and fetch us. No, we still have the car. Have you forgotten? The one we took to your aunt's house last time. Thus, they recklessly took Arthur Weasley's flying car, performing stunt after stunt in broad daylight, only remembering to activate the invisibility switch after they had flown out of the city. However, as they caught up with the Hogwarts Express, the car's invisibility feature failed, leaving them exposed to the Wizarding World. Inside the unicorn carriage, Hermione leaned against the window, watching Hogwarts grow larger in the distance. Her keen eyes suddenly spotted a car hurtling towards them. Oh, Macon, look at that flying car. I think I've seen it before. Macon set down his cup of tea and calmly replied, be a bit more confident. Remove the I think. As the flying car approached Hogwarts Castle, it began to behave erratically, seemingly out of control. They won't get into any trouble, will they? Hermione asked anxiously. No, Hogwarts emits a unique magnetic field at all times, which is why electronic devices cannot be used here, Macon assured her, putting away the tea set while shaking his head at the sight of the car crashing into the Whomping Willow. After the unicorn carriage landed at the entrance of the Great Hall, Macon returned to his cottage alone. He and Hermione walked toward the hall to participate in the sorting ceremony. Look at that person with cat ears and a tail. He is so adorable. Who is he? Hermione exclaimed. His robe bears the Gryffindor crest. He is heading towards the second-year table. Behold the circular ring upon his tail. And his eyes. Could it be that he is a metamorphmagus? Dumbledore rose, pressing the Elder Wand against his throat. Silence, everyone. Chapter 32, A Gift from Fawkes. Gryffindor's second-year student. Macon has successfully registered as an enigmagus during the holidays. He is the 8th registered enigmagus of this century. The enigmagus transformation is a perilous form of transfiguration, and it took Macon an entire year to revert back, leaving him with severe aftereffects. We hope that none of you will attempt such a transformation lightly. Upon concluding his statement, the headmaster swiftly departed the hall with Professor McGonagall. Wow, this is simply magnificent. Did you hear that, mate? The 8th enigmagus of this century is in our Gryffindor. He is utterly handsome, particularly with those ears and that tail. I would love to experience those aftereffects. If I could grow wings, might I not fly? Wake up. Wouldn't that make you a bird person? Macon calmly sat beside Hermione, elegantly enjoying his dinner. I see the headmaster and professor have left. Perhaps they are dealing with Harry and Ron. They returned in a car and even crashed into the Whomping Willow. Such audacity. Hermione remarked anxiously, setting down her knife and fork. Rest assured, they shall be fine. Now open wide. Macon playfully stuffed a piece of chicken into Hermione's mouth. Oh, how could Hermione allow this? The nearby young witches erupted in excitement, all wishing to pursue the charming young wizard. Yet, just as quickly as the thought arose, it dissipated. Oh, to have the first meal of the school year accompanied by such romantic antics. Macon is too much. The young wizard sighed in defeat. During the holidays, Hermione had grown accustomed to being fed by Macon, and her reflexive response now left her blushing as she heard the surrounding commotion. Macon continued to eat with poise, unfazed by their reactions. Meanwhile, in the potions office, Professor Snape was berating Harry and Ron while brandishing a newspaper. At least 7 muggles witnessed you. You nearly exposed the Wizarding World. And you actually crashed into the Whomping Willow. Professor, we nearly perished at the hands of the Willow. Ron protested. Silence. Had you been Slytherin students, I would have expelled you immediately. Enough. Snape, let Professor McGonagall handle them. Dumbledore interjected as he and Professor McGonagall approached, swiftly putting an end to the matter. Ultimately, Harry was assigned to assist Gilderoy Lockhart in writing replies, while Ron was tasked with helping Filch polish trophies. After the banquet, as Mackin and Hermione prepared to exit the castle, they encountered Draco waiting for them. Mackin, my father has sent me to apologize to you. This is a gift from the Malfoy family. Draco trembled as he opened a large wooden box beside him, which shimmered enchantingly in the moonlight. Inside was a sizable chest filled with gold galleons. Mackin squinted at the box, estimating it contained no fewer than 5,000 or 6,000 coins. Go back and inform Mr. Malfoy that I shall not meddle in his affairs, but do not provoke those around me. Mackin turned to Draco, adding, furthermore, Mr. Malfoy, allow me to offer you a piece of advice. Refrain from perpetually relying on your father. You ought to cultivate your own thoughts. Yes, I shall remember that. I must take my leave. Draco stammered as he hurried back to the castle. Mackin stowed the large wooden chest into his backpack and continued toward the cottage with Hermione. Mackin, are you certain it is acceptable for you to accept this chest of galleons? Hermione inquired curiously. Not at all a problem. It would be problematic if I declined. You may retrieve 1,000 from it later, and I shall entrust the remainder to the headmaster. After escorting Hermione back to the cottage, Mackin made his way to the headmaster's office, where Dumbledore was engrossed in writing a letter, addressing the repercussions that Harry had caused earlier that day. Headmaster, it is quite late for you to be toiling away, remarked Mackin as he dropped the wooden chest with a resounding thud. Mackin, you are aware of today's events concerning Harry. What is contained within that chest? Dumbledore inquired with curiosity. A gift from Mr. Malfoy, which I am donating to Hogwarts. Mackin replied as he opened the chest. Ah, Mr. Malfoy, how very generous. Dumbledore mused before a thought struck him. Mackin, do you truly possess the quality of attracting wealth? Meow? Headmaster, how would I know? According to Eastern metaphysics, black cats are indeed believed to attract fortune, but please do not consider me a mere lucky charm. Mackin replied disdainfully, glancing at Dumbledore. I was merely jesting. Thank you, Mackin. By the way, Fawkes has successfully transitioned beyond the fledgling stage. He thoroughly enjoyed the white carrot you provided last time, and this is his token of gratitude. Dumbledore then produced an exquisitely crafted transparent crystal vial. Mackin accepted the cat-sized vial, examining it. Inside was a clear liquid, phoenix tears, a rare treasure. Thank you, Fawkes, I truly cherish your gift. From his backpack, Mackin extracted a large quantity of ginseng and reishi mushrooms, forming a small mountain of herbs before Fawkes, the enticing aroma of potions permeating the office. Fawkes emitted a couple of excited trills, resembling a hen brooding over eggs, and selected the finest tail feather with his beak to present to Mackin. Dumbledore observed the heap of herbs, shaking his head in resignation, predicting that in a few days he would likely receive another report from the centaurs. Mackin, next time you gather resources, could we perhaps consider a different approach? I have heard that the Forbidden Forest is home to many acromantulas, which has been a source of great distress for the centaurs. Dumbledore resolved to assist the beleaguered centaurs. The feline regarded Dumbledore with confusion, pondering how something acquired through ability could be termed as gathering resources. Very well, Headmaster. I have heard that the venom of the acromantula fetches a staggering price of 100 galleons per pint on the black market. Mackin, it is said that the leg meat of the acromantula is exceptionally delectable, but please refrain from excessive harvesting. Rest assured, Mr. Principal. It is said that a female 8-eyed giant spider can lay hundreds of eggs at once, and their venom is exceedingly valuable. I will carefully plan their management, ensuring preparations for sustainable development. Expelled from the headmaster's office by Dumbledore, Mackin returned to her cottage. Hermione, I have something wonderful for you. Mackin summoned Hermione and presented a small crystal vial, secured with a fine thread around its neck, which she then placed around Hermione's neck. What is this? A potion? Hermione inquired, gazing curiously at the vial resting against her chest. This is far superior to any potion. It is the tears of a phoenix, Mackin said, feigning an air of mystery. Ah, the legendary phoenix tears that can heal any injury? Hermione exclaimed, astonished by the vial, then hesitantly removed it. Such a precious item, Mackin. You should keep it for yourself. No, you must wear it. I have no need for such a thing. And only when you are safe will I be free from danger. Mackin gently placed the phoenix tears back around her neck. Blushing, Hermione joyfully tucked the small vial into her clothing and shyly hurried back to her bedroom. Chapter 33. The Graceful Cat. Welcome, second-year students, to the third greenhouse. Please gather around. Today we shall learn how to repot mandrakes. Professor Pomona Sprout, a nature-loving instructor known for her rapid speech and boisterous personality, stood at the podium. Undoubtedly one of Hogwarts' most beloved professors. Now, who can tell me the medicinal properties of mandrake? Professor Sprout lifted a pot containing a mandrake. Ah, Miss Granger. Would you care to answer? Mandrake, also known as mandragora, is a member of the nightshade family and is primarily used in potions to cure those who have been petrified. Its screams can be fatal, Miss Granger quickly articulated. Excellent. Gryffindor earns 10 points. Mandrakes emit a scream when uprooted, a sound that can indeed be deadly. Do not worry. The plants before you are merely young specimens, yet they can still cause fainting spells. Please don your earmuffs and gloves, and now, give it a try. Maykin donned her earmuffs and gloves, gripping the stem of the mandrake with her left hand. With a gentle tug, she uprooted the plant, and at the moment it screamed. She swiftly pressed her right hand against its forehead, fingers clasped over its mouth, and seated it in the new pot. With her free left hand, she leisurely added fresh soil, finally withdrawing her palm from the earth. The mandrake did not emit a single scream throughout the process. Maykin's movements were both swift and graceful. Oh, Maykin, you are simply exquisite. After all these years of teaching herbology, I have never witnessed such a beautiful technique. Professor Sprout generously awarded 20 points to Gryffindor. Maykin inclined her head slightly in respect towards Professor Sprout. Across from the Gryffindor team, in the Slytherin ranks, Draco gazed at Maykin with a mix of fear and admiration. Noticing this peculiar look, Maykin regarded Draco with curiosity, wondering what was amiss with him and why his gaze seemed so strange. During lunch, a large owl of the species known as the Yulin owl burst into the cafeteria. This elderly and weary owl, Errol, belonging to the Weasley family, crashed onto Ron's table. As Ron was slicing his steak, Maykin extended her long tail to catch the falling Errol, flinging it towards Ron. In a state of panic, Ron embraced his beloved owl, already having glimpsed the red envelope it carried, trembling as he removed it. Look, the Weasleys have received a howler, exclaimed young wizard Seamus excitedly. Open it, Ron. I once neglected to open my grandmother's howler, and the consequences were simply terrifying, Neville recounted with lingering dread. These two successfully captured the attention of the young witches and wizards in the cafeteria, leaving Ron with immense pressure as he shakily opened the envelope, inevitably bracing himself for a scolding. Ginny looked helplessly at her brother. Fred and George's notorious reputation at school had already caused her enough embarrassment, and now, on the very first day, this incident occurred, especially in the presence of Harry, leaving her feeling utterly mortified. After lunch, the afternoon brought a defense against the dark arts class. The young witches, having finished their meals, chattered excitedly as they rushed towards the classroom. Are they mad? There are still over 2 hours until class begins, Hermione remarked, frowning at the frenzied girls. Had I not informed you of Lockhart's character, you would likely be among them. Maykin teased, glancing at Hermione. I would never. While he is undeniably handsome and his smile charming, I find him rather ostentatious, Hermione responded, blushing as she caught sight of Maykin stifling a laugh. Maykin, are you hoping to see me make a fool of myself? No. I merely fear that the caretaker might be whisked away, he replied. What caretaker? Maykin, your words are truly unkind. Hermione took the initiative to grasp Maykin's hand, and together they made their way to the library. Harry, are those two truly together? Ron asked in astonishment, gazing at Harry. I suppose so. Maykin can transform back into a human now, yet Hermione has not moved out of the cottage, Harry replied, watching the pair depart with envy before turning his attention to Ginny. Ginny, her cheeks flushed, hurried away, colliding with Ron as she left. Ron, pulling his gaze away from Maykin and Hermione, looked back at Harry and his sister, a wave of sourness washing over him. I consider you a brother, and yet you wish to become my brother-in-law? In the defense against the dark arts classroom, Maykin entered, perplexed by the sight that greeted him, walls adorned with ostentatious portraits of Lockhart. He led Hermione to a seat at the back, discarding the animated picture frames from the table into the trash bin. From his backpack, he retrieved a tea set, brewing a pot of jasmine black tea, arranging delicate pastries, and taking out books to enjoy an afternoon tea. Just then, the classroom door swung open, and Lockhart, clad in flamboyant wizarding robes, strode in. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. I am your new defense against the dark arts instructor, Gilderoy Lockhart, a proud recipient of the 3rd Class Merlin Award, an honorary member of the Anti-Dark Arts League, and a 5-time winner of the Most Charming Smile Award from the Daily Prophet. As the bewitching smile of Lockhart, revealing a dazzling array of white teeth, captivated the young witches, the young wizards could only manage awkward grins. Subsequently, Lockhart proposed a classroom assessment, distributing a bundle of questionnaires filled with his various hobbies and accomplishments. Upon reaching the table of Maykin and Hermione, he discovered that the two were quietly enjoying their afternoon tea. His hand, clutching the questionnaire, froze mid-air, and just as he was about to lose his temper, he locked eyes with Maykin, whose gaze seemed to convey a warning. Dare to set that questionnaire down, and I shall end you. This unnerved Lockhart, for in an unseen corner of the room, a sinister black claw was poised to strike. Ah, what a handsome young gentleman you are. I wish you a delightful tea, Lockhart remarked before hastily moving on to the next table. In less than 20 minutes, the young wizards returned their questionnaires. It was indeed disheartening that no one knew what my favorite color was or my life's ambitions. Nevertheless, my duty is to teach you how to defend against malevolent creatures, Lockhart declared, lifting the purple satin covering from a birdcage atop his lectern. It's a Cornish pixie, young Seamus exclaimed, recognizing the malevolent creature within. Fear not. As long as I am here, you are in no danger. Laugh freely, Mr. Finnegan. These neurotic little pixies thrive on mischief and pranks. Lockhart beamed, his pearly whites gleaming, as he opened the cage. Come now, let us see how you handle them. The pixies burst forth from the cage, rushing towards the young wizards, tearing pages from books, tugging at their hair, and emitting excited shrieks. Draco, ever observant, noticed that Macon remained composed, sipping his tea, with not a single pixie daring to approach him. Inwardly, Draco marveled at such elegance, being the quick-witted individual he was. He darted to the back of the classroom, seeking refuge behind Macon, and soon, the surrounding young wizards followed suit, flocking to Macon for safety. Chapter 34, When the Lamb Approaches the Shepherd. The Cornish pixies, flitting about, observed the young wizards huddled behind Macon and, with their keen sense of danger, recognized that this individual was not to be trifled with. Their eyes widened as they turned their attention toward Lockhart at the front of the classroom. Lockhart gazed in horror as the swarm of pixies charged him, raising his wand to cast his clumsy spell, but the overwhelming number of pixies left him no opportunity. They snatched the wand from his grasp, grinning maliciously as they tore at his flamboyant wizarding robes. Meanwhile, Macon, enjoying his pastries, noticed the commotion as Lockhart and the pixies converged. He raised his tail, which shimmered momentarily. Combination spell, growth charm, levitation charm, transformation charm, all fortified and sealed. The once modest birdcage on the podium suddenly expanded, soaring into the air as its base transformed into a gaping maw that engulfed both Lockhart and the little fairies within. Almost immediately, two beams of magical light flashed, securing the birdcage firmly to the ground. Realizing the peril, the fairies attempted to escape through the large gaps of the cage, only to be thwarted each time by a barrier of golden light. Frustrated, they flailed toward Lockhart, who was trapped inside the cage. The young wizards swallowed hard as they observed Lockhart's torment within. Macon glanced at the time, noting that the class had concluded. Adhering to the principle of leaving a line for future encounters, he gently swished his tail. The birdcage, carrying the immobilized fairies, returned to the podium, draped in purple satin. Lockhart, clutching a tattered piece of fabric around his privacy, sported a rather awkward smile, his balding head shining under the light. The young wizards exuberantly rushed out of the classroom, eager to spread the tale throughout Hogwarts. Macon tidied up the tea set, being the last to exit the classroom. As he passed by Lockhart, he inadvertently dropped a black-covered notebook. After dinner, Harry and Ron, due to detention, hastily greeted Macon and Hermione before rushing off. Observing their departure, Macon and Hermione prepared to head back to the cottage, strolling across the grassy field. Macon, why is Draco trailing behind us? Hermione whispered, glancing back at Draco, who was following at a distance. The lost lamb seeks its shepherd, Macon replied mysteriously. I never knew you had a penchant for the cryptic, she retorted. Hermione, refrain from such misconceptions. It's not divination, it's guidance in life, or perhaps a spiritual mentorship, Macon stated as he stood before the cottage door, instructing Nobita to catch dinner in the Black Lake, before turning to Draco. Come in and sit for a while. Draco hesitated but ultimately followed. The three settled at the table by the pond. Macon, after hearing your words yesterday, I pondered deeply and now find myself in a state of confusion, Draco confessed, his proud pureblood demeanor faltering as he lowered his gaze. Interesting. Has the invincible, towering figure of your father, once your moral compass, been vanquished, leaving you adrift? Macon observed Draco's bowed head. Lift your gaze. Look at me. Trembling, Draco raised his eyes to meet Macon's, a mixture of fear, defeat, and bewilderment reflected within them. Who are you? Macon inquired softly. I am Draco Malfoy. In response, a sleek black cat's tail appeared, a vivid scarlet mark manifesting on Draco's face. Who are you? Macon continued, his expression impassive. I am Draco Malfoy of Slytherin, he exclaimed, covering his left cheek, fear evident in his eyes as he looked at Macon. The response remained the cat's tail, with his cheeks swelling in symmetrical fashion. Who are you? Macon asked, a smile gracing his lips. Draco fought back tears, a stubborn and fierce emotion rising within him. I am Draco of Slytherin. Although I still fall short in some aspects, I do not wish to strike you again, for such an act would render the scars on your face asymmetrical. Macon, satisfied, retracted his tail and said, Now, tell me the qualities of your Slytherin house. Shrewdness, cunning, ambition, self-preservation, and scrupulousness, resilience, talent, camaraderie, power. Draco swiftly enumerated the characteristics of his house. You seem quite familiar with these. Do you believe they bear any relation to your pureblood theory? Do you genuinely think that every one of the 28 pureblood families is entirely pure? The dwindling number of pureblood families can only maintain their lineage through consanguineous marriages. Are you aware of the consequences of such actions? Macon observed Draco's twitching eyes and continued. You might want to employ your family's resources to investigate thoroughly at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries. Discover the rate of congenital deformities among the offspring of these so-called pure-blood families. The Gunters serve as a prime example. Their lineage is rife with mental illness and extremist ideologies. Draco's convictions began to waver. Since his earliest memories, he had been inundated with the doctrine of pure-blood supremacy, only to discover that it ultimately leads to ruin. He could recite the illustrious history of the Gunters, particularly noting Salazar Slytherin, one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts and the proponent of pure-blood ideology. This family, which championed consanguinity and revered purity, had long since perished, and the very cause of their demise was the purity they so proudly claimed. Draco, you must understand, half-blood wizards do not hide in the shadows. In contrast to those pure-blood families that denounce half-bloods while secretly mingling with them, pure-bloods appear as mere jesters. Perhaps you and your father remain oblivious to this? The enigmatic figure, whom the wizarding world dares not mention, a being whose objective is the slaughter and extermination of half-bloods, Voldemort, is himself a half-blood. Mycon's final statement shattered Draco's worldview, leaving him in stunned silence as he staggered back toward the castle. Mycon, have you perhaps been too preachy? Hermione mused, filled with concern. Is it so? Aren't soul mentors supposed to be like this? Mycon scratched his rear. I used to harbor disdain for Draco, but after hearing you, I can't help but feel that the pure-blood families within the wizarding world are but pitiful creatures. You must realize that the 28 pure-blood families also include the Weasleys. Yet, have you ever seen Ron or any member of his family behave like Draco? They do not even identify themselves as pure-bloods. Then, are they perceived as fools, willingly wallowing in degradation? In truth, they are the genuine fools. Hermione instantaneously grasped the depth of the wizarding world's complexities. The Weasleys are not fools. They represent the true clarity within the wizarding realm. Mycon chuckled at the bewildered expression on Hermione's face, recognizing that yet another lost lamb had joined their ranks that night. Indeed, it turns out that all half-bloods are merely half-bloods. Draco, in a frenzy, muttered to himself incessantly, resolutely believing Mycon's words, as there was no reason for him to deceive him. Draco, in a state of despair, stood before the castle, gazing at the Slytherin common room by the Black Lake. So it is, he chuckled nervously. Thank you, Mycon, but with a price in mind. Slytherin shall aid you in your ascent. With a renewed sense of purpose, he cast aside his confusion and strode confidently towards Slytherin House, liberated from the shackles of pure-blood lineage. For the first time, Draco labeled his esteemed father, Lucius Malfoy, as foolish. Chapter 35, Speak Kindly. After calming Hermione, Mycon entrusted Norberto with the care of their home and ventured alone into the Forbidden Forest, intent on encountering the Acromantula tonight. Contrary to expectation, the night in the Forbidden Forest was not as dark. Bright moonlight filtered through the trees, illuminating various unknown plants that emitted a phosphorescent glow. Perhaps influenced by the unique magnetic field of Hogwarts, the flora here appeared particularly robust. Having transformed back into his feline form, Mycon navigated through the woods under the moonlight, utilizing his superior feline vision to thrive in the luminous night. In a clearing, he halted, surrounded by a dense web of spider silk. Countless tiny spiders, startled, scurried towards a cave nestled within the depression. Mycon approached the cave entrance, his feline features scrunching in distaste at the sight of the abundant webs. Aragog, I know you are inside. Come out at once. Mycon called loudly into the cave. After a prolonged silence, he resolved to take action, considering it a prelude to confrontation. He stepped back, and immense, menacing black claws materialized, swiftly extending into the cave. While he crouched patiently on the ground, occasionally, dull thuds echoed from within the dark cavern, and the small spiders that had initially entered began to emerge frantically, scattering in all directions. Each time a giant spider appeared, an additional smaller black claw would sprout, capturing them and suspending them aloft. Moments later, the black claws began to retract, and the muffled sounds from the cave grew more frequent. Overwhelmed by the number of spiders seized and the confined space of the cave, the claws faced increasing resistance. The once unstoppable, fearsome black claws now struggled to maintain their grip. Mycon directed the black claws to sprout smaller ones that clung to the surrounding colossal trees, augmenting their pulling force. The giant black claws, previously on the verge of halting, suddenly found leverage. The ground trembled violently as the previously sunken basin surged upward, accompanied by a tremendous thud, as countless acromantula and various dismembered limbs were yanked forth. Mycon gazed in astonishment at the grotesque display of giant spiders clinging to the fearsome black claws, his tongue clicking in disbelief. Surely, there are at least 1,000. However, due to the cave's constrictive and convoluted nature, many spiders were dragged out in a state of injury. Some had lost legs and lay scattered, while others, barely alive, were reduced to mere halves, and the most unfortunate had been crushed into a gruesome pulp within the cavern. The black claws gradually formed a spiral on the open ground, with enormous spiders dangling above, creating a magnificent spectacle. Macon approached the end of the black claws, where an aged eight-eyed giant spider was clutched. It appeared frail and on the verge of death. The once mighty Aragog now seemed to be clinging to the remnants of its life. Aragog, have you any respect left? Do you not hear me calling? After transforming into human form through his enigmatic abilities, Macon fixed his gaze upon it. O esteemed one, harbinger of doom for bears, destroyer of herbs, dark omen, cease this. As Aragog trembled and continued to speak, it suddenly let out a wretched scream, recognizing the tone as that of the centaurs. Macon's expression darkened as he severed one of Aragog's legs. Let us converse civilly. Should I hear another word from the centaurs, I shall end you this instant. Why yes. Esteemed wizard, may I inquire about your purpose in seeking me tonight? I require some venom from the eight-eyed giant spiders. Let your offspring contribute. Upon finishing his statement, Macon produced 20 specially crafted crystal barrels from his backpack and placed them upon the ground. Aragog, gazing at the towering barrels, each 2 meters high and 1 meter wide, trembled like a leaf. Gee, great one, is this not excessive? Even the entire venom sac of a mature giant spider is no larger than your fist. Then I shall extract the essence from each of you. Surely that will fill them, Macon replied, his expression unyielding as he regarded Aragog. Under the moonlight in the forbidden forest, a breathtaking scene unfolded. In a vast depression, 20 colossal crystal barrels stood in orderly formation as eight-eyed giant spiders, the size of calves, continuously sprayed venom into the barrels. Once depleted, they swiftly darted into the depths of the forest to hunt, only to return to the end of the queue to continue their task. Aragog watched this sorrowful spectacle, trembling in fear. For the menacing black claws holding it radiated an aura of terror. Macon leisurely sat upon a mat, occasionally sipping from a cup of red tea on a small table, while opposite him lay a centaur. Forenza, what brings you here? I have not been in search of food recently. Forenza's eyes twitched, not long ago. He had lost a bear despite the stringent watch of 2 centaur patrols. The fire star shines unusually bright tonight. Speak plainly. Macon grew increasingly exasperated with the centaurs. Why their fixation on the fire star was beyond him. Esteemed wizard, the eight-eyed giant spider has long been a significant threat to our centaur tribe. Many spiders are roaming the forbidden forest tonight, and we fear an ambush on our tribe, hence my presence here. Macon's striking heterochromatic eyes flickered with a thoughtful gleam, and his glossy tail swayed joyfully. Forenza, here is my proposal. You shall enhance the breeding of brown bears within your tribe, and I shall assure you in place of Aragog that the eight-eyed giant spiders will never trespass upon your territory. Ferenz gazed at the multitude of colossal spiders incessantly spewing venom, feeling a shiver run down his spine. This black cat was indeed formidable. And with his assurance that the eight-eyed giant spiders would refrain from attacking the centaur tribe, it was certain that the tribe would thrive. As for the brown bears, they were to the centaurs what cattle and sheep were to humans, and the centaurs were already enhancing their breeding efforts for the brown bears, especially since a certain bear had nearly driven them to extinction. Thank you, esteemed wizard. I extend the highest respect on behalf of the centaur tribe. Very well. Since we have established our cooperation, you may dispatch centaurs to gather the severed limbs of those giant spiders from the ground and the caves. I desire half. You may take the remainder. Dumbledore has remarked that the flavor of these spider legs is quite delightful. Ferenz was well aware of the delectable nature of spider legs. After all, there would always be giant spiders attacking the tribe, and a few would inevitably perish. Thank you for your generosity. The bane of the eight-eyed giant spider. Please refrain from bestowing such nicknames upon me. Ferenz, they vex me greatly. Gratitude for nature's bounty. Ferenz promptly acquiesced. As the moon set and the sun ascended, Macon lazily arose, stretching and surveying the ground littered with twitching eight-eyed giant spiders, the 20 filled crystal barrels, and the mound of spider legs, nodding in satisfaction. Macon stowed the crystal barrels and spider legs in his backpack and approached the beleaguered Aragog. Dear Aragog, it is only due to Hagrid's influence that I spared you from destruction. You ought to be grateful to him. Should you dare to harass the centaurs again, I shall track you down no matter where you flee, and crush each of you in turn. As Macon departed, Aragog lay prostrate on the ground, too fearful to utter threats, silently shedding tears of despair. The cat trotted joyfully through the forest, mentally tallying the night's bounty. Each crystal barrel held 500 liters, totaling 20 barrels, which amounted to 30,000 liters. Even calculating at 500 milliliters per pint, that equated to 60,000 pints. Based on the black market price of 100 galleons per pint, this harvest would yield no less than 6 million galleons. It was nothing short of an overnight fortune. Of course, this was merely theoretical. Such a vast quantity could not simply be sold without causing market disruption and inevitable devaluation. The cat mused, truly, it is no wonder this creature ranks among the 5th tier of magical beasts. It is exceedingly lucrative. Chapter 36, The Law of Irresistible Appeal. In the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Dumbledore regarded the 20 large barrels before him, then glanced at Macon. Have you extracted the essence from all the eight-eyed giant spiders? Dumbledore's expression darkened as he scrutinized Maycan. What of sustainable development? Headmaster, be wary of slandering me. I merely eliminated a few by accident. They still number in the thousands. This is their rent to Hogwarts. Indeed. Maycan ultimately surrendered this wealth to Dumbledore. On one hand, he had no need for such an abundance of galleons, and on the other, he lacked a means to sell this bounty. In the future, should he require funds, he could simply consult Old B, which would be both convenient and efficient. Will you not leave anything behind? The prospect of these rents represented a considerable fortune. Dumbledore cast a skeptical glance at Maycan. I am merely an ordinary black cat, residing at Hogwarts. What need have I for such a multitude of galleons? Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction. As the headmaster of Hogwarts, he had students scattered throughout the wizarding world in various professions, and acquiring this batch of goods would be effortlessly simple. Maycan, it brings me great joy that you have taken a liking to Hogwarts. Should you ever find yourself in need of funds, do not hesitate to seek me out. That is precisely what I was waiting to hear, Professor. I shall take my leave now. With a playful pat on his backside, Maycan departed. Dumbledore, feeling a twinge of concern, made another trip to the Forbidden Forest. Upon discovering the numerous acromantulas sprawled on the ground in a state of convulsion, he could not help but murmur, what a good child. Aragog, lying motionless on the ground, interpreted Dumbledore's words through the vibrations in the air and promptly fainted. Maycan cheerfully arrived at the Gryffindor common room, where he found Harry and Ron, urging them to forego breakfast in the Great Hall and instead join him for a delightful meal at his cottage. On their way home, they also called upon Hagrid. When a group of them looked on in disgust as Maycan produced a heap of spider legs, he explained, I took a stroll in the Forbidden Forest last night and befriended many acromantulas. They gifted me this bounty of legs. As Maycan set to work cleaning the legs, removing the bristles, and expertly slicing open one shell to reveal the translucent spider meat, he sprinkled it with garlic sauce and seasonings before placing it on the grill. Soon, an irresistible aroma wafted through the air. Hagrid stared blankly at the spider legs, perplexed. After years of being the keeper of keys and grounds, how could he fathom that these giant spiders would have friends? Moreover, he had been the one to introduce the acromantulas to the Forbidden Forest. Hagrid, well versed in their nature, could not bring himself to believe that they would willingly offer their own legs as gifts. The thought that Aragog might be suffering filled him with sorrow, and he began to weep. Oh, Aragog, you are so unfortunate. Drawn in by the enticing scent, Hagrid unconsciously picked up a roasted spider leg, tearing off a generous chunk of meat and placing it in his mouth. Oh, Aragog, this is truly delectable. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged bewildered glances at the sight of Hagrid, who was simultaneously eating and crying. Who is Aragog? Are these spider legs truly that delicious? Is he crying over them? They resolved to give it a try, especially since Maycan had already devoured several. After enduring a day of tedious classes, Harry prepared to attend Quidditch practice. Maycan recalled Draco and, motivated by the previous night's lesson, wished to witness what sparks might ignite between the Slytherin and Gryffindor teams that day. Where are you headed, Filch? Wood, leading the Gryffindor team to the Quidditch pitch, happened upon the fully prepared Slytherin team. To the Quidditch pitch, of course, Wood, came Filch's proud reply. Today, it is Gryffindor's turn to use the Quidditch training ground. Wood insisted. The Slytherin team scoffed, positioning themselves on either side, as Draco stepped forth from the center. I sincerely apologize, Captain Wood. I am Draco Malfoy, the newly appointed seeker for the Slytherin Quidditch team, under the express directive of Professor Snape. You may take your time to review the order. The captain is also to provide me with special training. With that, Draco handed the order to Wood and led the Slytherin team toward the Quidditch practice field. Observe their brooms. They are the latest model from the Nimbus series, the Nimbus 2001, and each player possesses one. Ron exclaimed, pointing at the brooms of the Slytherin team. Ron certainly has a keen eye. These are tokens I bestowed upon the team upon my joining. Upon hearing Ron's exclamation, Draco refrained from mocking as he once did, instead adopting a demeanor of humility and courtesy. The transformation in Draco is indeed remarkable. His character has undergone a complete reversal. Hermione whispered to Maycan, people inevitably change. We can only perceive the external transformations for now, yet we remain unaware of the inner workings. However, at the very least, he has begun to learn some subtle tactics. Maycan replied with a look of satisfaction. Ron watched as Hermione and Maycan leaned closer, engaged in hushed conversation, feeling an inexplicable pang of jealousy. After reviewing Snape's order, Wood resignedly led the team toward the Black Lake for training. Maycan and Hermione also rose to head to a small cabin, where they intended to read and enjoy afternoon tea. Ron stared numbly as the two walked away hand in hand. At that moment Colin Creevey, camera in hand, snapped a picture of the stunned Ron. The blinding flash roused Ron from his reverie. Hey, mate, they've gone far. Are you still going to stand there in a daze? Colin, I'm not dazed. I merely noticed they all have things to do, while I am left alone. Ron, don't underestimate me because of my age. Although I just started school this year, I've already entered into a romantic relationship with a girl in my class. Ron clutched his chest, as if pierced by an arrow, looking at Colin in astonishment. Colin, but you're only 11. By the way, what about my sister Ginny? Isn't she in the same class as you? Ginny hasn't been dating anyone in class, but I heard from my girlfriend that Ginny likes Harry. And all the girls in the class are aware of it. Upon hearing Colin's words, Ron felt as though a multitude of arrows had struck his heart. He quickly grabbed Colin to watch the team's practice, determined to keep an eye on Harry, as he could not watch over his sister. In the familiar defense against the dark arts office, Lockhart incessantly scribbled question after question in a notebook. Ever since he found this notebook, he had attempted to write in it, but every time he finished, the writing would vanish. However, if he pinned a question, the notebook would provide an answer. Lockhart gazed at the black-covered notebook with delight, convinced he had uncovered the secret of that handsome boy. He sought vengeance. The mere recollection of that day, when a second-year student had humiliated him, left a bitter taste in his mouth. The opportunity has arrived. With the possession of this extraordinary notebook, he can master any spell he desires. Astonishingly, even the most clumsy incantations become effortlessly executable upon acquiring the notebook. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, have returned. I shall ensure that all who have disrespected me are duly punished. He clutched the notebook tightly, his eyes ablaze with fervor, resembling a madman, as dark mist swirled around, infiltrating his nostrils. He inhaled deeply, exclaiming, "Ah, how delightful." Chapter 37, Draco's Demise. I was somewhat reluctant to attend the defense against the dark arts class, feeling it to be a futile endeavor. Hermione grumbled as she shoved a piece of pudding into her mouth. Isn't Professor Lockhart quite the magnet for young witches' attention? Just look at those eager little witches, all anticipating this afternoon's class, Ron remarked, gesturing with his chicken leg towards the excited girls. Ron, after the last debacle in class, how can there still be so many admirers of Lockhart? Harry inquired, puzzled. I heard that after the last lesson, Lockhart gifted each second-year witch a signed copy of his books, claiming his previous mishap was due to wand malfunction. Hermione, didn't he receive those books? Ron asked, looking at Hermione with curiosity. I declined. Declined? Well, he sneaked into the Muggle hut that day, looking all suspicious, and was mistaken for a thief by Norberta, resulting in him being blasted into the infirmary. As he was carried away on a stretcher, he handed me a pile of tattered books, which I promptly rejected. Hermione stated flatly. Previously, Hermione had been quite fond of Lockhart's books, naturally adoring the author, as each preface extolled the authenticity of the tales, emphasizing they were based on his personal experiences. What young witch does not admire a grand hero during adolescence? However, after Macon revealed the truth behind the stories, her perspective shifted entirely, especially after the last class proved utterly dreadful. Moreover, given that even Norberta's intentionally weakened dragon breath was too much for Lockhart to withstand, it became difficult to associate him with the heroic feats depicted in his writings. As for Norberta's dragon breath, Macon used it every time she cooked, and it was always praised. Nevertheless, Lockhart should consider himself fortunate. Had he encountered that pair of unicorns, his kidneys would likely have been irreparably damaged. After finishing her statement, Macon produced a napkin and gently wiped the remnants of food from Hermione's mouth, prompting a joyful smile from her. Ron set down his chicken leg, declaring that the meal was no longer appetizing, his stomach already filled with dog food. Harry pressed his hands against his kidneys, recalling Professor Quirrell. Whenever he thought of Quirrell's kidneys being pierced by that dark, pointed horn, he felt a twinge of pain in his own. Come on, you two, head to Slytherin. Summon Draco in my name, and then we shall proceed to my hut, Macon said, lowering the napkin and gazing at Harry and Ron. Macon, is something the matter? Why summon Draco? I have been sensing something amiss with him lately. Harry appeared somewhat perplexed. Draco has already turned over a new leaf and reformed. You need not worry. He shall arrive. As they observed Macon and Hermione departing, Harry and Ron exchanged glances. Beneath the grand tree in front of Macon's cottage, he remarked, you three, due to your leisurely existence filled with indulgence, shall find yourselves confined here after dinner each evening for 3 hours, until I deem you worthy. Macon regarded the trio with a knowing smile. What is the reason for this? The three exchanged looks, yet, out of deference to Macon, none dared to contest. Harry and Ron, he continued, your detention with Lockhart and Filch shall be your last this evening. From now on, I shall impart to you knowledge that is not typically acquired in your studies. Macon's expression bore a peculiar intensity, reminiscent of a cat delighting in its prey, which sent shivers down their spines. Ah, oh hunger. Hermione observed the three young men, their bare torsos marked with the crimson stripes from Macon's whip, and shook her head in resignation. This is what happens when you neglect your studies. Macon's methods of instruction starkly contrasted with those of Hogwarts. Miss a spell today, and one would feel the sting of the whip, fail to improve by the morrow, and one would be suspended to endure further punishment. If any one of the three failed to grasp the lesson, all three would suffer the consequences together. After a year at Hogwarts, and you can only muster a half-baked spell? He chided. This levitation charm is pathetically executed. Draco, I know you possess a few minor curses, but your companions are woefully inadequate. Thus, should any of you fall short, I shall have all 3 of you suspended for punishment. Ron, are you a fool? If that stone before you wobbles even slightly in the air, each of you will receive a lash. Harry, when I instructed you to perform magic without a wand, I did not mean for you to substitute your fingers. Are you attempting a set of sword techniques from Mount Shu? Hunger. Ron and Draco glared at Harry, who sheepishly withdrew his fingers. After 3 hours of relentless wandless spellcasting, the trio finally made some progress. They were now capable of performing the levitation charm, typically mastered in the first year, without their wands. It must be acknowledged that they were indeed gifted individuals. Macon handed them 3 notebooks, containing his notes on wandless, silent spellcasting, and his personal insights. These are my notes. Take them and study diligently. But do not share them with others. Once you have memorized their contents, be sure to destroy them. Observing their excited expressions, Macon felt a mix of annoyance and amusement. This is not a tone that will catapult you to greatness. Rather, it is merely a stepping stone to your ascent. I entrust it to you with the hope that you will study earnestly. The key is to engage your minds. Especially you, Ron. You are exceedingly weak. And I fear that if you continue in your previous dazed manner, you may not even comprehend how you meet your end in the future. With that, Macon and Hermione made their way to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, while Harry, Ron, and Draco dressed with grimaces. Draco, why do you not resist? The recent changes are quite significant. Ron asked Draco, perplexed. You know nothing. This is an opportunity. A rare opportunity. I hope you both do not hinder me. Draco regarded the two with an expression of incredulity. So you willingly accept the punishment? Harry remarked, seemingly unrecognizing the pure blood before him. I, Draco, would rather face the lash willingly than you know nothing of this. Yet it is unnecessary to know. Do not ruin this chance. I will go to the ends of the earth with both of you. Having issued his warning, Draco turned and strode away. Harry, are we to endure the lash here every night? Ron looked at Harry in distress, his closest friend. Ron, listen. What we can learn here far surpasses what is taught in classrooms. The wandless, silent casting is a rarity in the entire school. And have you not noticed? We mastered the levitation charm without a wand in just 3 hours. Tonight, we shall thoroughly contemplate the notes on silent spellcasting. I suspect we shall be required to perform wandless, silent casting tomorrow night. I certainly do not wish to be suspended and whipped. Harry grasped Ron's shoulder, earnestly conveying his thoughts. Very well, I shall heed your counsel. Ron recalled his talented brothers, all of whom surpassed him in skill. Now, those around him were all exceptionally gifted. Even Draco, whom he despised, had chosen to mend his ways and willingly endure punishment. Ron felt the urge to strive harder. Chapter 38, The Unfortunate Lockhart. Welcome to Lockhart's heartfelt classroom. Today, I shall impart something exceedingly useful. Lockhart, adorned in a light purple magical robe, frequently turned his body, his face beaming with a smile that showcased his pearly white teeth. Oh, Professor Lockhart is simply charming. Indeed, look at his smile and those brilliant white teeth. The girls in the front of the classroom displayed expressions of infatuation, while the boys in the back scoffed at Lockhart, perhaps due to Lockhart's previous gift-giving to the girls. This lesson saw the young wizards divided into 2 camps, the girls in the front and the boys in the back. Consequently, the boys' conversations took place in the final row, where Hermione, Macon, Draco, Harry, and Ron were enjoying afternoon tea while observing the spectacle. Draco, why are you sitting with that pack of Gryffindors? I do not know. He has been acting strangely lately. I suspect it is due to the impending Quidditch match. He has infiltrated the enemy's ranks. I have heard he has become a seeker. Everyone, silence. Lockhart pressed his wand against his throat. The young wizards turned their attention to him, and as they refocused on Lockhart, he spread his wizarding robe wide, resembling a large purple butterfly, and swiftly approached the lectern, where a piece of purple satin concealed something beneath it. He directed his wand toward the satin, casting the vanishing spell, which unveiled a snake concealed within, a grayish-white ashen serpent, its eyes glimmering with a fiery crimson light. Ah, the ashen serpent. Is it not one of the magical creatures strictly forbidden within the hallowed halls of Hogwarts? Indeed, I have heard tales of its use as a prop in a pantomime, resulting in chaos as the serpent laid eggs, nearly incinerating the entire Great Hall. How perilous. Professor Lockhart is truly dashing. The boys exchanged bewildered glances at the girls before them. Is it merely a matter of charm? Fear not, for as long as I, Gilderoy Lockhart, am present, danger shall not arise. Lockhart's confident smile and dazzling white teeth instilled a sense of security among the young witches. The ashen serpent was indeed hazardous, yet a simple freezing charm could effortlessly resolve the dilemma. Standing at the podium, Lockhart's wand emitted a beam of blue light, instantly encasing the serpent in ice. He beamed with pride, then waved his wand once more, returning the frozen serpent to its original state. As applause erupted from the young wizards below, Lockhart continued to freeze and unfreeze the ashen serpent. No one noticed that the serpent's crimson eyes flickered with increasing frequency. Professor Lockhart, could you enlarge the ashen serpent? My seat is too far back to see. Young Seamus exclaimed, rising in excitement. Hermione regarded Seamus with a mixture of perplexity and skepticism. Surely, he was being deliberately obtuse. Mr. Seamus, I am delighted you have recognized your distant seat. Next time, do sit closer to the front. For now, I shall indulge your curiosity. Lockhart enthusiastically raised his wand toward the ashen serpent, which began to expand under the influence of the enlargement charm. The enraged serpent hissed violently, its once flickering eyes now glowing steadily, followed by a thunderous roar. Boom! The explosive ashen serpent erupted in a torrent of flames, engulfing Lockhart in an instant. What a reckless act! Instead of the enlargement charm, he employed the expansion spell. Watching the chaos unfold, Meccan helplessly tossed a teapot, affected by the levitation charm. It floated above Lockhart, who was frantically rolling on the ground in a desperate attempt to douse the flames. A stream of red tea poured forth, expanding in the air and extinguishing the fire. Ah! A piercing scream echoed, a familiar tune. The combination of the levitation charm and fresh water proved effective, albeit a tad too hot, as red tea is brewed. The young witches, witnessing the flames extinguished, hurried to the infirmary. This lesson could not continue. The remaining young wizards gradually exited the classroom. Lockhart was swiftly transported to the infirmary, and after being treated by Madame Pomfrey, he was discharged before nightfall. Bearing extensive burns, his hair and eyebrows singed away. As night fell, Harry visited Lockhart's office. Harry, you finally arrived. Today's correspondence was rather abundant. It seems I remain quite the favorite. On the face of Lockhart, devoid of hair and eyebrows, a smile could still be discerned, his teeth gleaming brilliantly. Harry shuddered, finding it utterly unsettling. He resolved to hasten his response. This was to be the last time tonight. Each encounter with those frenzied letters sent chills down his spine. Come quickly to me, an icy voice intruded abruptly into Harry's mind. Uncertain of how long he had been writing, Harry suddenly heard a peculiar sound and looked up in bewilderment at Professor Lockhart. Professor, did you hear something? He inquired. A sound? Don't be ridiculous, my child. It is just you and me here. I did not utter a word, Lockhart replied, gazing at Harry with confusion before glancing at the clock. Oh, are you feeling tired? I thought as much, for hours have already passed. I believe it is time for you to return. Harry hurriedly departed, only to hear that cold, emotionless voice again in the corridor. At that moment, Ron, having just polished a trophy, approached. Harry, what is wrong? He asked, noting the panic etched on Harry's face, which in turn made him feel uneasy. Ron, I heard a strange voice. It said it wants to kill. Harry's complexion turned pale as he stared intently at Ron. Ron swallowed hard. It's moving. It seeks to kill. We must go. Harry grasped Ron's hand, and they dashed down the corridor, their footsteps gradually transforming into the sound of running water as they reached the outer corridor. A line of spiders was crawling out of the window. What is going on with these spiders? I've only seen ants behave this way. Harry, look at the wall. Ron's voice had taken on an odd pitch. Following Ron's gaze, Harry saw a puddle on the floor, in which the words on the wall were clearly reflected. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Beware of the heir's enemies. After reading the message, Harry noticed a cat hanging upside down from a hook nearby. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from both sides of the corridor as young wizards hurriedly approached, alerted by the commotion caused by the two boys. Make way, make way. Let me see what has happened here. Filch struggled to push through the crowd, and the first thing he saw was the Lady of Lorelei hanging from the wall. What have you done? My poor Lady Lorelei. Filch's fierce gaze instantly zeroed in on the two boys standing in the middle. You killed her. You are the ones who murdered my Lady Lorelei. No, no, no. Mr. Filch, it wasn't he. She was like this when we arrived. Harry protested nervously. The sorrowful Filch, in a fit of rage, seized Harry by the collar. This boy, basking in the halo of a savior, had long been a source of his displeasure. Enough. Filch, release your filthy hands. Chapter 39, The Chamber Appears. The Slytherin students gazed in astonishment at Draco, while the Gryffindor students were left utterly dumbfounded. Set him aside. Filch, until the investigation is complete, you cannot act against him. Draco stepped out from the group and drew his wand, pointing it at Filch. Indeed, Argus, Draco is correct. Without proper inquiry, you cannot deem Harry the culprit. Dumbledore arrived with the other professors. He glanced at the cat hanging on the wall and reassured Filch. Fear not, Argus. Mrs. Norris has merely been petrified. Ah, I recognize the issue at first glance. I happen to know how to remedy it. Lockhart interjected with an air of seriousness, yet the expressions from the crowd rendered him embarrassed. Now, everyone, return to your dormitories. You two remain. Dumbledore shattered the silence. After the young wizards had departed, it was crucial to ascertain how the petrification occurred. Question him. He must have done it. Filch clutched Harry, unwilling to let go. It wasn't me, I swear. When I arrived, it was already like this. I have never touched Mrs. Norris. Headmaster, I believe Harry simply found himself in the wrong place at the wrong time. Though there are indeed some questions, Professor Snape approached Harry. Why did I not see you during dinner? Professor Snape, Harry was assisting me in composing a reply. Lockhart declared with a proud grin, showcasing his gleaming teeth. My cat has been petrified. Someone must be punished. Filch's voice trembled with a hint of tears. Very well, Argus. We can restore her. Pomona is cultivating mandrakes, and they will soon be mature enough to heal Mrs. Norris. Dumbledore paused, casting a glance at everyone. During this time, all must be vigilant. Remember, all. After Harry and Ron departed, they did not return to the dormitory, but hurried to the Hagrid's hut. Harry, do you not find it peculiar? The sounds that others cannot hear, only you can. This is not a good sign in the wizarding world. Hermione regarded him curiously as he recounted the evening's events. I always thought it was merely a wizard's gift. Harry pondered for a moment, summarizing it as just a talent. Well, that talent is quite remarkable. Now, you both should return. Since it is not your fault, do your best to avoid acting alone. After dinner, come to me for training. Considering your abilities, even if you find that thing, you would not be able to defeat it. Hagrid ushered them out of the hut, watching them enter the castle. Upon returning to the hut, the cat observed Hermione deep in thought, her brow furrowed. What is it? Are you thinking of helping those two friends of yours? Hagrid, I have a nagging feeling that something is amiss. I fear for their safety. Then why are you not concerned for your own safety? Hagrid tousled his unruly hair, purposefully making it even messier. What danger could I possibly be in? Did you not claim you would protect me? Hermione swatted Hagrid's mischievous hand away, countering his words. I am capable of safeguarding you. However, I must intervene when you recklessly charge towards danger, mustn't I? Make-in, permit me to assist them just this once. I shall not do so again in the future. Hermione began employing her charms, alternating between gentle back rubs and shoulder kneads. You may assist, but there are two stipulations. Make-in found himself unable to resist. What are the two conditions? I shall adhere to them. First, Norberta must accompany you at all times. After all, you have mastered the enlarging and shrinking charm. Upon uttering this, Make-in produced a pair of plain glasses and placed them upon Hermione's face. This constitutes the second stipulation. You must wear these glasses whenever you are out of my sight. I can understand Norberta following me, but why must I wear these glasses? Hermione questioned, removing them to scrutinize closely. When you don the glasses, you will appear quite unattractive, thus deterring anyone from taking an interest in you. Alleviating my fears of my caretaker being whisked away. Then why do you not accompany me? Hermione murmured, her cheeks flushed. I cannot. The moment I appear, that creature will flee, and there is nothing I can do about it. Mycon's feline ears were exceptionally acute over the past few days. He had discerned the slithering movements of a serpentine creature within the pipes. Each time Make-in approached, that entity would evade capture. After several attempts, he had given up. You must honestly tell me, do you know something again? Hermione perched on his lap, gazing into Mycon's striking heterochromatic eyes, hoping to glean some insight. I possess certain knowledge, yet I shall not disclose it. You might as well seize this opportunity to hone your skills. However, as your feline lord, I can offer you a key term, the Chamber of Secrets. You perpetually do this, knowing the answer yet remaining silent. It was the same last time and now again. Hermione rolled her beautiful eyes, pondering why Hogwarts faced such misfortunes each year, yet her character was irresistibly drawn to these peculiar occurrences. The enigmatic events never failed to captivate our little know-it-all. When Hermione fell asleep, Make-in cautiously leapt from the pillow to the windowsill, merging with the nocturnal shadows. In Mycon's estimation, the plain glasses would shield against the basilisk's lethal petrification, while Phoenix tears could cure its deadly venom. Coupled with Norberta, a dragon of extraordinary magical resistance, Hermione should be utterly secure. As for whether Norberta could withstand petrification, Make-in harbored no concerns, for Norberta possessed a nictitating membrane, a feature he also shared. This membrane, often referred to as a third eyelid, primarily serves to protect the eyes. However, as a level 5 magical creature, Norberta's capabilities far exceeded the ordinary. Make-in had conducted experiments to verify this. When Norberta's nictitating membrane was closed, he could not see her pupils, yet she could perceive him distinctly. His own membrane, while functional, merely served to provide lubrication and lacked the extraordinary properties of Norberta's. Leaving the cottage, Make-in swiftly approached the edge of the Black Lake, where the small creature, Onab, with its suction cup-laden tentacles, ensnared him and dragged him beneath the surface, forcing him into a massive vertical pipe that descended into the depths. Inside the pipe, devoid of water, Make-in magically absorbed the moisture from his hair. This was the sewer system of Hogwarts, a labyrinthine expanse, and Make-in did not venture here in search of the basilisk. Rather, he was drawn by the fervent surge of faith. In the dim, damp confines of the sewer, shadowy figures flocked incessantly, moving with astonishing speed and utter silence. The earlier arrivals knelt upon the ground, sketching sacrificial patterns, tearing from their own decaying limbs to arrange them meticulously, and then emitting a rapid, mournful sound akin to weeping. Chapter 40. A Gift Delivered. These were grotesque, humanoid beings, their bodies in a state of decay, with pointed ears, bald heads, and jagged teeth slightly ajar, occasionally extending long tongues. Maykin recognized them well. According to records from the Hogwarts library, these were ghouls. They inhabited the sewers of major cities, surviving by consuming putrid corpses. Maykin could surmise how they had come to be here. Upon turning to the second page of the 7 Secrets of the Earth, he had already acquired the power of faith. As these ghouls approached the outskirts of Hogwarts, Maykin could distinctly sense their presence. Given their limited numbers, he paid them no heed, which allowed these ghouls to emerge by day and retreat by night, continually infiltrating Hogwarts and hiding within the sewers. As their numbers swelled, they were on the verge of overwhelming the sewer system, compelling Maykin to confront the issue. The humble servants beseeched the great existence, "Grant us the dream mirror, and we shall offer you our most devout faith day and night." Countless ghouls incessantly bowed before Maykin, their strange, weeping-like voices echoing through the underground passages. Maykin, with a throbbing headache, regarded these fanatics. He understood the dream mirror to be a gateway to a dimension accessible only through dreams, a parallel space formed by the subconscious. However, he lacked the ability to manifest such a thing. After much contemplation, Maykin ultimately resolved that since this predicament stemmed from the scriptures, it was fitting that the scriptures themselves should provide a resolution. Cat, in a moment of cleverness, decided that if the dream mirror could not be materialized, then the scriptures should be manifested instead. The spiritual essence stirred within his mind, calling forth the scriptures, a black tome crafted from unknown leather. Once released from Maykin's grasp, it fell to the ground, automatically flipping open to the second page, and in an instant, the entire book transformed into a grand portal. This was a door composed of flesh and sinew, pulsating with muscle and throbbing veins, embodying an eerie essence. The ghouls, who had been incessantly bowing, became even more fervent upon discovering the door, their eyes glowing with a fierce crimson light. Their worship intensified, with their bald heads forcefully striking the ground, even as they splattered foul black blood and decaying scalp, undeterred in their devotion. The muscular door creaked open, and countless ghouls surged towards it. Their already grotesque faces twisted into even more nightmarish visages, yet exuding an aura of fervent devotion. Magong, now reverted to his feline form, gazed in astonishment at these ghastly zealots, as the once nebulous power of faith coalesced into a thin mist. Upon the last ghoul crossing the threshold, the door slammed shut, transforming into a tome that melded into Magong's mind. The faith that had merely swirled within him was now a babbling brook, flowing incessantly. As for the number of ghouls within the door, Magong lost count after reaching the unit of 10,000, growing weary of the task. His body, having undergone multiple transformations through dark mist, now thrived on the nourishment of faith, every cell within him vibrating with delight. It seemed that the second page of the sacred text, which spoke of the meat fungus longevity talisman, was indeed a means to become the Lord of Ghouls and obtain faith. Richly rewarded, Magong returned to his modest chamber, where Hermione lay on the bed, having kicked off her covers, blissfully unaware of her dreams, occasionally chuckling in her sleep. What could that litter box attendant be dreaming of? After tucking Hermione in, Magong leapt onto the headboard, finding a comfortable spot to curl up and drift into slumber. In the Transfiguration classroom, Professor McGonagall was instructing young witches and wizards on transforming their pets into goblets. Just like this. 1, 2, 3, a dramatic transformation. With a graceful flick of her wand, she turned a parrot on the podium into a sparkling goblet. Who would like to try? As she descended from the podium, she spotted Magong sprawled across a desk. Sound asleep. All right, Magong, you can't remain in such a state of laziness forever. Come and give it a shot, transforming your pet into a goblet. Reluctantly awakening, Magong pondered the challenge of turning his pet into a goblet. Aligning his long tail with himself, he invoked the transformation. The black cat, Magong, morphed into a cat-shaped goblet. With the feline head as the cup and its limbs as the stem, the playful tail coiling beneath as a base. Oh, good boy. A truly perfect transformation. 10 points to Gryffindor. Professor McGonagall expressed her satisfaction with Magong's flawless transfiguration. After the professor departed, the cat-shaped goblet emitted a series of contented snores. Hermione glared at Magong, exasperated by his penchant for sloth. Following class, once the young witches and wizards had left, Hermione, along with Harry and Ron, approached Professor McGonagall. Professor, are you familiar with the Chamber of Secrets? Could you share what you know with us? The professor's demeanor shifted to one of caution as she regarded the trio standing before her. What mischief are you three planning this time? This petrification incident is not akin to your previous escapade in the cellar. Professor, we merely wish to prevent another petrification incident. Rest assured, should we uncover any clues, we will inform you and will not act independently, Hermione quickly assured, casually displaying the necklace-like knot that dangled from her wrist. Professor McGonagall scrutinized Hermione. then glanced at the miniature dragon serving as an ornament, before letting out a resigned sigh. Very well, at the inception of the castle, there were 4 founders. Salazar Slytherin, the founder of Slytherin House, constructed the Chamber of Secrets. After a brief pause, Professor McGonagall resolved to disclose everything to them. Salazar Slytherin believed that magic should be confined to magical families, specifically pure-blood wizards. His theory was met with opposition from the other 3 founders, leading him to depart from the castle and seal the chamber, awaiting the true heir to return, unlock the chamber, unleash the terrifying creature within, and eradicate Muggle-born wizards. After sharing this, Professor McGonagall regarded the trio with complexity, uncertain whether divulging such information was appropriate. Listen, children, no one knows the location of the chamber, nor the nature of the monster within. I do not wish for anyone else to suffer harm. With that, Professor McGonagall exited. Harry and Ron turned to Hermione, their resolve wavering. Let us head to the library, Hermione suggested, leading them in search of answers among the clues. Upon leaving the classroom, they encountered Draco, who awaited them at the door. Are you seeking clues about the chamber? Don't waste your efforts. It's a secret. If you're eager to risk your lives, by all means, try. Observing their unwavering determination, Draco felt compelled to offer a warning. If they were to encounter misfortune, he would be unable to receive guidance from McGonagall. Harry, shall we still go to the library? Ron inquired, glancing at Draco as he departed. Draco evidently possessed knowledge of the secret. Yes, Harry asserted with conviction. If we could transform into Crabbe and Goyle, perhaps we could extract Draco's secret, though we might breach nearly 50 school rules in the process. Hermione, eyeing Crabbe and Goyle positioned on either side of Draco, decided to share her thoughts with her companions, allowing them to deliberate. Thus, the trio hurried to the library. In the Transfiguration classroom, a cat-shaped chalice morphed into a black cat, leaping off the desk and stretching languidly, puzzled by the empty classroom. Meow? Has the cat been abandoned? Chapter 41, In Pain and Joy. In the Hogwarts library, Hermione placed a hefty tome titled Powerful Potions before Harry and Ron, opening it to the page on Polyjuice Potion. This is the Polyjuice Potion. We need hair from our specific target to transform into their likeness. The potion can last anywhere from 10 minutes to 12 hours, but brewing it requires a month. Despite the lengthy preparation time, Harry resolved to follow through with the plan to extract information from Draco. Meanwhile, an unattended McGonagall decided to seek Hagrid, carrying a bag filled with 8-legged giant spider legs. Hagrid, open up quickly and see what I've brought you. McGonagall rapped on Hagrid's door with a spider leg in each hand. In the dining hall, Hermione, Harry, and Ron sat together. But where was Macon? He had not been seen all afternoon. Harry noticed that Hermione was not with Macon. He likely spent the evening with Hagrid, indulging in delightful fare. Upon hearing Harry's reminder, Hermione recalled that she had left Macon in the Transfiguration classroom. The spider legs from the last encounter with the Acromantula had indeed been delectable, though Hagrid's peculiar manner of consuming them remained a mystery. Ron, still gnawing on his beloved chicken leg, spoke with a mouthful, his words slightly garbled. By the way, do you remember the name Hagrid mentioned while eating the spider leg? I believe it was Aragog. Hermione, I think it would be prudent to extract some clues from Draco first. You're right. Harry, let us finish our meal quickly. Then we can summon Draco to join us in visiting Macon. We might have to face the whip tonight. After dinner, the 4 of them made their way to Macon's hut. Draco, can't you divulge any secrets about the Chamber of Secrets? Harry persisted in questioning Draco. Harry, what are you thinking? That could very well cost you your life. I do not wish for my opportunity to study with Macon to be jeopardized by your recklessness. Draco was somewhat exasperated. Harry, the little lion, seemed to charge headfirst into peril without consideration, oblivious to the need for strategy, and crucially, one must possess strength to be audacious. Draco, do you truly know something? Hermione sought to glean information from Draco, but first needed to ascertain whether he possessed any knowledge. I know a bit about the chamber, but I shall never share it with you, especially not with you, Hermione. I am aware of your intellect. Should I disclose anything, Macon would undoubtedly eliminate me. Annoyed by the incessant inquiries, Draco hastened towards Macon's hut. Harry and Ron shuddered at the mention of Macon and followed swiftly behind. Hermione watched the 3 with curiosity, wondering why they rushed so at the mere mention of Macon. Ah, oh, hungry. A familiar voice echoed beneath the great tree. Since you can now perform the levitation charm wandlessly and silently, tonight I shall teach you the armored charm. This is a spell that even the Aurors of the Ministry seldom master. Draco, Harry, and Ron's eyes gleamed with excitement. If Aurors rarely knew it, then it must be formidable. Quickly, take out your wands. Ron, what is that you have? Did you use your wand to poke the toilet? Macon glanced at Ron's wand, which was broken and wrapped in tape, dangling limply, feigning anger. Listen, your wand is an indispensable weapon. It is your lifeline. A wizard without a wand is no better than a strong, ordinary person. Although you can perform spells wandlessly and silently, this does not diminish the importance of your wand. Restore it to its former glory. Macon flicked his tail and pointed at the tattered wand. A flash of light illuminating the air as the tape on the wand spontaneously ignited, restoring the broken wand to its former glory. The cat felt an immediate drain of magical energy, a wave of discontent washing over him. The magic required to restore enchanted items was exorbitant. Macon's current reservoir of magic was not to be trifled with. If bestowed upon young wizard Simo for a spell of thunderous explosion, it could very well send the entire alley into the heavens. Having regained a modicum of magic, Macon picked up a stray branch from the ground. Watch my movements closely and memorize the incantation. I shall teach you only once. Armor protection. Macon traced a clockwise circle in the air with his wand, reciting the spell. The iron armor spell, under normal circumstances, bore no visible effects. It was a protective enchantment capable of warding off various curses, creating a barrier that deflected both magical and physical harm. Upon completing the incantation, Macon raised his right hand and delivered a powerful punch, causing the space before him to appear as if it shattered against an invisible barrier, white light scattering in every direction. Since the iron armor spell is invisible, for every time you cast it, I will deliver a lash until the whip is obstructed. Of course, should any one of you fail, I shall shatter your successful iron armor spell, along with you. Macon brandished the whip in his hand, casually striking a large stone on the ground into fragments. The trio watched Macon in terror, struggling to swallow their apprehension. Oh dear. Hermione, listening to the trio reciting phonetics before the great tree, resumed her studies with the tome Potent Potions, delving into the complexities of the compound elixir within. Noticing the time, Macon acknowledged that it was nearing 10 o'clock. The hour of curfew. Cease your spellcasting. It appears your talents are quite commendable. I have not wielded the whip for half an hour now. This is white balm. Apply it to one another, and once your wounds are healed, you may return. We shall continue tomorrow. He tossed a vial of white balm to Draco, a precious healing potion acquired from the old bee, known for its steep price in the wizarding world. Draco, grinning foolishly, poured out some of the balm. Glancing at Harry and Ron, Harry stared blankly at the grinning Draco, utterly bewildered, while Ron had already retreated to the sidelines upon hearing of the balm. As the balm was applied to his gaping wound, the searing pain compelled Harry to howl, akin to salting a wound. Wesley, where do you think you're running off to? Draco, disregarding his own injuries, fervently chased after Ron. Ecstatic, Draco seemed to forget that he too required the balm, ultimately being pinned to the ground by Harry and Ron, who laughed at his cries. Observing the playful antics of the three as they departed, Macon regarded Draco's retreating figure with peculiar admiration. This lad was far superior to his father. Macon, I must say, I didn't realize you were so adept at educating your students, chimed in old B, who had appeared beside Macon seemingly out of nowhere. Headmaster, do you wish for me to thoroughly chastise your students? Oh, Macon, there is no need for such excitement. I was merely jesting. Indeed, the three of them possess remarkable talent. Mr. Headmaster, I must confess that I find myself more eager for the arrival of Mr. Neville Longbottom than these three. Dumbledore squinted at Macon, increasingly perplexed by this feline. According to the prophecy, Neville shares the same birth date as Harry. Both are children of prophecy. However, Neville pales in comparison to Harry, who indirectly vanquished Voldemort. Have you discerned something? Macon gazed up at the night sky and, after a prolonged pause, remarked, Mars shines exceptionally bright this evening. Snap. I merely observed that Neville exhibits considerable potential in herbology. Macon covered the sizable bump on his head with one hand, while scratching his rear with the other. Macon, I appreciate your reminder. I shall consult Pomona regarding this matter. Dumbledore turned to stride towards the castle, suspecting that this little fox was harboring some mischief. Macon turned towards the cottage, wondering what this old fox was up to as well. Chapter 42, The Uncontrolled Bludger. Greetings, everyone. Welcome to the first Quidditch tryouts of this term at Hogwarts, featuring Gryffindor versus Slytherin. I am your familiar commentator, Lee Jordan. Perched in the tower, still providing commentary, is the ever-enthusiastic Lee Jordan. The teams have taken the field. Gryffindor's seeker is none other than our beloved Harry Potter. Slytherin's newly appointed seeker is Draco Malfoy. As you can see, Slytherin is equipped with the Nimbus 2001, while Gryffindor boasts only Harry's Nimbus 2000. The disparity in equipment is significant, indicating a fierce contest ahead. Now, our referee, Professor Hooch, steps onto the pitch with the quaffle box. She opens the box, releasing the bludgers and the golden snitch into the air. The match has officially commenced. Given the considerable difference in equipment, it seems the battle will hinge on who can seize the golden snitch first. This is a contest between two generations of brooms, and time is of the essence for Gryffindor, who will capture the golden snitch. We shall await the outcome with bated breath. If Slytherin leads Gryffindor by 150 points, regardless of who captures the snitch, worth 150 points, Slytherin will emerge victorious, leaving Gryffindor with little time to spare. Oh, the speed of the Nimbus 2001 is astonishing. Within less than 10 minutes, Slytherin has already taken a 60-point lead over Gryffindor. Harry, are you nearing your limit? Draco hovered before Harry on his broom, taunting him. The moment Harry glanced at Draco, a bludger unexpectedly veered towards him with incredible speed, whistling ominously as it approached. Sensing impending danger, Harry quickly ducked, narrowly avoiding the incoming bludger. "Focus, Harry." Captain Wood realized something was amiss and hurriedly warned Harry, but at that moment, the bludger crazily struck Wood's broomstick, shattering it. Wood. Harry gazed at the fallen Wood and the bludger that relentlessly pursued him, forcing him to accelerate in a desperate attempt to evade it. "Oh, Gryffindor has lost its captain. Look, the bludger is moving with remarkable speed, ceaselessly tailing Harry. The bludger has gone mad." Merlin's beard. The commentary from Lee Jordan instantly captured everyone's attention. Ron anxiously drew his wand, eager to stop the bludger, but Hermione intercepted him. Both parties were moving at such velocity that typical spells would likely miss their target, and a sudden spell could easily lead to unforeseen accidents. This was precisely why the professors refrained from intervening. Moreover, the use of magic was prohibited during a Quidditch match. Although Harry had mastered the shield charm, he could not use it in this situation. "Harry, are you dancing ballet? Would you like me to find you a partner?" Just as Harry managed to evade the bludger's attack and exhaled in relief, he caught sight of Draco mocking him. However, keen-eyed Harry also noticed the golden snitch hovering near Draco's temple. Oh, Harry spotted the snitch. He was determined to continue the match, and Draco was in hot pursuit. To Harry's dismay, the errant bludger had refocused its attention and followed suit. Harry and Draco wove through the narrow gaps between the pitch and the stands, dodging supports while the relentless bludger pursued them, creating a perilous situation. "Draco, are you unable to find a partner, so you've decided to take the field yourself?" Harry seized a moment to retort to Draco's earlier jeer. Draco, fully concentrated on evading the supports, was momentarily distracted by Harry's sudden remark. Upon realizing the roaring sound of the bludger swiftly approaching from behind, he instinctively lowered his broom, only to collide with a stand support. Before the eyes of the young witches and wizards, Draco spiraled out of the gap, performing an endless 360-degree flip, landing with a resounding thud. Wincing in pain, he clutched his backside and howled in distress. Meg, perched in the stands, shook her bow-tied scarf and clapped her hands, remarking on Draco's spectacular fall. The golden snitch burst from the gap and began to fly low over the pitch, with Harry in close pursuit. This was an opportunity. He extended his right hand, poised to seize the snitch, when the bludger, hurtling toward him, struck his right hand, resulting in a sharp crack as his forearm fractured. Suppressing the pain, Harry swiftly adjusted his broom and continued the chase after the snitch. At the critical moment, he reached out with his left hand and successfully grasped the snitch. But the fracture in his right hand caused him to lose his balance and tumble from his broom. Ron, Hermione, Hagrid, and the other professors hurried toward Harry, while the bludger relentlessly pursued him, roaring as it descended toward Harry on the ground. Impedimenta. Hermione brandished her wand, casting a precise spell that shattered the uncontrolled bludger into fragments. "Don't move, Harry. I'll tend to your injury." Lockhart rushed over, wand in hand, directing it at Harry's arm. Repairing charm. A sphere of blue light enveloped Harry's forearm, and he immediately felt the pain dissipate. Could it be that the professor truly possessed remarkable skills? Lockhart lifted Harry's forearm, discovering it to be limp and remarkably elastic. He bent the arm and then released it, watching as it playfully bounced up and down. "Oh, such occurrences are not uncommon. The important thing is that you no longer feel pain. You see, the bone is not broken," Lockhart awkwardly explained. "Not broken? You've made his bones disappear entirely." Even Hagrid, the half-giant, could see that, Harry thought, staring in disbelief at his rubbery arm. If it were any softer, he might be compelled to deliver a swift punch to Lockhart's face. In the Hogwarts infirmary, after sending off his concerned friends, Harry once again consumed the bone regrowth potion provided by Madame Pomfrey. Drinking it felt akin to downing a shot of fiery liquor, the burning liquid coursing down his throat and into his stomach, only to be followed by a sharp pain in his arm. The fatigue of the day, combined with the agony in his arm, lulled Harry into a fitful slumber. In his dream, his parents prepared a meal. His father was guiding him to a seat at the dining table, while his mother brought forth a plate of pasta. As Harry happily twirled the noodles around his fork, the once delectable dish began to twist and contort, morphing into a writhing mass of serpents, their mouths agape, revealing sharp fangs as they lunged toward him. Startled, Harry bolted upright in his hospital bed, gasping for breath. This was far from the first time he had experienced such a nightmare. In his dreams, all elongated objects morphed into snakes. The chilling, emotionless voice of slaughter echoed once more. Following the sound, Harry scanned his surroundings, desperate to uncover the source of this torment. "Hello, Dobby. What are you doing here?" Harry exclaimed, astonished to see the house elf suddenly materialize beside his bed. This disheveled creature, clad in a tattered pillowcase and covered in dirt, had left chaos in the Dursleys' home before the school year began. Harry Potter missed the train and should be home. Harry Potter is injured and must leave here immediately. Harry Potter ought to listen to Dobby. Was it you who caused this? The sealed platform and the rogue bludger today? Chapter 43, A Sudden Flash of Light. Listen, Dobby, if my arm isn't broken right now, I would choose to strangle you instantly. You nearly got Ron and me expelled. And it was your doing that led to my fractured right hand. Harry glared furiously at the little elf. Dobby, no longer intimidated by threats of death, often faced such menaces at home. With a sorrowful expression, he wiped his nose with the tattered pillowcase. Why are you dressed in that ragged pillowcase? Harry gazed at the filthy Dobby, his heart softening at the sight of the elf clothed in what resembled a large, soiled rag. It symbolizes a house elf status as a slave. Only by being given clothes by their masters can they attain freedom. Dobby seemed to have uncovered something. Anxiously leaping onto the hospital bed. Harry Potter, you must leave this place at once. A dreadful event is about to unfold within the castle. For history is on the verge of repeating itself. Repeating itself? Has there been a petrification incident before? Harry grasped Dobby firmly, eager for clarification. Realizing he had inadvertently let slip too much, Dobby began to tap his own head repeatedly with the vial of bone essence. Please, reveal the truth, Dobby. In response to Harry, only a wisp of smoke filled the air as Dobby vanished from sight. Just then, a flurry of footsteps echoed from outside the infirmary, prompting Harry to hastily feign sleep on the bed. Quickly, place him here. What has transpired? Madame Pomfrey looked sorrowfully at Colin, who had been laid upon the bed, his rigid body tinged with a ghastly hue, still clutching his camera. Madame Pomfrey, he has been petrified. Once Pomona's mandrakes mature, he will be restored. Professor McGonagall gently reassured her before turning her gaze to Dumbledore, who retained Colin's camera. Perhaps he had captured the creature on film. Dumbledore took the camera from Colin's hands, opened the back, and was immediately enveloped in a cloud of smoke as the film turned to ash. What does this signify, Albus? It signifies that our students are in grave danger. Should we notify the other faculty? Inform them that Hogwarts is no longer safe. Listening to the professor's tense and serious discussion, Harry tossed and turned throughout the night, unable to find rest. The following evening, having recovered from his injuries, Harry hurried to the Great Hall, where he recounted the events of the previous night to Hermione and Ron. Harry, this indicates that the Chamber of Secrets was opened before, and now someone has reopened it. Hermione said, her eyes darting between the two. After the Quidditch match yesterday, Colin was also petrified within the castle. The young witches and wizards at the dining table wore expressions of gloom. The once joyous atmosphere of dinner felt as if it were on the brink of morning. Previously, only Mrs. Norris had been petrified. Now, a living student was affected, and everyone felt a sense of dread, fearing they might be next. Come on, you two, summoned Draco. We must continue tonight's detention. The castle is perilous, and you must possess some means of self-defense. After satisfying his hunger, Meekin led the four of them towards his hut. Tonight, you four shall undergo specialized training. I will teach you a new spell. As Meekin spoke, his elongated cat tail extended before them, and the four looked on with curiosity, with Ron leaning in closer, his face resembling a large plate. Flashbang! Ah! Ron screamed, covering his eyes and rolling on the ground. In an instant, the cat tail emitted a blinding white light, nearly searing his vision. Harry and Draco rubbed their stinging eyes and, after a moment, regained their sight. Turning to Hermione, who appeared completely unscathed. You must wear sunglasses when practicing this spell, or you will end up like Ron, rolling on the floor. Meekin humorously produced 4 pairs of sunglasses and handed them out. From the very moment he cast the spell, he had already equipped Hermione with a pair, ensuring her safety. That wretched black cat was clearly intentional in its mischief, leaving Harry, Ron, and Draco seething with frustration. Now, swiftly don the sunglasses. It is imperative to notify your allies before casting this spell. Otherwise, rather than saving yourselves, you may inadvertently harm others. Once you master this incantation, you can deploy it whenever you sense something amiss within the castle and hastily flee the scene. If you value your lives, you would be unwise to confront foes directly. The 4 of them, upon hearing Meekin's explanation, were instantly enlightened. This dazzling flash spell was indeed quite practical, proving useful for both offense and escape. It was a remarkably simple incantation, akin to a flickering glow, and within half an hour, they had all become adept at performing the dazzling flash. Why are you two hiding in the bushes, fearing insect bites? Fred and George, why don't you come over here at once? Meekin had already noticed the duo concealed within the foliage. Should they choose to remain hidden, the cat had no qualms about letting them be lunch for the bugs. Meekin, we wish to propose a business deal with you. The two emerged awkwardly from the underbrush, quickly stating their intentions. Upon hearing their proposal, Meekin understood all too well what they were after. Very well, but I shall take 70% of the profits, and you can have 30. It would be foolish to let this opportunity slip away. Of course, thank you, Meekin. The cat presented them with a small booklet and a pair of sunglasses, and the two joyfully dashed toward the castle. The clever Weasley twins would likely duplicate the spells and sunglasses from the booklet ad infinitum for sale, leaving Meekin unconcerned about their commercial acumen. Now, you 3, continue practicing the nonverbal shield charm. A single additional method is an extra layer of security, Get to it. Macon brandished his whip, prompting the trio to adeptly shed their robes and outer garments, baring their upper bodies as they commenced practicing the spell. Hermione returned to the small room to continue her studies on the polyjuice potion, a concoction of considerable complexity, far beyond her current grasp. During the day, she would sequester herself in the girls' restroom to brew potions, and at night, she meticulously researched the ingredients and methods required for the following day's concoction. The 3-hour confinement period swiftly passed, and the 5 of them gazed upward at the castle, which began to emit a brilliant white light, pulsating at an increasing frequency until it transformed into a colossal incandescent bulb. From a distance, one could hear Filch's furious howls echoing through the air. Macon lowered his gaze, reflecting on the audacity of those two, who had managed to expand their business across all 4 houses in such a short time. Hermione, observing the still glowing castle, pondered thoughtfully. The spell Macon had taught them evidently targeted the eyes, which suggested that the creatures within the castle possessed unique and unusual vision. Perhaps this was a promising avenue for her investigation. She retrieved the pair of non-prescription glasses that Macon had previously given her, further solidifying her conviction. A warm sensation surged within her, prompting her to run towards Macon, embrace his neck, and plant a playful bite on his cheek. Blushing fiercely, Hermione swiftly dashed back to her bedroom. Macon, feeling the spot where she had nibbled, gazed curiously at the retreating little witch, pondering what had stirred her so. Chapter 44, The Dreamlike Merlin Medal. The following day, Macon and Hermione entered the dining hall, where the sight of young wizards enjoying their breakfast left Macon astounded. Each one sported sunglasses, and with the weather turning colder, they all wore scarves, resembling a group of fashion icons. The dazzling spell, known as the Blinding Flash, had become the sole blinding curse in the history of the wizarding world, greatly favored by the young wizards. Anyone seen without sunglasses was likely to be approached for a taste of it. In a corner, Filch donned a pair of retro glasses he had somehow acquired. Beneath the small, round lenses, tears streamed down his cheeks. Perhaps having wept excessively, he removed his sunglasses to wipe away the tears, revealing eyes swollen like 2 polished walnuts. The somber atmosphere made Macon wish to accompany him with the melancholic strains of a, "Oh, Macon, you have finally arrived. I heard it was you who invented the Blinding Flash spell. I submitted this spell to the WizardingWorld overnight and applied for a second-class Merlin medal on your behalf." Professor Flitwick exclaimed excitedly as he rushed towards Macon, startling the cat. Professor, it's merely a minor spell. How could it possibly warrant a second-class Merlin medal?" Macon replied, astonished by Flitwick's enthusiasm. The Merlin medal is categorized into 3 degrees. The first-class medal honors extraordinary valor or remarkable achievements in magic, akin to Dumbledore's accolades. The second-class medal recognizes extraordinary accomplishments or efforts, reminiscent of Newt Scamander, while the third-class medal acknowledges contributions to knowledge or entertainment, like Gilderoy Lockhart. My dear child, while this spell may seem trivial, it has fundamentally altered the way wizards duel. Furthermore, it is an exemplary form of white magic. Although applying for a second-class Merlin medal may seem a stretch, let us not forget that our headmaster is the chief wizard of the WizardingWorld, Flitwick patiently elucidated, suppressing his excitement. Upon hearing this, Macon instantly grasped the essence of the matter. What constitutes a wizard duel? 2 individuals stand facing each other, casting spells back and forth. The previously monotonous exchange of curses is now transformed by the emergence of spells akin to flashbangs, effectively eliminating such predictability. Once the Blinding Flash spell gains widespread use, those dark wizards who relish overwhelming their opponents will find it increasingly difficult to cast their spells carelessly. Moreover, dark wizards are always in the minority. Aurors typically outnumber them during pursuits, given the devastating power of dark magic. While sunglasses may shield against bright light, one cannot possibly wear them throughout the night. And even then, they do not offer complete protection. Wizard duels are a matter of split-second timing. Moreover, with the ability to disarm foes, the targeted sunglasses proved incredibly advantageous amidst scenarios where few faced many. Thank you, Professor Flitwick. I had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Grateful for the revelation, Macon expressed his appreciation to Professor Flitwick. No worries, Macon, you truly are a genius. Be sure to share such brilliant ideas with me next time. Professor Flitwick waved his wand in the air, and a brief flash of light flickered, accompanied by a soft humming sound. The professor, brimming with joy akin to that of a child, skipped away. Macon, mouth agape, watched as Professor Flitwick departed, finally managing to utter 3 astonished words. What a maestro! This is what it means to be a true master. Your greatness shall forever remain unmatched. Macon, have you truly become a recipient of the second-class Merlin Award? That is indeed the Merlin Medal, Ron exclaimed, his eyes wide as he gazed at Macon, who was cutting into a roast chicken. Harry and Draco shared similar expressions of admiration, while Hermione proudly lifted her chin, affirming, "What my cat achieves, I too shall share." It was merely a fortunate accident, and whether or not I will receive the Merlin Medal remains uncertain, Mackin replied, ruffling Hermione's hair. For now, the medal was not yet his, and even if it were, it would merely represent a hollow honor, of which Mackin was indifferent. As breakfast concluded, Harry, Ron, and Hermione hurried to the girls' lavatory to brew potions, while Mackin arrived early to class, seeking a sunlit seat to bask in the warmth and take a leisurely nap. Have you heard? All the professors have declared that the school is no longer safe. Indeed, I have written home, but their response urged me to remain at Hogwarts for my studies. You need not worry. My family reassures me that as long as Headmaster Dumbledore is present, no danger shall befall us. Exactly. I feel that Hogwarts is the safest place in the wizarding world. After all, Dumbledore is the greatest white wizard of our era. You all are far too cautious. Nonetheless, we shall stick together and avoid wandering alone. I shall see how that mysterious entity seeks to trouble us. Listening to the early arriving young wizards chatting in the classroom, the black cat Mackin turned over, allowing the sunlight to warm his belly, contentedly purring. By the way, I heard that Professor Lockhart has applied to the headmaster to establish a dueling club. Really? With Professor Flitwick around, does Lockhart truly need to initiate a dueling club? Indeed. Professor Flitwick has won championships in wizard dueling. Although Lockhart's spellcasting has recently improved, his audacity rivals that of the walls of Hogwarts, which, I hear, have been enchanted with numerous spells. At that moment, Dumbledore was diligently composing a response to the Wizengamot and the Ministry of Magic. Mackin, the little rascal, certainly knew how to stir things up, and this time, he indeed executed it splendidly, using blinding light to counter the basilisk's gaze. This principle bears a resemblance to a Muggle flashbang, and the young wizards are all adorned with sunglasses. The direst consequence they might face is mere petrification rather than death. This level 2 Merlin medal has been decreed by me, Albus, not to be mistaken for my old friend, the bee. Even the Ministry of Magic is powerless to intervene. Today, this prize shall find its place in the Hogwarts trophy room. Mackin, who had been lost in slumber for an indeterminate duration within the classroom, felt himself being lifted and inhaled a familiar scent, prompting him to turn over and drift back into sleep. In the Hogwarts Great Hall, the young wizards were abuzz with chatter about the banquet, as the previously stagnant atmosphere was swept away. With the professor's consent, they were permitted to wear sunglasses both day and night within the castle, enabling them to cast the dazzling spell, and some even walked with an air of flamboyance, their steps becoming increasingly peculiar. Silence, please. Today, in my capacity as Chief Wizard of Wizengamot, I bestow the Level 2 Merlin Medal upon Mackin, a second-year student of Gryffindor, in recognition of his contributions to white magic. The spell-dazzling flash is one I hope you all will practice diligently, as it has the potential to transform the traditional dynamics of wizard duels. Now, let us commence the feast. Following Dumbledore's address, the young wizards erupted into joyous cheers, with some mischievous souls brandishing their wands to conjure flashbangs on the spot. The professors, in unison, donned their sunglasses and applauded. Amidst the brilliance of the spell, none noticed Lockhart's distorted expression, marred by anger and jealousy. The raucous noise roused Mackin from his stupor, his gaze wandering in confusion. Mackin, congratulations on receiving the Level 2 Merlin Medal. You are truly remarkable, Hermione exclaimed, lifting the black cat Mackin and planting a kiss on its furry face. Did I really receive the medal? Where is it? As Mackin regained his bearings, he searched around but found no trace of the medal. You were asleep just now. Professor Dumbledore has placed the medal in the trophy room for safekeeping, came the reply. Mackin wore a bewildered expression, pondering how he could have missed witnessing the medal from nomination to presentation. It had vanished, disappeared, gone. Chapter 45, Harry and Draco. Everyone gather around. In light of the recent dark occurrences, I, Gilderoy Lockhart, have submitted a formal request to Headmaster Dumbledore, and with his authorization, shall establish a dueling club. The purpose of this club is to train you, with the hope that you may learn to protect yourselves with the same composure as I do. For the complete details, do refer to my published works. Lockhart strutted along the lengthy dueling platform, flamboyantly casting off his cloak towards a cluster of young witches, who eagerly displayed the garment to one another. Lockhart is indeed a character. He possesses remarkable bravery, does he not? Hello, Harry. I am Justin Finch-Fletchley, of Hufflepuff. It is a pleasure to meet you. Justin shook hands with Harry, clearly one of Lockhart's enthusiastic admirers. Now, I present to you my assistant, Professor Snape, who has graciously agreed to assist me. We shall now demonstrate a wizarding duel, and rest assured, I will return your potions professor to you in perfect condition. Upon concluding his statement, Lockhart approached the oncoming Professor Snape, and the two stood at the center of the dueling platform, each raising their wands vertically and bowing to one another. They then turned and stepped back, creating distance between them. After the fifth step, both elegantly pivoted, their wands aimed at each other. 1, 2, 3. The moment Lockhart completed the countdown, Expelliarmus, Snape's spell, akin to a conductor's baton, sliced through the air with a sharp hiss. Just as Lockhart raised his wand, he heard Snape's incantation and, struck by the disarming charm. Soared through the air in a perfect parabolic arc before landing on the ground. Oh, Professor Snape is truly magnificent. Look at his stance and the way he casts spells. Indeed, while Lockhart has improved his spellcasting skills, he remains a complete ineptitude. A splendid demonstration, Professor Snape, though your intentions are transparent, were I to intervene. It would be an effortless endeavor. Rising from the ground, Lockhart approached Snape with unwavering confidence, his words cutting through the very core of the earth. I suggest you first teach your students how to defend against dark curses, Professor. Snape, with an expressionless face, replied to Lockhart, relishing the satisfaction from the earlier encounter. What a splendid proposal. Now let us invite 2 students to the stage, Potter and Weasley. Do come forth. Lockhart felt somewhat cornered by Snape's remark, as his recent lessons had mostly revolved around the perilous creatures mentioned in his own book, with little focus on dark curses. Hence, he opted to let the young wizards take center stage, providing himself an opportunity to retreat. Weasley is out of the question. Malfoy, step up. With that, Professor Snape executed a swift and graceful turn, descending from the stage, leaving no room for Lockhart to retort. Harry and Draco approached the dueling platform, standing at its center. Despite both wearing sunglasses, a spark seemed to ignite between them. Harry, we have studied at Macon for so long without a formal duel. Do not disappoint me. Draco, I will hold nothing back. Unleash your best. Hermione, cradling the black cat Macon, watched anxiously as the two faced off. Fear not, they shall be fine. Macon flicked his tail, signaling that he would intervene if necessary. Having completed the dueling formalities, Harry and Draco assumed their stances, awaiting Lockhart's countdown. 1, 2, 3. Sunglasses fly. Both pairs of sunglasses soared towards each other, and they each caught the other's glasses, donning them upon their faces. Fantasia Strike. Draco's spell shot forth with vigor. Expelliarmus. Harry's incantation followed closely behind. The spells cast by both sides grazed each other in the air, ultimately being deflected and redirected by the opposing shield charms. The collision of the 2 spells created a wave of energy that startled the young wizards, causing them to retreat from the dueling platform. Professor Snape squinted at the duelists, astonished that they could execute the shield charms silently and without a wand, a feat of incredible skill. Harry, try this. Fiery Scorch. Draco, you too. Toothbreaker. Stiff-legged Freeze. Petrify them all. The duel progressed with a back-and-forth exchange, punctuated by remarkable instances of silent spellcasting, all utilizing the same impressive incantation. As the duel extended, their magical reserves began to dwindle. In a tacit agreement, they reduced their casting frequency, both searching for the key to gain the upper hand. Spell stop. Simultaneously, their shield charms dissipated. Illusion Strike. Draco's spell shot towards Harry in an instant. Sunglasses fly. Harry opted to remove Draco's sunglasses, and as they were lifted away, he loudly proclaimed, Disarm. Both were hurled back, struggling to rise. With his magical energy nearly depleted, Harry dashed towards Draco. Flash Burst. Flash Burst. Flash Burst. Utilizing his last vestiges of magic, Harry unleashed 3 powerful light spells, rapidly closing the distance to Draco. Blunder out. Blinded. Draco fumbled for his wand and conjured a venomous snake, hoping to impede Harry's advance. Stay put. Potter, I'll handle this. This blunder could have resulted in a life-threatening situation, prompting Snape to intervene. Allow me, Snape. Wingardium Leviosa. Lockhart hastily cast a spell, sending the snake soaring into the sky, only for it to descend back down. Originally aimed at Harry, the snake instead targeted Justin. Harry noticed the snake and instantaneously understood its intent to strike the individual before him. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Approaching the snake, Harry emitted a series of hisses, cautioning it against attacking. The young wizards and professors were taken aback. Harry's ability to converse with serpents triggered thoughts of the heir of Slytherin and the monster in the Chamber of Secrets. For Salazar, Slytherin was known to be a Parselmouth. Spell stop. After resolving the threat of the snake, Professor Snape declared the dueling club to be adjourned and evacuated the young wizards. Justin Finch-Fletchley glared at Harry as he departed, convinced that Harry had incited the snake to attack him. Under Justin's deliberate promotion of this narrative, the entire school soon believed Harry to be the heir of Slytherin, a direct descendant of Salazar, Slytherin himself. Once a skeptic, Harry found himself the subject of strange and fearful gazes wherever he went, and over time, even he began to waver in his confidence. Harry wandered through the corridor in a daze, yearning to encounter the creature that might provide him with answers. However, the subsequent revelation left him utterly astounded. Nearly headless Nick was suspended in midair, motionless, while Justin lay unconscious on the ground. Mr. Potter, you've caught me in the act. Filch sneered as he cast a menacing glance at Harry. Chapter 46. The Business Acumen of the Weasley Twins. Filch, what on earth has happened? Quick, fetch a stretcher. Professor McGonagall hurriedly approached, her gaze fixed on the petrified Nick, the sight of which was utterly horrifying. Even a deceased ghost could be petrified. Professor, I swear it wasn't me. It was like this when I arrived. Harry anxiously explained to McGonagall, feeling as if he were on the brink of madness. This was the second incident of petrification he had stumbled upon, adding to his frustrations. Harry, calm down. I cannot make decisions regarding this matter. First, we must get Justin to the infirmary. Filch will return shortly, McGonagall said, hoping to instill some composure in Harry. The rumors about his ability to speak Parseltongue had already spread throughout the school. Poor boy, Filch, hurry and assist. Get him on the stretcher quickly. He merely fainted from fright. Madame Pomfrey rushed forward to examine Justin's condition, swiftly responding to the situation. Upon hearing that it was merely a faint from fear, the onlookers felt a glimmer of hope, for it indicated that Justin must have seen the creature. Filch, go inform the headmaster at once. We shall take Justin to the infirmary, McGonagall decided, eager to alert Dumbledore, believing that identifying the entity could break the current impasse. Yet, unbeknownst to McGonagall, Dumbledore had already discerned the true identity of the creature from the moment Colin was petrified. Professor McGonagall, allow me, Harry said, using the levitation charm to elevate the stretcher along with Justin. McGonagall regarded Harry's silent, wandless spellcasting with surprise and nodded discreetly, acknowledging that McLaggen had evidently been teaching him well. Of course, McLaggen lacked the authority to lift detentions. Although Dumbledore had chosen him, it still required McGonagall's consent. Hogwarts Hospital Wing. Suddenly, a blinding flash erupted. Don't eat me. Don't eat me. Justin groggily awoke, sitting up abruptly and shouting, his empty right hand flailing about. A brilliant light surged forth, scattering in all directions. Poor Justin was so frightened that he resorted to wandless magic. Calm down, Mr. Finch-Fletchley, you are safe now. Dumbledore emerged, wielding the Elder Wand, casting a gentle blue light that enveloped Justin's head, soothing him considerably. Headmaster, I beheld a monstrous maw, poised to devour us. When suddenly Nick petrified before my eyes. My sunglasses ignited, and fear gripped me. I shut my eyes tightly, repeatedly unleashing bursts of dazzling light. Then, I lost consciousness. Justin, haunted by the memories of the events preceding his fainting spell, reflected on his plight. Mr. Finley, you need not worry. It was Mr. Porter who discovered you and brought you to the infirmary. Did you catch a glimpse of that creature? Professor McGonagall elucidated the circumstances and inquired about the critical details. I couldn't see clearly, as I was wearing sunglasses and it was night. I only recall a vast mouth adorned with sharp fangs. Justin cast a remorseful glance at Harry, burdened by guilt for spreading rumors at school about him, only to find Harry selflessly bringing him to the infirmary despite their past grievances. I'm sorry, Harry. I was the one who spread rumors, claiming you were the heir of the Chamber of Secrets. I thought you had incited that serpent to attack me. I apologize, Harry. He buried his head under the blanket, feeling unworthy of facing anyone, and wept incessantly, the kind-hearted badger consumed by guilt for his own recklessness. Justin, it is not your fault. Even if you hadn't spoken, they would have believed it anyway. Harry regarded Justin, who was hiding beneath the covers, with a complex expression. Uttering Parseltongue had already sealed this outcome. Professor Dumbledore, I assure you, it was not Harry. I swear before the Ministry of Magic. Hagrid approached, breathless, carrying 2 chickens, eager to impart his thoughts to Dumbledore. Very well, Hagrid, but I do not believe Harry is responsible. What is the matter with the dead chickens you have? Dumbledore inquired, eyeing the fowl in Hagrid's grasp. Professor, I've noticed that every time something strange occurs in the castle, several of my chickens die. This marks the 3rd incident. Hagrid, I will investigate this thoroughly. You should return for now. Dumbledore dismissed Hagrid and turned his attention back to Harry. Harry, do you have anything to share with me? No. Headmaster, I have nothing to say. Thank you for believing in me. Very well, my child. You may return now. We shall handle matters here. Dumbledore furrowed his brow, watching Harry depart. Did this child choose to resolve his issues alone? Upon leaving the infirmary, Harry encountered Ron at the door, who had evidently heard the news. Harry pulled Ron back to the Gryffindor common room, recounting the events of the night. Time, indifferent to individual affairs, pressed on, and the arrival of Christmas dispelled many rumors. Inside the Muggle cabin, 2 were busily adorning it for the festive season. Hermione was responsible for hanging decorations indoors, while Macon was securing a fir tree in the yard. Hermione, aren't you planning to return home for Christmas? Macon, having stabilized the fir, continued to hang ornaments on the 7-meter-tall Christmas tree. Indeed, Macon. The compound potion will be successfully brewed in a few days. The 3 of us are preparing to extract information from Draco. Hermione stood beneath the tree, gazing at Macon, who was levitating in the air. Oh, if you believe it to be right, then go ahead, but I must be present when you consume the potion. A sudden thought crossed Macon's mind, and she looked at Hermione with eager anticipation, observing Macon's sly demeanor. Hermione had an inkling that things might not unfold as smoothly as anticipated. Outside the Hogwarts Great Hall, Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Macon crouched behind a low wall, watching the young witches and wizards board the sleighs, departing for Hogsmeade Station, while they would remain at school to spend the Christmas holiday. Look everyone, our Slytherin heir. He is indeed an extraordinarily wicked wizard. Ha ha. Fred and George jested, prompting Harry and Ron to chuckle in response. Harry, they always behave this way. It's not intentional, Ron explained, and Harry, of course, did not believe they meant any harm. Perhaps every wizard in the school fancied themselves as the Slytherin heir, but the Weasley twins certainly did not. Macon, here is your galleon. Thank you for your spell. We made quite a fortune. The two boys placed the large chest on the ground, and Macon stowed it away in her backpack, only to retrieve it again, knowing it contained no less than 1,000 galleons. You've taken your business beyond the school? Of course. We expanded from Hogwarts to Hogsmeade, and from there to Diagon Alley, though we don't particularly care for Nocturne Alley. These two truly are talents, Macon thought, before returning the chest to them. This money is for you. Consider it my investment. In the future, when you open your shop, I expect a share. Certainly. Macon, you are not just a genius, but also a patron of talent. Oh, you're aware of the term patron? Of course. A wealth of knowledge enables us to interact with all kinds of people. Trust us, once we earn our fortune, we shall craft you a luxurious cat bed from galleons. The brothers then hurried away with the chest. A cat bed made of galleons? I am no dragon, lounging in a pile of gold. Ron watched as his two brothers departed, the chest resonating with the delightful clinking of galleons. His father, Arthur Weasley, had labored tirelessly at the ministry for 20 years and might not have amassed such wealth. Macon, you simply gave them the money. Aren't you worried about your investment going to waste? Ron, you must have faith in your brothers. They possess a keen business acumen. It's merely over 1,000 galleons, nothing to be overly concerned about. Macon calmly regarded Ron, unconcerned about the value of the goods amounting to several 100,000 galleons, thus dismissing the trivial sum. Chapter 47. Draco and his quest to save his foolish father in an abandoned girls' lavatory on the second floor of the castle. Harry, Ron, and Hermione sat together, devising a plan to extract information from Draco Malfoy, affectionately dubbed the Extraction Plan. According to Hermione's plan, Harry and Ron incapacitated Crabbe and Goyle with a dessert, swiftly dragging them into a storage closet before hastening back to the girls' restroom. Are you really going to drink this? Black Cat Macon stood by the sink, eyeing the thick concoction Hermione had brewed, swallowing hard. The viscous mixture was so unappetizing that even a San would find it less appealing than Marsala. Macon, I must stop that monster. With determination, Harry grasped a cup of the foul-smelling sludge and gulped down 3 substantial mouthfuls. Ron, witnessing Harry consume the potion, felt compelled to follow suit, but upon taking a sip, he nearly retched, rushing into a nearby stall to expel the contents of his stomach. Hermione gritted her teeth. After all, she had painstakingly brewed this potion for a month, and despite its horrid taste, she had to drink it. Consequently, another individual joined the chaotic stall. As the potion took effect, Harry transformed into Goyle, while Ron emerged from the stall, having become Crabbe. Macon eagerly glanced towards another stall, where Hermione had yet to appear. Hermione, why aren't you coming out? They've already left. Black Cat Macon approached the stall door, knocking gently. Macon, in my potion, I added not Millicent Bulstrode's hair, but her cat's. How foolish of me. Her hair is black. How could I have chocolate-colored fur? Now, I've turned into a cat as well. I look utterly hideous. Hermione opened the stall door, and Macon beamed at her transformed appearance. Haha, Hermione, we're both cats now. Don't be upset. Come let me down. Macon, stop licking my fur. I just want to get to the infirmary quickly. Now that you're a cat, don't you feel the urge to groom your fur? I do. In the Slytherin common room, Draco shouted angrily at his two companions. Crabbe, Goyle, do you think about nothing but food? Have you really been eating from dinner until curfew? He was exasperated, unable to fathom how the Gryffindor prefect would have dealt with them had he not gone searching for them. Draco, we just lost track of time, muttered Harry, now transformed into Goyle, in a dull tone. Right. The desserts were so delicious that we completely forgot the time. Ron, as Crabbe, chimed in hastily. What time is it now? Still thinking about food? Haven't I repeatedly said that we must return to the common room promptly after dinner? Do you both want to be petrified? Harry and Ron exchanged glances and shook their heads. Look at me, you two gluttons, Draco reiterated. That chamber was open long ago. It occurred 50 years ago when a person perished. Yes, perished, not petrified. Draco, exasperated by their ignorance, continued. According to the information I have gleaned from my family during this time, 50 years ago, a fellow named Tom Riddle reported Hagrid, the giant Hagrid, but Dumbledore vouched for him. Harry and Ron stared at Draco in astonishment, unable to believe that their scheming had yielded such valuable intelligence so effortlessly. You two fools must not comprehend the gravity of this, he chastised. Those who were petrified were merely fortunate. That creature possesses lethal capabilities, although the murderer was never discovered. I do not wish to see your corpses. With that, Draco turned and departed, having noted the peculiar behavior of the duo and the distinct accents they bore. As Severus Snape's prized pupil, he was acutely aware that they must have consumed Polyjuice Potion. Naturally, who was most eager to uncover the truth? It was none other than Harry Potter, who, upon observing one sporting a scar and the other with vibrant red hair, felt his suspicions solidify. Nonetheless, Draco chose to share his findings with them. He had learned from his father, Lucius, about the diary Horcrux. The fact that the diary had fallen into Macon's hands without incident raised concerns for him. The cunning serpent knew that allowing his father's blunders to escalate further would only heighten the risk. Thus, he resolved to put an end to it swiftly. I, Draco, shall save the Malfoy patriarch, my foolish father. As Draco contemplated this, his fists clenched tightly. Of late, Macon's influence had sharpened his mind. Engaging in a public confrontation with the Weasley family and attempting to conceal the Horcrux diary within their old books. Although the plan ultimately failed, even if successful, it would have provided a handle for others to seize upon. After all, the purpose of their visit to Diagon Alley was to purchase books. How could one not know how many they acquired? Draco had evidently matured significantly under Macon's tutelage. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron's Polyjuice potion had completely worn off, and upon returning to the lavatory to change back into their own clothes, they found no trace of Hermione or Macon. Given Hermione's prior condition, they feared that she might have encountered trouble. Upon arriving at the infirmary, they were greeted by a startling scene. On the hospital bed lay Macon's enlarged black cat and Hermione, transformed into a cat-human hybrid, the two large felines grooming one another affectionately. Is that you, Hermione? Harry discerned the identity of the other cat from the familiar fur. What has happened to you? Ron stammered in utter disbelief. In my compound decoction, I have added not hair, but a tuft of cat fur. Madame Pomfrey remarked that it would take at least 2 months for me to revert. Hermione, with a sense of helplessness, informed Harry and Ron. Observing Hermione's demeanor, it was evident to Harry and Ron that she could not continue with the endeavor. They exchanged glances and resolved to seek clarification from Hagrid first. Just as they were preparing to venture into the forest, Hagrid was intercepted by the two, and upon noticing their anxious expressions, he urged them to take a seat and calm themselves. Hagrid, we have heard about the incident from 50 years ago, and we seek answers, Harry stated as Hagrid poured them 2 cups of steaming tea, revealing the purpose of their visit. Where did you hear about this? It is not something you ought to know. Finish your tea and return quickly, Hagrid replied, lost in thought as he recalled the events of that year until the scalding tea overflowed the cup, spilling onto the floor, bringing him back to reality. Hagrid, please, just tell us. I have been living amidst various rumors this entire term. It is driving me mad. Harry could sense Hagrid's unease, realizing he was nearing the truth. Harry, 50 years ago, a young witch was murdered. Tom suspected my pet, Aragog, but it was merely a child. I kept it locked in a chest until the Ministry intervened. Professor Dumbledore vouched for me, sparing me from dire consequences, but they confiscated my wand, and the professor arranged for me to live on the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Yes, I was expelled. Hagrid, who is Aragog? We have heard that name before. Aragog is an acromantula, a giant spider that is nearing the end of its life. The last time we dined together, one of the spider legs was rather tough. I suspect it belonged to him. Hagrid lamented. Harry and Ron, taken aback by Hagrid's tears, could only return to their dormitory in resignation. Chapter 48. I, Gilderoy Lockhart, aspire to be the greatest wizard. Early the next morning, Harry and Ron hurried to the infirmary, sharing the revelations they had gleaned from Draco and Hagrid the previous night with Hermione. Harry, Ron, I believe I have uncovered the truth, Hermione said gravely, gazing intently at them. Through her efforts the night before, she had received a hint from McGonagall regarding the connection between eyes and petrification, and she was certain of the monster's identity. Listen, the creature is known as the basilisk, a massive serpent that has lived for nearly a millennium. Its gaze can be fatal. However, Moaning Myrtle merely glimpsed its eyes through a reflection in water, which is why she was only petrified. Colin was affected through his camera, while Justin was merely fortunate, as nearly headless Nick shielded him, and he was wearing sunglasses. Upon concluding her explanation, Hermione took a sip of the warm water McGonagall had offered her and shot him a glance. Knowing full well he was aware of the basilisk, yet chose not to inform her. 50 years ago, the chamber was opened, and that individual should not be Hagrid. I believe it to be Tom Riddle. He is likely still at Hogwarts, with Hagrid merely serving as a scapegoat. The deceased girl, if I am not mistaken, is Moaning Myrtle, who perished in the girls' lavatory. I have heard tales from a senior in Ravenclaw that Myrtle has been dead for 5 decades. Therefore, you must first seek out Professor Dumbledore before inquiring with Myrtle about the circumstances. As for the basilisk's whereabouts, Harry, you often hear Parseltongue in the corridors. And considering those who have been petrified are all found in the hallways, I surmise that the creature resides within the castle's plumbing. Upon hearing Hermione's analysis, both Harry and Ron exchanged glances at the seemingly obvious Megan, pondering why, as second-year students at Hogwarts, they were so remarkably astute. You must first find Headmaster Dumbledore. Watching the two rush out, Hermione feared they might recklessly confront the basilisk. Megan, meow. Megan. Oh dear, I understand. You truly are a handful. Megan transformed into her animagus form, nimbly leaping out of the window, arriving at the rounded apex of the infirmary. The rings on her cat tail emitted 3 flashes of light, promptly answered by 3 corresponding flashes from the balcony of the headmaster's office. Having established contact with the old bee for subsequent arrangements, it was time for the feline to take action. Harry and Ron exited the infirmary and made their way directly to the lavatory, choosing not to notify the headmaster first. After facing incessant rumors daily, which only fueled his fury, he was eager to eliminate that monster swiftly. "Megan, what are you doing here?" Upon entering the lavatory, they found Megan gazing at the curled-up form of moaning Myrtle by the sink. "Hermione was concerned for you, fearing you might neglect to seek out Professor Dumbledore. So she sent me to check on you." Harry, feeling somewhat embarrassed, scratched his head and directed his gaze towards Myrtle, who was huddled in the corner. "Do not let that person come near. I will tell you anything you wish to know." Myrtle looked at Megan in fear, sensing the terrifying aura emanating from her, which seemed capable of consuming anyone at any moment. "Myrtle, we seek to understand how you met your end. It is of utmost importance to us." Myrtle blinked, her gaze resting on the handsome young wizard named Harry, wondering if he truly cared for her. "Harry, you actually care about this. Thus, I shall generously share my tale. At that time, I was in the small stall over there, and Olive Hornby mocked my glasses, prompting me to retreat there in tears. I heard someone enter, speaking in a tongue I could not comprehend, near the central pool. I rushed out to warn them, and then I perished." Harry examined the pool that Myrtle indicated, stepping closer to scrutinize it carefully. At that moment, a broken faucet caught his attention. It bore an engraving of a serpent, speaking in an unintelligible language. Coupled with this engraving, could it be Parseltongue? Hiss hiss. Harry uttered the incantation in Parseltongue, and the cylindrical basin in the center of the restroom began to tremble, slowly shifting to reveal a dark, gaping entrance. "Ron, I shall descend first," Harry declared, intent on scouting the way ahead. "Harry, should you perish, I could share a cozy compartment with you." The blush on Myrtle's face was evident as she watched Harry prepare to leap. "Thank you, Myrtle, I shall go down now." As Harry jumped, Ron glanced at Megan, who, observing Ron's hesitation, gave him a gentle nudge with her foot before leaping in herself. The damp waterway was laden with pools of standing water. Megan landed squarely on Ron's abdomen, and with each encounter of the puddles, she sprang up, propelling Ron into the air, causing him to flip and exclaim in surprise. After relishing the thrill of their makeshift surf, Megan took a leap into another passage at the final bend. "Oh, Harry, this is utterly dreadful. I've been turned into a surfboard by Megan." Ron doubled over, spitting out the dirty water. "Harry, did you notice the bones scattered across the ground?" Ron observed that they stood amidst a plethora of animal skeletons. "I noticed them as soon as I arrived. Let us venture forward," Harry urged. The two drew their wands, casting flickering lights as they navigated deeper into the cavern. "It's a snake's shed skin. Goodness, it must be at least 10 meters long," Ron exclaimed in awe, spotting a gigantic serpent's molt within the cave. "This must be the basilisk's skin Hermione mentioned." She was correct, Ron. "Harry, I feel quite frightened, and I can't seem to locate Megan." "Ron, Megan is surely nearby, and we cannot rely solely on her." Ron nodded in agreement, and the two continued their exploration until they halted before a grand circular door reminiscent of a bank vault, adorned with serpentine motifs. Harry was somewhat familiar with such doors. After speaking in Parseltongue to unlock it, they stepped inside. The vast underground chamber was adorned with deep, gray tiles, flanked by enormous serpent heads that gaped with flickering tongues. The two, apprehensively wielding their wands, advanced cautiously until they reached a colossal statue, where they beheld a figure standing before them, bearing a familiar smile and gleaming white teeth. "Welcome, our little wizards, Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley. Welcome to Gilderoy Lockhart's Chamber of Secrets." The man before them was none other than the Defense Against the Dark Arts professor, Gilderoy Lockhart. "You are the one who opened the chamber and unleashed the basilisk," Harry demanded furiously, confronting the architect of their troubles, who had come to realize the might of public opinion. "Indeed, but I must also extend my gratitude to that black cat. Yes, Megan. Had it not been for her leaving this notebook in the classroom, I would not have achieved such success today. Are you familiar with this notebook? As long as you possess it, you shall learn enchantments that mere dreams could never unveil." "What makes that cat so formidable?" At this point, Lockhart, with palpable excitement, stroked the cover of his black notebook. Now I, Gilderoy Lockhart, finally have the opportunity to inherit the Chamber of Secrets and become the greatest wizard in the world. No one shall ever question my tomes again." Chapter 49, Harry and Ron's Tactics. Harry and Ron stared blankly at Lockhart, who emanated dark smoke, his eyes glowing like two enormous red lanterns, though they were unaware of the true nature of the notebook. Seeing him in such a ghastly state clearly indicated it was no benign artifact. "Lockhart, are you feeling all right? I mean, are you unwell?" Harry asked anxiously, fearing that he might lose his sanity. A deranged adversary is not easily dealt with. "Mr. Potter, I appreciate your concern, but I feel splendid, better than ever." Lockhart carefully tucked the notebook into his robe, fearful that they might snatch it away, for it was the key to his ascension as a great wizard. I don't believe you. Professor Lockhart, what would you do if the clock struck 13? Ron loudly challenged him. Weasley, do you take me for a fool? Of course. I would go and fix it. What kind of clock strikes 13? Lockhart glared at Ron in indignation. Such an obvious question could not possibly stump him. Gilderoy Lockhart. I still don't believe you, Professor Lockhart. In your office, there are 4 corners, with a cat crouching in each, and before each cat, there are 4 more cats. How many cats are there in total? Lockhart paused, momentarily taken aback by Ron's inquiry. He placed his wand under his arm and lowered his head, counting with his hands, his glowing red eyes becoming even more prominent. Harry and Ron exchanged knowing glances. Avada Kedavra, Ron shouted with feigned bravado, startling Lockhart into instinctively raising his head in alertness, only to be met with a dazzling flash of light. Harry cast a silent, stunning spell directly at his face. Ah, you two vile scoundrels. Disregarding the etiquette of wizard dueling. Shield charm. Lockhart cried out, rubbing his eyes and cursing while simultaneously casting a protective spell. This time, he had been careless. Shatter. Harry cast a slicing spell in an attempt to break the shield charm. Unyielding, Ron maneuvered behind Lockhart, casting a binding spell on his shoes. Seizing the moment, they began to encircle Lockhart and cast slicing spells, hoping to swiftly dismantle his protective enchantment. In the center, Lockhart, rubbing his eyes, could do nothing but repeatedly cast the shield charm, his ostentatious lavender shoes adorned with a charming bow. He yearned to cast a spell to negate the binding charm, but the relentless assault of spells from the two left him overwhelmed. Ron noticed that Lockhart had begun to regain his vision, so he gestured to Harry across from him. Each time they circled in front of Lockhart, they unleashed a blinding flash. This caused Lockhart immense distress. As for why he was not wearing sunglasses, the answer was clear. He did not wish for anything to obscure his handsome face or charming smile. Ultimately, as Lockhart struggled to counter the spells behind him, Harry, having circled to the front, cast a slicing spell that shattered Lockhart's protective charm, striking him squarely in the face. The force of the impact sent Lockhart tumbling backward. His striking visage splattered with blood. Disarm him. Ron seized the opportunity to cast a disarming spell, causing Lockhart's wand to fly from his grasp. Immobulus. Immobulus. The two continued to cast binding spells on Lockhart's garments. A man so steeped in the etiquette and rules of wizarding duels had never encountered such a disgraceful tactic. You two rascals. Is this the only way you know how to fight? He shrieked in indignation, his ostentatiously flamboyant attire now his greatest hindrance. Dear Professor Lockhart, this is not a wizarding duel. We are ridding the world of the dark wizard Lockhart, Ron taunted, reveling in the absurdity of Lockhart's predicament. Enough, you foolish half-blood. You insult my power. A furious voice erupted from Lockhart's chest as a black-covered notebook began to float, emitting a blinding golden light before crashing to the ground. A young and handsome wizard appeared before them, clad in robes adorned with the Slytherin crest. You are Tom Riddle? Harry recalled Hermione's earlier words about the one who had framed Hagrid, and reported him. The wand flew forth. Tom Riddle ignored Harry, his expression impassive as he turned to the fallen Lockhart. Raising his wand, he cast a spell that silenced Lockhart, preventing him from uttering a word, before unleashing 3 piercing curses. Crucio, Crucio, Crucio. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Lockhart writhed on the ground, his limbs convulsing, eyes bulging, the sclerae marred with ruptured blood vessels. You wretch, you are not worthy of my hearing your cries. They are not pleasing. Lockhart, who had learned a dozen spells from him over a few months, could now only manage to cast a protective charm under the onslaught of 2 young wizards. He could not bear such humiliation. Tom Riddle exhaled. Having cast 3 unforgivable curses in succession, he was clear-minded. The reason he refrained from using his signature spell was that he still required Lockhart's power. Should Lockhart perish, he too would revert to being a mere fragment of a soul. Witnessing Lockhart's plight, Harry and Ron gasped, every hair on their bodies standing on end. The individual known as Tom Riddle was exceptionally ruthless. Observing the unconscious Lockhart, it was evident to all that he had been rendered utterly useless. Even if he survived, he would surely be a lunatic. Riddle calmly inscribed his name in the air with his wand, and as the orange-yellow letters materialized, they formed the very essence of his identity. I am Tom Riddle, also known to you as Voldemort. As Riddle's voice echoed, the letters in the air reconfigured, ultimately coalescing into the name Voldemort. Harry and Ron struggled to move, continuously retreating as Voldemort appeared eerily tranquil. Yet, they could palpably sense the oppressive aura of cruelty that enveloped him, as if he were perpetually stifling his own rage. Voldemort approached the end of the chamber, standing before the colossal statue. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Accompanied by the sound of Voldemort speaking in parcel tongue, the statue's mouth opened, and a gigantic serpent emerged. Hearing the sound of scales scraping against the ground, Harry and Ron dared not look. Instead, they fixated on their reflections in the water. As the basilisk slithered out of the statue, they turned and fled, feeling entirely outmatched. Harry, What do we do? Ron exclaimed. My thought is to run first. Find a place with more obstacles, and then we can cast a blinding spell. But what will we use to defeat it? Our magical energy is nearly depleted. Fortunately, they did not flee far before Fawkes the Phoenix swooped in, dropping a package to Harry before darting to blind the basilisk's eyes. Dumbledore. Voldemort bellowed in fury at the name of the old wizard, cursing the meddling elder who disrupted his plans. Harry opened the package to discover it contained the folded sorting hat. After shaking out the crumpled hat, a long sword gleaming with silver light fell from it. As he picked up the ornate blade and examined it, he realized it was not as heavy as he had imagined. My goodness, Harry, that's Godric Gryffindor's sword. Look, his name is inscribed on the blade, Ron exclaimed, pointing excitedly at the sword's hilt, revealing its storied lineage. Avada Kedavra. Upon seeing the sword, Voldemort could no longer contain his fury. Although Lockhart was a fool, as an adult wizard, his magical prowess was substantial, allowing his power to surge. A beam of green light, as thick as a man's arm, shot toward Harry, who had no time to evade it. At that moment, a dark, menacing claw shot forth, crushing not only the curse, but also the very essence of death itself. Chapter 50. Mine is still mine. Esteemed Dark Lord, it is an honor to stand against you, said McNair, elegantly approaching Voldemort. His right hand was raised, fingers splayed in the air, as his forearm turned in a circular motion before gradually drawing inward, finally angling toward his left side, all while his right foot gently stepped to the left in a slight bow. Voldemort, ever vigilant, swiftly transformed into a wisp of black smoke and distanced himself. Macon's exquisite heterochromatic eyes, a captivating shade of yellow-green, mockingly fixated on Voldemort. At last, a delectable morsel had arrived. Are you the Black Cat? Abandon that infernal gaze, it pierces to the bone. Struggling to suppress his fury, Voldemort could no longer contain his wrath. He raised his hand and unleashed a piercing curse, intent on silencing the insolent Black Cat and extinguishing those mocking eyes for good. Esteemed Dark Lord, is this truly the extent of your prowess? Mycin taunted, Avada Kedavra. Effortlessly evading the oncoming curse, he strolled towards Voldemort with an air of nonchalance. How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Enraged, Voldemort unleashed a barrage of green light from his wand, each curse following the last in rapid succession, while Mycin danced gracefully amidst the beams, advancing steadily. Each time he neared, Voldemort would dissipate into a cloud of smoke, retreating to a safer distance before casting another Avada Kedavra. As Voldemort hastened the extraction of Lockhart's magic, the frequency and velocity of the killing curse intensified. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron, beset by the blinded basilisk, found themselves in dire straits. Their momentary respite was shattered by the sight of the deadly curses whirling in the distance. Those swift and concentrated beams of green light promised instant demise upon contact. Harry, we must deal with the basilisk swiftly and leave this place. It's too terrifying over there, Ron exclaimed, rousing the dazed Harry to express his concerns. Harry nodded fervently. Compared to the chaos of the curses, the sightless basilisk seemed rather benign. Observing Voldemort's incessant evasion, Mycin suddenly conceived a plan. He accelerated towards the black leather notebook, bent to retrieve it, and presented it defiantly to the oncoming green light. The curse, originally aimed directly at Mycin, abruptly veered off course, making a sharp 90-degree turn as it howled away. Despicable beast! Release that notebook! Voldemort's fury ignited upon seeing the notebook in Mycin's grasp, and he regained his composure. Oh, is that notebook of such significance to you? Cast another Avada Kedavra my way, and I shall return it to you. Choose not to, and I shall incinerate it with fiendfire. Voldemort, perplexed by Mycin's audacity, found himself cornered with no choice. Avada Kedavra! A thick beam of green light surged forth, as Mycin extended the notebook towards it, only for Voldemort to redirect the curse at the last moment. You wretched coward! Untrustworthy! Voldemort seethed, consumed by rage. When had he ever been so manipulated? His fury threatened to shatter his reason. Esteemed Dark Lord, must I adhere to trust? Mycin replied, shaking the notebook in his hand, his smile radiant. Curse it! Curse it! Curse it! In a state of utter madness, Voldemort was enveloped in a swirling cloud of darkness. The once unconscious Lockhart, lying on the ground, emitted faint whimpers as his once robust body rapidly shrank and withered, ultimately resembling a desiccated corpse. Avada Kedavra! A flash of emerald light, as thick as a barrel, shot forth, narrowly missing Mycin, who instinctively wiped away the non-existent sweat from his brow. The air was filled with explosive sounds and hisses. Ah, dear Mr. Voldemort, your aim with that killing curse is truly remarkable. Mycin turned to see the basilisk, which had just surged forth from the passage, collide violently with the wall after being struck by the curse. It slumped to the ground, letting out a couple of weak hisses before succumbing to silence. At this moment, Voldemort, drained of his magical power, stared vacantly at the deceased serpent, rendered entirely subdued. What transpired, Mycin? How did the basilisk perish? Harry emerged from the corridor, wand in his left hand and a long sword stained with serpent venom and blood in his right, only to discover that the basilisk he had wounded was now lifeless. "Where's Ron? Why are you alone?" Macon looked at Harry, puzzled, wondering if he feared that Ron had been devoured. "Ron might have lost his way in the pipes. We were separated while fleeing from the basilisk. Fawkes, take Harry and leave. I will handle the aftermath." Fawkes, perched above and observing the scene, swooped down at Macon's call, seizing Harry and vanishing in a flash. Macon regarded the quiet Voldemort with curiosity. What was this? The Dark Lord's restraint? Where was his allure? Where was his authority? The calmness with which he consumed his prey left Macon somewhat disenchanted, prompting him to stoke the flames further. "Esteemed Dark Lord, I have heard of your yearning to transcend death, to pursue immortality." The discourse on death and eternity, akin to an ancient incantation, instantly roused the comatose Voldemort, who gazed at Macon with a tumult of emotions, seeking something in his equally striking visage. Approaching Lockhart, who clung to life like a mere spectre, Macon unhesitatingly crushed his cervical spine beneath his heel. Two slender, alabaster fingers hovered before him, as an enigmatic power, as dark as ink, coalesced between them, ultimately transforming into a pitch-black talisman that shimmered with a metallic sheen, its twisted crimson inscriptions resembling boiling blood. Voldemort gazed in horror at the talisman. It represented a power he had never comprehended, yet the aura emanating from it made him tremble, as whispers and murmurs tugged at the remnants of his sanity. Macon hurled the talisman toward Lockhart's forehead, the eerie artifact vanishing in an instant. A rift tore open in the air, and numerous sinister, ebony claws surged forth, accompanied by ominous cracking sounds, as the edges of the rift began to stretch and widen. Lockhart's soul swiftly emerged from the fissure, rushing towards his own lifeless body. The moment the spirit made contact with the corpse, a torrent of black mist enveloped him, rapidly surging into his form. "Esteemed Master, your most loyal servant, Gilderoy Lockhart, extends the utmost reverence." The once desiccated figure of Lockhart rose anew, restored to his former self. He knelt at Macon's feet, kissing the tips of his shoes. "No, this cannot be. It is a deception. How is this possible? How could one possess the power to transcend death?" Voldemort, resembling a madman, unleashed a series of frenzied roars, convinced that such power was exclusively his. "My lord, do you too wish to wield this force?" Macon's previously resounding voice now dripped with temptation for Voldemort, who yearned for the power he had long coveted. "I desire eternal life. I wish to leap beyond death." Gazing into those eyes, which seemed to pierce his very soul, the great Dark Lord Voldemort bowed his proud head, his eyes filled with hope as he regarded Macon. "Then come, merge with me. What is yours shall be mine, and what is mine shall remain mine." Macon's smile grew increasingly sinister, his audacious aura bearing down upon Voldemort, who was desperate for immortality. No. The ferocious black claws offered him no mercy, swiftly dragging Voldemort's soul into the codex of the 7 secrets of the earth. Macon smacked his lips. Indeed, a tormented soul was far more delectable. He discarded the now ordinary notebook that had once been a Horcrux into his spatial bag, shrinking the nearly 20-meter-long serpent into a mere 1-meter-long rope. Feeling a nagging sense of forgetfulness, he decided it best to return home for dinner first. Lockhart stood respectfully behind Macon, departing with him as the chamber fell into complete silence. In the labyrinthine underground waterways, faint cries occasionally echoed. "Harry, Macon, where are you?" "Whoa." Chapter 51, The Advancing Draco. Lockhart entered Macon's cottage with a complex expression. This strange yet familiar place stirred vivid memories within him. The fire dragon had merely exhaled a gentle breath, sending him straight to the infirmary. In a corner of the small yard, 2 black unicorns gazed at him with predatory intent, causing his kidneys to throb uncomfortably. However, this visit bore no resemblance to the previous unpleasant encounter. He astonishingly felt a kinship with the 2 unicorns. Lockhart, reborn, need not dwell on the past. You must now reacquaint yourself with your own powers, which are no longer bound by the magical system. Macon chuckled at the trembling Lockhart, a man full of flaws, yet undeniably possessing remarkable talent. "Esteemed master, I can sense your unparalleled might. Your humble servant, Gilderoy Lockhart, wishes to offer you everything." Lockhart could sense the enigmatic force swirling within his mind. It was an unknown power that, in comparison to magic, was far more convenient, bizarre, and elusive. He finally understood how ignorant and superficial he had once been. With a clearer perception of reality, even in the absence of the soul-binding mark that compelled his submission, he would willingly serve Macon. "Very well, Lockhart. I shall explain the situation to the headmaster. You may continue your role as the defense against the dark arts professor, but first, take a moment to familiarize yourself with this new power." After arranging for Lockhart's transition, Macon proceeded to the headmaster's office. "Dumbledore, although you have resolved the petrification incident, you are still subject to suspension by the board. One Hogwarts student remains petrified, and you shall bear the consequences of your managerial negligence. Lucius, Pomona's mandrakes are nearly ready for harvest, thanks to Hagrid's diligent care. As for the details of the incident, I shall write to the board to inform them of the truth. Whether I face suspension is of no concern to you. Everything I do is for the benefit of the school. In the hallway, a cat heard the commotion within the office. Oh, headmaster. It seems I have arrived at an inopportune moment. Macon entered the office with an impassive expression, casting a black-covered notebook onto Dumbledore's desk. Mr. Lucius Malfoy, it is a pleasure to see you again. The cat suddenly flashed a harmless smile at Lucius, and without awaiting his response, walked over to a nearby low table, where it began preparing tea. Mr. Lucius, you must be quite familiar with this notebook. The origin of the petrification incident lies within its pages. As for the perpetrator, the name Voldemort is one I suspect you would prefer not to hear. You ought to be grateful to Harry Potter for discovering the Chamber of Secrets and vanquishing the basilisk. Dumbledore lifted the notebook, showcasing it. Lucius gazed darkly at the notebook, aware that it was the very one that had vanished after Macon had thrice bested him. He knew it was taken by Macon, but he dared not speak of it. Whoever brought the notebook into Hogwarts had already succeeded halfway in their plans. However, he never anticipated the incident would be resolved so swiftly, with no casualties at Hogwarts. Now, as the notebook reappeared before him, he realized that what was once the key to his scheme had transformed into a shackle restraining him. He would rather confront Dumbledore, who reasoned with him, than face Macon, who would strike without hesitation. I understand, headmaster, and you too, Harry Potter. Dobby, we must depart. Lucius Malfoy's countenance was so dark it seemed to curdle the air. His fury and resentment were immense, yet he could only choose to leave. Headmaster, may I borrow this? Harry inquired, glancing at Dobby, who had been kicked out and tumbled down the stairs by Lucius. He hoped this would be the means to save him. Of course, Harry. Go ahead. The wise old bee, having witnessed Harry's growth, understood his intentions and felt a deep sense of satisfaction. Clutching his notebook, Harry dashed out of the office, removing his socks and tucking them within the pages as he pursued the advancing Lucius Malfoy. Mr. Malfoy, I believe you may have misplaced this, Harry asserted, forcefully shoving the notebook into Lucius's hands. Why do you say that? Lucius inquired, bewildered. I saw you place this very notebook into the Weasley family's cauldron that day in Diagon Alley. Lucius stared at Harry in disbelief. It had indeed been taken by Macon. So how could it be that he had placed it in the Weasley cauldron? Do not presume that your status as the chosen one grants you the liberty to speak recklessly. Yet, with no other recourse, he accepted the notebook. Voldemort was a ticking time bomb, and Lucius was all too aware of the power of public opinion. Disgusted by the filthy, odorous notebook, he handed it over to Dobby. Well then, Mr. Savior, do you possess any evidence? Be cautious, or I shall take you to WizardingWorld. Lucius threatened, turning sharply to leave. The master has given Dobby a pair of socks. Dobby's words rendered Mr. Malfoy momentarily frozen, as he recalled the strange odor, which could only be the scent of foot odor. Harry Potter, you have caused me to lose a servant. Lucius Malfoy was utterly enraged. If Dumbledore had played him for a fool, he could endure that. If Macon had tricked him, he could bear it. But now he had been outwitted by Harry Potter. He withdrew his wand, pointing it menacingly at Harry, advancing step by step, for Harry was nearly depleted of magic. He and Ron had fought valiantly against Lockhart, but they were now utterly drained. Release. The wand flies. Harry and Dobby gasped at the sight of Lucius collapsed on the ground, with Draco approaching slowly. Enough, father. As one of the governors of Hogwarts, how dare you draw your wand at a student within the school grounds? It is utterly foolish. Draco, wielding his father's exquisitely ornate wand, aimed it at his dazed father. Cease your petty scheming. For the honor of the Malfoy family, I would not hesitate to deliver you to the judgment of WizardingWorld. Lucius stared in shock at the son before him, a stranger who was no longer the pure blood he had once taken pride in. Apologies, Harry. It is my father who has caused you trouble. The doors of the Malfoy family shall always be open to you. Draco bowed apologetically to Harry, leaving both Harry and Dobby momentarily speechless. Come now, father. How old are you to still be lying on the ground? You are bringing disgrace upon the Malfoy family. Whatever the issue, we shall discuss it at home. Draco turned to leave, while Lucius, still on the ground, was levitated by a silent incantation. My son can perform wandless, silent magic? Could it be that my son is a genius? He has finally awakened. Harry Potter, do you see? This is my son, Lucius. He is a genius. Excited, Lucius swiftly pursued his departing son. Could this enchantment, this spell, herald the resurgence of the Malfoy lineage? Harry and Dobby exchanged bewildered glances. Under the tutelage of Macon, Draco had finally ceased to incessantly mention his father. Now, it seemed, Lucius would likely speak of his son with equal frequency. What transgressions had the Malfoys committed? Harry scratched his head. If only Ron were here, he would surely be as astonished as I am. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Where was Ron? Dobby, come with me. Help me find Ron. Chapter 52. The Ship of Friendship. Has the matter been resolved? Well, the flavor is rather pleasant. Dumbledore settled cross-legged at the small table, grasping the red tea that Macon had handed him. fully aware that the flavor referred to was not merely that of the tea. Maken, have you ever heard of the term ominous? Ominous. What do you mean? He replied, puzzled as he gazed at Dumbledore. While I cannot fully comprehend your powers, I have an inkling that they bear a resemblance to the ominous, such as the ghoul. We do not know when such entities first emerged, nor how they came into being. In certain locales, once a person or creature enters, they never return. Some objects, upon contact, can drive a person to madness or even death. A millennium ago, some wizards studied these phenomena and unearthed certain principles, but later discovered that such matters could be easily resolved with a spell, thus abandoning further inquiry. Upon hearing this, Maken began to grasp the situation. He had always believed this to be a realm of magic devoid of the bizarre. Now, enlightened by Dumbledore's words, he understood that it was not a lack of the strange, but rather that the wizarding world possessed means to contain these ominous entities, inciting further curiosity within him. Professor, what spell do you speak of? Maken, it is, of course, the Fiendfire. What else could it be? At the mention of Fiendfire, Maken shuddered. Generally, he dismissed most spells, but Fiendfire had always instilled fear within him. That flame capable of incinerating all matter not only consumes magical energy, but also the very essence of life. Let alone the bizarre. This fire, which ignites with the slightest contact, seeks out its target indiscriminately, apart from employing a counter curse. There exists virtually no means of containment within its scope. Any known material, even magical energy and life force, can serve as fuel for Fiendfire. The destructive capacity of this extreme spell far surpasses that of the 3 unforgivable curses. As for why it is not categorized among them, it is because Fiendfire possesses a counter curse, despite also being classified as dark magic. Within the wizarding world, aside from wizards of Dumbledore's and Grindelwald's caliber, none would dare to wield Fiendfire. It is a spell that is simple to learn yet perilous to execute. Professor, if a place of ominous presence harbors precious artifacts or individuals, does that ultimately lead to their ignition by Fiendfire? Indeed, Maken. We have discovered that the ominous can indeed grow, whether they be biological entities or mere objects, even those imperceptible to the naked eye. Yet they can all be ignited by fierce flames. As Dumbledore spoke, he became lost in reminiscence, reflecting on the many errors he had committed throughout his life, including his encounters with the sinister and the casting of fierce flames. He could vanquish the malevolent, but could not save others. Maken, I hope you will wield your power wisely. If you agree, after the holidays, I shall take you to a place I believe you will find delightful. Maken's curiosity was piqued further by Dumbledore's words. Was there an organization dedicated to dealing with the strange within the wizarding realm? The existence of such an organization suggested that the peculiarities were not uncommon, which was indeed promising. Maken could not help but lick his lips in anticipation. Very well, Headmaster. I shall accompany you during the holiday. With the presence of the extraordinary came motivation, and Maken eagerly awaited this upcoming journey. Upon leaving the headmaster's office, Maken first made his way to the kitchen. It was well past mealtime. Upon arriving at the infirmary, he was astonished to find another individual lying in a bed. Maken. Ron's voice was hoarse and tinged with sorrow upon seeing him. Long time no see, Ron. I mean, how are you? Maken suddenly recalled that someone had been left behind in the Chamber of Secrets and scratched his rear. You all forgot about me in the chamber. This is utterly outrageous. I have a bit of a fever and my voice is hoarse. Apologies, Ron. I promise to rescue you first next time. Maken retrieved Hermione's favorite dinner from his belongings and placed it on the bedside table, portioning it into smaller bites with a cutting spell. Here, open wide. It's dinner time for the big cat. Maken, I'd rather manage on my own. Since her transformation into a cat-human hybrid, Hermione found her mouth had changed, and with her new feline paws, she struggled with the act of eating. Thus, Maken had been the one to feed her daily. Now, with Ron present in the room, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Why the shyness? Come now, if you don't eat soon, it will go cold, and if you misbehave, I want tea groom you tonight. Unable to resist Maken's insistence, Hermione reluctantly began to eat, and Maken nodded in satisfaction. Ron looked on at the affectionate exchange between the two, feeling a pang of envy. He would have to spend the night in this tormenting situation. By the way, I'm quite hungry too. The chicken soup is here. Harry was in high spirits today. The petrification incident at Hogwarts had finally reached a resolution, freeing him from the burden of public scrutiny, which had lifted his typically shy demeanor. He placed a pot of fragrant chicken soup on the bedside table, observing Ron's peculiar expression with curiosity. Ron, what is the matter? I heard from Aunt that it's best for the sick to drink a bowl of hot chicken soup. It's very beneficial for the body. I had Hagrid procure the chicken, and the house elves simmered it for a full hour. You should drink it while it's hot. Harry, you are the best to me. Would you stay with me tonight? Harry looked at his companion Ron with a hint of perplexity. I've only been gone for a couple of hours. How did you end up like this? Yet, upon reflection, he soon found solace in the thought that Ron had likely grown weary from being alone in the damp, shadowy chamber. All right, Ron, you should drink the chicken soup quickly. I've already eaten. Harry, I think you should feed me. Harry adjusted his glasses, bemused by Ron's peculiar behavior that day. He sighed, realizing that forgetting the soup in the chamber was indeed his own oversight. Soft-hearted as he was, he picked up the spoon. Macon observed as Harry fed Ron chicken soup, his mind swirling with questions. Isn't it a bit exaggerated to act this way just because of a slight fever and a sore throat? What on earth are these two up to? Macon, have you noticed how strange their relationship is? Hermione whispered, careful not to disturb their camaraderie. I feel the same way. Wait, could it be suddenly? Macon felt a jolt of realization. Could it be that my presence has brought them closer together? He quickly dismissed that notion with a shake of his head. Macon, what's wrong? Nothing. I just think they might be looking for girlfriends. Perhaps you could introduce them? Ah, no way. I heard from a younger Gryffindor that Ginny has had a crush on Harry for ages, but is too shy to tell him. Plus, Ron is always by Harry's side, which makes it even harder for her to confess. So, the issue lies with Ron. Should we help him find a girlfriend next semester? That way, none of us will be single. What? I'm still single. Hermione haughtily lifted her chin, only to be met with the sensation of a spiky tongue licking her fur. Ugh, Macon. The commotion from the two large cats on the hospital bed grew louder. With a clatter, Harry's spoon fell into the bowl. Ron, I have things to do. Yes, I need to take Hedwig out for a walk. So I want to be able to keep you company tonight. Without waiting for Ron's response, Harry dashed out of the infirmary. Ron watched him disappear, muttering to himself. What on earth are you doing out at this hour? The fragile vessel of friendship, it seemed, could capsize at any moment. Chapter 53, The Ambitions of 3 in December. Hogwarts was enduring the biting cold, while warm sunlight filtered into the magically insulated infirmary. On the hospital bed, two large cats lazily yawned, their dreams interrupted by the piercing rays of sunlight. Hermione, you should sleep a bit longer. I'll head to the kitchen to check on breakfast. I can't sleep anymore. I lost so much for last night, and I'm worried my hair will thin when I recover. This is all your fault. How can you blame me? They are indeed a bit unruly. I merely subconsciously attempted to groom them. I envy you. Why don't you shed fur like the rest of us? How about a taste of cat fur? Oh dear, do step aside. Hermione angrily buried the cat's head in the blanket. I desire fried fish and a bowl of fish soup. Just as Macon was preparing to depart, a muffled voice emanated from beneath the blanket. The cat took a few steps in place, producing a sound that varied from heavy to light. The blanket stirred, revealing a dark hole, and a pair of large, amber cat eyes glimmered with a mysterious light. Upon seeing Macon standing idly by, grinning at her, Hermione irritably retreated further into the covers. After teasing Hermione, Macon happily exited the infirmary, while Ron had already sneaked back to the Gryffindor dormitory in the dead of night. Upon his return to the infirmary, Macon left his backpack with Hermione, containing both lunch and dinner, and explained that he had matters to attend to, and would likely return only in the evening. When Macon arrived back at the cottage, he was astonished by the events that had transpired in the courtyard. Gilderoy Lockhart, whom he had left to familiarize himself with his newfound powers, appeared utterly transformed, where the previous Lockhart exuded charm that attracted the opposite sex. The current Lockhart radiated an enchanting allure that captivated all. Macon regarded him quizzically. If you were a woman, one might call you breathtakingly beautiful, but as a man, what on earth is happening? Lockhart was enveloped in an extraordinary charisma, with fairies from the flower beds swirling around him in delight. Some daring fairies would flit to his face, bestowing kisses before fainting and collapsing to the ground, their expressions still reflecting sheer satisfaction. Goodness, is this the peculiar power that Lockhart possesses? Such a bewitching ability knows no bounds. Macon cautioned, Lockhart, rein in your powers. Never unleash them at Hogwarts again, or I shall have to sever your limbs. Lockhart shivered at the reprimand, and as the fairies realized their newfound indifference towards him, they despondently fluttered back to the flowers. My esteemed master, your humble servant obeys your command. Lockhart, though undeniably gifted in charm, received Macon's wish for him to develop destructive capabilities with a hint of trepidation. You should venture to the 8th floor of the castle, before the tapestry depicting the giant's defeat of the foolish Barnabas. Whisper thrice for a practice room, and you shall uncover a wondrous space. Your tenure as a professor spans merely half a semester more. I shall arrange for your new vocation, for I do not wish for you to become a useless wretch. Lockhart, unnerved by Macon's penetrating gaze, quickly bowed and retreated from the cottage. Macon closed the wooden door of the gate, instructed the unicorn to guard the premises, and entered his bedroom alone, eager to reap the rewards of Voldemort's machinations. Within the sea of spirituality, the 3rd page of the 7 Secrets of the Earth unfurled, thick black mist swirling towards the black cat. This time, Macon did not succumb to slumber as before. Instead, the potent energies of agitation, hatred, and fury fused with the dark mist, continuously merging into his being. Macon's eyes gleamed with a crimson light, his sharp teeth clicking ominously as he struggled against the encroachment of negative emotions. The black cat, hunched in stance, showcased its adorable paw pads intermittently revealing sharp claws, while its slender, ebony tail stood erect, each hair bristling. Purr, purr. As the black mist receded and the power of faith surged forth, the delightful sensation compelled the feline to emit soft purrs. He endeavored to calm his emotions. This time, as he submerged into the sea of spirituality, the baptism of the black mist did not result in any bizarre assaults. However, the descent distinctly left him feeling uneasy. Waves of spiritual energy swept over him, yet were thwarted by the 7 secrets of the Earth Tome. He now lacked the courage to survey his surroundings, his animal instincts incessantly warning him against it. If he mustn't look, then he wouldn't, scratching his rear. Macon suppressed his overwhelming curiosity and directed his gaze to the 3rd page, where a sheet filled with incomprehensible symbols detached itself from the tome, transforming into a dark wisp that vanished into his mind. The spell, Capture and Control of the Celestial Demon, summoned and commanded a creature known as the Tiangue, not a spirit from the heavens, but rather a bizarre entity with bat-like wings and limbs of equal length. Its body resembled that of a raven, yet bore the upper torso of a mole and the beak of a vulture, its skin armored with an insect-like exoskeleton, complete with a vast transparent cavity in its chest. The absurd and grotesque image flickered in Macon's mind, sending a shiver down his spine. If he were to summon such a creature at Hogwarts, would not the old bee roast him with fervent flames? After the Christmas break, Hermione finally regained her familiar visage, albeit adorned with a pair of chocolate-brown cat ears and a tail reminiscent of a feather duster. Undoubtedly a result of consuming the polyjuice potion infused with the fur of a Maine Coon. During her time in the infirmary, she received meticulous care from Madame Pomfrey, who had thoughtfully reduced her 2 prominent front teeth, greatly uplifting Hermione's spirits. As the holiday concluded, the familiar sounds of phonetic recitation echoed outside Macon's cottage. Harry, Ron, and Draco once again found themselves facing detention. Mastering the shield charm without wand or voice does not guarantee your lives, Macon began. Today, I shall teach you a universal counter curse. Now, you 3, cast your spells upon me, and I shall demonstrate the counter. No sooner had he spoken than 3 spells swiftly approached, particularly Ron's, which curiously curved around to launch a sneak attack from behind. Macon scowled, his long cat tail pointing to the ground, and with a single incantation, he extinguished the 3 spells. He intoned. The incantation is stop the spell. Watch my wand movements closely. The trio, rubbing their heads where bumps had formed, glumly observed as Macon demonstrated the spell-casting motion with a twig. After teaching them the incantations and gestures, Macon began casting spells upon them. Those who failed to break the enchantments found themselves compelled to perform 10 push-ups or sit-ups, a torment that left them in utter despair. Harry, I would rather endure a whipping, Ron lamented. Enough of that. Focus on the next spell. Look at Draco. He hasn't complained at all. No whispering. Is it my spell-casting frequency that is too low? How will you ever establish yourselves in the wizarding world like this? Macon raised his whip and swiftly struck each of them, ensuring they would feel the sting of the lash against their bare skin even in the biting winter. The confinement before Christmas was extended from 3 hours to 4, with 2 hours of physical training each night. Due to the peculiar magnetic field of Hogwarts, coupled with Macon's rigorous training regimen, the 3 of them had developed muscles as robust as young calves. Hearing Macon's reprimands, Harry felt invigorated. Ever since he had faced the basilisk with Gryffindor's sword, he had become enamored with close combat. Only a formidable physique could sharpen his skills further. Draco clenched his teeth, silent, driven by the ambition and glory of the Malfoy family. Ron gripped his wand tightly, his lips pursed, thinking, tonight, after passing the kitchen, I shall feast on 6 drumsticks. Chapter 54. Seamus, you are a true genius. Harry, Ron, you are back quite late. I've noticed you both have changed, Seamus remarked, observing the 2, who looked utterly exhausted, collapsing onto their beds. Seamus, you simply lack the experience. If it were you, perhaps you would fare even worse than Harry and me. Ron lay on the bed, reluctant to rise, turning his face towards his roommate with a look of concern. Given Macon's temperament, this explosive maniac could inflict unimaginable torment. Ron, what on earth have you 2 been up to? Why do I see muscles sprouting from both of you? Each time they showered, Neville envied their well-defined physiques. There was no one in Hogwarts stronger than them. Indeed, whenever I ask, you say you're in confinement. Why don't you bring us along for such confinement? Seamus was perplexed by their nightly escapades, yet considering the previous incident in the basement and the recent petrification event, it was clear they possessed abilities far beyond their peers. Moreover, the dueling club, particularly the clash between Harry and Draco, had been nothing short of spectacular, leaving Seamus green with envy. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, and Ron nodded in agreement. Neville, Seamus, it's not that we wish to keep you in the dark, it's just that this confinement is pure torture. We endure numerous lashings daily. Though there is a fragrant cream, the pain is utterly excruciating. Harry looked at the 2 with resignation, their disbelief evident on their faces. Indeed, Macon is putting us through rigorous training, and Draco, Have you not noticed the significant transformation in him? Listen, my friends, Makin is instructing us in spellcasting, but his methods are rather harsh. Each time we attempt a spell, regardless of success or failure, if one among us falters, all three of us face the whip. Neville and Seamus, as they listened to Ron, reflected on Draco's recent demeanor. He has indeed undergone a remarkable change, almost as if he has become a different person. The Draco who once incessantly flaunted his lineage and opposed half-bloods has vanished. The current Draco exhibits a surprising friendliness towards those of us who are half-bloods. Whenever he witnesses any of us being bullied by purebloods, he intervenes. It is rumored that he has even established a Wizard's Veil Club within Slytherin, welcoming half-blood wizards into its fold. However, this training method is exceedingly cruel. Neville shrank back, choosing not to inquire further. Seamus appeared lost in thought, contemplating for a moment before resolving to take action. In the dining hall, Makin and Hermione strolled in tandem, the pair of cat women instantly drawing envious glances from the young wizards. Wow, look at Hermione. I heard she drank a polyjuice potion infused with cat hair. She looks so adorable. Should we give it a try? If you wish to, go ahead. I heard she struggled with her meals before. It was Makin who fed her. What? Then I must definitely try it. Not to dampen your spirits, but do you know how to brew a polyjuice potion? If you hadn't said that, we would still be good friends. Hey, ladies, would you care to sample the exclusive Weasley concoction, the cat transformation candy? It's been authorized by Makin, and for just 1 silver sickles, you can transform into a cat person for an entire day. Fred and George approached the two young witches, brandishing a sizable bag of sweets. There won't be any side effects, will there? Oh, there are side effects indeed. When you become an adorable cat person, charming young wizards will be vying for your attention at all times. If it becomes bothersome, you can consume the inner wrapping of the candy to revert to your original form. I'll take 1. Here, silver sickles. I want 5. Step aside. I'll take 10. Hermione observed the frenzy of young witches clamoring for the transformation candies and glanced at Ron, who was gnawing on a chicken leg, shaking her head. Hermione, what does that mean? Ron choked down the last morsel of meat, fully aware of her gaze and disapproving shake. Ron, I merely marvel at your brothers. They possess a remarkable business acumen. But why did you shake your head after looking at me? That's because I realized you also possess quite a keen intellect. Following her remark, Hermione cheerfully resumed her breakfast. Come, sample your intellect. Harry, noticing Ron's lingering confusion, chuckled as he shoved a chicken leg into his mouth. By the way, Makin, last night when Harry and I returned to the dormitory, Neville and Seamus inquired about our recent anomalies, and both Harry and I shared our experiences with them. Ron gnawed at a chicken leg while recounting the events of the previous night to Makin. Oh, what was their reaction after you revealed the truth? Ron was momentarily taken aback by the question, having not paid attention to their expressions. Neville appeared somewhat apprehensive, while Seamus remained composed. Harry shared his discoveries with Makin, and upon realizing he was no longer the focus, Ron resumed his breakfast. Seamus Finnegan? Makin pondered this individual swiftly, and after a moment's contemplation, he reached a decision. It's fine. If he wishes to inquire about anything, you may tell him. As the day's classes concluded and night descended, another figure appeared before Makin's cottage. The young wizard Seamus watched in excitement as Harry, Ron, and Draco exchanged spells, countering each other's enchantments. Makin wielded a whip, ready to strike any of them who failed to break a spell. However, their casting techniques grew increasingly adept, resembling the skillful magic Seamus could only dream of. Perhaps, through Makin's training, he too could attain such proficiency, and maybe, he could cast spells like a normal wizard without causing explosions. Don't even think about it. You will never achieve that. Makin squinted at Seamus, whose face was alight with longing, delivering words that shattered his heart. Why? I too wish to be like them. I can see that their magic is far superior to that of the other wizards at school. Teach me. I only want to cast spells like a normal wizard. Seamus gazed at Makin in despair. Over the past year, he had attempted nearly every spell from his textbooks, including various practical enchantments. Yet each attempt had resulted in an array of explosions. He had consulted professors from several subjects, but their responses were invariably that his magic was too chaotic and disordered, a trait inherent to him. They had advised him to work on controlling his power and magical output, yet after all this time, he had seen no improvement. Seamus, why despair? You should feel elated. You should take pride in yourself. Makin's exuberant voice caused Seamus to freeze momentarily. What do you mean? Am I not meant to feel despair over my magical talent? Should I instead feel joy and pride? He stared blankly at Makin, captivated by his striking heterochromatic eyes, which seemed to possess a mystical allure, drawing his very soul. Seamus, you possess a talent unlike any in the wizarding world. You are unique. You are a true genius. Do you understand what you possess? Every spell you cast carries the essence of explosion, detonation, and rupture. Do you comprehend what that signifies? Seamus stood in a daze, his mind beginning to short-circuit as his thoughts spiraled into confusion. Chapter 55. This is the essence of art. Seamus, remember, fire magic is your true aim. Other spells will merely serve as stumbling blocks on your ascent to the pinnacle. Your existence, your talent, your conviction. Only fire magic can grant you genuine redemption. My existence, my talent, my conviction. Fire is my salvation. As Seymour listened to Makin's words, the once dull and vacant expression in his eyes began to shimmer with renewed vigor. He murmured to himself, his voice gradually gaining strength. Come now, Seymour, raise your wand and face the Black Lake. It embodies your past. Come now, Seymour, utter your incantation. Confronting the Black Lake, for it represents the confines that have limited you. Come now, Seymour, unleash your magic towards the Black Lake. It stands as the barrier to your aspirations beyond the mundane. Seymour lifted his wand, pointing it directly at the Black Lake, the embodiment of his history, limitations, and obstacles. Indeed, this is what I have sought. Fire and explosion are my faith. What are you waiting for? Seymour, showcase your talents to the world, reveal your gifts. Silence their doubts. Let them feel your conviction. Let them experience your artistry. Makin's fervent voice resonated in Seymour's ears like a thunderous bell, shattering the remnants of his confusion and uncertainty. An invigorating energy surged through him, his magic roiling within, his fervent gaze fixated on the Black Lake. Determined to shatter the darkness and ascend to greatness. Flames blazed fiercely. Boom. A towering column of fire erupted from the Black Lake, its intense flames radiating a terrifying heat. The air searing with a deafening roar. The massive fire column rose swiftly before plunging back down, crashing into the lake's surface. Enormous clouds of steam billowed upward, and the shockwave scattered fish and shrimp, now cooked, across the ground. No bird joyfully scavenged the fish and shrimp washed ashore by the shockwave, ensuring a delightful supper for the night. Amidst the chilly winter, fine raindrops began to fall. Harry, Ron, Draco, and Hermione, who had rushed out upon hearing the commotion, stood in stunned silence, gazing at the panting Seymour Finnegan. Is this still the clumsy wizard they knew? The one whose every attempt ended in disaster? How could he conjure such astonishing magic? The water level of the Black Lake had noticeably dropped, only to be replenished by the incoming seawater. I, Seymour Finnegan, have achieved this. This is my faith. This is my art. Before he could fully express his grand ambitions, exhaustion overcame him, and he collapsed. Makin hurried over to lift the unconscious Seymour, checking him over and discovering that he had merely overexerted his magic. The recent display of flames was not merely a drain on his energy. It appeared to be a second surge of magical power triggered by Seymour's extreme exhilaration. What are you staring at? If you don't practice, each of you will receive a sharp reprimand. At Makin's sharp command, the trio swallowed hard. Harry and Ron exchanged determined glances before returning to their training, while Draco gazed at Makin with awe. What is a life mentor? What is a soul ferryman? This is it. Makin's words had ignited a fervor in Draco, leaving poor Harry to contend with a Draco fueled by enthusiasm, relentlessly hurling spells in his direction. Madame Pomfrey, my apologies for disturbing you at such a late hour. Makin lifted Simon and placed him onto the sickbed, where Simon comfortably nestled into the pillow and continued to slumber. What has happened to him? Makin wondered. I just heard a tremendous commotion. Oh. It appears his magical energy has been depleted. After examining Simon's condition, Madame Pomfrey let out a sigh of relief. It seems he has experienced a second magical eruption. For now, he merely suffers from exhaustion. There should be no serious issues, right? Do not worry, Makin, I shall take good care of him. By tomorrow, he will be lively and bouncing about. However, a second magical eruption is quite rare. Makin bid farewell to Madame Pomfrey and returned to the small chamber to continue overseeing the confinement of the three individuals. To his surprise, he also heard the sound of incantations emanating from within the room, indicating that the young witch's competitive spirit had been ignited. On the balcony of the Hogwarts headmaster's office, Dumbledore retracted his telescope, closed the window, and drew the curtains, sitting silently at his desk while clutching his back. The recent disturbance had startled him. Had it not been for the castle's defensive alert enchantments, which provided no indication of an attack, he might have believed intruders had breached Hogwarts. Prior to Simon casting the fire spell, Dumbledore had sensed an unusually volatile surge of magical energy gathering before the castle. The tumultuous and aggressive magical fluctuations had startled him from his chair, causing him to wince with discomfort. Upon gingerly making his way to the balcony, he discovered it was Simon Finnegan casting spells, and the tremendous fire spell he conjured posed a slight threat even to him, the White Wizard. Could it be that the prophecy was mistaken? Was Simon truly the prophesied child? The evening's events plunged the White Wizard into deep contemplation, leaving him in a state of hesitation. Fawkes. At the sound of Dumbledore's call, Fawkes squawked and, with a flash of apparition, departed from Hogwarts alongside him. In Austria, at the towering fortress of Nurmengard, Dumbledore pushed open the grand doors, stepping inside, where the inscription above read for the greater good. Albus, your visits have become rather frequent of late, Gellert remarked. You know, there are matters that compel me to seek you out, Dumbledore replied. his gaze fixed on the tattered figure of Gellert Grindelwald, a person entwined with his life in an unforgettable manner. If you have come to inquire about that black cat, I have nothing to disclose. It remains shrouded in dark mist. You should have brought it to me instead of leaving it at Hogwarts. No, first, you should take a look at this. Dumbledore conjured a wisp of white mist from his mind using the Elder Wand. The mist floated in the air, dispersing to reveal an image. Macon, speaking frantically before Simon, followed by the manifestation of Simon casting the fire spell. Fascinating, truly fascinating. This remarkable ability to ensnare is 100 times superior to that of Voldemort. I must have it. Albus. Hurry, deliver it to me. Gellert's pale eyes dilated with intensity, fixated on the expressions of Macon and Simon. The young sorcerer, after casting a powerful flame spell, found himself altering the course of destiny. This was his innate talent, the ability to glimpse fragments of the future, a gift of prophecy. Grindelwald's ancestors possessed this prophetic ability, and his predecessor, the original Dark Lord, had mastered it to an extraordinary degree. Gellert, I merely wish to ascertain whether the fate of that young wizard has indeed been transformed. For this holds great significance for me. Dumbledore discerned a clue from Gellert's countenance. This was not mere persuasion. Given his understanding of Gellert, the only thing that could evoke such excitement in his old friend must be destiny itself. Indeed, yes, Albus, his fate has been altered. That black cat is the hope of the entire wizarding world. If only I could obtain it. Albus, send it to me swiftly. Gellert, having had his thoughts unveiled by Dumbledore, exhibited signs of impatience. He craved that black cat. I regret, Gellert, but the time is not yet ripe. Please exercise patience. Dumbledore, with a complex expression, gazed at Gellert in the prison before turning to depart. Albus, everything for a greater good. Dumbledore did not pause, his tall, aged figure stooping slightly more. A greater good, you say? Ariana. Chapter 56. Do you have a mother cat outside? It had been a month since the incident with Seamus and the fish explosion concluded. Throughout this month, he had participated in nightly confinement with Harry and the others. Yet his training regimen was markedly different from theirs. Macon had arranged for him to confront the Black Lake each evening, unleashing his flame spell with fervor. Although each casting was less astonishing than the first, he had transcended the confines of the flame spell. Whenever Seamus's magical energy waned, he would sprint along the lakeside, awaiting its restoration for the next casting. Nobita had now become Seamus's devoted companion. The fish, once exploded, proved far more delectable than when raw. Her task was to oversee Seamus, and a mere snap of her fingers was enough to invigorate him with her unyielding claws. However, the other inhabitants of Harry's dormitory were incessantly complaining about the young sorcerer. Every night, he played with fire, and inexplicably, each morning he required fresh linens, which vexed the house elf to no end, stirring the entire dormitory into a flurry of chatter. Joyful days always passed swiftly, and soon it was time for the annual Easter celebration. Macon, what gift will you bestow upon me tonight? Do we still need to exchange gifts, given our familiarity? Of course, I care not. You did not give me anything last Easter, so this time it is imperative. Macon glanced at the gift-seeking Hermione, suddenly reminded of the first morning after last Easter, when he held the weeping little witch. The gift has long been prepared for you. Open it, and see for yourself. He presented a long gift box to Hermione, gesturing for her to unveil its contents. Ah, is this a phoenix tail feather? Hermione eagerly unwrapped the gift box, discovering a feather quill lying quietly within. Unlike any ordinary feather, this one was a brilliant crimson, exuding a luminous warmth akin to sunlight. As she grasped the quill, it radiated a comforting heat. Ah, you are indeed the second individual in all of Hogwarts to possess a quill crafted from a phoenix's tail feather. Is this truly a feather from Fawkes? Most certainly, it is the finest feather from Fawkes himself. Thank you, Macon, I adore it. I can't wait to use it to write a card. Filled with joy, Hermione planted a quick kiss on Macon's cheek and skipped away to prepare her gift card. Watching Hermione depart, Macon was suddenly beset by worry. He picked up a card that bore the name Severus Snape, recalling that he had previously gifted various herbs, yet found himself devoid of any stock at present. Considering that it would take time to procure suitable herbs from the centaurs, he began to feel anxious. In truth, Macon had a strong desire to present Snape with a bottle of Potter's Quickstyle hair tonic, yet he feared the repercussions of such a gift. Suddenly, a spark of joy ignited as he clapped his hands together, his eyes shining with inspiration. He recalled an item that Professor Snape would undoubtedly cherish. The Easter feast was a vibrant affair, bustling with young wizards clad in eccentric attire, chattering animatedly about various mythical tales. Fred and George were busily promoting their latest quirky products. Meanwhile, Macon remained in his customary wizarding robes, preferring not to indulge in frivolity. At the dining table, Macon's gaze remained fixed on Snape, hoping that the professor would appreciate his rare and unique gift. Snape, who was focused on slicing his steak, felt an unusual intensity in his surroundings, as if someone were watching him. This discomfort was particularly unsettling for the usually reticent professor. Following his instincts, He soon discerned Macon's unwavering stare. Why is that black cat fixated on me? Could it be that my previous lack of reciprocation has made him eager for this Easter gift? His gaze drifted to the others seated with Macon, ultimately landing on Harry. The sight of those familiar eyes stirred memories of a certain individual. Harry's remarkable growth over the past year had certainly caught Snape's attention. The recent duel between Harry and Draco had been particularly illuminating, revealing the fruits of Macon's guidance. Perhaps it was time to bestow that particular item upon him. As a gesture of gratitude for his care of both Harry and Draco, resolved, Professor Snape departed the festivities, walking alone down the corridor, his solitary figure resembling that of a lone wolf. His previously steadfast gait faltered into disarray as he leaned against the wall, trembling as he retrieved a vial of deep blue potion, consuming it in one swift motion. The memories of Lily's demise stirred tumultuous emotions within him, a struggle even for one who was a master of mental occlusion. The sedative had essentially become Professor Snape's constant companion. Its prolonged use had engendered a resistance that merely allowed him to maintain bodily coordination, yet it could not diminish his deep-seated remorse. Regaining control of his body, Snape strode back to the dungeon, returning to his office. Upon opening the door, he discovered several gifts adorning his desk. Frowning, he levitated the presents into the trash bin. But when his gaze fell upon the package from Macon, he hesitated, uncertain of what potion it might contain this time. As he opened the gift box, a snake carcass, over a meter in length, lay before him. Its grotesque form was marked by two blind eyes and a gaping wound in its head, as if pierced by a sharp object. Squinting at the bloodied creature, Snape could unmistakably sense that the snake had been bewitched. Although Slytherin's emblem was a serpent, he did not believe Macon would stoop to mock him with a dead snake. The enchanted serpent could only signify its intrinsic value. Stop the spell. Crack. Boom. Clatter. Macon. Professor Snape bellowed in fury. This was undoubtedly a basilisk. Its massive size, nearly 20 meters in length, instantly filled his office, shattering the vials and jars used for potion making. It had been nearly 3 months since the petrification incident, and he had long forgotten about this creature. He had assumed that this rare serpent's body would be taken by Dumbledore, but he never anticipated that it would end up here courtesy of Macon. Achoo. Who's thinking of me? Macon, alongside Hermione, was departing the Great Hall when he suddenly sneezed just as he stepped over the threshold. Macon, are you coming down with something? Nonsense. How could I be ill? You must be thinking of me. I'm right beside you. Why would I think of you? Meow? Quickly tell me. Do you have a female cat outside? Hermione swiftly grasped his cat tail, eyeing Macon with keen suspicion. Impossible. When am I not under your watchful gaze? Are you implying that if I cannot see you, you'll consort with a female cat? Unthinkable. Absolutely impossible. You're overthinking it. Look around me, apart from you. There are no other females. Should I catch sight of a single hair on you that isn't black, I shall take you to the pet hospital. Hermione released her transformed, wavy cat tail, chuckling as she walked ahead, while the feline, exasperated, flicked its altered tail and hurried after her. Chapter 57, The Department of Mysteries. On the first day of the Easter holiday, Macon accompanied Hagrid to see Harry, Ron, and Hermione board the Hogwarts Express. Macon, are you sure you won't come home with me for the holiday? My parents wrote yesterday, saying they wanted you to join us. This holiday, I have matters to attend to with the headmaster. Please send my regards to Mr. and Mrs. Granger. I have placed their gifts in my backpack for you to take back. Hesitant to part, Hermione embraced Macon for a moment before boarding the train as the whistle sounded. Watching them fade into the distance, Macon bid farewell to Hagrid. Shaking off the melancholy of farewell, Macon, now in feline form, transformed into a shadowy streak, darting towards the castle. Are you certain, Macon? That is not a place one should venture. Dumbledore regarded Macon with a complex expression. Few in the wizarding world desired to go there. Indeed, Professor, Macon replied earnestly, his wide cat eyes fixed on Dumbledore. The old wizard had previously dropped ominous hints, seemingly to pique his curiosity, but such talk now felt superfluous. Were it not for the urgency to unravel the mysteries of this world, he would prefer not to accompany the old wizard alone. Their last outing had led to a confrontation before the Mirror of Arist, yet this journey was imperative. Macon leaped onto Dumbledore's shoulder as they were whisked away by Fawkes through apparition. As their distorted vision regained clarity, Macon stared blankly at the red telephone booth ahead. He was familiar with it, having previously visited the Ministry of Magic with Professor McGonagall, entering via this very booth. Upon their arrival at the Ministry, numerous wizards greeted Dumbledore, complimenting him on his new pet. Macon awkwardly scratched his rear. A pet was merely a pet, and he was eager to see where the old wizard would lead him next. Navigating through the bustling crowd, they boarded the elevator once more. Ding! Department of Mysteries, announced a crisp chime as they exited the lift. Confused, Macon observed his surroundings while Dumbledore guided him down a dimly lit narrow corridor, culminating in a locked door adorned with an old, tarnished brass handle at its center. Macon gazed curiously at the handle, pondering how it would operate. Twisting it would presumably engage two locking bolts, implying that the door could only be opened by flipping it upwards. Dumbledore stood before the door, rapping gently upon its surface. The massive brass lock slowly turned, emitting a soft click, yet the door remained shut. However, in Macon's perception, the environment subtly shifted with the sound of the mechanism. As Dumbledore turned, Macon realized the path they had taken had entirely transformed. They now stood in a circular hall, where the ceiling, floor, and walls were enveloped in utter darkness. The tiles gleamed like mirrors, and the flickering blue flames around them gave the impression of standing upon a black lake in the dead of night. The circular hall featured 12 identical black doors, and at its center stood a middle-aged man clad in a beige suit. "Leave the cat, Dumbledore. You may depart now." His voice was brisk and decisive. Macon leapt down, watching in silence as Dumbledore approached the peculiar door, still knocking lightly. Ultimately, the door swung open, revealing the unknown within. "Hello, Macon. I imagine you have questions," he said. Before a sudden exclamation interrupted, "Oh, for heaven's sake. You would do well to turn your face towards me, for the darkness here is profound." "Yes, precisely like that. So I may behold your eyes, which shine like brilliant bulbs. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the director of the Department of Mysterious Affairs. Pay no heed to my name. It holds little significance. Welcome to our esteemed department. Through the letter penned by Dumbledore, I have come to understand your remarkable abilities, which are precisely what we seek. Listen closely. We harbor no concern regarding your origins, for we have encountered far more unsettling entities than your peculiar self. Our mission is to eradicate or seal these aberrations as thoroughly as possible. Come with me. Your initiation ceremony awaits, and upon its completion, you shall be one of us. You must divulge no information to the outside world. This rite is far more reliable than an unbreakable vow, for not a whisper has escaped since the 17th century. The director swiftly elucidated matters and approached Macon, lifting him effortlessly. This decisive leader, whether in speech or action, was always remarkably efficient, ensuring even the cat remained silent. He carried Macon back to the center of the hall and lightly tapped his foot, causing the floor to part and reveal a descending staircase. This was a room fashioned like a bar, where a dozen or so cloaked figures, known as the Silent Ones, removed their hoods to engage in merriment over drinks. Men and women alike turned their attention to the director as he descended the stairs with the cat in his arms. "Look, our director has brought a little kitten. Shall we present him with a cozy cat bed?" exclaimed a young wizard adorned with freckles and a small top hat. "Silence, Baldy. I hope next time the flames do not merely singe your scalp, but also consume your tongue," the director retorted, cursing the hat-wearing Silent One with a distinct lack of authority. "Huh, Baldy, you ought to manage that foul mouth of yours." Another chimed in. "Blind One, do not presume that your age renders you immune to my wrath, and you, with the limp, keep your distance." "Oh, what concern is that of mine? Our disabled alliance must maintain harmony. We cannot allow other teams to mock us. Do not utter that cursed name again. I am merely one-eyed. I am not disabled." The director, cradling Macon in one arm, pressed his forehead with the other, for once the peculiar group began to bicker, it seemed there would be no end. "Enough. We have a newcomer participating in the ceremony today." With that, he led Macon into the ceremonial chamber, where the atmosphere shifted to one of solemnity as the Silent Ones followed in silence. The expansive hall was adorned with candles, and at its center, a vast magical circle was drawn in crimson blood. "You stand upon the magic circle now. Do not be alarmed. It shall not harm you." Macon leapt from the director's arms, transforming into human form through his enigmatic ability, positioning himself at the center of the circle. The surrounding Silent Ones gazed in wide-eyed astonishment, recognizing that this newcomer was a master of transformation. It was remarkable that he was so young. No wonder he bore certain after-effects. Though having cat ears and a tail hardly constituted grave repercussions, perhaps in the battles to come, those consumed by the fierce flames will cease to exist. Much like the members of the disfigured alliance. "Prepare the ceremony." The commanding voice of the director interrupted their errant thoughts. The Silent Ones swiftly encircled Macon, brandishing their wands towards the outer circle of the magical array, commencing their incantations. The blood-etched magic circle, fueled by the incantations, caused the blood to coagulate into droplets that ascended, densely clustering in the air until they coalesced into one, ultimately converging upon Macon's forehead, vanishing in an instant. The blood droplets began to spread within Macon's mind, gradually forming chains poised to ensnare his brain and bind his thoughts. Yet they were mercilessly shattered by the sensing black claws. The director, presiding over the formation, sensed the ritual's failure the moment the chains disintegrated, discreetly retracting his wand. The ceremony is complete. Chapter 58, The Director's Precious Egg. In the office of the director of the Department of Mysteries, the atmosphere was notably sparse, with only a solitary desk and a chair occupying the expansive room. Following the conclusion of the ritual, Macon was ushered in by the director and firmly seated in the chair. The director of the Department of Mysteries, while smoothing back his slicked hair. Circled around Makin incessantly for a full half-hour. "Director, might you cease this incessant pacing? Your movements are making me dizzy." "Makin, what exactly are you?" The director's tone turned grave. "I initially believed some of the information in Dumbledore's letter to be exaggerated, yet it appears I was mistaken. The Silent Ones have never failed in their rituals. We have conducted ceremonies not only for humanity, but also for animals, even those deemed ominous." "Director, is this truly significant?" Makin regarded the resolute director with calm composure. Their initial encounter had already provided answers, though now it merely felt like a removal of shackles. He could not help but think of Old B, finding the director's intentions increasingly intriguing. "Indeed, my fine lad, these matters are of little consequence. Listen, we Silent Ones are indifferent to the mortal struggles of the outside world. Even if the wizarding realm were to vanish, it would bear no relevance to us. Our singular purpose is to eradicate the ominous." He presented Makin with a necklace, stating, "Every Silent One possesses one of these. Of course, excluding those researchers outside." The necklace bore an ornament, a circular ring with a writhing pentagram embedded within, at the heart of which was an eye. Makin recoiled at the sight of this trinket, pondering how such a thing could exist in this world. Do you find it distasteful? This is the emblem of the Silent Ones. If you were to brandish it before Connolly, I assure you he wouldn't dare utter a word." The director, sensing Makin's disdain for the necklace, felt a flicker of irritation. Makin, upon hearing the director's words, was even less inclined to wear the object, perceiving it as merely a token of antiquity. Its purported ability to repel outer gods or eldritch beings was overshadowed by its repugnance. Wearing it felt akin to donning an offensive garment, provoking revulsion in others, thus dissuading them from acting against you. What significance lies in the existence of something that could obliterate countless universes with but a blink? Who would truly care? The ordinary oddities may harbor a mild disdain for such matters, but it remains merely that, disdain. Makin gazed in astonishment at the director, who, with an ancient seal, struck the face of the Minister of Magic. "You two have traversed realms?" he inquired. "Come, my fine fellow, hasten to wear this and accompany me." The director, with impatience, placed the antiquated seal around the reluctant Makin's neck, tucking it into his attire and patting it down carefully. Reluctantly, Makin followed the director through the Department of Mysterious Affairs, gradually grasping the essence of this enigmatic place. Previously, when he arrived alongside Dumbledore, that door was not meant to be opened but rather knocked upon. Should one open it, they would merely reveal the Magical Research Institute showcased by the department, a domain of the Silent Ones, albeit limited to the study of certain magics. Only by employing the correct method to knock could one gain entry to the true Department of Mysterious Affairs. The upper level of the bar contained 12 doors, each representing a cardinal direction. Whenever a Silent One found themselves in peril, they could produce the ancient seal to activate the magic inscribed upon it. Thus, a connection would be forged with these doors, opening a one-way passage for rescue. This level, known as the Hall of Doors, encompasses a considerably larger space than the bar above, incorporating recreational, residential, and office areas. Now, the director led Makin to a lower level of the bar, where the ultimate secrets of the Silent Ones lay concealed. Access to this realm necessitated the key held by the director. After experiencing a peculiar sensation akin to being ensnared by a navel and tossed within a washing machine countless times, Makin found himself in a mysterious expanse. It was an immense cavity, with a sunken floor upon which floated a colossal pale blue orb, its surface marred by cracks. Black, delicate tendrils writhed within the fissures, exuding a dark luminescence. Numerous wizards of varying complexions meticulously observed the orb, their expressions vacant and spirits depleted, yet ceaselessly toiling. Makin stared in astonishment at this entity, feeling no trace of its presence, neither its magical essence nor its spiritual aura. It resembled mere imagery, yet the naked eye could discern its undeniable existence. "What do you think, Makin? Surprised, are we? The entire Ministry of Magic is founded upon this very entity, yet its existence has long been undocumented. From the earliest records of the Department of Mysterious Affairs, it is noted that this orb was already fissured upon its discovery by humanity. We cannot restore it, as neither physical means nor magic can touch it. However, we can delay its shattering by vanquishing or sealing the ominous forces. Since a year ago, those dark fibers have inexplicably emerged from the cracks, solidifying our suspicions." Makin grimaced at the orb, its nature transcending his comprehension. He attempted to communicate with the Black Claw through his spirit, striving to grasp those dark rays. Yet the Black Claw clearly conveyed to him that there was nothing ahead. At this moment, the cat finally comprehends why the Silent Ones maintain their information as strictly confidential. Even the slightest revelation regarding this enigmatic realm poses a significant threat to the entire planet. Haha, Makin, did the director take you to see his precious egg? Each newcomer is inevitably lured into that shadowy space to behold his treasured egg. Upon returning to the bar, Makin overheard the bald man hurling vitriol in his direction. "My father was also ensnared by the former director. Recently, I heard that the egg has become moldy and sprouted fuzz. Who knows what merit it holds? The blind man sipped his drink, incessantly muttering. I truly wish to unleash a fiery vengeance upon the director's egg in retribution for my calf. The crippled man, seething with rage, swung his prosthetic leg with a resounding whoosh. Macon gazed at these three peculiar individuals in silence, quietly seeking an empty seat at the bar, where he ordered a fruit cocktail. Hello, newcomer. You may call me bartender, as it is both my profession and my nickname. That is how everyone refers to me. Come, sample my craft. Thank you, it is quite delightful. Don't overthink it. However, I must say you appear to be in fine spirits. Do not let that bald man's carefree demeanor fool you. He was once dragged out by the director. The bartender discreetly divulged the bald man's embarrassing tale to Macon. By the way, bartender, why does everyone go by nicknames instead of their actual names? Macon inquired, noting that since his arrival at the Bureau of Mysterious Affairs, he had not learned anyone's name. Newcomers often pose this question. We typically respond that names are unimportant. As for the reason, I have heard from those more seasoned silent ones that the Bureau was established to combat the ominous, but in its infancy, we lacked understanding of these entities, leading to frequent changes among the silent ones, until the emergence of the fiery one. The bartender leaned closer and whispered in Macon's ear. For those on the brink of death, names hold little significance. This tradition has been preserved to honor our forebears. Macon squinted at the familiar bartender, realizing that being a silent one is indeed a perilous profession. Buzz. Level 5 alert. Door 3 anomaly. Level 5 alert. Door 3 anomaly. Level 5 alert. Door 3 anomaly. Alliance of the Disabled. Take Macon to provide support. The director's expression darkened as he approached swiftly, issuing commands. The previously languid trio promptly donned their gear and made their way to the Hall of Doors, with Macon transforming back into a black cat, closely following behind. Chapter 59. The Combat Proficiency of Senior Silent Ones. What a trio of delicate blossoms. Damn it. In such terrain, why did you not request support sooner? You are a bunch of fools. The blind man, with his one good eye, surveyed the surroundings before erupting in curses. Through the portal of the Door's hall, three individuals and a cat found themselves in a lush woodland, surrounded by towering hazel and oak trees. On the ground lay three figures, with only the male sorcerer remaining conscious, while the two female witches had succumbed to a state of faintness. Their garments were tattered, resembling mere strips of cloth, and their exposed skin was marred with unsightly lesions. Be cautious of those squirrels, old blind man, he warned. They reside in that grotesque tree and carry a virus. After we were injured, our bodies became riddled with sores, leaving us weak and incapacitated. I managed to rescue Thistle and Iris. The male sorcerer gestured weakly toward the red maple in the center of the clearing, his skin itching uncontrollably from the blisters that urged him to scratch at the festering wounds. Enough, Rose, he admonished. Do not mar your face further. It will only make it more repugnant. Macon looked in astonishment at the sorcerer, referred to as Rose by the blind man, until he trembled and produced a rose from his cloak, offering it to Macon. Oh, what a delightful little kitty. Here is a red rose for you. Hee. The fellow seemed to be either a simpleton or had lost his wits to the virus. Macon invoked a transformation spell, causing the twigs and leaves on the ground to morph into a formidable fortress adorned with spikes, enveloping the injured trio within. To prevent suffocation, he deliberately left a window open. As the spell concluded, Rose's blistered visage, clutching the rose, occupied the window and blinked at Macon incessantly, prompting him to consider pairing Rose with Loart. Redirecting his gaze toward the peculiar tree in the clearing, Macon noticed that the trunk, which should have stood tall and robust, was instead distorted into an unusual shape, with grotesque bulges along its trunk and branches. Each limb was adorned with rotting corpses, their hollow eye sockets fixated upon them. Gigantic gray squirrels, each the size of a goat, incessantly bored into the tree, their sharp, dark claws creating clouds of splinters, while their powerful incisors gnawed at the wood with a disconcerting crackle. Disturbingly, their robust bodies were laden with acorns, which ought to have been stored as sustenance within the tree's hollows. After observing this unsettling scene, Macon pondered with a sense of unease, feeling that something was amiss. Ugh, I loathe this environment. It hinders my ability to unleash my fiery wrath. The limping figure pointed with his prosthetic leg at the dense foliage surrounding them. You decrepit fool, do you wish to incinerate your other leg as well? Shut your mouth, bald one. Let us be swift. These ominous creatures are corporeal, and those three delicate flowers cannot endure much longer. Indeed, they are as fragile as blossoms, but it ultimately depends on our coalition of the disabled. Macon, provide your support. The blind man led the charge, flanked by the limping figure and the bald one, forming a triangular formation with Macon at the center. Upon noticing their approach, the deformed gray squirrels ceased their excavation. A sharp, shrill call echoed, akin to a battle horn, as the gray squirrels descended from the great tree and launched their assault. Ha! Come forth, little wretches. Confronted by the advancing colossal gray squirrels, the trio adeptly wielded their wands. Amidst the flammable surroundings, the most effective means of assault against the ominous entities was the slicing spell. The white incantation trailed a long tail, accurately launching them into the air, leaving behind a myriad of wounds. Occasionally, when a breach in their defenses occurred, the spears conjured by Mycon's transmutation magic would impale the intruders, pinning them to the nearby trees. At that moment, the spears would undergo a transformation, binding them to the trunks. Well done, little kitty. Once we return, I shall treat you to some catnip water. I have quite a few catnip plants at home. My great-grandmother adored those little cats. The bald one, having swatted away an attacking gray squirrel, began to chatter incessantly. With Mycon's transmutation spell providing cover, they found themselves more capable of dealing with these ominous creatures. Be careful, Mycon suddenly warned, having spotted the wounded gray squirrels swelling ominously. Green pus flowed from their wounds, yet rather than falling to the ground, it mysteriously seeped into the crevices laden with acorns. Armor up. The disabled alliance collectively invoked the iron armor spell. Mycon was not idle either. The surrounding dry branches and leaves transformed into layers of iron walls through his transmutation magic. A cacophony of sounds erupted, akin to bullets, as the acorns, now infused with pus, crashed against the iron walls, causing the magically conjured barriers to gradually shatter. Fortunately, the number of gray squirrels was not vast, and soon their assault ceased. Mycon dispelled his transmutation spell, surveying the surroundings. The disabled alliance waved their wands to disperse the dust in the air. Although the acorns had shattered into powder, they still harbored viruses. These gray squirrels were not native to England, but were an invasive species introduced from North America in 1876. Known for their ferocity, they not only attacked domestic cats, but also posed a threat to humans. The squirrel pox virus they carried had evidently mutated, compelling the disabled alliance to exercise caution. The gray squirrels, having exhausted their supply of acorns, lay limp on the ground, their bodies riddled with numerous holes, from which foul-smelling pus continuously oozed. The trio, filled with revulsion, incinerated them to ashes with fire spells. Meanwhile, Mycon remained transfixed by the peculiar large tree. Beneath its canopy lay a dark, gaping hole. What troubles you, Mycon? Once we set this tree ablaze, it will suffice. We have just cleared the area, and the flames will not spread. After dispatching the gray squirrels, the trio approached Mycon, who seemed lost in thought, staring intently at the tree. The blind one presumed it was Mycon's first mission and that he was unfamiliar with handling such ominous matters. Allow me to handle this, the bald one declared, brandishing his wand, intent on igniting the tree. Yet, after taking a few steps, he suddenly turned and fled. The grotesque tree, once adorned with an abundance of protrusions, began to crack one by one. As deep green slime dripped down, the true nature of these forms was revealed, pairs of eyes. At that moment, they recalled why the corpses hanging from the tree possessed hollow eye sockets. With the emergence of these eyes, the tree began to writhe, uprooting itself to reveal its sturdy roots. The pupils of the eyes moved erratically within their sockets, and a low, murmuring voice emanated from the dark hollows of the tree. Mind closure. The seasoned members of the Disabled Alliance swiftly enacted their mind closure spells and consumed calming potions. As they discarded the empty vials, they cast puzzled glances at Mycon, wondering why he did not perform mind closure on himself. Surely, casting spells silently without a wand should still evoke some magical resonance? Do not worry. This level of mental contamination will not affect me, Mycon reassured them, sensing their confusion. Focus, for this is a formidable adversary. The blind man, as the leader of the trio and the most seasoned among them, did not underestimate the tree's threat. Now was not the time to deliberate on Mycon. They needed to address the ominous presence and swiftly transport the 3 delicate flowers to Street Mungo's hospital for magical maladies and injuries for treatment. Chapter 60, a critical moment. Gazing at the colossal entity before him, Mycon concluded that the most effective strategy would be to employ fire. However, the limited space around them made it perilously easy to ignite a blaze. As the saying goes, water and fire are merciless. Casting fire magic amidst such flammable surroundings would be tantamount to courting death, unless one possessed extraordinary fire control abilities, akin to the first Dark Lord, Gellert Grindelwald. Of course, aside from him, no one in the wizarding world could replicate his level of prowess. Being a newcomer, Mycon was reluctant to reveal too many of his capabilities, especially those of a more enigmatic nature. While the Black Claw could easily shred the tree, he was also keen to observe the abilities of the silencer. Transforming into a human form from his animagus cat, he could better cast spells, as immense magical power gathered around his tail ring. He slowly raised his hands, using them to manipulate the transformation spell, causing the surrounding trees to uproot and spread outward. As he passed smaller trees, they too were uprooted and dragged along. With a sharp snap of his right hand, Mycon produced a crisp sound, and a violent whirlwind rapidly intensified at the point of his snap, sweeping away the fallen branches and leaves. In an instant, a vast clearing emerged within the dense forest. Esteemed predecessors, please commence your performance. A resonant voice floated into the ears of the astonished disabled alliance. What was this method of clearing the area? The transformation spell that animated the trees required enough magical power to reduce the three of them to mere husks, and that elegant whirlwind was truly a sight to behold. Ah, the young have underestimated us. Old blind man, crippled one, let us show our prowess. Do you even need to say that, you bald thief? The three individuals removed the hoods from their black cloaks and sprinted towards the grotesque tree, adorned with countless frenzied eyes. Shield all. Smooth the path. Quickly bind it. Macon squinted as he observed them weaving around the bizarre, giant tree. The blind man reinforced the ground with a defensive spell, while the limping one used a smoothing incantation to render the terrain beneath the tree as smooth as glass. Although the bald man's binding spell could not fully immobilize the tree, it succeeded in slowing its movements, thus averting the risk of being struck by its branches. As their actions ceased, they stood at 3 points around the giant tree, ready to form a magical array, the roar of the disabled alliance resonating in the air. With their battle cry, 3 wands were thrust into the earth, as they opted for close combat, to leave a magical circle upon the ground. The dark magic circle flickered with ominous light, and the ancient runes inscribed upon it swiftly ascended, entwining themselves around the colossal tree at its core, followed by the thunderous sound of roaring flames. Emanating from the magical array, a cerulean flame surged skyward, morphing into a visage resembling the director, his slicked back hair vividly depicted. The fiery figure of the director opened its mouth wide, aiming to consume the giant tree. Ah, today the director has feasted well. I dare say last time's putrid meatball suited his palate better. I believe he would relish the multitude of eyes this time. After extinguishing the fiery semblance of the director that surged forth from the magical array with their counterspells, the trio resumed their incessant chatter. Be cautious, I sense something amiss. Macon interjected, observing the trio bickering once more. It has been reduced to char, only the treetop remains. Before the bald man could finish, a shadow suddenly burst forth from the charred treetop, moving with such velocity that it created a sound akin to tearing air. Its target was none other than the bald man. Shadowless strike. The shadow collided with the bald man, shattering his iron armor spell, causing it to splinter into fragments. And foul black blood splattered across his face. Stunned, the bald man turned to Macon, a sharp bird's beak lodged in his forehead, crimson streams gushing from the wound. The bald man howled in agony as he regained his senses. Aha, bald fool. You deserve this. Stay still, let me remove it. Once I return, I'll hang it in the bar for all the silent ones to see. You limping fool. You shan't succeed. Ignoring the bickering duo, the blind man turned to Macon, seeking clarity. It is instinct. Instinct. Indeed, squirrels only store food within tree hollows or bury it underground. My suspicions arose upon seeing those acorns, and upon witnessing the eyes on that giant tree, my certainty intensified. Macon articulated his analysis, enlightening the blind man in an instant. Indeed, whether it be the acorns adorning the squirrels or the eyes nestled within the trees, in this woodland, only the woodpecker exhibits such a method of food storage. Embedding acorns within the bodies of squirrels and embedding human eyes into the trunks of trees, quite fascinating. The blind man received a satisfactory answer and suddenly recalled the spell released by Macon moments ago. The spell you just cast is Severus Snape's exclusive incantation, the Killing Curse? Indeed, Professor Snape is my potions instructor. Macon resolved to divulge this information, as he was well acquainted with the tranquilizing potion they had consumed, that peculiar crystal vial. That miserly fellow actually imparted his signature technique to you? This killing curse has obliterated numerous Death Eaters in recent years, while the outside world may be unaware. Our channels of information among the silent ones keep meticulous records. The blind man gazed at Macon in astonishment. His rapport with Snape was quite amicable. And the tranquilizing potion they had just ingested was indeed crafted by Snape. Thus he was well informed about Snape's character. I presented Professor Snape with a gift yesterday. He must have been quite pleased, hence he bestowed upon me this incantation last night. Macon's expression brightened at this thought, convinced Snape had appreciated his offering. What? You received it only last night, and now you have mastered it? What did you give him? Might I inquire? I am envious of this spell. The blind man was acutely aware of the terrifying potency of the killing curse. Any wound inflicted would result in unceasing bloodshed unless a counter curse was applied. And no known potion, save for Phoenix Tears, could heal such injuries. If he could learn it, dealing with corporeal anomalies would become significantly more manageable. I gifted Professor Snape the corpse of a basilisk, reputed to be over 1,000 years old. Ah, the limping fool, the bald thief, and Macon. Swiftly transport those 3 delicate flowers to St. Mungo's. I shall return to report on my mission. The blind man turned and departed, exclaiming, what a jest! A basilisk. Where might I procure such a specimen? Macon chuckled as he observed the blind man's retreat, dispelling the iron fortress transformation spell on the 3 delicate flowers. The limping fool and the bald thief ceased their frolicking, and the trio utilized the levitation charm, each carrying one, and employed apparition to arrive at St. Mungo's hospital for magical maladies and injuries. Following the doctor's diagnosis, they were informed that they required a week's hospitalization to ensure the complete eradication of the virus before discharge. Today's skirmish was rather exhilarating. The bald thief, indeed, it was exhilarating, but do hurry back to draft your report. The limping fool, you are perpetually so vexatious. The trio departed the hospital, returning together to the Department of Mysteries, where they were required to compose reports regarding their support mission. Chapter 61, A Disturbing Reflection. Upon returning to the Department of Mysteries, McKen accompanied the limping fool and the bald thief to the office area, where they found seats and began drafting their mission reports. The report for the support mission was quite straightforward. It merely required an account of the casualties among the rescued individuals, along with an ambiguous description of the handling process and outcomes. The bald man removed his hat, incessantly scratching his bald head, as though this ritual might ignite a spark of inspiration within him. The limping fellow, in the midst of his writing, produced a flask, indulging himself in a few hearty swigs, or occasionally disassembling his prosthetic limb to apply some oil. McKen discerned that neither of these two possessed a knack for the task at hand. Rather than composing reports, they would prefer to venture out and engage in a brawl with the unknown. Tucking away his own report, McKen bid them farewell with an expression of helplessness, departing the office amidst two envious gazes. In the office of the director of the Department of Arcane Affairs, he was greeted with, "Welcome back, McKen. How does it feel to participate in your first mission? Are you uncomfortable? Shall I massage your shoulders and ease your legs?" Upon entering, McKen sensed something amiss with the director, as the unsavory hand seemed poised to reach for him. Reacting swiftly, McKen transformed back into a black cat, gazing at the director in astonishment. What was transpiring? Did the director possess some hidden attribute? Clearing his throat, the director remarked, "I reviewed the report from the old blind man, and considering your uniqueness, I would like you to form your own small team, rather than joining an existing one." Upon hearing this, both man and cat widened their eyes, the feline hoping to glean some insight. "Is it a tad too fast for me to lead on my very first day? Can I recruit others?" No, just you. You have but one task, a support mission." Ah, it seemed they wished to have the cat's meows without providing any fish treats. Is a support mission that rare? I encountered one on my very first day. Through McKen's inquiries, he learned that alerts were categorized into 7 levels. 1. Level 3 alert. Some members severely injured, unconscious, or deceased, accompanied by a lethal threat. 2. Level 4 to 6 alert. All members severely injured, unconscious, or deceased, posing significant risks of enhancement and spread. 3. Level 7 alert. No rescue required, with the ultimate goal being the destruction of the target. That was simply a coincidence. We are already stop. Please don't say anything further. The workday is nearly over, and I do not wish to begin my first day at the Department of Arcane Affairs by staying late. All right. The Disabled Alliance, despite their seemingly unreliable demeanor, ranks among the elite within the Silent Ones. Currently, they are primarily responsible for support work. And due to your inclusion, I intend to assign the support tasks to you while they continue their reconnaissance and eradication missions. After speaking, the director handed McKen a small silver key, indicating that he should keep it alongside the Silent One's necklace. This key grants you access. It allows you to instantly return to the Hall of Doors from anywhere. Whenever an alert sounds in the Hall of Doors, the necklace will react, and you must promptly rush to the scene. Observing the director's serious demeanor, McKen suddenly felt the weight of the small silver key. Then, Mr. Director, how will my salary be calculated? What is the overtime pay? Are there any benefits such as social insurance? Is accommodation provided? Will housing be allocated? What is the holiday bonus? Will there be a year-end dividend? After retirement, one cannot bear such an immense burden. Can they, dear feline? Listen, McKen, you only receive a mere 1,000 galleons each month. Such a salary is already quite substantial. Your retirement benefits are akin to a black box, so minuscule. That is your final destination. The director, with a scowl upon his face, grasped the scruff of the black cat's neck, hoisting him up and unceremoniously casting him out of the office. In midair, the cat transformed into human form, landing gracefully on his feet. He glanced at the clock in the corridor. It was already 4:30, marking the end of his first day of work. Upon exiting the director's office, McKen merged with the throng of employees leaving the Ministry of Magic, opting to utilize the Flu network through the fireplace to reach Old B's office directly. McKen, how was your first day at work? You know, that place is quite enigmatic. Thank you for your concern, Headmaster. I find this job quite enjoyable. However, it seems their rituals have encountered some complications. Would you care to hear some insider information about the silencers? McKen smiled, testing the waters with the white sorcerer. My dear child, I am quite advanced in age. The matters at hand have already left me in a state of turmoil, and I do not wish to invite further troubles. Headmaster, should you require complimentary resurrection services, do not hesitate to inform me. I would be delighted to assist you. McKen, for heaven's sake, Please refrain from employing that on me. Absolutely not. Very well, then I shall take my leave, headmaster. Once Makin departed the office, Dumbledore set down his quill, staring vacantly in the direction of the exit. Back at his cottage, Makin settled by the pond, brewing himself a cup of red tea while quietly contemplating the events of the day. Ever since leaving the Department of Mysteries, he had a lingering feeling that today's occurrences were far from simple. Especially after observing that furry orb, he sensed something was amiss. Yet he could not pinpoint the issue. Resolutely, he closed his eyes, repeatedly recalling his experiences within the Department of Mysteries, starting from when Dumbledore had guided him inside, encountering the director, then being shown the orb and informed about the origins of the silencers. As this thought crossed his mind, Makin suddenly sprang to his feet. His eyes wide with realization, numerous grotesque black claws emerged, startling Nobita, who fell from the notice board with a thud. At this moment, clarity dawned upon Makin. The issue lay within the responsibilities of the silencers. For countless years, the silencers had endeavored to eradicate and seal away the ominous, unaware that the massive orb was riddled with cracks. Yet, they had no knowledge of what would transpire should that orb shatter. Neither the director nor any silencer he had encountered that day had ever broached this subject. Upon viewing the orb, he had merely been informed about the silencer's origins, with no mention of the consequence of failing to eradicate the ominous that could lead to the orb's shattering. He had mistakenly believed that it was the duty of the silencers to eliminate the ominous, convinced that inaction would result in catastrophic calamities for the world, a perplexing psychological response indeed. Upon grasping this notion, Makin felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. He withdrew his dark claws, sensing at that moment the power of belief flowing into his mind, where it incessantly churned and cleansed something. The Silent Ones have toiled for centuries in pursuit of an elusive conviction, sacrificing effort and life in its name. Even though this belief may indeed benefit humanity, it ought not to be conveyed in such a manner. With this thought in mind, the discomfort in Makin's teeth transformed into a throbbing headache. He remained oblivious to the true nature of the orb, nor could he decipher the meaning behind the cracks and fuzz upon its surface. Fear often arises from the unknown. It begins in the psyche and culminates in understanding. Makin resolved to cast aside his worries. After all, centuries had passed, and a few more days mattered little. He decided to embrace life, and with determination, transformed back into a sleek black cat, striding gracefully towards the forbidden forest, the old mark and silver key around his neck chiming pleasantly with each step. Chapter 62. The Forbidden Forest on the Tip of the Tongue in England, London. Within a Muggle community, a carriage drawn by two black unicorns came to a gentle halt before a quaint villa. Makin opened the carriage door, and a large bag was carefully lowered to the ground. He raised his hand and pressed the doorbell. Ding dong. Coming, please hold on. A familiar voice resonated from within. It was Mrs. Granger. Oh, Makin, I heard from Hermione that you wouldn't be returning this holiday. Good morning, Mrs. Granger. Plans have changed, and I apologize for the unexpected visit. My dear, you are always welcome here. Mrs. Granger opened the door to find Makin standing there, and she excitedly enveloped him in a hug, followed by a playful scratch behind his cat ears. Who is it? It's Makin, my little darling. I've missed you so much. Mr. Granger joyfully dashed towards the two unicorns. His beloved had returned. Makin, I want to ride in the carriage and fly through the sky. I've been dreaming of it. All right, Mr. Granger, I think we should bring some sweets and tea, so we can fully relish the joy of flying. What a splendid idea, dear. Can your Black Prince extend an invitation to his princess for afternoon tea? Mr. Granger, resembling a knight from the Middle Ages, presented an invitation to his wife. Of course. However, the Black Prince's lady must prepare the desserts and Earl Grey. Mrs. Granger dashed back into the house, her heart full of joy. Makin, Hermione exclaimed as she hurried down the stairs upon hearing the commotion, leaping into Makin's embrace. Did you miss me so much in just one day? Not at all. My parents have been murmuring about your absence all day and night. Come on, dear. You two keep an eye on the door. Makin, I leave dinner in your capable hands. Mr. Granger urged his wife, and together they climbed into the carriage. Makin cast the disillusionment charm on the carriage and reminded them of the necessary precautions. Makin, didn't you mention you had plans for this holiday? Have you finished so soon? Upon returning home, Hermione prepared a delightful dessert and brewed a pot of red tea for Makin. I initially anticipated a bustling day at work, yet it turned out unexpectedly leisurely. Makin had expected to receive a support mission that morning, but as the hours passed from dawn to noon without any communication, he began to suspect that the necklace might be malfunctioning. Ultimately, in the throes of boredom at Hogwarts, he opted to travel here by carriage. Work? But Makin, have you already secured a position before graduation? Indeed, Professor Dumbledore introduced me to the Department of Mysteries at the Ministry of Magic, and I am now a Silent One. The most enigmatic Silent One in the Wizarding World? Hermione gazed at Makin with wide, astonished eyes, barely able to believe it. According to her studies in the Hogwarts library, most graduates typically become Aurors at the Ministry, while only a select few attain the title of Silent One. Is your job perilous? I mean, all information regarding the Silent Ones is classified. She felt a twinge of anxiety. Such secretive organizations often bore the hallmark of danger. Rest assured, my work as a Silent One is not hazardous for me. Just look at whom I have brought along. My kin produced a bracelet from his wizarding robes, which bore a miniature Norwegian ridgeback dragon. It's Nobita, Hermione exclaimed joyfully as she adorned her wrist with the bracelet. You must always carry Nobita with you. As for its food, I have plenty in my backpack, and if supplies run low, just call upon the little crow at the Black Lake for assistance. Have you encountered danger? Hermione asked, observing Macon's demeanor as if he were bequeathing last wishes, her concern palpable. What are you thinking? Due to the nature of my work, I may need to leave suddenly. I worry that you might find yourself in peril during my absence. My kin rolled his eyes, realizing Hermione had misconstrued his intentions. Look at this. This silver key serves as a portal to my work. I will use it to depart from Hogwarts. That is reassuring. While you are away, I shall ensure my safety. You must not underestimate me. All right, Miss Know-It-All. I will first attend to the ingredients I brought. What did you bring? Let me see. My kin opened the bag he had carried, revealing 2 enormous bear paws. The cat donned Mrs. Granger's apron and brought the bear paws outside, where he gathered some moist earth to encase them securely. Hermione observed curiously from the side. My kin, what is this technique? I have only heard of beggar-s chicken, but never of beggar-s bear paws. Haha, beggar-s bear paws. Hermione, do you know what beggar means? We shall have to try it one day. This step involves plucking the fur. Upon finishing his explanation, my kin employed the fire-making spell to roast the 4 clumps of wet earth continuously. The clumps, buoyed by the levitation charm, spun gracefully until they hardened completely. With a decisive flick of magic, the earth was shattered, and the fur was cleanly removed along with it. Returning to the kitchen, Makin meticulously removed the remaining fluff and soaked it in clean water, a crucial step to extract the blood from the bear paw. He discovered a raw chicken in the refrigerator of Hermione's home, which had been cleaned by Mrs. Granger, thus saving him considerable effort. He placed the chicken into a pot to begin brewing the chicken soup. Makin requested Hermione's backpack, from which he retrieved ginseng, reishi mushrooms, deer antler, deer penis, astragalus, goji berries, and a bottle of huangjiu. After rinsing the herbs in clean water, he placed them in warm water to rehydrate. As the chicken soup simmered to perfection, its rich aroma permeated the air. He placed the drained bear paw into a basin, added the fragrant chicken broth, and topped it with slices of scallion and ginger before transferring the basin to the steamer. How long should it steam? It looks quite complicated. Indeed, it is rather intricate. I estimate about 30 minutes. Makin calculated the time and set a cast iron pot on the gas stove, pouring in half a pot of peanut oil. Once the bear paw was steamed, he placed it into the hot oil, frying it until golden brown on both sides before removing it from the pot. After draining the excess oil into another container, he retained a small amount in the pot, returned the bear paw, and quickly stir-fried it with soy sauce, huangjiu, salt, mushroom powder, Sichuan pepper, and chicken broth to reduce the sauce. At this point, the herbs had rehydrated, and he used a cutting spell to slice them into fine strips, adding them to the pot along with more chicken broth and simmering over low heat for an additional 10 minutes before adding a thickening agent and reducing the sauce once more. The enticing aroma had already left Hermione salivating. To maintain the dish's warmth for dinner, Makin placed the bear paw back into the steamer. The delectable bear paw, accompanied by a variety of precious herbs, promised sweet rewards for every dish and every little wizard, provided that one maintained an unwavering passion for nature and timing. Often, the ingredients from the Forbidden Forest required the most elaborate cooking methods. Makin, may I have a taste? Just a tiny bite. Absolutely not. This is meant to be shared at the dinner table. Makin, observing Hermione's whimsical yearning, playfully pinched her nose, and she retaliated by tugging at his cat ears. Amidst their warm, playful banter, time flew by. When night fell, the Granger couple finally arrived. Upon entering the dining room, they were instantly captivated by an extraordinary fragrance. Makin, what delicious dish have you prepared? It smells marvelous. Mr. Granger praised as he approached the table. Upon seeing the 4 enormous bear paws, his gaze became fixated, and he gestured animatedly with his hands. Oh, Makin, you've brought bear paws again. You never cease to think of them. And of course, your unicorn carriage, Mrs. Granger shot her husband a knowing glance. This dish is called steamed bear paw with ginseng and deer antler. I believe you will enjoy it. Prompted by Hermione's eager anticipation, the family swiftly gathered around the dining table, their eyes fixed on the succulent, aromatic bear paws, offering silent gratitude for nature's bounty. Hogwarts, the Forbidden Forest, the Centaur tribe. A throng of horsemen was laboring at the foot of a mountain, chiseling the stone. Late last night, amidst the encirclement of 3 layers of bear pens, a bear had been lost. Following a night of tribal deliberations, the proposal to transfer the bears from ground confinement into the heart of the mountain in order to prevent another calamity, received unanimous approval from all the horsemen. Chapter 63, The Hammerhead Squad. How delectable. Mr. Granger raised his empty plate, a look of lingering satisfaction upon his face. Mr. Granger, this steamed bear paw with ginseng, as described in Eastern tradition, is a medicinal dish known to enhance kidney function, strengthen the spleen and stomach, fortify the bones, and invigorate the waist and knees, while also calming the 5 organs. Moreover, in ancient Eastern cultures, the bear paw was considered one of the 8 delicacies. Mr. Granger listened intently to Macon's extensive explanation, understanding but a single sentence, and his eyes sparkled with revelation. I see. I now feel an invigorating surge of energy. It seems I must engage in some exercise post-meal to facilitate absorption. Under the peculiar gazes of Mrs. Granger, Hermione, and Macon, Mr. Granger began performing chest expansions, push-ups, and sit-ups. After Macon completed the household chores with some household magic, he transformed back into a black cat and leaped into Hermione's arms. The family settled on the sofa to watch television. The cat relished this sensation, finding it more homely than Hogwarts. Darling, should we consider having another child? What brings about this notion? Our daughter has grown up, and with Macon around, we need not worry at all. I mean, we could have another, and with the splendid genes of the Granger family, perhaps we could send another to Hogwarts as well. What do you mean by the splendid genes of the Granger family? Can you conceive a child without me? No. Dear, you are undoubtedly the cornerstone of our family. Hermione glared at her parents, bewildered. What does this mean? Have I become obsolete? Are you so eager to start anew? Macon, with his paws covering his mouth, stifled a chuckle, but before he could revel in his amusement for long, he was grasped by an irate Hermione by the scruff of his neck and whisked off to the bedroom. Macon, I feel a bit lost. What are you confused about? Just focus on your studies. I will handle everything else. Cocooned under the covers, the two whispered softly. Macon felt Hermione's unease as she held him close. Do you think that Voldemort is truly dead? Why is it that we encounter him for 2 consecutive academic years? Although I was absent during both battles, I have heard Harry speak of him. That dark wizard always employs the killing curse, an unforgivable spell that leads to certain death upon contact. Are you worried about me? I am worried about you all. Hermione rolled her eyes, lying on the bed and staring blankly at the ceiling, her hand gently stroking the soft belly of the cat, which purred contentedly. The black cat lay on her chest, occasionally tilting its head, seemingly satisfied with the burgeoning bond. Don't move around too much, or I'll knock your head off. Macon, do you think my family will be targeted by the Death Eaters in the future? Is your little mind truly so prescient? I am merely concerned about Neville's parents. It troubles me greatly. Do not worry. Once the next semester concludes, I shall summon Lockhart to ensure the safety of Mr. and Mrs. Granger. That only heightens my anxiety. But Macon, how can he possibly heed your commands? Lockhart is no longer the same. Should he falter in his duties, I shall compel him to fulfill them. Oh dear, does he possess some leverage over you? Pray, enlighten me. Upon hearing this, Hermione perked up, her curiosity ignited. What leverage could there be? He is one of us now. If anything, it pertains to his trivial matters, which you are already aware of. Really? Why am I not privy to this? Suddenly, Hermione blushed fiercely, shoving Macon beneath the covers and wrapping him tightly in the blanket. Meow? Are you trying to suffocate me? The sound insulation in English homes is surprisingly poor, and with Granger now accelerated in his absorption, he had embarked on a path of mischief. At the Ministry of Magic's Department of Mysteries, 3 peculiar, silent individuals entered the office area, each sporting a mohawk hairstyle and carrying 3 enormous hammers on their backs. Their bulging muscles stretched the already loose wizarding robes into form-fitting attire. Hammerhead, I believe you will find this task to your liking. It involves a farm in the suburbs. According to reconnaissance reports, the only living creature present is a black goat, declared one of them. Men ought to be fearless. One among the trio, shouldering a flat-headed hammer, stepped forward, grasping the reconnaissance report before turning to leave. Yes, the elder speaks the truth. The man with the horned hammer wholeheartedly agreed with his leader. Indeed, this is our Hammerhead. The man bearing the pickaxe chimed in. The trio arrived at the entrance hall, where the hammer-wielding leader raised the colossal flat-headed hammer, casting a disillusionment charm as they proceeded to the mission location, in a farm far removed from the city's clamor. The 3 men focused their gaze on the rather dim-witted black goat before them. Is this goat not foolish? Indeed, look at its demeanor. The Hammerhead leader observed calmly as the goat, oblivious to their presence, feasted upon the gruesome remnants of animals strewn across the ground. It was a completely black goat, devoid of any mixed-colored wool, adorned with a pair of robust horns. Its mismatched pupils perpetually gazed in different directions, evoking a sense of dread. A languid tongue protruded from its mouth, refusing to retract whether it chewed or swallowed. Silence. Prepare for battle. With a commanding shout, the Hammerhead leader prompted the trio to simultaneously shed their wizarding robes, revealing their steel-like musculature. Marred with scars, bronze sinews and raised veins decorated their bodies like a tapestry of centipedes. advanced armor for protection, robust and vigorous. With firm strides, the trio, wielding a colossal hammer, charged towards their target, a black goat engrossed in its meal. Sensing the approaching trio, the goat's seemingly ordinary physique rapidly swelled, not with muscle, but resembling an inflated black bubble. Bah! 2 streams of white mist erupted from its nostrils as it trotted towards the trio's swift advance. Yet, in the midst of its sprint, the goat exhibited an uncanny tendency to halt, shaking its head and flinging its languid tongue, sending saliva flying. This peculiar pause did not diminish its speed. Rather, it seemed to enhance it slightly. The black goat, arriving later yet with greater speed, collided fiercely with the 3 hammers. The immense force from both sides sparked bright flashes in the air, and the goat's powerful impact sent the trio flying one by one. Big brother, save me. The hammer, propelled backwards, crashed into a sturdy tree. Still on the ground, he beheld the black goat charging at him with a menacing vigor. Yes, yes, big brother, save the hammer. As the goat relentlessly pursued, the other hammer joined in a state of alarm. Chase the goat, the captain of the iron hammer shouted as he approached the other hammer. Regaining composure, the hammer grasped its weapon and began to spin rapidly. The captain leapt towards the hammer, and with the aid of centrifugal force, the hammer struck the captain's foot with precision. As the captain pressed down, building up force, he suddenly propelled himself towards the hammer. However, the goat's speed was evidently superior. Its bizarre, comical pauses escalated its sprint, leading to a powerful collision. In an instant, the hammer's iron armor spell shattered completely, followed by a rapid succession of 3 devastating impacts. With no time to evade, the hammer raised its weapon in defense. Sent flying once more, the hammer collided with the tree. The sturdy trunk cracked audibly, and he was jolted, blood filling his mouth. With a crack, the overwhelming force sent both the hammer and the splintered tree flying. Like a meteor streaking across the sky, the captain of the iron hammer roared in fury, twisting his body midair. His muscular arms seemed to swell further as he swung the massive hammer he gripped tightly, spinning wildly. Boom! Caught unprepared, the goat's head was instantly shattered by the terrifying force. The relentless hammer struck the ground, sending a shower of dark blood, flesh, and earth into the air. Chapter 64. Yes, yes. Hammer, am I dead? My head feels so dizzy. Yes, yes. You still have breath left. The hammer rushed to the side of the fallen comrade, examining the injuries. Though severe, they were not fatal, and he gestured towards the captain of the iron hammer. The hammer beheld the gestures of the ram's horn and exhaled in relief. Fortunately, life still lingered. Alas, dodge. As he bent down to retrieve the mighty hammer, he suddenly realized that the black goat, whose skull had been shattered, had mysteriously vanished, leaving only a pool of dark blood in the pit. Indeed, I cannot evade it. Upon hearing the captain's warning, the ram's horn reacted too late, as its robust horns had already ensnared him in an embrace. Even though he instantaneously layered himself with 3 folds of iron armor, it was as fragile as paper, pierced through the chest, and with the goat's upward gaze, he was suspended upon its horns. Remarkably, its once broken head appeared whole again, seemingly having swelled in size. The black goat, with disdain, flung its human prey away, perplexedly flicking its tongue, wondering why these humans repulsed it so. Captain Hammer surveyed the fallen comrades, swiftly tearing off his silence pendant. He issued a distress signal before discarding it on the ground. He chose not to await reinforcements, instead seizing his weapon. After a week of comfortable stay at Hermione's residence, Macon finally encountered a rescue mission. Gazing at the flickering red glow on the circular old emblem, he pondered whether it required some photosynthesis. With little time for contemplation, he touched the door key and entered the hall. Buzz. Level 4 alarm. Anomaly at Gate 2. As Macon stepped through Gate 2, the alarm ceased. Come on. A man ought to be fearless. Bravo, boss. Yes, indeed. The boss must avenge us. Macon stood in astonishment at the scene before him. Were these 3 individuals truly wizards and not bodybuilders? And those 3 enormous hammers? Goodness, melee mages. You are that black cat? Take good care of my teammates. This black goat is mine. Upon seeing Macon's arrival, Captain Hammer felt a surge of relief. Even if he were to perish, his 2 companions might survive. With that thought, he resolved to fight fiercely. Macon observed the muscle-bound figure wielding a hammer like a wand, continuously casting spells upon him, then glanced at the black goat. Covered in dark blisters, perhaps saving lives should take precedence. After inspecting the 2 fallen comrades, he found them largely unscathed. Do you not possess any white essence? Oh, my head feels a bit dizzy. I had almost forgotten. Yes, indeed, we still have white essence extract. With great pain, the ram's horn retrieved a container larger than a can of milk from its pocket, enhanced by the seamless extension spell. Oh dear, that shape. That container. How could it not be for bodybuilding? Macon inwardly lamented. Meanwhile, the battle between Captain Hammer and the black goat had reached a fever pitch. With no concerns weighing on him, Captain Hammer wielded his flat-headed hammer with unparalleled vigor, the thundering clash of his hammer against the goat's horns resonating like a deafening roar. As the massive hammer and the horns clashed in the air, the ground began to fracture beneath them. The hammer gripped firmly at the end of the massive mallet. The taut muscles propelled the upper limbs, delivering a resounding blow that struck the ram's horn with ferocity. The descending hammer, propelled by its own inertia, was swung upward once more before crashing down again, gaining speed with each successive strike. Ultimately, the black goat's horn could no longer withstand the tremendous impact, shattering along with its skull, yet the hammer's rhythm remained unbroken. Makin, filled with excitement, watched the sorcerer, a veritable titan, wielding the massive hammer with a grace that encapsulated the aesthetics of violence. As the black goat was reduced to a pulpy mass, the hammer paused, its wielder gasping for breath. "Brother, you are truly formidable. Indeed, our esteemed leader does not disappoint. Enough with the accolades. We must swiftly escort your captain to St. Mungo's. He is exhausted, and I will handle the aftermath." Makin observed as the towering figure of the hammer wielder began to sway, hastily intervening to prevent further antics. Once the duo vanished in a flash, Makin approached the gaping pit, filled with a dark, congealed mass. The previously swirling blood abruptly ceased its movement. With a flick of the levitation charm, Makin extracted a piece of flesh from the pit, revealing unmistakably a ram's tongue. The surrounding black blood, no longer feigning its nature, surged forth like ink in reverse, enveloping the remnants of flesh. Pleased, Makin beheld the swift regenerative capabilities manifesting as the black claws emerged, crushing the ram's tongue to shreds. In the office of the Department of Mysteries, the director scrutinized Makin's support mission report, his brow furrowed, shifting his gaze between Makin and the black goat beneath him. "Makin, this creature." "Director, this is a laborer from the support team. It is responsible for carrying the injured and transporting emergency supplies. But it is. You need not remunerate it nor prepare a final resting place. It is not malevolent." With a swift motion, Makin smacked the goat's head, briefly tilting it askew. Its eyes, once erratic, returned to normalcy. "Director, rest assured, I will vouch for it. It poses no threat to the innocent and will not spare the wicked. It merely appears somewhat dim-witted." The director regarded the seemingly innocuous goat, its eyes fixed and unblinking, save for the drooping tongue that dangled limply, projecting an endearingly foolish demeanor. "Makin, our duty is to eradicate the malevolent. Should we fail, the fissures on that colossal sphere of light will continue to spread." "Director, has the Department of Mysteries documented any outcomes aside from the annihilation of Earth since its inception? Was the colossal sphere responsible for them?" Makin narrowed his eyes at the director's stiff expression, akin to a marionette bereft of its spirit, standing motionless. Meanwhile, the cat silently counted the seconds. 1, 2, 3, 4. Upon reaching the 7th second, he paused. "Makin, as individuals of silence, our duty is to eradicate the ominous. Otherwise, the fissures on that colossal sphere of light shall continue to widen. Mr. Director, apart from the annihilation of Earth, what else could possibly be caused by this giant luminous orb? Mr. Director, aside from the destruction of Earth, there lies this massive sphere of light." Following Makin's assessment, it was determined that should the prospect of Earth's annihilation exist and involve the giant orb, the director would enter a state of incapacitation lasting 7 seconds. "Thank you, Mr. Director. This foolish sheep shall henceforth serve as manpower for the support team." The director, suddenly regaining his senses, was filled with confusion. "How did I agree to that? Makin, I seem to have been a bit muddled just now. Did I truly consent?" "Indeed, you did, quite decisively, Mr. Director. One hopes that your memory is not faltering at such a young age. I have heard that this can be attributed to kidney deficiency. The more one forgets, the more severe the symptoms. It could affect fertility, and in dire cases, lead to renal failure." Yes, I did agree. My memory is perfectly intact." Makin departed the office upon his black goat, leaving the director in a haze of confusion, who resolved to undergo a comprehensive examination at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries after work. Chapter 65. Hermione's Concerns. Upon exiting the director's office, Makin noticed that the goat's eyes had begun to wander erratically once more. Cat, scratching its head, pondered a solution. Circling the goat twice, an idea suddenly struck him. "Puff. Black Cat, is this your new steed? Its design is rather unique, isn't it?" The balding patron at the bar, upon seeing Makin riding the black goat, erupted in laughter. "Ha, what breed is this? How does it? Ha, can it even see the path?" The limping man laughed so hard that his prosthetic limb fell to the ground, continuously pounding on the bar. "What is this? Is it an omen?" The blind man gazed solemnly at the peculiar black goat, instantly recognizing its identity due to his extensive experience in exterminating omens. "Oh, this is the target for today's Hammerhead team's extermination mission. I found it rather appealing, so I requested the director to requisition it as labor for the support team." Unfazed by their ridicule, Makin dismounted the goat, while Cat, equally curious, sought to discern the source of their amusement. The goat, larger than the average breed, bore a saddle upon its back, with a long wooden stick protruding from the front, slanting over the goat's head. At the end of this stick dangled a rope, to which a carrot, complete with green leaves, was tied. The goat's previously erratic eyes now fixated cross-eyed on the carrot, complemented by its tongue lazily drooping from its mouth. Sigh, Cat murmured, "It is what it is, my heart feels so weary." Black Cat, how could it be here? And still alive? The three muscle-bound devils returning from St. Mungo S stared wide-eyed at Macon's steed. It possesses remarkable regenerative abilities. However, it does not proliferate, nor does it cause any mental contamination. Thus, I have returned to request the Director's approval for it to serve as a free resource for our support team, so that it may assist when injuries occur. I express my gratitude for your assistance today. This black goat, when time allows, may we borrow it for our trio? Captain Hammer gazed at the formidable creature with excitement, its robust strength still resonating within him, leaving a lingering sense of exhilaration from battle. With this black goat, in addition to our iron workouts, we can also indulge in goat-related endeavors. Of course, as long as its tongue remains unharmed, it shall not perish. Captain Hammer fell silent upon hearing Miken's words. Brother, it appears this black goat is not foolish after all. Indeed, we were the naive ones. Silence. After watching them depart, Maken remounted the black goat, bid farewell to the League of the Disabled, and left the Ministry of Magic, all the while being met with the suppressed laughter of the wizards along the way. Upon returning to Hermione's home, Mrs. Granger had already prepared dinner. Dear, please refrain from locking eyes with that goat any longer. The children are ready to eat. All right. I just feel as though there is something amiss with its eyes. Granger, you are merely a dentist. Mr. Granger awkwardly took his seat at the dining table, eating quietly, yet occasionally casting glances at the peculiar goat. With the conclusion of the 2-week Easter holiday, the young wizards of Hogwarts returned to school, embarking on the latter half of their semester. As this year's Easter fell in April, with final examinations scheduled for June, they were left with merely 2 months, instilling a sense of pressure among the young wizards. Their usual laughter and merriment diminished, making way for a period of diligent study and practice. In Miken's cabin, upon awakening, the cat discovered that her caretaker was absent. Spiritually attuned, she realized that he was not within the cabin. With a hint of curiosity, she made her way to the dining hall, scanning the area for Hermione's presence. Maken, are you searching for Hermione? We noticed her heading to Professor McGonagall's office when we came for a meal. Harry observed Miken's searching demeanor, guessing it was related to Hermione, as they were invariably inseparable. Thank you, Harry. Relieved to hear that Hermione was with Professor McGonagall, he presumed she was addressing some issue regarding transfiguration. After breakfast, Maken proceeded to the transfiguration classroom, where they had only this single lesson for the morning. Upon entering, he found Hermione lost in thought at her desk. What's the matter? You vanished this morning without a word. Oh, just a little matter. I have already consulted Professor McGonagall. Noting the contemplative expression on Hermione's face, Maken chose not to pry further. Knowing her well, he recognized that this intelligent young witch was quite resolute in her decisions, and in the absence of any danger, he did not wish to interfere with her choices. No beta must always be worn, and the foolish sheep in the cottage possesses formidable strength as well. Do you not inquire about my reasons? My sole desire is to ensure your safety and to allow you to pursue your wishes. Upon hearing Meken's words, Hermione buried her face in the crook of her arm, resting on the table. Maken observed her demeanor with a hint of exasperation, just as Professor McGonagall entered the classroom. As she stepped through the door, the cat instinctively turned towards her, intrigued by the peculiar smile adorning McGonagall's face, hoping to decipher some meaning from her expression. What is the significance of that comforting ant-like smile? McGonagall glanced at Hermione, who remained steadfastly inclined over the desk, and then at Meken's foolish visage, casting a stern glare at the cat. Throughout the entire transfiguration lesson, the cat felt as if seated upon a bed of nails, enduring until the bell finally rang. Hermione departed alongside Professor McGonagall. Maken, have you quarreled with Hermione? Why did she leave first? Harry observed the abandoned Maken, eager to comprehend the situation. I believe she is experiencing the turmoil of adolescence. My sister has been similarly affected of late, Ron remarked, noting the resemblance between Hermione and his sister Ginny's recent behaviors. Echoing words spoken by his father. Go on, go on. An additional hour of detention tonight. Maken irritably dismissed the two, exiting the classroom. Passing by Hagrid's hut, Maken noticed Hagrid fervently casting spells at a target with his small umbrella. Hagrid, what are you doing? Maken, look at this. This umbrella conceals a wand. You see, I have been wrongfully accused. During the Easter break, Professor Dumbledore took me to the Wisingamot. I am free now and can openly wield a wand to cast spells. Hagrid exclaimed with the exuberance of a child. Maken felt joy for Hagrid's vindication and returned to the kitchen of the hut, presenting Hagrid with a large bundle of spider legs. During the afternoon flying lesson, Maken lacked the inclination to attend. After all, that wretched broom showed no desire to leave the ground, merely struggling in vain upon it. After dinner, Harry, Ron, Draco, and Seamus, filled with trepidation, made their way to Meccan's hut. I heard that Meccan has had a falling out with Hermione. What shall we do about detention tonight? Draco remarked, clearly informed. Harry, do not say anything further. I fear we shall face dire consequences tonight, Ron replied. What are you afraid of? It's merely a matter of receiving a few lashes. Isn't it? When Nobita supervised me, the dragon claw strikes were indeed painful, yet last night, I was attended by those two unicorns, and I felt a dull ache in my kidneys. Harry and Ron gasped in apprehension, recalling the events of that night in the Forbidden Forest, casting sympathetic glances at young Seamus. Should we still go? Seeing the three of them silent and wary, Draco too began to feel apprehensive. The four halted, hesitating in their advance. Let us proceed, for the sake of magic. Harry tightened his grip on the sword. Then let us march forth, in honor of the Malfoy lineage. Draco clenched his fists resolutely. As long as life endures, and flames persist, for the sake of art. Seamus' eyes glimmered with fervor. Ron stood rooted to the spot, watching the three departing figures, rendered speechless. It seemed he could partake in a feast of roasted chicken regardless of his choice. Chapter 66. I do not wish to become a cat. With a clatter, the sword slipped from Harry's grasp, clanging to the ground. Draco trembled, releasing his clenched fists. Seamus gazed in bewilderment at the unfolding scene. Ron's mouth watered at the sight. In the courtyard, a colossal barbecue grill was set up, sizzling with an array of seafood delicacies. Hermione cradled the black cat, Meccan, as they sat on the ground, gnawing on a massive lobster, while Hagrid, blissfully inebriated, slumbered beside them. Upon your arrival, hasten to your training. Once confinement is concluded, you may return for a midnight feast. What was amiss with these four? Today felt peculiar. Well, filling their stomachs first seemed prudent. This evening's confinement did not extend for 4 hours. Rather, it consisted of merely 2 hours of exercise. After bidding farewell to the satiated quartet, Meccan, using a levitation charm, transported the slumbering Hagrid back inside. Observing the thunderous snores emanating from Hagrid, the cat prepared a cup of warm water for him and cast a warming charm before returning to the cottage. In the courtyard, a young witch sat with her legs drawn up on a stone by the pond, gazing at the stars above. The night sky over Hogwarts was not akin to that of the city. It was enveloped in deep darkness. Here, far removed from the earthly realm, the stars twinkled like a celestial river. Meccan settled beside Hermione, and they quietly admired the night sky. Meccan, today I visited Professor McGonagall. Indeed, I am studying to become an enigmagus with her guidance. Oh, yet, I find myself consumed by fear. Fret not, Professor McGonagall is a master of transfiguration. With her guidance, your astute mind shall easily grasp the concepts. Moreover, you have already perused Dumbledore's compendium on transfiguration, have you not? My concerns do not lie there. I fear. Meccan looked at her quizzically, pondering if her apprehension was about the potential pain of the transformation. Transforming can indeed be painful, but it passes swiftly. Meccan, I fear that I may not transform into a cat. Meccan stared at Hermione in astonishment, recalling Professor McGonagall's peculiar gaze earlier that day. He suddenly grasped the crux of her worries. Hermione, have you heard of the Patronus charm? What relevance does that have? I believe you may have encountered it in Dumbledore's compendium. The form an enigmagus takes is often related to their Patronus. I have seen it. Are you suggesting I should learn the Patronus charm first? No. Harry's father, James Potter, had a stag as his Patronus, while Harry's mother, Lily Potter, had a doe. Why are both of their patron uses deer, and a pair at that? Are you aware that Professor Snape harbored feelings for Harry's mother? Yes. I recall you mentioning it previously. Professor Snape's Patronus takes the form of a doe. Oh my, but why? Hermione gazed at McKean in astonishment, a flicker of understanding igniting within her, yet she grasped no true answer. The Patronus charm is a unique spell, akin to an emotional magic, wherein the prerequisites for casting it hinge upon joy, light, and the hope of survival. Thus, love has the power to transform the form of a Patronus. McKean met Hermione's gaze earnestly and articulated the answer. I no longer wish to become a cat. Blushing furiously, Hermione abandoned the astonished McKean and hurried back to her dormitory. The following morning in the Hogwarts dining hall, Harry and Ron observed the considerable distance between McKean and Hermione as they sat apart. Harry, what has transpired between them? I have no idea. Perhaps you should inquire? Ron shook his head vigorously, reluctant to delve into that misfortune. As the final examinations of June approached, the atmosphere within the castle grew increasingly oppressive, with young witches and wizards seen everywhere, textbooks in one hand and class notes in the other. In the great hall, the young sorcerers diligently studied their books, while McKean blissfully slumbered at the table, occasionally shifting positions, rolling over playfully. His tail would sometimes stand upright, swaying, and at other times hang down, as if transmitting some signal to the feline realm. Meanwhile, Harry and Ron found themselves scratching their heads in frustration. During previous review sessions, they had the ever-resourceful Hermione to assist them, but with the distance that had emerged between her and McKean, she seemed transformed, remaining silent throughout the day. Every time they approached her with a question, they were met with an eye roll. In desperation, they sought Draco's help. Yes, Draco. His Wizarding Cloak Club had begun to yield results, with the number of half-blood wizards surpassing that of purebloods within the club. Naturally, Draco was more than willing to tutor half-bloods with their studies. You two can't even solve this problem? Draco regarded them as if they were simpletons. This was a potion question regarding the preparation and effects of the swelling solution. The ingredients consisted of bat spleens, dried nettles, and pufferfish eyes. The method of preparation involved grinding the three materials separately into a fine powder, each divided into 10 grams. 2 portions of dried nettles and 3 portions of pufferfish eyes were then combined in a cauldron. Heat was applied over medium flame for 20 seconds, followed by boiling for 60 minutes before adding 1 portion of bat spleen, stirring counterclockwise 4 times, and heating at a low temperature for 30 seconds. The result would cause the contact area on a creature to swell. Draco looked at the two in disbelief. Last semester, the ingredients for the polyjuice potion that Hermione brewed were gathered from Snape's class. At that time, Harry had ignited a firework to distract everyone, and that very firework fortuitously landed in Goyle's cauldron, nearly causing an explosion, narrowly averted by McKean, who promptly cast a levitation charm to toss it out the window. In hindsight, it seemed that they had spent that entire lesson aiding Hermione in gathering potion ingredients. Draco, how come I never noticed your remarkable academic performance before? Ron inquired, gazing at the voluminous notes in Draco's possession. Ron, are you questioning the intellect of Slytherin? Do you believe you Gryffindors rival Ravenclaw? Only Hufflepuff could stand a chance against you. Ron found himself at a loss for words, rendered speechless by Draco's barrage of house names. In terms of academic prowess, the little lions and badgers were no match for the eagles and snakes. All right, let's move on to the next question, shall we? You two are quite something. I've noticed that most of the problems you struggle with pertain to potions. Had the Sorting Hat placed you in Slytherin, I assure you the professor would have filled your heads with knowledge, steeping your minds thoroughly in the cauldron. Seated among the Gryffindors, Hermione observed the reprimanded duo and shook her head, returning to her studies. The black cat on the table rolled over, purring softly, prompting Hermione to lift him onto her lap. The cat felt the hard surface of the table transform into a soft, familiar warmth and wriggled into a comfortable position, resuming its slumber. Ultimately, one must confront the inevitable. The final exams had arrived as anticipated. The young witches and wizards lined up to enter the examination hall, some radiating enthusiasm, while others appeared dejected, and a few looked pale and unsteady. As the adage goes, before the exam, spirits soar, after, they plummet. The academic overachievers, as spoken of by parents, were merely the children of others. With joy for some and sorrow for others, the weight of anxiety settled heavily on their hearts. Chapter 67. Transforming into a lion to devour you. Megan, Hermione, we've brought your report cards. Harry and Ron exclaimed joyfully, having performed commendably this time, showing significant improvement compared to the previous year. Their major deductions had arisen from written examinations, while their practical assessments and charms had bolstered their scores. Hermione silently took the report card from Harry's hand and retreated to her room, closing the door behind her. What was the matter with her? Was she truly unhappy despite her good results? Ron asked Megan, puzzled, as he and Harry had scarcely spoken to Hermione in some time. She's fine. She simply prefers solitude. She'll be all right after this holiday. Have you both packed your things? Megan, having little to occupy his time, felt quite unaccustomed to such leisure. After just 2 months into the term, another long holiday awaited him. He had never experienced such a thing before, whether in primary, middle, or high school, nor even in university. Yes, Ron and I are taking the Hogwarts Express back this afternoon, though I have no desire to return to that house. Harry, why not come to my home this summer? Though modest, it is infinitely better than your Aunt Petunia's. Harry, upon hearing Ron's suggestion, was undoubtedly tempted. However, recalling the previous term when Fred, George, and Ron had rescued him in the flying car, resulting in Uncle Vernon tumbling from the 2nd floor, he felt an overwhelming sense of dread. If he failed to return this time, it would be utterly indefensible. Though he harbored disdain for that household, it remained his sole connection to kinship. The Weasley family, admirable as they were, could never serve as his true home. Harry, it would be wise for you to remain there, while that abode may not offer you emotional solace. It can shield you from the chill of the world. Observing Harry's envious gaze directed at Ron, Megan felt compelled to offer a gentle reminder. Harry cast his eyes downward, enveloped in silence. Since his arrival at Hogwarts, it seemed as though an unseen force was relentlessly propelling him forward. Each semester, Voldemort resurfaced, and the defense against the dark arts professor engaged in a series of fanciful antics, leaving Harry feeling like a hapless victim of fate. The Dark Lord, who had been a taboo subject in the wizarding realm for years, continued to haunt him, as if even in death, he would not relent. Whenever he manifested, the scar on Harry's forehead ignited with searing pain, intensifying the sense of a mysterious bond between them, one that grew ever stronger. A secret he dared not share with anyone, not even Dumbledore. Do not despair, Harry. The source of your troubles lies in your perceived inadequacies. Your inability to confront challenges stems from a lack of strength. During the holidays, since practicing spells may not be feasible, dedicate yourself to honing your swordsmanship. Seek out Hagrid. He can assist you in procuring a fine sword from Diagon Alley. If you exhibit a little fortitude at home, your uncle will likely cease his torment. Macon observed Harry, who, after enduring prolonged confinement, was no longer the timid boy who first entered Hogwarts. His physique had developed impressively, straining against the fabric of his well-worn shirt. Harry, Macon speaks the truth. My brothers are envious of my newfound strength. Fred and George no longer dare to torment me with their pranks, Ron declared, rolling up his sleeves to reveal bulging biceps, showcasing the fruits of his labor. Harry, unwilling to be outdone, followed suit, flexing his arms as his chest muscles swelled with effort. Get out of here. Pack your things and head home, Macon exclaimed, his eyes twitching as he ushered the two out. He began to ponder whether the issue lay within his training methods or their intellect. After Harry and Ron departed, Hermione emerged from her room. You could have just told them, sparing them the worry. I fear failure. That would be quite embarrassing. Failing at Transfiguration, even at the level of an animagus, hardly seems disgraceful, does it? Hermione cast a disapproving glance at Macon as nervousness crept in. The first typhoon of the season was set to arrive that very night. Transforming back into a black cat, Macon pranced before her, darting about and mewing intermittently. I am well aware of what a cat looks like and how it sounds. There is no need for such antics. I fear you may turn into a lion, and that would be quite terrifying. Macon, stand still. If I were to become a lion, you would be the first to meet your end. Hermione pursued the black cat with fervor, creating a lively ruckus in the small courtyard. A black goat, lounging by the pond and watching the fish, withdrew its wandering gaze in confusion, its languid tongue stretching out to stealthily snatch a small fish into its mouth. As night fell, a fierce wind howled. Dark clouds rolled ominously across the sky. Macon roused Hermione, and together they hastened to the Quidditch pitch, where Professor McGonagall awaited them with a look of satisfaction. Macon and Hermione were her two most cherished students. One had already transformed into a cat, while the other yearned to join him. Deep within her heart, Professor McGonagall fervently hoped for their success. A flash of lightning split the sky as torrential rain began to pour. Come here, dear child, take this, she urged. Do not be anxious. You must believe in yourself. With your strongest desire, recite the incantation. With a flick of her wand, McGonagall transfigured the earth into a rocky arm that broke through the ground to retrieve a crystal vial filled with red liquid, which she handed to Hermione. Holding the vial, Hermione twisted off the cap, inhaled deeply, and grasped her wand, crafted from vine wood with a dragon heartstring core, placing it against her heart. Amato, Animo, Animato, Animagus. Upon completing the incantation, Hermione drank the potion, her mind flooded with memories. The first encounter with the black cat at the sorting ceremony, their introduction in the Great Hall, the cat's protection in the washroom, her worries during its slumber, and her joy when it awakened. She recalled the shyness of witnessing Macon in human form for the first time, confessing her fondness for him to her mother, and the warmth of receiving Phoenix tears. There were no grand romantic declarations or eternal vows between them. Instead, it was the myriad of shared moments and tender memories that bound them closely. An intense pain jolted her, interrupting her reverie, as a second, vigorous heartbeat emerged within her. The final image that flickered in her mind brought her to tears of joy. Macon watched anxiously as she began to shrink. This was the most perilous stage of the transformation. Countless wizards had met their demise here, and St. Mungos had profited greatly from the failures of those attempting to become animagi, as their transformations often required extensive healing. He refrained from probing into Hermione's condition with his instincts. For this transfiguration was far more complex than a mere spell. All who became animagi were masters of transfiguration. Though this mastery stemmed solely from the difficulty of the process rather than practical combat skills, as fighting with transfiguration consumed considerable magical energy. Professor McGonagall also harbored concerns for Hermione, the intelligent young witch who was not only diligent and courageous, but also kind-hearted. Given Micon's uniqueness, she eagerly anticipated the day these two would finally unite. As Hermione continued to diminish, Micon's heart raced to his throat. Upon navigating through the final stage of becoming an animagus, he widened his eyes in disbelief at the spectacle unfolding before him. Chapter 68. Hermione, the Lawful. It was indeed a lion cat, adorned with a thick, fluffy coat of long white fur, complemented by its strikingly large, expressive eyes, one blue and the other yellow, radiating an ethereal charm. With its round feline face, short ears, and an impressively long and fluffy tail, it was utterly adorable. However, this charm was fleeting, as a torrential downpour soon marred the beauty of the moment. Macon swiftly approached the lion cat, enveloping it in a blanket as one would a precious parcel, carrying it on his back. He greeted Professor McGonagall while disregarding Hermione's plaintive meows, hastening back to the cozy cottage where the cat could finally relish in some affection. Watching them disappear into the distance, Professor McGonagall smiled and shook her head, pleased to have resolved their predicament, which brought her immense joy. She eagerly anticipated the sight of two splendid cats, two animagi transformed into feline forms, during her transfiguration class, as it would be the greatest affirmation of her teaching prowess. Upon returning to the cottage, Macon unfurled the blanket to reveal an irate Hermione, who could only express her displeasure through angry meows. Listen, Hermione, you did it. You've transformed into a snow-white lion cat, and you look absolutely stunning, he exclaimed, running into the bedroom to fetch a small mirror and presenting it to her. As Hermione gazed into the mirror, her anger towards Macon intensified. The long cat fur, dampened by the rain and carelessly bundled in the blanket, was now a chaotic mess. Macon chuckled softly, using a towel to dry her off and transforming back into a black cat, helping her smooth out her unruly fur. Once Hermione's coat regained its dryness and luster, she eagerly attempted to walk in her feline form. Ha! Macon laughed as he watched her awkwardly navigate her way, attempting to stand upright in her new guise. Uninterested in his antics, Hermione persisted in her efforts to master the feline walk. Macon leaped in front of her, demonstrating an elegant cat stride for her to emulate. After several hours of practice, Hermione had mastered a graceful cat walk. With her magic restored, she envisioned her human form before swiftly transforming back. At that moment, Hermione's gaze turned menacing as she spotted the black cat poised to dart away at her feet. Before Macon could react, a delicate white hand swiftly grasped the scruff of his neck, rendering him powerless to resist as he was dragged into the bedroom. Meow? After enduring a night of stormy upheaval, the sky had transformed into a clearer blue, and the fresh air mingled with the scent of grass, invigorating the spirit. By the pond beside Macon's cottage, the two cats, one black and one white, snuggled together, basking in the sunlight. Macon, how long will it take for me to speak like you do? Hermione inquired. I'm not sure. I'm merely experimenting with your vocal cords enhanced by magic. You might try to vibrate them to produce sound, he replied, but it feels so difficult. She lamented. Why not practice meowing when you have some free time? Once you get the hang of it, it will become quite simple. The two cats intertwined their tails, and with the release of ethereal white mist by Macon, they could inscribe words in the air at their whim. To enhance the illusion of conversation, Macon deliberately shaped the mist into a chat framework, complete with playful emojis, allowing them to indulge in delightful amusement. Having never experienced the life of a cat, one cannot truly comprehend the sheer bliss of basking in sunlight. Hermione had previously noted Macon's fondness for sunbathing, and now, having tried it herself, she found the languid sensation utterly refreshing. Glancing at the time, Macon realized that if he did not move soon, he would miss lunch. He transformed into human form, using his enigmatic ability, scooped up the languid white cat, and boarded the unicorn-drawn carriage, while the black goat hopped up willingly. Macon, why did you bring back a white cat? Oh, it's utterly adorable, exclaimed Mrs. Granger. This is Hermione. She is using her enigmagus, Macon replied. Isn't that just like you? Let me hold her. Mrs. Granger, evidently a seasoned cat enthusiast, cradled Hermione as if she were a child, likely reminiscing about Hermione's childhood, a topic Macon had often heard her ramble about. Having spent considerable time at Hermione's house, Macon found himself languidly draped over the sofa's backrest, his tail flicking idly. The prolonged holiday had rendered him quite bored. The silent person's necklace had not glimmered red in ages. Each day, he would sunbathe, placing the old seal under the sun in hopes of reviving its energy through a semblance of photosynthesis. Suddenly, Hermione dashed down the stairs, clutching a letter. Macon. Harry inflated Dudley's aunt. She swelled up and flew into the sky like a balloon. Hermione struggled to articulate Harry's antics. What did he write to you? She continued. He is packing his belongings to run away, but he has nowhere to go. The issue is he has violated the Minor Wizards Reasonable Restrictions Act, the Muggle Protection Act, and the Secrecy Act. Does he even comprehend what that implies? I can only hope there are no foreigners nearby, which would complicate matters further with the International Secrecy Act. As Hermione enumerated various laws, Macon felt overwhelmed. Sensing that her future at the Ministry of Magic would be a loss, the Wisingamot would surely benefit from her as a defender. At that moment, he thought that while the cats might frolic outside, they need not fear, as even the hammer-wielding individual might find themselves imprisoned by her. With a resigned sigh, Macon and Hermione used apparition to arrive at Harry's aunt's house. Dudley's aunt was still floating in the air, her terrifying screams audible from a distance. They approached the Dursleys' door and knocked. When Vernon opened the door and saw Macon and Hermione, he swiftly slammed it shut, muttering about a wizard with cat ears and a tail. Macon, undeterred by the door slamming, kicked it with force. His body, enhanced by dark magic, retained its efficacy even in human form. Bang! Macon's foot abruptly passed through the door, striking Vernon Dursley, who was turning to leave. though the blow was restrained. It sent Vernon sliding several meters across the floor. The cat, feeling a twinge of embarrassment, gazed at the foot that had crossed the threshold, suddenly recalling that the doors here seemed to be made of wood. Upon entering the Dursley residence, Dolly and Aunt Petunia were timid and refrained from making a scene, while the two made their way directly to the second floor. Macon, Hermione, I apologize for the intrusion. I truly have nowhere else to go. I was preparing to head to the Leaky Cauldron, but it appears I may have violated some laws within the wizarding community, and I am at a loss as to what to do. Harry, burdened by a hefty trunk, was about to descend when he spotted the two ascending. Since she has insulted your parents, it is only just that you teach her a lesson. While this time the approach may have been misguided, perhaps unintentional, next time, resort to physical action. If possible, avoid using magic. Indeed, Macon concurred. If you refrain from magic, at worst, it is merely a matter of public disorder. As long as she is not seriously harmed, it is unlikely to escalate to criminal charges. Furthermore, being a minor, you would not face detention for 5 days. A small fine may suffice, perhaps just a few sickles. This situation, after all, was instigated by her. If by chance you accidentally caused her demise, a simple obliviate spell might suffice. It is said that those deemed mentally unstable are not held criminally responsible. A brief stay at St. Mungo's would be in order. We could testify that the unfair treatment you endured at your uncle's home led to your mental distress. Harry gazed in astonishment at the loquacious Hermione. How did she possess such knowledge? Could a mere handful of sickles truly resolve the matter? This thought evoked memories of the vast fortune his parents had left him. A mountain of galleons. We should leave at once. Let us secure accommodations at the Leaky Cauldron before discussing anything further. Observing Hermione as she faded into the distance along the winding path, Macon quickly pulled her back. After the trio descended, they exited the Dursley abode. How do we reach the Leaky Cauldron? It is already dark. Harry, are you not aware of the night bus? Huh. Hermione, you wish to take that? Macon regarded her in astonishment. Was apparition not preferable? Yes, I would like to give it a try, Hermione declared, raising her wand and channeling her magic. With a flash of white light, a blue triple-decker bus appeared before them. Welcome aboard the night bus. I am your conductor, Stan Shunpike. Come aboard quickly. You hardly resemble destitute, wandering wizards. You are indeed generous patrons. As Macon prepared to interject to the loquacious Stan Shunpike, he tossed a galleon at him, effectively silencing his chatter. Chapter 69. The night bus. The trio boarded the bus, and the peculiar odor that enveloped them nearly overwhelmed Macon. The first level of this triple-decker bus was entirely filled with beds, where the wandering wizards had discarded their shoes, exposing their tattered socks and releasing foul odors into the air. The surface of the dilapidated vehicle resembled a kitchen that had not been cleaned for a century, with remnants of old grease lingering. The muddy floor was cluttered with scattered suitcases, while the cleanest elements on the entire bus were the handrails, each polished to a mirror-like sheen. The driver had long since grown accustomed to these conditions. As he parked to attend to his passengers, he continued to enjoy his dinner and peruse the newspaper. From the driver's cabin, a disheveled head with dreadlocks dangled, its large nostrils and a mouth broader than its cheeks, combined with dark, wrinkled skin, presented a rather grotesque visage. Hermione surveyed the filthy seating, clearly reluctant to sit upon it. Even Hagrid's hut was far cleaner than this. Sensing her discomfort, Macon guided her to the handrail, encouraging her to hold on to him. If this night bus were to start moving, it would surely elicit exclamations from some speed-loving bald fellow. Well, generous guests, where might you wish to go? This gold galleon should suffice for a night's journey, Stan remarked while carefully polishing the coin in his hand. We are headed to the Leaky Cauldron, came the response. You seem familiar. I believe I've seen you in the newspapers, alongside a fellow who always flashes a bright smile. Drive on, Ernie. Our generous passengers are using one galleon to reach the Leaky Cauldron. Show them the allure of the night bus. The grotesque head prompted the driver, Ernie, to set the vehicle in motion. The elderly man, with wisps of white hair, hastily abandoned his dinner and set aside the newspaper to prepare for departure. As the driver engaged the handbrake and pressed the accelerator, the exhaust of the night bus erupted in a blaze. And with no need to consider initial velocity or liquid nitrogen acceleration, the vehicle surged forward to an astonishing 200. From the brush, a slender yet large-framed black dog emerged, its dark eyes fixed intently on the bus as it sped away. Hermione was jolted by the immense inertia, nearly colliding with the window, but Macon swiftly caught her, pulling her back into his embrace. Harry, gripping the edge of his seat, observed Stan, the ticket collector, seemingly unperturbed as he continued to read his newspaper. The headline featured a disheveled man, brandishing a prison identification card and shouting wildly, Ernie, there's an elderly lady ahead. She's pushing a cart across the street and can't see us unless we collide with her. The grotesque head warned. Ernie slammed the bus's brakes, halting the rapidly moving vehicle just in front of the lady. The sudden stop propelled Harry forward, causing his face to crash against the windshield. Macon's toes dug into the bus's chassis, anchoring him firmly, while Hermione, in a state of fright, shut her eyes, vowing never to ride the night bus again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ernie began counting seconds as the lady slowly crossed the street, resuming his dinner. Harry hurried back to regain his grip on the edge of the seat. Off we go. As Ernie let out a peculiar cry, the night bus once again erupted in a torrent of flames, its speed accelerating rapidly. Oh, what are you looking at? The newspaper in my hand? Stan queried, glancing at Harry, who was observing the paper. Who is that person? That's Sirius Black. Don't tell me you've never heard of him. He's a murderer, imprisoned in Azkaban. He was a devoted follower of that dark wizard, but now he has escaped. Isn't that terrifying? Stan regarded Harry with a serious expression, clearly perceiving the boy as a naive newcomer to the wizarding world. The Blue Night bus, cloaked under the disillusionment charm, navigated through the bustling city, undeterred by the ground, walls, or even water, maintaining its remarkable velocity. Fortunately, none of the three were prone to motion sickness. Ernie, there are 2 double-decker buses ahead. We're on a bridge. It's narrow, and they're side by side. The grotesque head warned the driver. Stan reclined in his seat, resuming his reading without a hint of concern. Driver Ernie pressed the brake and pulled the handbrake, causing the once speedy bus to decelerate abruptly. He then lowered a folding handle above the driver's seat. Machin turned to gaze out the window, his pupils constricting. It was not merely the bus that had slowed down, but time itself had seemingly decelerated. This bus was indeed magical. As it was about to collide with the 2 buses ahead, the night bus began to compress itself, squeezing between the 2 vehicles as though pressed by 2 hands. Holding onto Machin, Hermione felt as though she had melded into his being, listening to the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat, a blush creeping to her cheeks. Perhaps riding the night bus with Machin occasionally wouldn't be so bad. The blue triple-decker bus ultimately came to a halt behind the leaky cauldron, and the 3 disembarked in succession. 3 generous passengers. We welcome you to ride the night bus again, the magical bus announced before swiftly vanishing with a harsh screech of friction as it turned. Once inside the pub, they settled at the bar, where Machin ordered 3 glasses of butterbeer. Hermione retrieved food from her backpack, and they began their dinner, indifferent to the pub's offerings of toasted pastries and raw liver. While enjoying his meal, Machin suddenly sensed someone approaching. Not feeling any danger, he continued to savor the roasted meat. It was a male wizard clad in a black robe, hood firmly in place even indoors. Your Excellency, the Minister of Magic is waiting for you on the 2nd floor. It seems he is expecting Harry Potter to accompany you. The man whispered swiftly in Machin's ear before turning to leave. Machin recognized this individual as a spy of the Order of the Silence. The reconnaissance team not only engaged in investigative tasks but also gathered intelligence, as the ominous presence inherently embraced secrecy. As the sole support unit for the Order, everyone wished to curry favor, for no one wished to jeopardize their own life. Machin, who was that person? Harry curiously inquired of Machin. Although the individual's voice was barely a whisper, he still caught the mention of his name as he sat nearby. A friend. No need to concern yourself with him. Mr. Potter, there is someone waiting for you in the 2nd floor single room. Before Harry could ascertain the reason behind the mention of his name, Tom, the proprietor of the pub, approached. You go back and inform the person in the 2nd floor room that we are dining. If he has an urgent matter, he should come down himself. Remember, convey that exactly as I said. Machin, impatient, dismissed Tom. Nothing was more important than dining. If there were something, it would be that the meal was not yet prepared. Machin, who is it that you say is looking for me? It's about the incident with Dudley's aunt. Do you think that by walking away it will simply be forgotten? Chapter 70, The Idol of Aurors. What? They expect me to go down and find them? Who do they think I am? Cornelius Fudge, in a fit of anger, paced the room, determined to see who dared to show him disrespect today. Tom, with a headache, watched the Minister of Magic storm out, although he was unaware of the identity of the individual who had spoken. The cloaked figure who had brushed past Machin earlier and muttered something indicated that Machin was far from ordinary. The figure in black was evidently a silent one. Having operated in Diagon Alley for so many years, he possessed a keen perception, and naturally, he would refrain from speaking out to avoid offending either side. Let us see who it is, As the Minister of Magic rushed downstairs, ready to unleash his fury, he caught sight of a somewhat familiar figure. Those cat-like ears and that tail. Was this not the young wizard who had come to apply for registration as an animagus? Brought by Professor McGonagall, he was also a recipient of the second-class Merlin Award, the one who had altered the existing rules of wizard duels. Revered as a master duelist by the Aurors of the Ministry, a sudden flash of a minor spell had utterly captivated the Aurors. No one could resist the allure of dark sunglasses whenever they encountered Death Eaters or troublemakers. A squad of Aurors donning sunglasses could swiftly conclude the conflict with a few flickers of light, preserving both their dignity and life. Particularly, the Incident Reversal Task Force, clad in suits and wearing black sunglasses, navigated the Muggle realm, ready to draw their wands and unleash a dazzling spell upon any wizard who dared to perform magic in front of Muggles. This not only reduced their workload, but also ensured that those violating the statute of secrecy would be apprehended, a veritable win-win situation. ISNT that our Minister of Magic. Mr. Fudge? Macon, having finished his dinner, set down his fork and turned to face Fudge, who had rushed over only to suddenly fall silent. Ah, it is Mr. Macon. My apologies, I was just looking for Mr. Potter regarding a matter that needs attending to. Minister Fudge found himself at a loss. Macon's standing within the ministry was undeniably unique, and his subordinates held him in high esteem, some even idolizing him. Particularly, the female aurors had taken it upon themselves to create posters of Macon from his photographs in the archives, and to offend him might invite unwelcome repercussions. Macon gazed at him peculiarly. What was the matter with this man? His mocking did not elicit any response. What was the meaning of this reverent demeanor? According to Kat's plan, they had intended to stage a grand performance, hoping to test the director's old tactic of slapping the face when the minister became enraged. However, it seemed that such a spectacle would not come to fruition, as one does not strike a smiling face. Harry, as the Minister of Magic, it is my duty to inform you that this evening, someone discovered your aunt's sister floating in the sky. Rest assured, she has had her memory wiped by the incident reversal team. He continued, of course, my primary purpose for being here is not merely to convey this. I wonder if you have heard of Sirius Black, the murderer who remains at large. I urge you to be cautious about your safety. By the way, your owl and this semester's textbooks are in room 11 on the second floor. You may retrieve them at your convenience. After uttering these words, Fudge turned to leave, eager to vacate the premises. This dilapidated setting was not befitting his stature as Minister of Magic. Minister, what does this have to do with me? Harry inquired, perplexed. Why would an escaped murderer take the trouble to warn him about being vigilant? Moreover, this individual was loyal to Voldemort? The term had not even commenced yet. Child, it is best if you remain uninvolved. Do not come into contact with that fugitive. This is my advice to you as the Minister of Magic. Mr. Fudge, I have heard that you have dispatched Dementors to Hogwarts. Macon's words halted Fudge in his tracks. Did he intend to leave so easily? Mr. Macon, how do you know of this? Fudge turned, suspicion etched on his face. This was information known to only a select few, as he had personally issued the command. I simply hope that during my time at Hogwarts, I do not encounter those creatures. Should I discover them, I would not hesitate to eliminate a few. Fudge's eyes widened as he observed the two artifacts in Macon's possession, one a symbol of the Dementor's identity, the other a key reserved for the captain of the Dementor support squad. He was unaware of the precise nature of the Dementor's work. As minister, he could only linger on the periphery. Was this enigmatic organization solely dedicated to the study of magic? The escape of Sirius Black had significantly impacted him. No prisoner had ever escaped from Azkaban since it was established as a prison. He could not tolerate such an event occurring during his administration. Dispatching Dementors to Hogwarts, should they manage to capture Sirius Black, would constitute a monumental achievement, solidifying his position as Minister of Magic. Given that the prisoners at Azkaban would be repeatedly drained of joy by the Dementors, leaving behind only despair, it was unlikely that a single guard would remain. It is well known that in a prison surrounded by countless Dementors, escape is virtually impossible. The only fate that awaits those captured is the kiss of the Dementor. Although the kissed individual remains alive, their soul dissipates, leaving only a shell behind. This exceedingly cruel method of confinement has led many wizards to oppose the existence of Azkaban. Should any mistake occur, they would be subjected to the pillory of shame. Macon, Dementors cannot be killed, and you need not threaten me. Oh, is that so? Then you should hope those Dementors do not lose their way at Hogwarts. I fear none would return to Azkaban. Fudge cast a complex glance at Macon before departing from the leaky cauldron. Macon, have the Dementors gone to Hogwarts? Hermione, eager to uncover the truth after Fudge's departure, inquired. A criminal has escaped from Azkaban. Fudge has dispatched Dementors to search for him, and for some reason, Hogwarts has become a target as well. But he is the Minister of Magic. Macon, do you truly believe he is unperturbed by this? Is that why he advised me to stay safe? Harry looked at Macon with confusion, sensing an unsettling connection to the unfolding events. Perhaps, Macon replied. As the school term approached, Macon and Hermione chose not to return to the Granger household, instead sending an owl to inform them they would be staying at the Leaky Cauldron and heading directly to Hogwarts the following day. Tom, the pub owner, arranged the finest private room for Macon, fully aware of the significance of hosting the Minister of Magic. Macon, are we to encounter trouble again this semester? Hermione expressed her concerns after reading her parents' reply, worrying about their safety. Fear not, there is little danger. That fugitive poses no threat to Harry. My concern lies in Harry inadvertently causing harm to him, which could lead to complications. What do you think about me taking all elective courses this semester? Hermione queried. Hermione, one's energy is finite. There is an ancient Eastern proverb, in the pursuit of knowledge, there are priorities. Every craft has its specialty. I do not recommend you take all electives. Focus on ancient runes, care of magical creatures, and divination. That should suffice for your examinations. But I wish to achieve 12. Then you would need to utilize a time turner, but I advise against meddling with such devices. Those who toy with time are often ensnared by it. Macon regarded Hermione with seriousness, startling her. It was the first time she had witnessed this side of him. If you truly wish to pursue 12, there is a way. Keep your distance from Harry this semester, and you will free up ample time. You can then self-study to prepare for the exams. I believe this will pose no challenge for you. What if they encounter trouble? The term has not even begun, and already such issues arise. Do you believe their extensive training has been in vain? Chapter 71. They have arrived. Woo, woo, clang, clang, rumbling. The roaring train caused the two cats on the bed to widen their eyes in astonishment, while Macon meowed in irritation. This was the fourth train to pass by that morning. Harry, residing in a modest guest room, gazed helplessly at the aging ceiling from which dust cascaded. With the train tracks just outside his window, in the common hall of the Leaky Cauldron, three individuals sat together, indulging in breakfast amidst the antiquated furniture, the darkened, mottled white walls, posters adorning the surroundings, and framed photographs of celebrities hanging above. If one were to disregard the towering edifices beyond, the morning ambience of the bar possessed its own charm. Hey, Macon, Hermione, what brings you here? Ron, clutching his pet rat Scabbers, entered the Leaky Cauldron alongside the entire Weasley clan, their arms laden with bags, indicating their recent family excursion. Ron, where did you all go? Harry inquired enviously, glancing at Ron, whose bustling family exuded harmony and affection, qualities that Harry deeply yearned for. Harry, my dad won the Daily Prophet's grand prize, and our whole family traveled to Egypt. Bill took us to see the pyramids. Ron excitedly shared his holiday joy with Harry. Upon hearing Bill's name, Macon couldn't help but envision that cool, handsome figure, only to shake her head in response. The Weasley family, apart from Ron, was indeed a remarkable bunch. Bill, the eldest, had achieved 12 WLS and served as a prefect. Charlie, the second brother, had also been a prefect, and the Quidditch captain, Percy, the third brother, held the position of prefect and president of the male student council. With three academic overachievers, Ron's twin brothers possessed formidable business acumen, and his sister exhibited exceptional talent in Quidditch. Macon resolved to help Ron develop his own combat skills this term. Child, it's delightful to see you again. Have you prepared your luggage and books? Be sure not to leave anything behind. Mrs. Weasley addressed Harry with the warmth of a mother, her affection deeply moving him. Harry, come here. There are matters I must discuss with you. Mr. Weasley beckoned Harry to the bar's corridor. Listen, child, you are in grave danger. Look at this, he said, pointing to a wanted poster on a pillar of the bar. Sirius Black, this murderer, is loyal to that dark wizard. Before his escape, he kept muttering about Hogwarts. He knows you are there. Mr. Weasley conveyed this with solemnity, urging Harry to remain vigilant. But why is he targeting me? Is it merely because of Voldemort? Do not utter that name. You must understand, the wizarding community largely believes you are responsible for the downfall of that dark wizard. To Black, you represent an obstacle to his master's rise. This is the very purpose of his escape. The ministry wishes for me not to disclose this to you, Mr. Weasley whispered, pulling Harry into the shadows of the bar. After breakfast, Macon accompanied Hermione as they strolled through Diagon Alley, needing to procure textbooks for their elective courses this semester. Macon, could you hold this for me? I'm a bit afraid it might bite, Hermione said. Hermione tossed the book titled The Monster Book to Macon. The tome was adorned with eyes and featured a large mouth on its side, bound together by a strap. Yet this did little to quell its desire to bite. Macon clashed two of these monstrous tomes together, instantly sending them into a state of dormancy. Oh, I am fortunate to have only acquired 200 of these wretched books. They are insufferably bothersome, and my bookstore is in utter disarray. The proprietor of the Leaky Cauldron grumbled, utterly perplexed as to why Hogwarts required such volumes, which were even more troublesome than typical dark magic texts. I think, if they cause too much ruckus, one can soothe them by caressing their spines. After leaving the Leaky Cauldron, Macon shared with the owner how to placate the monster books before returning to the three broomsticks with Hermione, as they set off for the train station. Harry, you are incredibly cool. What was that spell that inflated people? Ron exclaimed. Macon, Harry is fortunate enough not to be held accountable. Let us not dwell on it. Hermione interjected, leading the way into a train compartment, where after a lengthy search, they found it occupied by a single individual, while most others were full. The small compartment now clearly had an extra occupant. Harry and Ron glanced at Macon, hoping he could transform into a black cat to fit comfortably. Macon looked at them and then at Hermione, who shot him a knowing glance. He then activated his enigmatic form, morphing into a snow-white lion cat, leaping into Macon's embrace. Ah, she is an enigmagus? Harry and Ron stared in astonishment at the spirited lion cat, as Ron's pet rat, Scabbers, shrank back in fear. Indeed, during the holiday, Hermione successfully became an enigmagus, taking the form of a stunning lion cat. Macon delightedly stroked the cat, sharing the news with them. You two, one black and one white, truly make a pair. Ron gazed at them enviously, silently resolving to find one for himself this semester. Who was this person? After the initial shock, Harry felt a twinge of curiosity about the individual beside him. He was not a young wizard. Judging by his height, he was clearly an adult wizard, and his attire appeared rather shabby. Remus Lupin, the new defense against the dark arts professor, Macon revealed, extracting a tea set from his bag and brewing some black tea, simultaneously unveiling the identity of the seemingly slumbering professor. A new defense against the dark arts professor? Harry instinctively reached for his wand, but was shot a warning glance by Macon. Gilderoy Lockhart has left Hogwarts. He resigned. Harry, there's no need to be alarmed. With the three of us here, he poses no threat, nor is he a threat. Upon hearing Macon's words, the slumbering Remus Lupin awkwardly adjusted his clothing, pulling it higher. Am I already being underestimated by young wizards before I even begin my tenure? Harry stood up to close the compartment's glass door. Today at the Three Broomsticks, Mr. Weasley informed me, is that fugitive here to find you? Ron inquired anxiously, gazing at Harry. It was said that Sirius Black had allied himself with the Dark Lord, wreaking havoc and claiming numerous lives. Indeed. The former Minister of Magic had warned me to remain vigilant, Harry replied. That individual is a murderer, a vandal. He is the first madman to have escaped from Azkaban. At that moment, the train, which had been moving steadily, came to an abrupt halt. The lights within the carriage extinguished, and a chill enveloped the air. Ron pressed his face against the window, observing the ominous, cloud-laden sky, as a light drizzle began to fall. The temperature inside plummeted, and within moments, frost covered the damp window pane. There is something outside, Ron announced, his voice trembling, as the cold atmosphere unnerved Hermione, who instinctively nestled into Macon's robes. Transformed into a cat, Hermione, guided by her animal instincts, peered towards the compartment door. Meow? She emitted a sound intended to intimidate any potential adversary. Macon quickly stroked her back to soothe her. What in the world is that? Ron stuttered, his words faltering as Harry apprehensively stared at the door. Before them loomed a creature, shrouded in tattered robes, floating in midair. Its face was shrouded in darkness, devoid of eyes. Its mouth was a gaping void, lacking lips, teeth, or even a tongue. The exposed portions of its body were covered in scabs, giving it the appearance of decay, as it emanated a bone-chilling aura. Chapter 72. We Wish to Go Home. The creature that drifted into the train compartment targeted Harry, beginning to siphon away his joy from a distance. Professor Lupin, who had feigned sleep, abruptly discarded his outer garment and sprang to his feet, drawing his wand to confront the creature. A radiant silver light coalesced around the wand, just as he prepared to banish the creature. However, a grotesque black claw pierced through the luminous sphere, seizing the Dementor's head, and before it could struggle free, it was swiftly dragged into Macon's body, vanishing without a trace. With the creature's disappearance, the lights in the compartment flickered back to life, and the temperature gradually increased. The three companions and a cat sat in stunned silence, staring at Macon, who elegantly held a tea tray, sipping red tea. Would you care for a cup of red tea, Professor Lupin? Who are you? No, what are you? Lupin, having regained his composure after a moment of bewilderment, pointed his wand at Macon, the trembling wand betraying his inner turmoil. Hogwarts, Gryffindor, third-year student, Macon. It is a pleasure to meet you. Feel free to inquire with them if you wish. Upon hearing Macon's words, Lupin glanced at Ron, whose unmistakable red hair confirmed his identity as a Weasley. Watching Ron nod vigorously, he slowly lowered his wand, although his wariness of Macon persisted. You are certainly no ordinary wizard. Upon my return, I shall seek clarification from Dumbledore. Of course, you may ask as you please. However, you won't be able to drink much of that red tea. Swallowing a Dementor's essence, Macon was engulfed by an unprecedented sensation, akin to the sweet relief of biting into a cold, creamy ice cream on a sweltering summer day. It cascaded down his throat and settled in his stomach, the exquisite feeling lingering in his memory, prompting him to disregard Lupin's presence. Professor Lupin, feeling awkward, approached Harry, who had succumbed to unconsciousness after being drained of joy. Hermione had reverted back, her complexion ashen as she clutched Macon, the terrifying creature that could instill dread at first sight. Such close proximity was enough to shatter the sanity of an ordinary person. Macon retrieved a box of elegantly packaged dark chocolate from his backpack, unwrapped a piece, and placed it in her mouth, then offered several pieces to the equally pallid Ron. Phew. Thankfully, it's nothing serious, he merely fainted. I have chocolate. You should eat it. After inspecting Harry's condition, Professor Lupin turned to share his own chocolate with them, hoping to alleviate the tension, only to find Macon holding a box emblazoned with the Cadbury logo, forcing him to pop the chocolate he had intended to share into his own mouth. The already cramped compartment felt even more constricted with Harry's fainting. Macon and Hermione transformed into cats, grooming each other as fur to soothe their nerves. Whether it was due to anxiety or the delectable chocolate, Ron kept shoving pieces into his mouth. Professor Lupin sat by the window, resting Harry's head on his lap. For two people couldn't he comfortably occupy a single row of seats. He observed the black and white cats grooming each other. The black cat wore an ornament around its neck that shimmered under the train's lights. With his extensive knowledge, he instantly recognized it as a symbol of true silence. What has happened to me? Gradually awakening, Harry slowly sat up. When that creature floated into the compartment, he heard the haunting wail of his mother at the time of her murder, plunging him into darkness. You fainted earlier, your body stiffened. But Professor Lupin has checked you over. Here, try this chocolate make-in broth, Ron said, extending the last piece from the box to him. Harry glanced at the large chocolate box, then at the small piece in his hand. What was that? Harry, do not worry. That was a Dementor, the guard of Azkaban. It was not after you. Its target was Sirius Black, Professor Lupin reassured Harry. This son of an old friend was stronger than he had imagined. Indeed, in his wizarding career, he had rarely encountered such formidable strength. Did you all faint as well? Harry inquired, noticing that everyone else appeared unscathed. Well, not quite. The moment the Dementor entered, it targeted you. I mean, it seems your luck has been rather unfortunate lately. Ron was at a loss for words in response to Harry. Although he had not succumbed to unconsciousness, the copious amounts of chocolate he had consumed merely alleviated his anxiety. He felt no joy or elation whatsoever. A procession of knight carriages transported the young wizards towards the Hogwarts Great Hall, winding around the castle. The castle's main entrance was situated at the Black Lake, where the first-year students had to arrive by boat. A gentle drizzle fell from the sky, which was overcast with clouds, while the moon occasionally peeked through, casting its silvery light. Once seated in the hall, it was not long before the young wizards were all in position. Professor Flitwick, clad in a tailcoat and wielding a conductor's baton, stood at the front, directing the singing of a dozen young wizards. Macon, listening intently to their lyrical composition, noted that it was entirely made up of verses. The opening lines described a witch brewing potions, with a chaotic assortment of bat hair, dog teeth, nude eyes, and frog toes, culminating in a depiction of a millennia-old corpse with a ghastly visage. Macon, unable to grasp the entirety of the meaning, exclaimed in bewilderment. What on earth is this? A Hogwarts choir of corpses? Finally, amidst the croaking of a toad from the hands of a few young wizards in the front row, the performance concluded, met with applause from both the young wizards and their professors. Ron, do you understand any of that? Macon inquired, glancing at Ron, who was enthusiastically clapping his hands. Huh, not really, but everyone is applauding, so it must have been quite good. Quiet down, everyone. Welcome back to Hogwarts. I am your headmaster, Albus Dumbledore. Before we commence the feast, I have a few words to share. He continued, first and foremost. Congratulations to Professor Remus Lupin on becoming the new Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor. Additionally, our beloved Care of Magical Creatures teacher has retired, and his position will be filled by Rubeus Hagrid, our keeper of keys and grounds. Instantly, the young wizards turned their attention to Hagrid, who was seated at the faculty table, looking bewildered as he glanced around. Professor McGonagall gently nudged Hagrid, kindly reminding him to stand and acknowledge the crowd, which he did, nearly toppling the dining table in the process. However, I must also convey some unsettling news. We have received a visit from a rather unfriendly group, the Dementors from Azkaban. They are in pursuit of Sirius Black. Although the Ministry of Magic assures us that this will not affect us, I must warn you that these are the most malevolent creatures, feeding on joy. Do not approach them. They know nothing of mercy or compassion. Upon hearing Dumbledore's announcement, the hall erupted into chaos, with the first-year students, in particular, frightened to tears. They cried out that they had come to learn magic, not to be imprisoned. Terrified by the very mention of the wretched prison and the chilling presence of the Dementors, only the upperclassmen remained unfazed, having seen it all in the past 2 years. What is there to fear? Voldemort and the Basilisk didn't frighten us, did they? They thought. Upon hearing the upperclassmen elucidate the stark realities of life at Hogwarts, the first-year students felt an overwhelming desire to return home, which incited a flurry of intimidation from their seniors, accompanied by a barrage of chilling tales about the institution. As the banquet drew to a close, a tempest finally erupted, with torrents of rain cascading down upon the ancient castle. Yet, the joyous laughter of the young wizards and the dejection of the newcomers remained undeterred. Harry, too, was swept up in the exuberant atmosphere, which alleviated the unpleasantness of the train journey. Following the conclusion of the feast, they returned to the Gryffindor common room. Macon conjured a magical barrier against the rain, hurrying alongside Hermione back to their cottage. However, upon arriving, they were met with a shocking sight. Chapter 73, A Disastrous Divination Class. Thud, thud, thud. A cacophony of impacts resonated, revealing a Dementor pinned beneath the hooves of a black goat, its dark cloak pressed against a rock. The goat's robust horns relentlessly battered the Dementor's chest, which struggled futilely to escape, but its cloak remained firmly restrained. In a moment of desperation, the Dementor slashed at its own robe with sharp claws, soaring into the air, only for fragments of its essence to dissolve into shadowy ash. The black goat, momentarily dazed, lifted its head, its unfocused eyes darted wildly within their sockets, and its languid tongue flicked out like a frog snatching a fly, attempting to catch the ascending Dementor, which deftly evaded its grasp. As the Dementor ascended higher, the goat opened its mouth, and its neck began to undulate, expelling a pink, fleshy mass along with its entrails into the air. Sensing something amiss, Macon swiftly covered Hermione's eyes, for what was ejected was none other than the goat's rumen. Yet it was no ordinary stomach. Its surface was adorned with flesh-colored tentacles that ensnared the Dementor upon contact, enveloping it completely. With a resounding thump, the massive rumen fell to the ground, and the goat, having opened its mouth, retracted its entrails as if a python swallowing its prey, gradually consuming both its stomach and the trapped Dementor. Hermione, hearing no further sounds, pried Macon's hand away and gazed at the goat, which, having completed its meal, resembled a swollen sphere, its short legs feebly twitching. She could clearly discern the outlines of hands pressing against the surface of its distended belly. The goat, now utterly transformed, could do little more than roll on the ground. Macon returned to the cottage, retrieved some rope, and secured it around the goat's neck, tying it to a large tree at the edge of the yard, wary of the possibility that it might entangle itself in the trunk. He deliberately left a long length of rope. Macon, that silly goat, did it truly consume the Dementor? Why didn't you let me witness it? If I hadn't acted quickly, you would surely have nightmares tonight. The two sat beneath the eaves of the cottage, conversing and sipping hot water while watching the torrential rain, glancing at the pond and wondering, where have all the fish gone? At last, the tumultuous day had come to an end. Exhausted in both body and spirit, Hermione soon succumbed to fatigue. The presence of Dementors on the train lingered in her mind, and upon returning to the Macon cottage, she felt a wave of relaxation wash over her, quickly followed by drowsiness. Ever since she had become an animagus, she had taken great pleasure in transforming into a cat to sleep, claiming it enhanced her sleep quality. The following morning, while still lost in dreams, Macon was unceremoniously lifted by the scruff of his neck by Hermione to behold the black goat. Ah, will it explode? Yet, judging by its demeanor, it appeared quite content. Macon observed the goat suspended in midair, tethered by a taut rope, its short legs flailing about, while its tiny tail wagged in circles, propelling its rotund body around the base of a tree. It seemed that the Dementor was not so easily digested, still energetically thrashing about within its belly. After freshening up, the duo made their way to the dining hall, where they encountered Harry and Ron. The four took their usual seats and began to partake in breakfast. Hermione, must you read while having breakfast on the very first day of school? Harry inquired, eyeing the ancient text on her lap. Harry, I intend to study earnestly this semester. I am determined to achieve 12 OWLs. My time is limited, Hermione replied. Upon hearing her ambitious goal, Ron swallowed hard. In the Weasley household, 12 OWLs were akin to a curse, frequently mentioned by Mr. and Mrs. Weasley whenever there was a moment to spare. This was largely due to his eldest brother's achievements. His second and third brothers had already escaped such burdens, while Fred and George, with their remarkable entrepreneurial skills, were seldom brought up. The two youngest in the family, Ron and Ginny, had no such luck. Harry felt overwhelmed by this revelation, yet as a friend, he supported her decision. It appeared that this semester, it would be just Hermione, Ron, and themselves. Macon, my fire magic has undergone a transformation. I can now sense its joy when it erupts. However, I dare not experiment at home, exclaimed Seamus, approaching Macon with excitement. Indeed, you have succeeded. Over the break, your fire magic has developed emotions. Though faint, that lively, exuberant, and fiery sentiment fills you with exhilaration, Macon replied. Fear not. You can safely practice your spells by the Black Lake tonight. In the Wizarding World, magic is akin to a barrage of cannonballs. The total amount of magical energy represents the strength of these projectiles, while the skill in casting signifies the frequency and accuracy of their launch. Understanding magic enhances one's adaptability and extensibility, thus improving overall performance. Macon felt a swell of joy for Seamus' progress. The notion of imbuing one's magic with emotion was, indeed, an extraordinary revelation. The third-year students of Hogwarts marched into the divination classroom, and upon entering, Macon noticed the distinct ambience of the room. Shelves, tables, and even the podium were filled with an array of tea canisters and teapots, and to one side of the podium, a copper contraption emitted tendrils of fragrant smoke, wafting a unique aroma of spices throughout the air. Megan gazed in confusion at the elaborate arrangements, questioning whether this was truly the divination classroom or merely a tea ceremony salon. Welcome, everyone, to this elective course in divination. I am your professor, Sybil Trelawney. At last, we gather in this material realm. I understand that you seldom see me, for the outside world is excessively noisy, which affects my clairvoyance. Below, I shall guide you into the realm of the future. This semester, our primary focus will be tea leaf reading. Indeed, children, take a look at the teacups upon your tables. Gently lift them and sip the tea, leaving the leaves behind. I shall unveil the mysteries contained within the tea leaves for you. Observing Professor Trelawney at the podium, Megan's expression grew complex. This renowned seer of the Wizarding World, great-granddaughter of Cassandra Trelawney, was said to possess the family's hereditary second sight. Despite the passage of 3 generations, she had often flaunted her ancestors' name in her youth, deceiving many until she encountered Dumbledore at the Hogwarts Head Inn. Yes, the prophecies concerning the Savior were pinned by her hand. Ever since her arrival at Hogwarts, each year she had foretold the demise of a young wizard, a tradition that had become synonymous with the divination class. Please exchange teacups with your desk partner. You are doing splendidly. Now, let us peer into the future and traverse the cosmos to discern what your tea leaves reveal. Trelawney, with her drab, frizzy hair, adjusted her glasses meticulously and directed her gaze towards Seamus's teacup. Ah, the crimson flames of sin, illuminating the night sky. You are the harbinger of destruction. Countless lives have been obliterated by your hand, and your transgressions are immeasurable. Seamus swallowed hard at her words, contemplating whether a visit to Azkaban might be preferable. And you, how fares your grandmother? She pointed nervously at Neville, stooping as she walked slowly towards him. She is well, in good health. Come, let me see the tea leaves. I beg to differ. Neville's face drained of color as he glared at Trelawney, for since his parents had been driven mad by the unforgivable curse, his grandmother had been his sole support. Children, you must liberate your minds and allow your thoughts to flow. Yes, precisely like that. Oh, dear child, it is you. Your aura is radiating. Tell me, what do you perceive? The excitable Professor Trelawney approached Ron, who was deep in thought about the meaning of the tea leaves in Harry's cup, startling him into hastily flipping open the divination textbook. This crooked cross. Is he to face judgment? And this, is it the sun? Is he to be bound and left to perish under its rays? Ron himself was bewildered by his own utterances, regretting his choice to enroll in this course. Come, child, hand me the cup. You are still too inexperienced. Allow me to examine it. Ah, my dear, that portends ill. Trelawney cast a swift glance and hurriedly dropped the teacup, trembling as she recoiled. Chapter 74. This is the care of magical creatures class. Not interested? What does that entail? Foolishness, that is ominous. According to the contents of the divination book, it depicts a colossal ghostly hound, the darkest omen in the realm of wizards, foretelling death. The young sorcerers cast glances at Harry, beginning to murmur, their voices far from hushed. Harry lifted his teacup, observing the fragmented tea leaves that formed the visage of a wolf's head, remaining silent. All right, my dear little girl. Let me see your cup. And who is this dashing young wizard beside you? What in the world is that? Professor Trelawney plopped down on the floor, frantically kicking her legs, rolling and scrambling out of the classroom, her speed utterly incongruous with her slender frame. Hermione gazed curiously at the tea leaves in her cup, her eyes widening in astonishment as they revealed the shape of a pair of cat bells. Meekin squinted at the fleeing Professor Trelawney. The tea leaves were merely a transformation wrought by his levitation charm. The true cause of her panic was the ghastly black claws that were frantically grasping for magical elements in the air. As the young sorcerers realized their professor had fled, they pondered the point of continuing with divination class and began to exit the classroom. Meekin, what is it that you see in your teacup? Ron inquired with curiosity, only to have Hermione promptly turn the cup upside down on the tea table. I somewhat regret choosing divination as an elective. I should have opted for ancient runes instead. That way I could self-study divination. Hermione expressed her frustration regarding the day's lessons. All the prophecies were utterly baseless, filled with negativity. Especially the remarks made about Neville's grandmother. Hermione, I too find this class distasteful. It is utterly dreadful. Just look at Harry and you'll understand. At that moment, Harry was still reflecting on that ominous statement, foretelling death? Sirius Black. Harry, what troubles you? The efforts you've invested over the past 2 years cannot be countered by a mere black. Consider Voldemort, ponder the basilisk. Which of them is less formidable? Meekin's intent was not solely to hone their spellcasting, but also to strengthen their physical prowess. The underlying reason was the peculiar magnetic field of Hogwarts. No electrical devices could be utilized, a phenomenon attributed to this magnetic field, which Meekin surmised had been orchestrated by the founder of Gryffindor. After all, he wielded both a wand and a sword. Harry lifted his gaze to Meekin, acknowledging that the knightly discipline had been a relentless reminder to grow stronger. Only through strength could he confront any peril without fear. Ron observed the determination in his friend's eyes, pondering whether he was being too ineffectual. Well, there's no need for such futile thoughts, Harry. You always carry the invisibility cloak with you. Perhaps I can find an opportunity to further enhance your abilities. It seems this year's confinement will require an additional activity. Meekin stood up and departed from the divination classroom, leaving Harry and Ron exchanging puzzled glances before hastily following after him, with Hermione trailing behind in resignation. The classroom was left with only Seamus, who bowed his head in contemplation, still musing over Azkaban, wondering what might occur if a thunderous explosion were to transpire. This morning, there was a lesson on the protection of magical creatures, taught by Hagrid. The students were eager to reach Hagrid's hut, Come closer. Today I promise you will have an unforgettable day. Let us proceed to a marvelous location. Do remember to bring your textbooks, particularly that monstrous tome. Oh, and if it misbehaves, gently stroke its spine, Hagrid reminded them. Hagrid, with his imposing stature, led the way, while the young wizards followed closely behind, each clutching a copy of the creature book. Watch your step, turn to page 49, and do not forget to caress the spine first. Heeding Hagrid's guidance, the young wizards opened their books. Neville, engrossed in his walking, barely noticed the opening of his book, and suddenly, the monstrous tome sprang open, lunging at him. Neville, you really ought to think ahead. Draco sneered as he kicked the creature book away, trampling it underfoot. Thank you, Draco, Neville said, bewildered by Draco's unexpected kindness. Remember, stroke the spine before opening it, Draco added. Struggling to his feet, Neville looked at Draco, puzzled, unable to recall such benevolence from him before. All right, we have arrived. Take a look, this should be quite a spectacle for you. Hagrid introduced the marvelous creature he had brought, a bizarre being with the head, claws, and wings of an eagle, yet the body and tail of a horse. Come, greet Buckbeak. This is a hippogriff. It enjoys feasting on insects, birds, and ferrets, as well as some small mammals. Rest assured, it is safe, provided you do not offend it. Be courteous, or you may face dire consequences. Who wishes to try first? Hagrid's words caused the young wizards to instinctively step back. According to the tome, this was no ordinary magical creature. Yet Harry stood firm, eager to take on the challenge. For only the fearless can triumph over fear. Very well, come forth, Harry. Begin with a bow. Yes, just like that. Remain still until it acknowledges you. Excellent. Now look into its eyes. Indeed, it has nodded. It recognizes you. Harry approached the hippogriff slowly and gently stroked its beak. Hagrid lifted him onto its back, and with a firm pat on Buckbeak's hindquarters, the creature began to gallop and launched into the sky. The onlooking young wizards gazed enviously at Harry soaring above. For aside from a fear of heights, few could resist the allure of flight. When Buckbeak returned to the ground, it was Ron's turn. Eagerly, he approached and bowed. But Buckbeak was unimpressed. With an irritable flick of its forelegs, it stomped the ground fiercely, fixating on Ron's red hair. Oh, Ron, come back quickly. The color of your hair has incited its wrath. Hagrid called out hurriedly, yet Ron's anger only intensified upon hearing Hagrid's remark. The crimson hair is a hallmark of the Weasley family, cherished by each member despite being looked down upon by other purebloods. Today, even this magical creature seems to be irate over its own mane. Ron hastily approached, but Buckbeak raised its front paw, ready to strike. After 2 years of confinement, Ron was no longer the reckless lad he once was. Swiftly evading a claw strike, Ron clasped Buckbeak's neck with both hands, his muscles bulging as his fitted shirt tore under the strain. He assumed a stable stance, his right leg planted beside Buckbeak's left foreleg, akin to a tree root embedded in the earth. His robust right arm encircled the creature's neck, exerting considerable force to the left. Neither party yielded. Buckbeak's expansive wings flapped vigorously while Ron's face flushed, veins protruding from his neck as the fabric of his sleeve repeatedly tore. Buckbeak emitted a cry, its body gradually tilting under the pressure. With a fierce shout of defiance from Ron, Buckbeak was unexpectedly toppled to the ground. The young wizards erupted into cheers, clearly favoring Ron's physical prowess over Harry's approach. Hagrid watched sorrowfully as Buckbeak struggled to rise, the creature now submissively trailing behind Ron. What happened to their mutual bow of respect? Standing tall, Ron was evidently more exhilarated than the other young wizards. He had never experienced such a claim. Mounted atop the now subdued Buckbeak, he soared freely over Hogwarts, joyfully shouting with glee. Next was Mechlin, as the young wizards watched his performance with bated breath, realizing that Hagrid's care of magical creatures class was becoming increasingly captivating. In contrast to Ron, Mechlin's method was more straightforward and forceful. A leisurely swishing of his cat-like tail emitted a burst of white light, causing thick vines to sprout from beneath Buckbeak, ensnaring it and pinning it to the ground. Once Buckbeak let out a cry, the vines receded, leaving only a saddle formed through the horse's belly. Mechlin mounted the horse and greeted Hermione, who eagerly rushed forward, only to be pulled up onto the saddle in front of him. The young boys whistled in excitement, while the girls looked on enviously as the pair ascended into the skies. Upon their return, Draco, eager to try his hand, dashed forward, with Seamus not far behind. Buckbeak, observing the bulging muscles of the two, dared not resist further. The other young wizards gathered around Buckbeak, curiously petting the third-level magical creature. Only Hagrid remained, sorrowfully watching Buckbeak, feeling that this was supposed to be a class on protecting magical creatures, not a display of bullying. Ultimately, Hagrid's first lesson in care of magical creatures concluded successfully, albeit with only him feeling discontented. Chapter 75, New Training. The young lion and the little snakes spent a delightful afternoon reveling in the joys of flight, filled with laughter as they made their way to the dining hall. Although dinner time had yet to arrive, they took a moment to rest, perusing books and discussing their plans for the semester. Guys, Someone has spotted him. Look at this, exclaimed Simon, bursting into the dining hall, brandishing a newspaper. Who? Who has been found? Sirius Black. He has been sighted in DAV Town. Simon, DAV Town is not far from here. Hermione's mind swiftly recalled the location of that small town. He wouldn't come here, would he? There are Dementors all around. Neville's words were laced with uncertainty. For after all, Black had escaped from the watchful eyes of countless Dementors. Harry, if he does come, I assure you, I will knock his teeth out. You need not worry, Ron declared, flexing his muscular arms adorned with ragged cloth strips. Exactly, Harry. If he shows up, I will make him taste my fire magic. He shall understand the essence of artistry. Simon noticed Harry's troubled expression. Let me kindly inform you all, Black is not an ordinary individual. He is my uncle. My mother is his cousin. Based on my mother's insights, his temper is quite formidable. The Black family, as one of the Sacred 28, is among the oldest and most noble wizarding families. He is the only Gryffindor in the family. He is indeed a peculiar one. This information I share with you. In the spirit of our shared trials, Draco, overhearing their discussion about Sirius Black, relayed what he knew to Harry. Thank you, Draco. Harry's emotions were a tumultuous blend. Draco seemed to imply that even a withered camel is larger than a horse. Macon regarded Draco with astonishment, noting that this fellow seemed to have awakened some remarkable and peculiar attributes of late. After their meal, the six of them ventured to Macon's cottage to commence their first day of confinement for the term. The shores of the Black Lake were cloaked in tranquility, yet Simon continued to conjure flames that danced upon the water's surface. Unlike before, the flames produced by his magic exhibited a newfound agility and versatility, as if granted life and a soul. At times they would split and entwine, crashing against the lake's surface, while at other moments, they would transform into a cascading rain of fire. As Simon manipulated the flames with unbridled excitement, he quickened the pace of his spells. Macon observed the colors of the flames gradually fading, shifting from a vibrant orange to a yellow hue, indicating a rise in temperature. Harry, Ron, Draco, an opportunity lies before you. It is fraught with uncertainty and peril. You have 10 seconds to contemplate this. The timer begins now. Withdrawing his gaze from Simon, Macon produced a necklace from his chest, its old emblem glowing with a crimson light. The three exchanged glances, a mix of uncertainty and peril looming over them. A situation that could very well cost them their lives. Yet, this was an opportunity. Harry and Draco locked eyes, silently resolving to press on, while Ron, observing them, mentally steeled himself. He was determined not to remain the ineffectual figure he once was. If he did not strive harder, he risked being left even further behind. Upon witnessing their resolve, Macon cast a shrinking spell, diminishing their size, allowing Harry to don the invisibility cloak. From this moment, you shall all wear the cloak. No one is permitted to act without my express permission. Regardless of what you encounter, even if faced with imminent danger, you must remain silent. Hold tight to me. The trio swallowed nervously in unison, wondering if this was indeed an overreaction. Were they seizing an opportunity or walking straight into oblivion? Through the use of a portkey, Macon transported them to the Hall of Doors and swiftly guided them through the flickering crimson light of door number 7. Before they entered, he had already concealed himself beneath the invisibility cloak, and upon arrival, he quickly assessed the situation with keen intuition. With the trio watching, Macon squeezed through and entered the grand doorway alongside them. After the transition, he swiftly emerged, incapacitating a watchful hooded figure. This development heightened their anxiety regarding the mission. Ignoring their apprehension, Macon extended his awareness, revealing a dilapidated castle nestled in the wilderness, shrouded in thick fog with limited visibility. The alarm from the Hall of Doors indicated a mere level 2 alert. However, based on his sensory feedback, the reality was likely more complex. The castle harbored not just one anomaly. Within its confines lay a creature, weak yet ravenous, while outside, another seemed poised to stretch its limbs this very night. Gather the 3 hooded figures and cast the stunning spell on each 3 times. I shall inform you. This is a special training mission. Your objective is to explore this castle, for it houses a creature capable of inflicting harm, perhaps even threatening your lives. Your ultimate goal is to eliminate it. Throughout this endeavor, you will encounter unimaginable scenarios. I shall not assist you, only collect the remnants, which might merely be a garment stained with flesh. Here are some useful tips. Trust no one easily. Do not blindly rely on your senses. If you wish to hasten your demise, then break away from the group and venture forth alone. Now commence your actions. At Macon's command, the trio swiftly huddled together, trembling as they clung to one another, each reluctant to be the first to cross the decrepit threshold. The overcast sky and swirling mists surrounding them made the ominous structure evoke thoughts of dread. With no choice but to lend them a push, Macon propelled the 3 into the castle, and the dilapidated door emitted a dreadful creak as it thunderously closed behind them. He cast a glance at the 3 individuals ensnared in a state of unconsciousness. It must have taken considerable effort to penetrate the mist and arrive here. The surrounding fog was no ordinary vapor. The two who had collapsed earlier were likely victims of its sinister influence. After stowing them in his backpack, Macon transformed back into a black cat and vanished into the mist. Creak, creak, creak. Harry, Ron, and Draco tread cautiously through the castle's grand hall, the aged and dilapidated wooden floorboards beneath them emitting piercing sounds that echoed across the vast emptiness. Bang! A resounding crash reverberated, a stark contrast to the creaking of the floor, startling the already anxious trio. Draco, loosen your grip. You're about to suffocate me. Ron stammered. I am feeling a bit frightened. Draco, ease up. Ron can barely move. Shut up, Harry. You need to get off me before making such remarks. Embarrassed, Harry dismounted from Draco, his wand illuminating a brilliant sphere of light that illuminated their surroundings. Everywhere was ensnared by cobwebs. The shattered windows rattled in the night breeze, producing a sound akin to clashing. The once resplendent walls had succumbed to the ravages of time, now riddled with cracks. And the portraits hung askew or lay strewn on the floor. Relax, that noise was likely just the wind stirring the windows, Harry reassured Draco, gesturing towards the windows. Before his gaze drifted vacantly to Draco's side, Draco exhaled, nodding in relief, but his heart soon leapt into his throat as he noticed the peculiar intensity of Harry's stare. Harry, what do you see? Draco, where's Ron? I just looked around, and he has vanished. Chapter 76. Do not stand in my way as I offer up a head. Draco turned his head mechanically to the side, where Ron had been just moments before. Now, there was no trace of him. Draco let out a chilling scream, swiftly clutching Harry, every hair on his body standing on end. No one was more terrified than he. Ron had been right beside him, and in the brief moment he had glanced around, such a significant presence had silently evaporated, leaving the dust-laden ground devoid of any footprints. Harry, maybe we should leave. This place is too terrifying. Draco, it's too late to consider leaving. Ron is missing, and we must find him. But I'm truly frightened of this place. Calm down. Draco, this is not the time for fear. Our friend has vanished, and we must locate him swiftly. Listen, Draco, if you wish to leave, you may do so now. Macon might still be waiting outside. I must find Ron without delay, Harry declared, not waiting for Draco's response. As he raised his wand and ventured quickly into the dark corridor, Draco, too apprehensive to act alone, hastened to follow Harry, recalling Macon's words. At the very moment when Draco pursued Harry, a long, slimy tongue flickered past his original position. The two of them scoured the corridor, searching each room with trepidation, fearful of overlooking even a single spot. Harry anxiously kicked open a door, while Draco, wand in hand, remained vigilant, carefully surveying their surroundings. Macon stealthily traversed through the mist, guided by an ethereal intuition, soon arriving at a cluster of buildings near the ancient castle. The fog was sparse here, allowing him to vaguely discern the dilapidated structures of a small village, which appeared to have existed for several centuries based on its architectural style. At the entrance of the village stood a towering guillotine, where a man clad in brown noble attire, his head bound with a piece of burlap secured by a rope, obsessively polished the blade of the device. My dear, 3 more have come today, yet their grotesque faces prevented me from keeping them. You shan't be angered, I hope? How I yearn to present you with the most exquisite of heads. How I long for your affection. The peculiar man muttered to himself. And from the mirror-like surface of the blade, Macon observed 2 holes in the burlap revealing bloodshot eyes devoid of eyelids, fixated intently on the sharp edge of the guillotine. Narrowing his gaze, Macon scrutinized the bizarre figure, perceiving more than mere sight. Shadows coiled around him, like maggots burrowing in and out of his body, their necks smooth and headless, revealing their feminine form from their silhouettes. Oh, such lovely faces. My dear must adore them. How many has it been now? Let me see. Congratulations. You are the 20,069th. You should feel honored. They are all gone, all gone. The executioner grasped the iron chain of the guillotine, the glinting blade slowly ascending. With a satisfying click, he beheld the blade reaching its zenith, wrapping the chain around the upright structure. Come now, my sweet. My dear will surely cherish your head. I can sense her hunger. Macon watched as the executioner lunged towards him, drawing a sword from his waist. With outstretched palms, he revealed 10 slender, pale fingers from which emerged dark, feline claws, their metallic sheen reflecting a sharp glimmer. Harry, we have searched the front hall thoroughly. Perhaps we should explore the backyard? Draco suggested, his brow furrowed. Draco, do you smell something strange? Harry replied gravely, voicing his discovery. Upon hearing Harry's words, Draco sniffed cautiously, detecting a faint odor of decay. Harry, it appears there is a scent of rot. Let us ignore it for now and head to the backyard. As they exited the front hall, the stench grew increasingly potent, both of them pondering the source of the foul odor. Deep down, they already possessed the answer, yet neither wished to confront the horrifying image it conjured. When they arrived in the backyard, they found themselves frozen in place. It was not the spacious area they had envisioned. Rather, it was dominated by a house supported by white jade pillars, with a luxurious carpet adorning the floor. The interior was opulently furnished, and the decorations surrounding them were breathtakingly beautiful. However, what left them in shock was not the exquisite nature of the room, but the fact that it was filled with heads. Ron, in a daze, was mindlessly massaging the shoulders of an enchanting woman. "Ron, come out quickly," Harry shouted anxiously, for the beauty of the woman was overwhelming. Indeed, she could only be described as stunning, an ineffable beauty that transcended words, rendering her features indistinguishable. Despite Harry's frantic calls, Ron remained unresponsive, continuing to knead her shoulders with a vacant, blissful expression on his face. Driven by desperation, Harry brandished his wand and rushed inside. He could not bear to see Ron continue in such a state. "Harry, come back. It's too eerie in there. Do not enter. You might lose your life. Hurry back. Listen to me. Harry, you must remain calm." Draco rushed forward, attempting to pull Harry back, but he was shoved to the ground. "Draco, I must save Ron. You cannot stop me. If it were you in there, I would do the same for you." As Harry stepped into the house, his previously anxious expression began to soften, ultimately mirroring Ron's vacant, euphoric demeanor. Draco looked at Harry with exasperation. The surroundings were steeped in strangeness, a stark contrast to the opulent architecture that stood out amidst the bizarre scene. The eerily beautiful woman, whose face remained obscured, the countless floating heads with flowing hair, and Ron's peculiar expression, these were all glaring signs of disarray. He finally understood Hermione's plight. It was akin to the tale of the gourd boy rescuing his grandfather. Wait, who is the gourd boy? The battle between Macon and the executioner intensified, both combatants exhibiting remarkable speed as they engaged in close-quarters combat. The clash of long swords and claws resonated with a series of sharp, metallic sounds, sending sparks flying. Macon deftly parried the executioner's strikes with his razor-sharp claws, unleashing a barrage of spells as his tail flicked, each incantation aimed at the executioner. Yet, these spells merely staggered the executioner without inflicting any real harm. A disarming spell struck the executioner's sword-wielding right hand from an unexpected angle, momentarily halting his offensive. Seizing the opportunity, Macon's pupils, now narrowed into two vertical lines, became even more focused. His claws, raised in a swift motion, accurately targeted the executioner's throat as his body twisted. Clang! Thud! The two sounds reverberated almost simultaneously as Macon's claws tore through the executioner's burlap hood, while the executioner retaliated with a sweeping strike of his longsword. With no time to retract his own attack, Macon could only shield himself with his fearsome, dark claws against the incoming blade. The two individuals leaped away simultaneously, scrutinizing one another. "Am I not hideous? For the sake of my beloved, such concerns are trivial." As the executioner spoke, he tore away the tattered remnants of his clothing. His body was ensconced in iron, enveloping him from head to toe, not armor, but a skin of metal, as if iron had supplanted flesh itself. To don this iron shell, I endured agonies beyond the comprehension of ordinary men. It was searing red as it melded to my form, and in that moment, love descended upon me. I fought valiantly for her. I seized lands in her name, became her executioner, severing the heads of my foes, and bore the torment of vengeful spirits for her sake. Macon, somewhat pained, gazed at this entity, attempting to extract its essence with his sinister claws, yet the formidable black talons returned empty-handed. Now it seemed evident that the reason lay within that iron shell. "You are a fool." Macon spat at the fervent executioner, unleashing his menacing claws. "I shall send you to the guillotine. I will present your head to her." The executioner raised his long sword to counter the approaching black claws, the tremendous force pushing him backward, carving deep rifts into the ground. Chapter 77. I, Draco, am astutely clever. A direct confrontation. In response, the black claws gathered, lifting the executioner and slamming him to the ground, producing a deafening crash and a whirlwind of dust. "Cease your assault, and I shall let you go." Macon, having grasped the executioner's defensive capabilities, remained vigilant, as the colossal black claws relentlessly rose and fell, causing the earth to cave in and dust to swirl. "You coward! You timid wretch! I refuse to yield. Release me." Macon heard a voice brimming with confidence, prompting him to persist. My dear, have you come for me?" "No. I shall offer you a beautiful head." Uncertain how many blows were struck, Macon continued until he could no longer hear the executioner's voice. With control over the black claws, he seized the executioner and scrutinized him closely. The iron shell remained intact, illuminated with an array of intricate runes. Goodness, this is enchanted iron. Dark blood oozed from the joints, while the vengeful spirits ceased their emergence, swiftly mending the injured executioner within the iron confines. A small black claw sprouted from the larger one, its sharp tips scratching at the iron, yet achieving nothing. Macon had contemplated employing hellfire. This dark magic required no profound casting ability, but controlling and recalling the flames posed a challenge. This executioner, akin to a tin can, once ignited, would unleash the vengeful spirits as fuel, a consequence he was reluctant to test. Haha. Just then, an idea struck Macon as he glanced toward the village's edge. A foolish grin spreading across his face. The sleek ebony tail of the cat swayed playfully, yet what filled Macon with trepidation this evening was not these two peculiar creatures, but rather the towering guillotine, its glossy black frame standing ominously. The darkness upon it was not mere paint. It was a layer of congealed blood, and even from a distance, the pungent scent of iron filled the air. Illuminated by the moonlight, the glinting blade of the guillotine sent shivers down one's spine. According to spiritual insights, the peril posed by this guillotine far exceeded that of the executioner clad in grotesque attire. Its terror emanated not from the sharpness of the blade, but from the very essence of the guillotine itself. Draco observed Ron tenderly massaging the shoulders of that woman, while Harry pounded his legs. These two were beyond saving. Although the enigmatic woman's face remained obscured, he could distinctly sense an invitation beckoning him inside. Entering was out of the question, impossible for a lifetime. Draco brandished his wand and cast a mental sealing charm upon himself. The spell, a legacy from Snape, instantly severed the eerie connection, obliterating the allure that had gripped him. His mind now filled solely with the thought of Slytherin gaining 5 points. Within that opulent dwelling, there was no enchanting woman. Rather, it was a headless creature resembling a lizard. The one massaging its shoulders was not Ron, but its elongated tail. Flames roared. Fiery orange tendrils erupted from the tip of Draco's hawthorn wand, enveloping the entire house. He awaited the opportune moment. The blaze began to infiltrate the interior, and the headless lizard hastily seized a head and affixed it to its neck, causing its body to become translucent before vanishing from Draco's sight. This was an evasion. Draco could no longer sense its presence. Rescuing Harry was now paramount. With practiced ease, the levitation charm successfully lifted Harry from the inferno. A stream of water cascaded upon Harry's face, and Draco watched as his expression gradually returned to normal, allowing a small sigh of relief to escape him. Draco? Upon awakening, Harry found himself confronted by Draco's anxious visage, and the memory of his encounter within the lavish house flooded back, causing his cheeks to flush crimson. Harry, that was not Ron, it was the monster's tail. If I am not mistaken, it possesses the ability to evade detection, and it has now rendered itself invisible. Why is your face so red? Upon hearing Draco's words, Harry comprehended at once. The so-called evasion referred to the common name for a chameleon. As for his blushing, the lascivious imagery was something he intended to keep to himself. Harry, Ron. Both Harry and Draco turned at the sound, astonished to see Ron sprinting down the hallway from the foyer. How could he have come from there? Stop, Ron. They both shouted almost in unison. And Ron halted in surprise, the two wands trained upon him. What are you doing? I was assaulted by a monstrous creature. And yet you did not come to my aid. After a harrowing escape, how could you brandish your wands at me? Harry and Draco exchanged glances as they listened to Ron's words, yet neither lowered their wands. Although Draco maintained his mental barriers, he failed to perceive Ron's distress. However, the invisible creature could still change its head. Could it be that Ron had already? Ron, what is your favorite food? Draco inquired anxiously, his wand seemingly poised to unleash something. Harry, attentively listening to Draco's question, regarded him with a serious expression, his wand nearly poking him in the face. Draco, enough of this. It's obviously chicken legs. Ron exclaimed. How many do you take at once when you eat chicken legs? Draco pressed on. I usually hold one in each hand. Ron replied. So, after every night of lockdown, do you consume several chicken legs in the kitchen? Draco's wand had gathered an immense amount of magical energy, ready to erupt at any moment. Draco, that's enough. I eat 6 every night. Ron shouted, feeling hurt that his teammates doubted him right after he had narrowly escaped danger. Harry, upon hearing Ron's answers, felt elated with each correct response. And when Ron had answered them all, he joyfully embraced him. Nothing could bring greater delight than the safe return of a dear friend. Ron, it's truly you. I'm so relieved you're safe. Harry, I'm equally happy to see you again. Ron, Harry, silence. The danger has not yet passed. The invisible creature is still nearby. Do not let your guard down. Ron, please recount in detail what transpired. Draco interjected, interrupting their embrace to remind them of their precarious situation. I was standing beside Draco when a long tongue suddenly ensnared me and lifted me off the ground. I wanted to scream, but my mouth was blocked. You were both searching about, and you clearly saw me. Why did you not rescue me? Ron began to grumble again, feeling invisible as neither had come to his aid. Ron, use your head. If we truly saw you, would we have left you to fend for yourself? That creature possesses the ability to evade detection. It can become invisible, and it can even change its head, transforming into another person. Draco remarked disdainfully, affirming the Sorting Hat South decision to place Ron in the right house. Later, I watched as you both entered the corridor, and then I fainted. When I regained consciousness, I found myself in a basement surrounded by severed heads. I couldn't bear to stay there for even a moment, so I fled up the stairs. Ron felt a bit embarrassed by Draco's comments, but continued narrating the ordeal. A basement? Where is it? Take us there at once. The creature must be lurking nearby. Draco's eyes brightened, as it seemed his intuition had not led him astray. Had I been lured into the fray at that moment, the creature would have dragged us back to the basement. Fortunately, I refrained from entering, thereby buying time for Ron to awaken and depart from that place. It appears that Draco is indeed quite astute. With the three of them gathered, the lair of that monster is now imminent. Chapter 78. Have I become ugly? Well, that is of no consequence. Makin was dragging the leg of the executioner towards the guillotine at the village's edge. Each time the executioner regained consciousness and began to struggle, a fierce blow would descend from the dark claws above. With a swift motion, Makin hurled the executioner before the guillotine, where his metal skull became lodged in the semicircular groove at the front. With a sharp crack, the shackles above fell and closed, causing the previously unconscious executioner to suddenly awaken. I am guilty. I have slaughtered my subjects. I am guilty. Desire has driven me mad. No, I am innocent. It was for love. Let me go. Release me. Makin observed the executioner with a peculiar gaze, who was now kneeling before the guillotine, utterly immobilized save for his facial expressions. In one moment, he was lamenting his sins, and in the next, he was contradicting himself. It seems that this guillotine possesses other functionalities. Notably, once shackled, one cannot escape, and the compulsion to confess one's crimes is rather impressive. The cat watched the scene before him with delight as he approached one side of the upright frame and unfastened the iron chain that had previously bound the executioner. Did you ever imagine? This is the very guillotine you have raised. Ultimately, it will fall upon your own head. Let me go? You scoundrel. Face me in a fair fight. I am guilty. No, I am innocent. I must find my beloved. Oh, rest assured, this guillotine has been honed to a sharp edge. You shall feel no pain. Once you perish, I shall resurrect you. And as for your beloved, you shall naturally meet again. You will resurrect me? I shall see her again. Makin regarded the executioner's bulging, bloodshot eyes, devoid of eyelids, and did not answer his query. Instead, he released the chains and leapt aside. The unbound slanted blade plummeted swiftly from the top of the upright frame, blood shadows emerging from its sides like steam, emitting a silent howl as they descended. The slanted blade accelerated, transforming into a fleeting specter. Buzz. The guillotine, with a clean, decisive strike, emitted a melodious clang as dark, foul blood gushed forth. Thud. The iron shell, impervious to the monstrous claws, was effortlessly severed by the guillotine, and the metal-wrapped skull rolled to the ground. From the severed neck of the executioner, a torrent of dark shadows began to surge forth, rising in a swarm. Blood shadows erupted from the upright frame of the guillotine, spiraling through the air, entwining, and ultimately merging into the guillotine itself. Makin, filled with excitement, conjured a talisman and affixed it to the executioner, a true treasure indeed. With this formidable flesh shield in the front, he could unleash his power from behind with utter ease. However, to Makin's dismay, the executioner displayed no reaction. He merely disintegrated into black ash, dissipating into the air. Makin glared at the guillotine, realizing that it not only severed the opponent's head, but also obliterated their very soul and essence. What a waste. Such a splendid meat canister, gone just like that? Reluctantly, Makin gazed at the guillotine and resolved that since it was responsible for this loss, it would pay its debt. Under Makin's shrinking spell, the guillotine diminished in size until it was reduced to a miniature version, merely a finger long and 2 fingers wide, which he then grasped in his hand. Cat extended a claw and placed it within the guillotine's groove, pressing down the blade with a crisp snap. The edge of the claw was left smooth and even, and Cat, satisfied, tucked it away in her pocket. In the dilapidated castle, Harry, Ron, and Draco wandered back to the foyer. This was the spot. Right beneath that grand hanging painting, Ron led them to the fallen artwork, lifted it aside, revealing a staircase descending into darkness. Be cautious. Do not let yourselves be deceived again. I shall employ a mental shielding spell. You two must supervise each other. If either of you notices an unnatural expression, cast the water-making spell, which will snap you back to awareness. Harry and Ron exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Draco and Ron took the lead with their wands drawn, while Harry retrieved a miniature sword from his pocket, a gift from Hagrid during the holidays, which had been shrunk by Makin. He merely needed to utter the spell to restore it to its original size. The basement was not particularly spacious, filled with exquisitely crafted heads, far more intricate than those outside, with the stench of decay permeating the air. A young girl reclined languidly on a bench, her golden hair cascading gracefully to her waist. She rested her chin on her hand, gazing intently at the three, her extraordinary beauty captivating. Her delicate brows framed sparkling eyes, a finely shaped nose complemented by a cherry-red mouth, her slender figure both curvaceous and alluring, her skin smooth and inviting. Such a visage could render anyone spellbound. Before her lay 2 heads, one of a wrinkled old woman, the other a lizard's head, adorned with green and yellow scales. Gurgle, Ron, gurgle. I am not deceived. Uft, uft, uft. Upon seeing the stunning girl, Harry's cheeks flushed, and Ron, noticing the shift, swiftly cast a refreshing water-making spell. My knight, he is dead. How dare you slay him? How could he die? He was so powerful, so useful. The girl's voice was sweet and melodic, shifting from fury to lament, eventually trailing off into a whisper. Gurgle, gurgle, Harry. Enough, gurgle. Ron, entranced by her beauty, felt his soul being drawn in, unable to escape, but Harry, quick-witted and swift, splashed water in his face, snapping Ron back to reality. My knight has perished. Will you become my knights and battle for me? Her voice was laden with temptation, not in a seductive or vulgar manner, but rather imbued with a nurturing and tender affection that evoked an instinctual desire to protect. The three of them, brimming with youthful vigor, were young wizards. How could they possibly withstand such allure? Clear as spring water, Harry and Ron splashed water at each other. Slytherin gains 10 points. Draco hastily fortified his mental barriers. The maiden lifted her slender, delicate arm above her head, gently tugging, and her beautiful head was removed. With her other hand, she affixed the head of an elderly woman. What remained of her youthful form became hunched, the skin on her exposed arms aging rapidly, speckled with brown spots. Then, a familiar wooden wand appeared in her grasp. A piercing pain. It was indeed a wand. A crimson spell hurtled towards them with alarming speed, prompting the trio to shriek and swiftly evade, spreading out in formation. They glanced at the once enchanting maiden, now morphed into an ugly old hag, and breathed a sigh of relief. She had become unattractive? That posed no concern. With his wand in his left hand and sword in his right, Harry charged at the monster. Disarm you. He flicked his wand, casting the disarming spell, while simultaneously swinging his sword at the foe. Armored protection. An invisible shield thwarted Harry's disarming charm, yet the sword followed closely behind, delivering a heavy blow. With a thud, the sturdy iron armor spell shattered. As this sword had been imbued with 1/3 of the wealth left to him by his parents, fortified by a trio of enchantments from fairies, strength, sharpness, and armor piercing. Harry's assault bore fruitful results, yet he was not one to linger. He executed a swift roll away from the scene. Disarm you. Draco, having been prepared, unleashed his disarming spell with precision, striking the monster's wand, which spun away into the air. The wand soared. Taking advantage of the distraction, Ron maneuvered behind the creature. His strategy always one of counterattack. A summoning spell successfully retrieved the dislodged wand. Ah, my wand. The monster roared in fury, unaccustomed to such turmoil. A single miscalculation could yield dire consequences. Dig 3 feet deep. Harry cast a digging spell to breach the ground. And while the monster was still enveloped in sorrow over the loss of its wand, it felt the earth give way beneath its feet, leaving only its head above ground. Restored to original. Illusionary stone slab. Draco swiftly repaired the ground, securing it in place, while Ron reinforced it with a final hardening spell. How dare you treat me this way? I shall make you pay. Become my possessions. The creature, now an old witch, glared malevolently at the trio. Her head tilted to one side before rolling onto the ground, as a lizard's head, covered in scales, soared through the air, shattered into pieces. 3 individuals simultaneously unleashed cutting spells towards the lizard's head, which soared into the air with astonishing speed, effortlessly evading the trio of curses and landing on the creature's neck in the blink of an eye. The old witch's body began to swell rapidly, her skin, speckled with age spots, transformed into a yellow-green hue, and hard, dense scales covered her entire form. She easily broke free from the earth, emerging from the ground, her eyes bulging like barnacles, spinning in a complete circle. Ah, so you are the dear one the executioner spoke of? What an unusual taste he possesses. A resounding voice echoed from the staircase, bringing Harry, Ron, and Draco a sense of heavenly delight. Chapter 79, the special training concludes. You need not gaze upon me. I am right here, seated comfortably. Rest assured, it cannot escape. Enjoy your battle at ease. Meccan transformed a stool at the staircase's entrance, boldly sitting down. With a crisp snap, he cut open a cigar, the tip of a cat's tail reaching forward, igniting a flame that lit the cigar, allowing him to savor a satisfying puff. This guillotine proved rather effective. With Meccan's presence, the trio felt considerably more at ease. Thus, they decided to fight with fervor. Draco. Harry called out to Draco, simultaneously charging forth again, his sword aimed directly at the great lizard's head. However, the creature was swifter, twisting its neck to evade the strike while swinging its long tail towards Harry. His wand was no mere ornament. Casting the cutting spell from close range rendered the tail unavoidable, resulting in a gruesome injury as flesh flew. The injured tail was hastily retracted by the great lizard, and Harry could distinctly observe the wound healing rapidly. Draco, seeking an opportunity, noted the creature's apparent affection for its tail and resolved to target it. An obstacle-laden curse shot towards the creature's head, One of its eyes focused on Harry while the other remained vigilant of its surroundings. Draco's spell was clearly visible to the lizard, and it believed it could easily evade such a slow-moving attack with a mere tilt of its head. However, the spell took an unexpected turn, striking its tail instead. Positioned behind the monster, Ron had been awaiting the perfect moment. He swiftly waved his wand, conjuring a great hand from the earth to seize the sluggish tail, transforming it into stone. Phantom Stone. All fortifications. Ron cast 2 consecutive spells upon the stone hand, grasping the tail to reinforce its strength. The great lizard's tail could not escape the binding. It glared resentfully at Draco, opening its mouth wide as a long, slender tongue shot forth towards him. The elongated tongue, accompanied by a piercing whistle, shattered Draco's ironclad spell. Despite his attempt to roll out of the way in advance, he was still pierced in the left arm, fortunately avoiding any damage to his tendons or bones. At this moment, Draco, disregarding the pain, swiftly rolled to his feet, wrapping his long tongue around his right hand and tugging forcefully. Harry, without the need for Draco's prompt, Harry charged towards the tongue, his long sword dragged along the ground. With a graceful twist, the blade carved a perfect arc, cleanly severing the tongue. Hissus, the massive lizard, now bereft of its tongue, emitted a cry of anguish. Harry, Draco, fire spell. Upon hearing Ron's urgent shout, both understood his intent. Take advantage of its weakness. Flames erupted. A ferocious pillar of fire surged beneath the great lizard, crashing against the ceiling. Water sprang forth like a fountain. They witnessed the flames on the ceiling billowing outward as they simultaneously cast the water-making charm upon themselves. When the flames subsided, the 3 appeared as if they had been steamed, particularly Draco, whose naturally pale complexion now appeared strikingly crimson. Harry, Draco, be cautious, that creature is no longer in place. Ron, having only glimpsed a charred, severed tail, was reminded of the lizard's instinct to escape by shedding its tail. It has become invisible. Realizing this, Draco recalled the creature's ability to cloak itself. Makin, one hand holding a cigar while the other twirled the iron chain of the guillotine, observed with keen interest the corner of the basement where the invisible lizard lurked. Its barnacle-like bulging eyes rotated along with the spinning guillotine. Recognizing it as a familiar and ominous object, it could only conceal itself instead of breaking free. He's over there. Ron, through Mycon's gaze, instantly pinpointed the target and pointed towards Mycon's eyes, and Harry and Draco understood immediately. Shattered. 3 slicing spells accurately struck their mark, sending forth a torrent of green blood, compelling them to unleash even more cutting spells. Forced into a corner, the lizard relinquished its invisibility, its myriad of wounds visibly healing at an alarming rate. Devoid of its tail and tongue, it was reduced to a mere punching bag for the trio, who unleashed an array of spells. Relaxing their grip. Shattered. Pulverized. Avada. The 3 turned simultaneously to Ron, who sheepishly retracted his wand. He had simply gotten carried away in the thrill of spellcasting, uttering incantations that no longer matched his actual spells. A fearsome black claw lunged forth, seizing the great lizard and dragging it into Mycon's form. They had achieved victory. Yet the opponent's remarkable regenerative abilities, coupled with their own lack of targeted powers, proved insufficient to vanquish the creature. The special training concluded this evening, leaving you with unforgettable memories. It is time for us to depart from this place. Mycon utilized the guillotine to sever the unfinished cigar, transporting them through a spectral veil back to Hogsmeade Village. Is this Hogsmeade? Harry queried, gazing at the familiar train station beside him. Indeed, it is. You 3 should hurry back, as I still have matters to attend to. Remember, not a word of what transpired tonight must escape your lips. If I hear even the slightest whisper outside, I shall make you pay dearly, especially if Hermione finds out. Do you understand? Mycon, we won't breathe a word. Not even a syllable. Draco declared first, followed by Harry and Ron fervently nodding in agreement. Once Mycon's form had blurred and vanished, Ron exhaled deeply. Phew. That nearly exhausted me. If we let this slip, he would surely kill us. And we cannot let Hermione find out, right? Shoo. Ron, if you wish for your own demise, do not drag us down with you. If Hermione learns of this, she will undoubtedly follow us next time. Mycon is concerned for her safety. You 2 are such liabilities. Draco admonished, applying white ointment to his wound, enduring the pain while glaring at Ron, whose presence caused him the most concern. Ron, let us never speak of this again. Did you not notice Mycon's expression before he departed? It was akin to a cat playing with a mouse. After Harry spoke, he produced the invisibility cloak. The trio donned it, their weary bodies trudging towards the castle. Mycon arrived at St. Mungo's Hospital for Magical Maladies and Injuries, gently placing the 3 unconscious individuals down, and then proceeded to the office of the head of the Department of Mysteries to drop off the mission report before returning to his cottage. Observing the pitch-black interior of the cottage, it appeared Hermione had already succumbed to slumber. Bah, bah, the hovering black goat greeted Mycon's return with a sound of welcome, only to be met with a stone striking its forehead. With the goat silenced, Mycon sighed in relief. transforming back into a black cat and cautiously entering the cottage. Standing before the bedroom door, he slowly pushed it open, encountering a pair of striking blue-yellow heterochromatic eyes fixed intently upon him. Ah, well, the weather is quite pleasant. The snowy white lion cat transformed back into human form, lifted the black cat, and unceremoniously tossed it into the bathtub filled with warm water, enhanced by a warming charm, causing the feline to instantly relax. In the future, you must inform me before you go out, and do not return this late, Hermione scolded. Observing the black cat paddling in the water, her irritation mounting as the three had not returned until 2 in the morning, reeking of smoke, and crucially, had not informed her of their departure. Yes, I shall certainly report in advance next time. After washing the black cat, drying its fur, Hermione detected a lingering scent of smoke. She pried the cat's mouth open to inspect further and then unceremoniously tossed it outside. Hurry and brush your teeth. If I catch another whiff of smoke, you shall sleep outside tonight. Chapter 80. Harry, this is the end. Crack. Professor Lupin took a hearty bite of the apple in his hand, gazing at the old cabinet beside him, within which a boggart was contained. It had cost him a substantial 5 galleons, yet fortunately, Hogwarts provided room and board. Otherwise, his livelihood would have been in jeopardy. All right, children. Within this cabinet resides a boggart. Merely standing near it and facing it will cause it to transform into your deepest fear. To vanquish it, a remarkably simple spell is required. Let us chant together, ridiculous. Ridiculous. Excellent. The ultimate method to defeat a boggart is through hearty laughter. If you can transform it into something humorous, it becomes trivial. Now, Neville, step forward and demonstrate. Believe in yourself, you can do it. Hesitant. Neville listened to Professor Lupin's encouraging words, and after a moment's resolve, he stepped forward, trembling as he pointed his wand at the cabinet. Well done, Neville. Tell me, what do you fear the most? Professor Snape, Neville replied, unable to meet Lupin's gaze, his voice barely above a whisper. Listen, Neville, no one truly admires Snape. He is perpetually cold and austere. I recall that you live with your grandmother. Just imagine Snape clad in one of her dresses. That would be utterly hilarious. At Lupin's words, Neville conjured the image in his mind and found himself chuckling involuntarily. Professor, we do not concur with your assessment of Professor Snape, Draco retorted angrily. For in his eyes, aside from McGonagall, Snape was the most esteemed figure. Ah, you are Draco Malfoy, are you? Well, if I must concede. You might inquire of Professor Snape. I suspect he would echo my sentiments. Upon hearing this, Draco realized the two were undoubtedly acquainted, and thus he deemed it prudent to refrain from further interjection. My apologies, Professor. Draco sincerely offered to Lupin, leaving the latter astonished. Was this truly a Malfoy? He couldn't help but recall the arrogant demeanor of Lucius Malfoy, whose wealth was as notorious as his arrogance. Very well, Neville, muster your courage and begin, Lupin uttered, flicking his wand. The handle of the old cabinet turned with a click, and the door swung open. Dressed in his dark robes, Snape emerged, causing the Gryffindor students to gasp, as they had often found themselves at the receiving end of his point deductions, leaving them feeling quite intimidated. Ridiculous, Neville shouted boldly. Casting the spell, the boggart, which had taken the form of Snape, instantly donned Neville's grandmother's dress, swung a red handbag, and topped it off with a large women's hat, upon which a vulture perched. Laughter erupted among the young wizards. Even the Slytherins could hardly contain their mirth. The transformed Snape, now clad in ludicrous attire, looked bewildered as he witnessed the laughter surrounding him. All right, next up, Ron. Ron approached the boggart, wand in hand. The initially startled creature swiftly became indistinct, whirling in the air until it morphed into the form of Macon, brandishing a massive mace. A sinister grin plastered across its visage. How ludicrous. Ron, his complexion pale, gazed at the boggart's Macon form, suddenly reminded of Snape dressed in Grant's garments. He hastily raised his wand and cast the spell. The boggart, now under the effects of the ridiculous charm, underwent a rapid transformation. The formidable mace transformed into a bouquet of flowers. Clad in a light blue embroidered dress with a sheer overlay, her flowing hair cascading elegantly, a delicate oval face framed with captivating eyes of mismatched hues, and atop her head, dark feline ears twitched playfully, complemented by a graceful tail that swayed elegantly behind her. Ah, I think I might perish. She is utterly enchanting. I believe I have fallen in love. So adorable, I long to embrace her. Professor, may we conclude the class? Can we take her with us? Silence. Silence. Professor Lupin, astonished, struggled to maintain order in the classroom. Hermione stared in disbelief at the black cat curled up asleep in her arms, surprised by how striking it looked in feminine attire. Perhaps, she mused, she ought to acquire more garments. Draco's eyes widened as he gazed at the classical cat-eared maiden, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. Harry stood frozen, suddenly reminded of a certain girl, the vivid image lingering in his mind. Seamus gazed fervently ahead, murmuring phrases akin to "This is art." All right, children, next is Parvati. Parvati Patil stepped forward, and the boggart transformed into a gigantic venomous snake, which under her ridiculous spell, morphed into a wobbling clown. Well done, my dear. You performed splendidly. Next, Harry. Harry, feeling anxious, approached the front. Yet even more apprehensive was Professor Lupin, fearing the boggart might take on the visage of Voldemort, which would surely terrify the young witches and wizards. As Harry drew his wand, the boggart began to shift, revealing a beautiful woman with familiar golden locks and a languid pose. Ron and Draco stared in shock. Was this not the enormous lizard? The maiden reached toward the buttons on her chest, a scene Harry often dreamt of. Ridiculous. Harry's face flushed crimson as he hastily cast the spell, transforming the enchanting figure into an old crone. Draco regarded Harry with a peculiar expression, recalling the events of that night when he had rescued Harry, who had also blushed at the time. Well done, Harry. I must admit, the one you fancy is truly lovely. Next, as Harry returned to his place, he wished fervently for the ground to open up and swallow him whole. He could sense Draco and Ron's gazes upon him even without looking up. Harry, is that girl the one from before? Shut it, Ron. Let us not speak of this any further. Harry quickly interrupted his friend's inquiry, exclaiming, You're not just rubbing salt into the wound. You've also sprinkled on 5 spice powder. He stepped aside and fell into silence. When it was Hermione's turn, she awakened the black cat and set it down, moving forward herself, curious to discover what she truly feared. The boggart transformed into Professor McGonagall, informing her that she had failed all her exams. Next, it's your turn. Macon. Lupin watched the black cat with a sense of anticipation. Mysterious, powerful, unknown. These were the labels he assigned to it. Huh, Professor Lupin. Are you certain you want me to go up? Of course, everyone must give it a try, right? Macon, albeit reluctantly, proceeded forward, raising his gaze to the boggart with a puzzled expression. What could this creature, which morphed into the most profound fears of those nearby, possibly conjure? Nyarlathotep? Yog-Sothoth? Shub-Niggurath? The blind idiot god? Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupted as the boggart burst apart. Professor Lupin clutched his heart and crouched to the ground. My galleons. That has 5 of them. Chapter 81. We adore care of magical creatures. Ever since leaving the defense against the dark arts classroom, Macon felt that the surrounding young wizards were rather peculiar. Initially, he attributed it to the explosive boggart, but soon realized their gazes were intensely fervent. It was one thing for the young witches to look at him, but why were even the young wizards gazing at the cat in such a manner? Hermione. What transpired today? Their stares are quite odd. Oh, it's nothing serious. Perhaps they've suddenly noticed your charm? Hermione replied. By the way, Macon, you should stop cutting your hair. Furthermore, she lamented her lack of skirts, insisting, next time we go home, you must accompany me on a shopping spree for women-esque clothing. Huh, what does that have to do with anything? While accompanying her to shop wasn't an issue, Macon pondered why she insisted on having long hair. What about Harry and Ron? I saw them rush out as soon as class ended. Macon, let them be. Let us find Hagrid. The next class is care of magical creatures. Hermione swiftly changed the subject, aware that Harry feared being questioned about the beautiful girl, while Ron was purely apprehensive about Macon discovering the incident with the female boggart. Macon narrowed his feline eyes, sensing that something was amiss. Hagrid, what are you doing here? Before they reached Hagrid's hut, they spotted him by the Black Lake, clearing away the underbrush. Oh, you've arrived. I'm tidying up the area. I've prepared something grand for you. He halted his task, gesturing with his large hands to illustrate a massive shape. What is that? Hermione inquired, intrigued, recalling that Buckbeak had already been quite large. You'll find out during class. Hagrid's mysterious demeanor left Macon feeling unimpressed, his attention swiftly captivated by the butterflies fluttering amidst the grass. Hermione observed as the black cat darted off in pursuit of butterflies. She found a clean stone, settled down, and began to read, awaiting the commencement of her class. Not far away, a black goat floating in the sky caught sight of Macon among the grass and bleated loudly. Make way, everyone. Steer clear, for this is quite the hefty creature. Exercise caution to avoid being scorched. Amidst the apprehensive gazes of a group of young wizards, Hagrid entered, leading an enormous tortoise. The grass beneath its path withered rapidly, crisping and turning to ash. Its dark, slate-colored shell was adorned with exquisite crimson flame patterns, and each stout limb bore a striking red gem. This was a fiery tortoise, dwelling within volcanoes, known for its elevated temperature and formidable defenses. Quite impressive indeed. Today's lesson would focus on how to clean the fiery tortoise. Hagrid, what practical purpose does this serve? Hermione inquired, puzzled. Surely, no one would keep such a creature near a volcano for amusement? Ah, Hermione, I am delighted you raised that question, Hagrid replied. The red gems on the fiery tortoise's legs are quite valuable. Many affluent witches in the wizarding community favor adorning themselves with such stones. They are beautiful and radiate warmth when worn. With a snap, Macon transformed into human form, using sharp claws to pry off a piece of the red gem, carefully inspecting it in the sunlight. The translucent crimson stone sparkled beautifully under the sun's rays. The fiery tortoise extended its head, fixating on its bleeding thigh. Then turned its gaze to Mayken. Just as it was about to unleash its fury, it noticed the mini guillotine hanging from Mayken's wrist, the dazzling cold light making it feel as though it were on the verge of a terrible fate. In a flash, it spewed forth a jet of flame towards its wound, and the previously blood-soaked thigh emitted a charred scent, halting the bleeding. Ah, cough, cough. As you can see, the fiery tortoise is quite docile, Hagrid continued. We merely need to employ a freezing spell to immobilize its lower half, causing its temperature to drop. At that point, equipped with dragonhide gloves, we can proceed to clean its shell. Hagrid produced his wand and cast the freezing spell, encasing the tortoise's lower body in ice. The surrounding temperature began to plummet, though the tortoise's shell remained somewhat warm. Here, take these dragonhide gloves and this brush. We must remove the soot from its shell. Those black spots signify accumulated carbon. If left unattended, this carbon will multiply, ultimately enveloping its entire body and threatening its life. Ron bravely donned the dragonhide gloves, grasped the brush in his right hand, and mustered the courage to approach the fiery tortoise, initiating the cleaning of the carbon. Noticing the tortoise blissfully closing its eyes, he let out a sigh of relief. The creature was immense, far larger than Hagrid's hut, and the shard of red gem Mayken had pried off was nearly the size of a basin. Excellent work, Ron. Everyone, do give it a try. Should you enter the care industry upon graduation, this knowledge will undoubtedly prove invaluable. Upon hearing of the potential for profit, the young wizards eagerly surged forward. The more daring among them emulated Ron, using brushes to clean the carbon, while the more timid donned dragonhide gloves to tentatively touch the tortoise's shell. Hagrid gazed joyfully at the young wizards as they diligently cleaned the shell of the fire tortoise, the air infused with a tantalizing aroma. What is that delightful scent? Squid? 5 spice powder? Cumin? Curiously, he approached the other side of the fire tortoise. There, Mayken was crouched down, his left hand cradling a large platter adorned with a mound of squid slices, expertly using chopsticks to affix a piece of squid onto the tortoise's shell. With a sizzle, the heat caused the squid to curl rapidly, releasing a plume of white smoke that carried the enticing fragrance of squid and spices into the atmosphere. Harry, this looks absolutely delectable, Mayken exclaimed. Ron, you should try some too. I want to taste it. Mayken, let me have a go. The lively atmosphere was contagious, and Mayken, enjoying their eager expressions, generously pulled out several plates of squid from his backpack and set them on the ground. The young wizards, eager to mimic him, picked up their chopsticks and placed squid slices on the fire tortoise's shell to grill. Observing the perfectly cooked squid, Mayken delicately picked one up with his chopsticks, blew on it gently, and offered it to Hermione, who squinted her eyes with delight. This is absolutely divine. Truly, fire and high temperatures are an art. Seamus quickly stuffed the squid slices stuck to the tortoise's shell into his mouth, indifferent to the heat. Seamus, if you want some, grill your own. Don't steal mine. Draco glared at Seamus, annoyed that he had devoured all the squid that others had prepared. Is it really that good? I want to try too. It's truly delicious. I discovered that if you place the squid slices on the ice blocks created by the freezing charm before grilling, the texture becomes even more exquisite. As more joined in, the aromatic scent intensified, and the few plates of squid proved insufficient. Little Wu, bring in a large squid, Mayken shouted towards the Black Lake. Before long, a colossal squid was hauled up by Little Wu's tentacles, eliciting cheers from the young wizards as they rushed forward, brandishing cutting charms to slice the squid. They sprinkled the spices that Mayken had prepared onto the squid slices, joyfully creating their own sizzling delicacies. Hagrid, come on. Barbecues are far more enjoyable when shared. Mayken called out to Hagrid, who stood awkwardly to the side. But this is a care of magical creatures lesson. The aroma is simply irresistible. The young wizards, now pleasantly full, lay sprawled on the grass. Some of the young witches, mindful of the source of their feast, fed the grilled squid to the fire tortoise, which devoured much of the enormous squid. Professor Hagrid, this was the most satisfying class I have ever attended. Ron expressed his contentment to Hagrid. Professor Hagrid, I feel so clever for having chosen this elective. Draco lay on the grass without a care, stroking his full belly. Professor Hagrid, what are we grilling next class? Wait, what magical creature are we studying next? We need to prepare in advance. Shima gazed at Hagrid with sparkling eyes, within the entirety of Hogwarts. No lesson thrilled him more than the care of magical creatures. I merely wish to impart a splendid lesson to you all. Hagrid looked speechlessly at the voraciously devouring fire turtle, untroubled by the crystal shard that had been pried away, knowing it would naturally regenerate in due time. Still, he felt that the care of magical creatures class ought not to unfold in such a manner. Chapter 82. My brother has his eyes on you. Ron, why have I scarcely seen you and Harry together lately? In the dining hall, Mayken observed Ron seated alone, shoveling potato, radish, sweet potato, and pumpkin porridge into his mouth. The rich aroma of pumpkin engulfing the air, leaving him devoid of appetite. Mayken, he has been training. The Quidditch match in October. I've heard Oliver Wood is fervently eager to claim the Quidditch Cup. This is his final year and his last opportunity. Thus, Harry is perpetually whisked away for practice, whether it be amidst fierce winds or torrential rain. As Ron spoke, his excitement grew. Quidditch on a clear day thrilled wizards who adored the sport, yet the exhilaration of playing in tempestuous weather was unparalleled. Macon held no interest in Quidditch. Each time he heard about it, he was reminded of that wretched, dilapidated broomstick. What about Draco? He seems rather idle lately. Isn't he the seeker for Slytherin? Not entirely idle. I heard from Percy that the Wizarding Club is organizing jobs for 7th-year students, which is exceedingly cool. I've been informed that many 7th years are joining his club this year. Ron gazed enviously into the distance, where Draco was animatedly conversing with a group of upperclassmen. Upon hearing Ron's words, Macon recalled that Hogwarts was not an institution that guaranteed employment. If one performed well in exams, the Ministry of Magic would naturally come to recruit them. Most wizards would ascend to enviable positions as Ministry Street performers or aurors. Conversely, those who fared poorly or failed their O.W.L.S. had no choice but to fend for themselves post-graduation. Of course, there were those with particular talents who would find their own paths, yet they remained a minority. After breakfast, the third-year students and those above hurried towards the castle entrance. Today was Halloween. With parental or guardian consent, they could venture to Hogsmeade for a day of enjoyment and return for the evening feast. Remember, do not cause trouble in Hogsmeade. The entire village is inhabited by wizards, including some from outside. I trust you will heed this warning. Should you encounter any difficulties, promptly cast the stunning spell. Thanks to Macon's ingenious little charm, it may just save your life. Now be safe. Professor McGonagall. I forgot to have my uncle sign my permission slip. You know how it is. Harry hurriedly approached, intercepting Professor McGonagall as she prepared to leave, handing her the permission slip. Harry, without a completed permission slip, I cannot allow you to go to Hogsmeade. Professor McGonagall gazed sternly at Harry, reluctant to allow him to venture there, especially with the recent news that Sirius Black had departed from Daftone, a place alarmingly close to their current location. Professor McGonagall, if you would merely sign the consent form for me, I would be able to go, Harry implored. Harry, I am not your guardian and possess no authority to assist you with that, she replied. I apologize, my dear child, if I seem a touch harsh, but I sincerely wish for you to remain at Hogwarts. Professor McGonagall embraced Harry before turning to leave. Harry understood the professor's intentions were for his well-being, yet he longed to explore alongside his friends. The black cat, Mei-chun, nestled within Hermione's shoulder bag, peeked out with a look of exasperation directed at Harry. While Hermione and Ron wore expressions of helplessness. Hogsmeade, Hermione exclaimed. Mei-chun, transform into your human form. Let us go shopping together. Look, that's the Hog's Head Inn. With a joyful shout, Hermione, who had been studying intensely every day, yearned for a day of leisure to relieve her stress. Mei-chun initiated her enigmatic transformation, taking human form, and grasped Hermione's hand as they strolled down the street, while Ron awkwardly trailed behind, missing Harry immensely. This place is rather filthy, don't you think, Hermione, Ron? Shall we not enter? Oh, I agree. I'd prefer not to go inside. How about we visit the Three Broomsticks instead? I've heard from Fred and George that it has a delightful atmosphere and serves butterbeer. Mei-chun glanced at Ron, recalling his infatuation with the proprietress of the Three Broomsticks, which piqued her curiosity to explore it as well. The trio ventured into the Three Broomsticks. Aside from the disconcerting heads hanging by the entrance, the interior was indeed far more pleasant than the Hog's Head. Welcome. What a dashing young wizard we have here. What can I get you? Lemonade or cherry juice? Madame Rosmerta beamed at Mei-chun, her striking mismatched eyes and her enchanting feline ears and tail brightening her day. Mei-chun appraised the middle-aged woman, noting her striking beauty, particularly her voluptuous figure. She turned to glance at Ron, who was practically drooling. Beautiful lady, please bring us 3 butterbeers, Mei-chun requested. Oh, not only are you handsome, but also a little gentleman, Madame Rosmerta quipped, her gaze lingering on Mei-chun. Hermione glared at the departing proprietress, sensing the unusual tension, while Mei-chun squeezed her hand tightly, urging her to observe Ron. Curious, Hermione turned her head, nearly bursting into laughter as she found Ron's eyes glazed and fixated on Madame Rosmerta's ample figure, his mouth agape. Charming little gentleman, what has happened to your friend? Madame Rosmerta returned with a tray, playfully regarding Ron as she set the 3 butterbeers on the bar. Madam, please do not take offense. He is merely enchanted by your presence and fervently wishes to engage with you. Should you be amenable, Mei-chun teased, causing Ron to snap back to reality, his face flushed and head bowed, caught in a state of indecision. Haha, look, he's blushing. I certainly do not fancy such a naive young wizard. If you were to raise your gaze and invite me, I wouldn't mind waiting for you here tonight. Madame Rosmerta, the proprietress of the Three Broomsticks, a socialite of the Wizarding World, has encountered all sorts of characters and witnessed countless spectacles. As Ron heard the teasing and seductive tone of the other, he instinctively looked up, his heart pounding so fiercely that even Macon could hear it. It felt as if it might burst. Such a robust young wizard. Do enjoy your butterbeer. Madame Rosmerta. Noticing Ron's well-defined muscles and the fervent gaze that seemed ready to consume her, swiftly turned away from the bar. A wizard so muscular at such a young age was simply too overwhelming for her. Madame Rosmerta, remember, my brother has taken a liking to you. Macon called out after the departing proprietress, as the other wizards in the bar whistled in approval. Macon, you are quite the troublemaker. Just look at Ron. I suspect he won't sleep a wink tonight. Hermione, I'm merely helping him. Did you not see the way he fell for her at first sight? I believe you are simply seeking revenge for the last incident with the boggart dressed as a woman. After finishing their butterbeers, the two prepared to leave the 3 broomsticks. But Ron remained seated, looking rather foolish. Macon placed a gold galleon beneath Ron's untouched glass and pulled Hermione out of the bar. Are we really just going to leave? Of course, Hermione. You cannot hinder others in their pursuit of love. Macon, is this truly love? Listen, Ron is a man. He won TB at a disadvantage. I even left him enough for lodging. As Hermione absorbed Macon's words, a blush crept onto her cheeks, and she playfully punched him, walking ahead in a huff. That day, the two explored Hogsmeade together, and in the afternoon, they arrived at Madame Putafoot's tea shop. Watching the couples come and go, they silently took each other's hands and enjoyed their afternoon tea. Chapter 83, Lupin's Suspicion. In the empty castle, Harry wandered the corridors holding an unsigned suggestion form. He could imagine the joyful sounds echoing throughout Hogsmeade, longing to join them. Perhaps donning the invisibility cloak would allow him to do so. Harry. He turned towards the source of the voice. It was Professor Lupin. This handsome professor, despite the scars on his face, exuded a charm that only enhanced his composed and capable demeanor. Professor, what brings you here? I suspected you might not be able to go to Hogsmeade. I understand your current situation, which is why I came here. Child, your eyes remind me so much of your mother. Upon hearing this, Harry looked intently at Professor Lupin. We are dear friends. During our years at Hogwarts, I was often disregarded, facing nothing but exclusion and pranks, save for your mother, who offered her unwavering support. She was an exceptionally gifted witch, kind-hearted and truly remarkable. As for your father, he was indeed a source of frustration. It is said that Professor Snape harbored a particular disdain for him. Naturally, the individual most disliked by your father at the school was Snape. Yet he was also your mother's closest friend. Harry, during our last defense against the dark arts class, I found myself quite anxious, fearing that the boggart might transform into Voldemort. Professor, I have encountered him numerous times. To be honest, I harbor no fear of him. I have Ron, Macon, and Hermione by my side, and together we shall confront any adversity. Professor Lupin gazed at Harry in astonishment, recognizing the extraordinary courage and maturity that surpassed that of his peers. However, upon hearing Harry mention Macon, a sense of concern washed over him. Harry, you just mentioned Macon. Are you familiar with him? I mean, is he safe? I fear he may pose a danger to you. Macon? He poses no threat to me whatsoever. We all trust him completely. Each night, Ron, Draco, and Seamus and I undergo detention with Macon, who trains us during that time. The detentions at Hogwarts require permission, clearly sanctioned by Dumbledore. He even inquired about that black cat, yet Dumbledore merely dismissed him with a warning to leave it alone. Under Macon's guidance, we have all acquired greater, more formidable combat skills. He has even transformed Draco and Seamus's perspectives on life. Macon is an impressive individual, and I merely need to place my trust in him. If he were to turn against me, I would have no need to resist. Harry's attitude towards Macon left Lupin incredulous. The intentions of this individual were shrouded in ambiguity. Could this be part of Professor Dumbledore's design? The ability to alter someone's values was a frightening power, reminiscent of Voldemort, the Dark Lord, who was equally adept at manipulation. Is Macon truly formidable? Have you speculated on his intentions? Professor, Macon is indeed formidable. He excels in wandless and silent casting. His magical prowess is prodigious, and his physical abilities are extraordinarily daunting. Moreover, his training methods are unique and yield immediate results. As for his intentions, Professor, I am unaware and have no desire to know. He is my friend. Harry regarded the professor with a complex expression. Although Lupin was a friend of his mother, his words made Harry feel uneasy. I apologize, my child. I merely fear he may become a threat to you. Professor Lupin sensed he had perhaps overstepped, for due to his own identity. He had long faced exclusion within the wizarding community, leading to a habitual skepticism as a means of survival. Is it all right, Professor, if you share some stories about my parents? Of course they. After parting ways with Professor Lupin, Harry returned to the castle, feeling a joy in learning more about his parents' past. The young wizards visiting Hogsmeade trickled back, chattering excitedly and sharing tales of their day. Harry, it's so wonderful to see you. Ron, what's the matter with you? Upon seeing Ron's return, Harry sensed something was amiss. Ron appeared unusually exuberant. As he scrutinized him, his eyes widened in surprise. What? I'm perfectly fine. I feel fantastic today. He hurriedly pulled Ron aside, noticing a faint lip print on his cheek, a mark not entirely clear, yet discernible upon closer inspection. Ron, didn't you feel the odd stares from others on your way here? Not at all. I was walking with Macon and Hermione behind. What is wrong with me? Ron, there's a lip print on your cheek. Hearing this, Ron swiftly wiped his cheek with his sleeve, and Harry, observing his frantic demeanor, grew ever more curious about the unfolding mystery. Which lady left that mark on you? Are you dating someone? How could you not tell me? Your closest friend. Harry, I'm not dating anyone. This was left by Madame Rosmerta from the Three Broomsticks. I don't even know what happened. We were at the pub, and Macon suddenly mentioned that he liked Madame Rosmerta, and I just froze. When I came to my senses, she kissed me, and I dashed out of the pub. Ron mumbled, lowering his head and fiddling with the hem of his clothes. Is she young? Harry gazed at his friend in astonishment. The pub owner? How old could she possibly be? Well, she is quite beautiful and has a lovely figure. I was so captivated that I lost track of her age. Oh, Ron, have you fallen for her? Harry, I don't know. Let us not talk about this anymore. Let us hurry and change our clothes. Ron's face flushed crimson. That kiss, though merely on his cheek, had sent him floating. It was Halloween today, and a feast awaited them in the evening. They rushed back to change, hurrying down the spiral staircase, only to find a throng of young wizards blocking their path. What is going on up there? Make way. I'm the head boy. Let me through. Goodness, who did this? The commotion ahead only deepened Harry and Ron's confusion. Harry, the fat lady is missing. Her portrait has been vandalized. Ginny dashed down the stairs, finding Harry and anxiously relaying the incident. Everyone, step aside. The headmaster is coming. Dumbledore, alerted by the head boy, hurriedly arrived with the professors. The fat lady's portrait was marred with scratch marks. It seemed something had attempted to breach the portrait to enter the Gryffindor common room. Yet the intruder was unaware of the password. Filch, have the ghosts of the castle search the portraits thoroughly to locate the fat lady. We need to uncover what transpired. Headmaster, I believe there is no need for further notification. I can see her right there. Filch, ever diligent in his nocturnal patrols, demonstrated his keen eye despite his lack of magical prowess. Even with those princely spectacles perched upon his nose, he instantly spotted the fat lady. His resolute words captivated the young wizard, revealing the sharpness concealed behind his dark lenses. Albus Dumbledore, accompanied by the professors, approached the portrait indicated by Filch, where the fat lady was currently hiding within a map of Anglia. He has returned. That dark soul, echoing his surname, Black. Sirius Black. I did not permit him entry. My portrait has been destroyed. Filch, notify McGonagall. The castle is under lockdown. The remaining staff should assemble in the Great Hall. All professors are to patrol the castle. Dumbledore swiftly issued commands, his concerns not resting solely on Sirius Black, but rather on the Dementors that were trailing behind. Chapter 84. Ron, this is a perverse affection. The Great Hall was filled with sleeping bags, and the young wizards nestled within them, yet slumber eluded them. The notorious name of Sirius Black did not frighten them. Instead, it ignited a thrill. It was their first experience of being enveloped in sleeping bags in such a vast space, heightening their excitement. As McGonagall and Hermione entered the castle, a great mechanism whirred, sealing the doors. McGonagall, is the situation truly dire? This seems excessive. The two arrived in the hall, observing the multitude of sleeping bags strewn across the floor. Hermione cast a concerned glance at McGonagall. Do not worry, all will be well. You should rest. The situation is not as grave as it appears, McGonagall reassured her before making her way towards Dumbledore. McGonagall, I fear we may need your assistance tonight. Very well, Headmaster. I shall keep a vigilant watch over them. If you do not mind, I shall indulge in some dessert after dinner. The professors began to search every corner of the castle. McGonagall transformed back into a black cat and ascended the castle tower, where she spotted numerous Dementors converging, irresistibly drawn to the young wizards below. The astronomy tower yielded no trace of him. The Ollery and the dungeons had been searched as well. He may have already left the castle. He is remarkably skilled, having infiltrated the castle silently, vandalized the portrait, and vanished without a trace. Do you have any theories about how he gained entry? Professor Snape arrived to report to Dumbledore. There are many possibilities, yet none seem plausible. Do you suppose it could be that new professor? Severus, I must remind you that no Hogwarts professor would permit him entry. Should we warn Potter? After all. Enough, Severus, let him rest. He is merely a child. Dumbledore gazed upon Harry, nestled in his sleeping bag, wishing not to let hatred consume him. Perched in the castle's high tower, McGonagall eagerly observed the approaching Dementors, their tattered black robes trailing behind them as they roamed freely above the castle. She awaited the opportune moment, exercising restraint and suppression. As the Dementors engulfed the skies above the castle, Macon gazed at them with a sinister grin, unable to contain the frenzied emergence of his menacing black claws, which descended like a dark deluge. The moment the Dementors sensed the peril of the grotesque black talons, they shrieked in terror, exchanging frantic signals, and hastily began their retreat from the castle. Yet Macon would not grant them such an opportunity. The already numerous black claws proliferated further, producing smaller versions that swiftly dragged the Dementors back once they were captured. Maykin and Dumbledore arrived at the observatory. Observing the night sky teeming with the proliferating black claws and the anguished cries of the Dementors being seized, he murmured the name of the black cat. With the Dementors eradicated, Maykin emitted a contented purr, foreseeing that with just 1 or 2 more occurrences, he would possess sufficient spiritual essence to unleash the spirit-binding incantation and summon the celestial demon. The cat leapt down from the tower, striding gracefully into the hall, its swaying tail revealing its exuberant mood. "Maykin, over here," Hermione called out upon spotting the returning black cat. After finding Hermione, the cat nestled into her sleeping bag, turning to reveal its feline face, and playfully licked her cheek with its damp tongue, only to have its head gently pressed down by her hand. "Why are you still awake?" she inquired. "I couldn't sleep. The headmaster just visited and mentioned a few things. I suspect Harry hasn't slept either." "Hermione, it's not just me. Ron is awake too." "Harry, don't speak of me. I doubt anyone has slept at all." As they conversed, the young witches and wizards in the hall began to whisper amongst themselves. With so many bundled in sleeping bags, no one was inclined to slumber just yet. Sirius Black's infiltration faded from their minds after a night's passage, relegated to mere chatter for the time being. The following morning, Maykin and Hermione returned to the small cabin, only to be met with the unexpected sight of a gigantic black dog engaged in a fierce tussle with 2 black unicorns. The sharp, pointed horns of the unicorns aimed with clear intent at the dog's vulnerable flank, prompting the dog to leap back. Upon noticing Maykin and Hermione's arrival, it turned and dashed into the forbidden forest. "Come back, no need to pursue." Maykin called out to the unicorns poised to chase, aware that should anything happen, it would spell trouble. How could there be a black dog here? Hermione wondered aloud. "I don't know. It's probably wandered in from outside. Perhaps it's hungry and seeking food." Hermione's face displayed skepticism, recalling how Hagrid's creature, Fong, would make even the unicorns tuck their tails. "Hey, you shouldn't underestimate. A starving stray dog will bite anything." Having finished their morning routines, the two were ready to head to the dining hall for breakfast when Hagrid intercepted them, cradling an enormous beehive in his arms. "Hi, Maykin, Hermione, take a look at this," Hagrid exclaimed, placing the hive outside the fence of Maykin's cabin, from which a buzzing sound emanated. "Hey, is this a beehive? I hear sounds coming from within." "Indeed it is. I tend to my bees in the forbidden forest, and I have 3 hives. This morning, while collecting honey, I discovered that the combs in the other 2 hives had been devoured. Now, only this one remains, and I shall gift it to you." Haig spoke with a hint of displeasure. He had nurtured the bees in those 3 hives for quite some time, often adding a generous amount of honey to his fruit wines. "Thank you, Haig. This means we can enjoy honey water every day." Hermione expressed her gratitude, for no one could resist the allure of sweet honey. "Not at all. Just ensure you take proper precautions when harvesting honey. Be cautious of stings." As Maykin watched Haig depart, his thoughts drifted to the large black dog that had just left. He suspected that the mischief with the 2 hives was the doing of Sirius Black. Approaching the beehive, he lifted the lid, and a rich, fragrant aroma wafted out. Inside, bees buzzed busily over the combs. With his sharp claws, he cut off a piece of honeycomb, removing a third of the glowing tortoise-shell stone and placing it at the bottom of the hive before closing the lid. The appropriate temperature would allow the bees to thrive and strengthen their colony. Curiously, Hermione observed the honeycomb in his hand, glistening with honey. A bee was clinging to Maykin's finger, repeatedly attempting to sting him, its stinger wavering against his skin without penetrating. Maykin gently shooed the bee away, broke the honeycomb apart, and stuffed a piece into Hermione's mouth before consuming the remaining half himself. The honeycomb had a subtle bitter-salty flavor, yet it was chewy and elastic. With a single bite, the rich sweetness mingled with a hint of tartness, making it utterly delightful. The two happily chewed on the honeycomb as they made their way to the dining hall. Harry sat quietly, consuming his breakfast, while Ron had his head resting on the table, seemingly lost in thought. "Ron, what troubles you? Did you not sleep well last night?" Upon hearing Hermione's call, Ron lifted his head in confusion, his dark circles under his eyes glaringly evident. "Hermione, Ron hasn't slept a wink. I could hear him counting sheep late into the night. Ron, if you seek romance, you might consider a witch closer to your age. Your infatuation seems rather ill-fated." Harry observed Ron with concern. Ever since returning from Hogsmeade, he had been utterly depleted. Indeed, he had been counting sheep, but it had gradually transformed into the name of a certain lady. "What do you think of Padma Patil from Ravenclaw? She is the twin sister of our own Parvati, and the 2 sisters are widely regarded as the most beautiful in our year." Hermione recalled the lipstick mark on Ron's face from the previous day. Out of concern for her friend, she wished to prevent any further developments with that socialite. Chapter 85. We have learned. Why Padma? Isn't Parvati more accessible? Harry perked up at this, though he was puzzled as to why one would pursue the more distant option when the closer one was clearly available. "Harry, I see you are also in search of a Ravenclaw, a clever girl who is not merely a supportive companion, but can also assist you in strategizing." With Ron's intellect, only a Ravenclaw could serve as a perfect complement. Macon observed her devoted caretaker, who is indeed a remarkably astute little witch. Pay no heed to his nonsensical remarks. I merely believe that Parvati would not be interested in Ron, as they are already acquainted. However, Padma is a different story. They are not familiar with each other, and their meetings would not be frequent, allowing for ample conversation during each date, thus increasing the likelihood of connection. Hermione shot Macon a disapproving glance, exclaiming, "What do you mean by complimenting intellect? That is utterly ridiculous." "Indeed, Hermione, you are absolutely right. But what shall we do about Ron in his current state?" Harry pondered, gazing at the still bewildered Ron, realizing that the foremost issue to tackle was Ron's own predicament. "This is simple. Allow me." Macon leaned in, whispering something into Ron's ear before returning to her seat to continue her meal. As Harry and Hermione regarded him with puzzled expressions, Ron shot up as if jolted from a near-fatal slumber. "What? Twin sisters have taken an interest in me? A life of boundless happiness from now on." Clatter, clatter, clatter. The dining hall's forks and spoons clattered to the floor, and all the young wizards stared in astonishment at the standing Ron. Meow. Upon regaining her composure, Hermione, in a fit of anger, seized a hefty tome and struck it against the cat's head with the spine of the book. As night fell, Harry, Ron, Draco, and Seamus stood in bewilderment before the shovel in their hands. "Macon, what on earth is this for?" Harry lifted the shovel, wielding it like a long sword, though it was not particularly effective. "Ahem, cough. Tonight's confinement will involve a change of activity. We shall dig up a large tree." Macon, scratching her head, accidentally bumped the large swelling on her head caused by the hefty tome that had landed on her earlier, mirroring Hermione's frustration within the house. Digging up a large tree? In the dead of night? Ron simply could not fathom it, and the other four exchanged bewildered glances. "Enough with the chatter, let us move." Macon led the four, under the moonlight, to a small hillside outside the castle, where indeed stood a tree, a willow tree. Macon, are we to dig up this one? Surely you jest? Ron was far too familiar with this willow. Is it truly this one we are to excavate? Will we not be expelled from the school? Harry, too, was well acquainted with this willow, the very one they had collided with in the flying car, an encounter that had nearly resulted in their demise. What is there to fear? We are not here to steal the tree, merely to relocate it. We will not leave Hogwarts. But what if it lashes out at us? Draco gazed at the stout trunk of the attacking willow, along with its numerous upright branches, swallowing hard. Shall we not first cast some explosive spells? Let it witness the art. Seamus looked at the imposing willow, eager to see how many fire spells it could withstand. Macon approached the aggressive willow, and as he drew near, the massive trunk began to tilt backward before crashing down towards him. Sinister black claws materialized out of thin air, effortlessly intercepting the thick branch. The claws pressed forward relentlessly, ultimately ensnaring the entire trunk and branches of the willow, leaving it to writhe in futility as it attempted to break free from its confines. Macon commanded the black claws to generate a smaller version, targeting a scar on the trunk. As the claw made contact with the scar, the willow fell utterly silent. "All right, let us get to work. Start digging." The four onlookers, witnessing the subdued willow, retrieved their shovels and began to excavate the earth. Be careful not to sever the roots. You may use magic to assist in the digging, but refrain from wielding your wands. Indeed, we can employ transfiguration to alter the soil. Draco, inspired by Macon's words, instantly recalled the transfiguration spell. "Draco, you are quite clever." Harry praised him generously, prompting Draco to exert himself even more in his transfiguration efforts. Boom. Simon, what are you doing? Macon, inspecting the great tree, was distracted by a sudden explosion. "I'm performing transfiguration." Cat observed the large crater that Simon had created in front of him. "Indeed, it is transfiguration. The ground has been transformed. Just stick to digging. I fear you might destroy it altogether. Are you not aware of your own situation?" Ron, covered in dirt, glared at Simon, who awkwardly resumed digging. With the aid of magic, the four worked swiftly, gradually exposing the roots of the aggressive willow. Boom. Simon. Another resounding blast echoed, prompting Ron to shout at Simon. "It wasn't me. I didn't do anything. Stop making baseless accusations." Simon hastily defended himself, swearing by Merlin's wardrobe that he had not employed magic. "All right, keep digging. It seems there has been a collapse beneath us, but as long as the surface is intact, we are fine." Macon suddenly recalled that beneath the willow lay a hidden passage. Perhaps it was best to let it collapse, for it was of no concern to Cat. After 2 hours of toil, the aggressive willow was finally uprooted by the black claws and taken back to the cottage. Macon placed the willow in the yard, loosening the grip of the claws, allowing the willow to quickly bury its roots into the soil and shake its branches comfortably. Sensing the presence of others nearby, it prepared to swing its branches but quickly halted its movements. Cat, satisfied, tapped the trunk of the willow with the black claws, the immense force causing the entire tree to sway. "Ah, Macon, how did you manage to bring this here? Is it safe to leave it in this place?" Hermione, hearing the commotion, rushed to the yard, her eyes widening at the sight of the enormous willow. Rest assured, if it fails to serve its purpose as a guardian, I shall have the little crow drag it into the Black Lake, or simply chop it up for firewood. The Whomping Willow, in its primal instinct, could not comprehend what Macon was articulating. It merely sensed danger, fearing for its own existence should it strike. You all continue your training. I shall step outside for a moment. Departing from the quaint cabin, Macon sought out Hagrid, articulating his intent with simplicity. This will be a breeze. Leave it to me. Hagrid ventured out, laboriously sawing a piece of fir wood. An hour later, Macon returned beneath the Whomping Willow with a double seat in tow. 2 robust ropes secured to the tree's branches, their other ends tethered to the seat. Macon, have you fashioned a swing from the Whomping Willow? Of course. This tree is the only one suitable in all of Hogwarts. Come, take a seat and give it a try. Macon ushered Hermione onto the swing, giving the tree a gentle pat, prompting it to sway its branches lightly. Harry and Ron observed the scene before them, rendered speechless, pondering the absurdity of their midnight excursion to excavate the tree merely to construct a swing. Such a whimsical expression of affection was nothing short of elegant. Draco gazed enviously at the pair beneath the Whomping Willow, exclaiming, "This is the art of love. I believe infusing this artistry into my fire magic could yield remarkable refinement." Seamus's eyes sparkled with newfound inspiration. His ultimate path had taken a promising turn. Harry and Ron exchanged knowing glances. Hermione had been irate since morning, yet by evening, the two had reconciled. Such a tactic. They nodded in unison, internally exclaiming, "We have learned." Chapter 86. You may not know who you are facing. Early the next morning, Macon found himself blocked at the cabin door, not only by Old B, but also by the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. At that moment, Fudge stood at the threshold, hesitant to enter. The cabin exuded an aura of peculiarity and peril. A miniature Norwegian ridgeback dragon perched on the signboard at the entrance, its contents well known to him. As Dumbledore had briefed him, the enormous Whomping Willow in the yard, despite the swing dangling from it, was unmistakable to his discerning eyes. A lengthy rope was tied to another tree, from which a black goat floated like a balloon, bleating at him intermittently. Even more bizarre were the pair of pitch-black unicorns in the corner, a breed he had never encountered before, their sharp, pointed horns sending chills down his spine. Dumbledore, too, wore a perplexed expression. Isn't the Whomping Willow situated on the hillside? I saw it shedding leaves just yesterday. How could it have relocated here overnight? With a swing to boot? Nonetheless, it was undeniable that Macon's cabin was filled with remarkable treasures. A person who sought to gather such treasures at home demonstrated a deeper attachment to this place, which was indeed a positive sign. Hermione, you go have breakfast in the Great Hall. The headmaster and Minister Fudge wish to discuss a few matters with me. All right. I shall wait for you in the dining hall. Hermione gazed intently at Macon and remarked that the simultaneous arrival of these two prominent figures must signify a significant matter. Although she felt that she could not yet involve herself, it did not imply that she would remain uninvolved in the future, should her beloved feline be mistreated. She would ensure that the perpetrator faced the consequences. Minister Fudge cast a furious glance at Hermione as she departed, yet he remained unfazed. Once Hermione had distanced herself, Macon invited the two men into the garden, where they seated themselves at a table by the pond, and he proceeded to prepare jasmine black tea. Fudge observed the silence between them, while Macon leisurely poured the tea, and he resolved to shatter the stillness. Your Excellency Macon, I recognize your inclination towards discretion. Yet the Dementors dispatched by the Ministry of Magic are in pursuit of the fugitive Sirius Black. Would you be so kind as to surrender them? Dumbledore took a sip of tea and shook his head at Fudge's remarks, contemplating that had he not been the headmaster, he would have preferred not to accompany him. He had witnessed the dreadful state of those Dementors, regardless of whether they were alive. The thought of the centaur tribe and those eight-eyed spiders brought to mind the chilling reality of their existence, not to mention the inevitable doom that awaited them. Minister, I previously informed you that Hogwarts is vast. The Dementors would become disoriented here. You have completely disregarded my counsel. Moreover, is the Sirius Black you speak of truly a fugitive? I have heard that during his trial at WizardingWorld, he remained silent and was convicted by you without a word. Bang! Fudge slammed his hand on the table, toppling 3 teacups and splattering tea everywhere. He was incensed that this topic was brought up. Dumbledore surveyed the mess on the table, realizing that tea was no longer an option. He stood and settled into the swing of the Whomping Willow, gently swaying back and forth. Macon, although Sirius did not confess to his crimes at WizardingWorld, he also did not refute them. He was the only one present at the scene, and his maniacal laughter was heard by numerous witnesses. Are you, sir, intending to exonerate Sirius Black? Fudge glared at Macon, his expression darkening. The audacity of this young wizard was intolerable. Did he truly believe that Sirius was wronged? He found that notion utterly implausible, viewing it as a smear against his reputation. Previously, at the Leaky Cauldron, he had refrained from speaking out due to the crowd, the opposing Silent Man's identity, and the respect commanded by the Aurors. Yet as the Minister of Magic, he was not to be trifled with. My dear Minister of Magic, there is no need for you to entrap me. According to the information channels of the Silent Ones, I merely wish to convey that the individual in question is not the true culprit. Whether or not he is exonerated holds no interest for me. I simply wish to understand the implications this may have for you. Cornelius Fudge, during your tenure as minister, you have accomplished nothing of note. Not only did you allow an Azkaban inmate to escape, but the criminals you pursued were merely unfortunate souls wrongly accused by you. I believe that Rita Skeeter from the Daily Prophet would find great delight in writing such a headline. Macon's words pierced his heart like a sharp sword, exposing his most significant vulnerability, which incited a tempest of anger in him, a man who valued his reputation above all. The woman named Rita Skeeter was even more outrageous, omnipresent in her pursuits, relentlessly unveiling various negative stories about every prominent figure. No one cared for the authenticity of the news, as she had rendered herself a laughingstock throughout the wizarding realm. How dare you? How dare you? Minister Fudge suddenly rose, his finger trembling as it pointed accusingly at Macon. He felt a suffocating pressure in his chest, a sensation impossible to inhale or exhale. Struggling, he turned his gaze towards Dumbledore, questioning how his student could be allowed to act so unrestrained. At that moment, Dumbledore seemed to have produced a creamy honey pudding from thin air, swinging joyfully while savoring his dessert. Oh, my dear Minister Fudge, why not take a seat? You appear rather familiar in this state. Ah yes, in the ancient East. They refer to your condition as a stroke. Perhaps you've not heard of it, but I'm sure cerebrovascular disease rings a bell. I've heard that it can leave one partially paralyzed. Do take care. I'm fine. Just a moment's rest will suffice. He trembled as he sat back down, feeling darkness clouding his vision, his face tingling, and his temples throbbing. Oh, is that so? Then shall we discuss the Dementors? Yes, the Dementors. That is the very reason for my visit today. They are gone. Your objective is fulfilled. Huh, is that truly the case? What do you mean they are gone? Just as Fudge had caught his breath, he was nearly choked again. This time, even more severely. He gasped for air, his previously ashen face now tinged with a deeper shade of purple. The verbal duel had pierced his heart, and valuing reputation over life, he found himself ensnared by Macon's words, which now even dismissed the matter of Dementors. The loss of the Dementors was no trivial affair. The relationship between the Ministry and the Dementors was far from simple. They were not merely superior and subordinate, they were partners. Indeed, Minister, are you unaware? Dementors thrive by consuming happiness. Hogwarts is suffused with joy, and young wizards flourish here in their studies. During a grand school-wide celebration, the exuberance of the young wizards soared to the heavens, and the Dementors surged forth. Just moments before the lives of the young wizards hung by a thread, I vanquished all the Dementors, thus they are no more. I believe a first-class Merlin's medal is in order to honor my heroic deeds. Puffed. Dumbledore spat out his pudding. A grand school-wide celebration? Joy soaring to the heavens? Minister Fudge coughed up a mouthful of blood, feeling a sudden clarity, as he realized he had nearly suffocated moments before. Macon, do you comprehend the extent of your actions? That is the guardian of Azkaban. Since the inception of the Dementors by Ectus, no one has ever succeeded in vanquishing them. Never. Are you questioning the methods of the Silencers? I implore you to cease uttering the term Silencers, I tell you. Macon, the Dementors shall return to this place, continuing their relentless pursuit of Sirius Black. You must refrain from confronting them again. Listen, I shall dispatch an Auror to accompany you. I trust you will manage yourself well. Having spoken, Fudge hastened away, eager to reach St. Mungo's, wishing to linger here not a moment longer. Minister, do not forget my first-class Merlin award, Macon observed as Minister Fudge exited the courtyard, staggering slightly before drawing his wand and disapparating from Hogwarts. Given his earlier harsh words, it seemed he would indeed continue sending Dementors, an unexpected turn of events. Today, Cat had a confrontation, yet was bestowed with a grand gift, a reason for great joy. Macon, this swing is splendid. It has been many years since I last swung. Then you may enjoy it a while longer. I must take my leave as there are others awaiting me in the dining hall. After Macon departed, Dumbledore gazed at the Whomping Willow, his thoughts swirling. Today had proven fruitful. Sirius Black is not the true culprit, and he did not doubt that Macon would speak recklessly. This declaration served not only as a warning to Fudge, but also as a message to himself. It appeared that there would be much to attend to this year. Chapter 87, Potter and Snape. Macon, are you all right? Upon seeing Macon enter the dining hall, Hermione finally exhaled in relief. I am fine. Merely some minor matters that have been resolved. Hermione's concern warmed his heart. You have finally arrived. We were just discussing the abduction of Wizengamot and the assault on the Ministry of Magic, and we had just concluded our plans for the obliteration of Azkaban. Had you not returned, Hermione would likely be plotting to overthrow the Wizarding World and ascend as the Third Dark Lord. Ron suddenly realized how terrifying Hermione could be. Her detailed steps and meticulous plans made him break into a cold sweat. Be quiet. Ron, it is not as alarming as you suggest. I merely worry for Macon. Hermione's voice grew softer, her cheeks flushed. Ron, you ought not to jest with her. Your lifelong happiness depends on Hermione's assistance in introducing you. Macon grasped the young witch's hand, shifting the topic to calm her down. However, Padma likely finds me unworthy, does she not? Be confident. Eliminate the word likely. Ron. Do not heed Macon's nonsensical remarks. I have already asked a senior to speak on your behalf. Rest assured. After breakfast, they proceeded to the defense against the dark arts classroom, which received high praise from the young wizards this year. Professor Lupin's teaching method was far from the rigid, formulaic approach of Quirrell, nor was it akin to Lockhart's chaotic ignorance. His instructional style was engaging. He seldom relied on textbooks during lessons, instead integrating the knowledge from the texts into practical applications, which endeared him to the young wizards immensely. As the classroom door swung open, it was not Professor Lupin who entered, but rather Professor Snape, much to the astonishment of the young wizards, who silently lamented this unexpected turn of events. Striding forward, Professor Snape brandished his wand, sealing the windows one by one, plunging the classroom into darkness. He ascended the podium with purpose and unfurled a curtain, commanding the students to turn to page 394 of their textbooks. Hurry, I shall say this only once. His voice resonated with authority, underscored by his characteristic gravity. Professor, isn't today meant to be defense against the dark arts? Harry inquired, bewildered. Where is Professor Lupin? This is of no concern to you, Potter. He has his own troubles to address, Snape replied dismissively, moving to the rear of the classroom where a projector awaited. Once activated, images of werewolves materialized upon the screen. Today, we shall study werewolves. But isn't that a later topic? Snape fixed his gaze on Hermione, then glanced at the black cat resting on the desk, hinting for her to keep watch over it. Silence. Who among you can tell me what a werewolf is? Just as Hermione raised her hand, she was gently pulled down by Mekin. Hermione, take a look at this, Snape's signature spell, Sectum Sempra. Master this, and he will no longer trouble you, Mekin whispered conspiratorially, placing a small booklet before her. Hermione, unfamiliar with Sectum Sempra, was intrigued. Despite having perused the library extensively, she had never encountered this spell. Its reputation suggested formidable power. Why? This seems like dark magic. Oh, it even has a counter curse. You're being foolish. Once you learn this, you'll be half of Snape's apprentice. Use Sectum Sempra out in the world, and everyone will respect you. A potions master is no mere decoration. Mekin, of course, withheld the hidden secrets of the spell from her. Snape, his eye twitching, observed the familiar booklet before Hermione. I instructed you to keep an eye on her, not to peddle my spells. This wretched cat cannot bear any loss, can it? He regretted bestowing Sectum Sempra upon the feline. It appeared that no one had any knowledge of the subject, which left him disheartened. However, he consoled himself with the thought that he was well aware of the incompetence of the previous 3 defense against the dark arts professors. Werewolves transform into wolves under the full moon, a change beyond their control. Professor, if a werewolf is blindfolded or wears sunglasses on the night of the full moon, would it not transform? Harry interrupted Snape's lecture, voicing his curiosity. Indeed, he was deliberately provoking Snape. While he did not deny that Quirrell and Lockhart were inept, he considered Professor Lupin one of his favorite instructors. Potter, even if you were to gouge out their eyes, they would still transform. This has nothing to do with the ability to see the moon. Snape harbored an aversion to having his lecture interrupted, particularly by someone with the surname Potter. In the realm of magical creature classification, it possesses a perilous rating of 5. A transformed werewolf, upon biting its victim or contaminating a wound with its saliva, ensures that the unfortunate individual will inevitably succumb to lycanthropy. Naturally, no one desires to become a werewolf. Most opt for the embrace of death, or even suicide. Professor, if a werewolf infects another by biting them, will that individual also become afflicted? Potter, no one bitten by a werewolf would proceed to bite another. Listen closely. The contagion of lycanthropy spreads with alarming rapidity. It is a magical affliction that can course through one's veins within mere breaths. But Professor, I still do not understand whether a person bitten by a werewolf could then infect another by biting them. 5 points from Gryffindor. Potter, if you remain so perplexed by this matter, I suggest you experience a bite yourself and conduct your own experiment. Snape squinted at Harry, noting the stark transformation in him. The timid young wizard from their first potions class had undergone a profound change in character. Macon, somewhat surprised, sensed that today's lesson would yield juicy revelations and retrieved some fish snacks from his backpack. If one merely sustains a scratch, the wound can be treated with a herbal paste. However, once bitten or if the werewolf's saliva penetrates the wound, a mixture of silver powder and the herbal paste is required to seal the injury. This can only alleviate the wound's condition. Professor, if one were to collect a werewolf's saliva, could they not create werewolves at will? 5 points from Gryffindor. Potter, your thoughts are dangerously misguided, should you act upon them. I believe Azkaban would not be inclined to accommodate a young wizard. The Gryffindor lions, watching Harry as he persistently provoked Professor Snape, struggled to suppress their laughter. They were unperturbed by the loss of points. Harry's audacity filled them with pride, a manifestation of bravery. Silence. This is a serious class in defense against the dark arts. A transformed werewolf, even towards its own kin, is driven by insatiable desires, and those bitten seldom survive. You should consider yourselves fortunate. The recently developed Wolfbane potion can maintain a werewolf's sanity on the night of the full moon, though it cannot cure them. Professor, 5 points from Gryffindor. Snape placed his hand atop Harry's head to restrain him before he could rise to pose a question, clearly underestimating Harry's burgeoning strength. Sit down, Potter. Professor Snape observed as Harry abruptly stood, and he complied, sitting back down, which elicited a nod of satisfaction from Snape as he withdrew his hand from Harry's waist. Harry, glancing at the wand concealed within Snape's sleeve, resigned himself to remaining seated. Professor, I heard Professor Lockhart mention that using the human restoration spell on a werewolf could temporarily revert it to human form. Weasley, if you possessed even a modicum of sense, you would not pose such a question. A werewolf is not an animagus. Perhaps you might test it on your rat to see if it can transform into a human. Macon gazed at Snape in astonishment, exclaiming that he had revealed an undeniable truth. This revelation was not only significant, but also ripe with implications. Meanwhile, in the Gryffindor common room, on Ron's bed, the sleeping Scabbers suddenly opened his eyes wide, then exhaled a breath of resignation. Lately, he had sensed an unsettling shift in the atmosphere, often overhearing young wizards discussing the arrival of Sirius Black at Hogwarts, prompting him to ponder whether he should go into hiding. Ever since 12 years ago, when he had narrowly escaped from Sirius's pursuit, resulting in the destruction of 2 streets and the loss of a finger, he had transformed into a rat and scurried into the sewers, never to revert to his original form again. He had remained hidden in the Weasley household for 12 years, unwilling to expose himself even slightly. His timid nature left him fearful of any hint of carelessness. Chapter 88, Ron's Romantic Advisors. Today's defense against the dark arts class concludes here. On Monday evening, each of you must submit a paper on how to identify werewolves, and it must be no less than 2 rolls of parchment long. Professor, we have a Quidditch match tomorrow. Potter, you must be especially cautious. Even if you break your arms and legs, you shall still submit your paper. With that, Professor Snape exited the classroom, leaving behind a lingering cloud of irritation dispelled momentarily by his parting words. After class, the young wizards burst out of the classroom in laughter, for they had only one lesson that morning, which meant ample time for recreation. As for the assignment given by Professor Snape, they had 2 days to complete it. Harry, you were brilliant today, did you not notice? Snape's expression was quite remarkable throughout the class. Ron, but because of me, Gryffindor lost many points. Oh, no one cares about that. They are all quite cheerful. Who are you saying doesn't he care about losing points? Hermione glared at Ron, who had just witnessed a deduction of 15 points in that single lesson. My apologies, I misspoke. Ron dared not argue with Hermione. After all, his happiness depended entirely on her good graces. Seeing you so perceptive, I have delightful news. Padma has agreed to go on a date with you, this very evening. At the observatory. Ah, really? I must prepare, but how should I prepare? What do you need to prepare for? It is still morning, you have until evening. Just change into clean clothes and tidy yourself up. Hermione gazed at Ron with exasperation, questioning whether he would succeed that night given his current state of panic. Ron, congratulations. You must do your best this evening. Harry sighed with relief. Regardless of the outcome, Ron would develop a proper understanding of love, which was a positive outcome. Harry, be ready with the invisibility cloak. We shall observe the situation tonight, and if he encounters difficulties, we can assist him. Macon leaped onto Harry's head, whispering softly in his ear. Macon, you are right. I too sense that if he becomes anxious tonight, it may lead to complications. Harry concurred with Macon's words. What are you two up to? Hermione inquired, her curiosity piqued. Macon replied, tonight, we shall don our invisibility cloaks and assist Ron at the astronomy tower. Hermione hesitated. Is that really wise? Do you think Ron will succeed with Padma this evening? Just look at his current state. Hearing Macon's comment, Hermione turned to Ron, who was foolishly grinning and emitting a silly chuckle. Indeed, let us go together tonight. I cannot shake off my worries for you two. Hermione wore an expression of exasperation, fearing they would find themselves in trouble. Should we inform Draco and Seamus? Harry pondered the possibility of involving the other two, believing that more minds might yield better suggestions. Why? Is there such a crowd? Hermione responded. This is about brainstorming. What if Padma poses some exceedingly complex questions? She is, after all, a Ravenclaw. Harry, I believe you are correct. More company adds to the merriment. Macon chimed in, his demeanor suggesting he thrived on chaos, causing Hermione to suspect he was a troublemaker at heart. Ron had spent the day in a fog, alternating between anxiety and panic. Finally, the time for curfew passed, and he was preparing to meet Padma. Ron, go for it. Here is my sword. Fasten it to your waist. I believe it will imbue you with an indomitable spirit. Harry handed his sword to Ron, hoping to bolster his chances for a successful date. Ron, with me, Draco, this is child's play. Take this. and you will instantly feel emboldened," Draco assured Ron, shoving a hefty bag of galleons into Ron's arms. The Malfoy family was wealthy, and wealth breeds confidence. "Ron, go forth and show her what true artistry is." Seamus beamed at Ron's shirt, which he had specially chosen for him. The clearly ill-fitting shirt strained at the buttons, threatening to burst at any moment. "Ron, I truly think you should go alone. That ensemble is quite something." Hermione, ignoring the black cat that was rolling on the ground, covered its mouth with its paw, anxiously regarded Ron. "But I'm afraid I won't know what to say to Padma. I'm feeling utterly bewildered." Ron's emotions were a tumultuous mix, leaving him at a loss for words as he faced the unknown. "All right, Ron, it's time to depart. Support teams, assemble." Macon glanced at the time, realizing they could wait no longer. He transformed into his enigmatic form, lifted Hermione, and cast the disillusionment charm. Harry, Draco, and Seamus donned their invisibility cloaks. As Ron watched them fade from view, he felt reassured by their presence behind him. He secured Draco's pouch at his left hip and Harry's sword at his right, puffing out his chest. Surprisingly, he felt a newfound sense of confidence. As Ron approached the observatory, the enchanting sounds of clashing galleons resonated along the way. The observatory, the tallest structure within the castle, presented a daunting spiral staircase that heightened Ron's anxiety. Upon reaching the summit, he found no trace of Padma, which relieved him. He understood that the gentlemanly gesture of arriving first was a sign of respect towards the lady. At that moment, Padma Patil was equally apprehensive, as this marked her first date. She had encountered Ron before, being contemporaries, and his impressive physique instilled a sense of security in her, an essential quality in her culture, which was a significant reason for her agreement to the date. As she entered the observatory, she spotted Ron. His muscular silhouette turned away from her as he gazed out at the night scenery. "Ron Weasley," she ventured. "Ah, Padma Patil. I'm Ron Weasley. It's a pleasure to meet you," he stammered, turning awkwardly to face her, his gaze inadvertently fixated on something behind her. A swirling mist hovered in the air, a manifestation of the enchanted white fog, and Ron could distinctly discern the words inscribed within it, Hermione's words. "Phew, Ron, you seem rather tense," she remarked. I am a bit nervous. It's my first date. I apologize," he replied. "Why do you keep looking behind me? Is there something there?" Noticing his persistent gaze over her shoulder, Padma turned around, puzzled, only to find nothing amiss. Nothing. I'm just nervous." "Yes, nervous," he stuttered. As she turned back, his heart raced, relieved that the mist dissipated swiftly. "You're quite amusing. I've never met such a bashful young wizard before," she teased. "I, too, have never encountered such a beautiful young witch. It is an honor to be on this date with you," he replied, noticing the white words resurfacing behind Padma, secretly exhaling in relief. "Is that so? Many people say I am beautiful, yet I do not perceive myself this way. By the way, does your attire hold any special significance? I am unfamiliar with the customs here." Padma observed Ron's long sword and coin pouch at his waist, as well as his shirt, which was straining to contain his form, though it accentuated his physique. "Ah, in my eyes, you are indeed very beautiful. This sword holds great meaning for me. It was a gift from a friend and symbolizes our friendship. By wearing it, I hope to convey a sense of security to you. The coin pouch is merely my pocket money, nothing to concern yourself with," Ron explained. Upon hearing his words, Padma reflected on his character. He was compassionate and considerate, contrary to the claims of some purebloods that the Weasley family was impoverished. He indeed exuded a comforting presence and was exceedingly shy. "Shall we converse about something else? I do not know much about you. We can share insights about our lives," she suggested. "Of course. Allow me to begin. My home is in England, in the village of Ottery St. Catchpole in Devon," he began. As Ron gradually found his footing, a group stealthily departed from the observatory. "Goodness, you nearly gave me a heart attack. It's all your fault. What with that wretched sword and coin pouch? And that attire? How on earth was I to justify it?" Hermione exclaimed, casting an exasperated glance at the men in front of her, who offered little reassurance. "We merely wished to assist him, and it appears they have succeeded. My sword must have played a pivotal role," Harry remarked, somewhat sheepishly. Uncertain of why he had insisted Ron take the sword, he merely felt that by holding it, he would embody an indomitable spirit. "Indeed, I owe this success to my coin pouch. Otherwise, I feared he would not utter a single word," Draco proclaimed with pride, having witnessed an entertaining spectacle that evening. A mere handful of galleons was trivial for the Malfoy family. "I believe it was due to my attire. Upon wearing it, Ron exuded an aura of artistic flair." "Seamus, your outfit rendered any explanation impossible. Who dresses like that for a date?" Fortunately, Padma is rather unconcerned about such matters. "All right, enough of this. Let us return swiftly, Harry. You wait here for Ron, and when they descend, hand him the invisibility cloak so he can escort Padma home," said Macon, as he instructed the others to stand still. With a flick of his wrist, he cast the disillusionment charm upon each of them, then took Hermione's hand and departed from the tower. Whether Ron and Padma would become a couple was beyond their influence.